and fair to all persons. As you can imagine, Robert Mugabe attacked him for being too nice and too fair, in his words, to white people, white South Africans. Nelson Mandela, when you visit Robben Island, which I have been to, you will see the level of methodical, state-sponsored malice and wickedness that went after him, that went against him. Yet he's able to come out forgiving, he's able to come out inclusive, he's able to come out focused on a multiracial society. The other meaning of his life, which is important, is the fact that amidst all those, all his power, all his popularity, he refused to stay in office as a president for life. He actually, from behind the scenes, put pressure on some of the leaders of various governments in Africa, including Nigeria specifically, for the leaders to retire and leave the office as the Constitution has stipulated.
Hello. Rescuers are struggling to get to the high Atlas Mountains southwest of Marrakech in Morocco and find possible survivors trapped under rubble. The high Atlas Mountains is the epicenter of the magnitude 6.8 quake that killed over 2,000 people, injured thousands, and leveled entire villages. The Friday night earthquake was Morocco's deadliest since Agadir was devastated by a 6.7 magnitude quake in 1960, which killed more than 12,000 people. Friday's quake was also the most powerful to hit Morocco for over a century. There are fears that historical buildings might collapse in days to come as aftershocks follow. People were sleeping outside on the streets for the second night. At the G20 summit in India, leaders of the world's largest economies promised to send help to the North African country as it recovers and rebuilds. UNESCO has also pleaded to support the rebuilding efforts, especially around the popular tourist city of Marrakech, a world historical and heritage site. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 6:30 p.m. in Kampala, Uganda, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today is Dr. Chido Nwangwu. Dr. Nwangwu started his professional journalism career at the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. He later joined the editorial board of the Daily Times of Nigeria. He currently appears as an analyst on CNN, CNN International, Sky News, and many others. His syndicated column appears on ThisDay, SaharaReporters, Premium Times, and so many other newspapers. Chido Nwangwu, founder and CEO of USAfrica Multimedia Networks and Public Policy Organization since 1992. He is the author of soon-to-be-released 2023 book, MLK, Mandela and Achebe, Power, Leadership, and Identity. His latest trending column is Ali Bongo and the 40 Thieves. Chido, welcome.
It's my privilege. Thank you very much.
Nice to have you today, and we're very eager to know what you are going to tell us about events across Africa. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start with Morocco. What happened, the earthquake, and where we are today. More than 2,000 people dead. And do you know anything about the history of such events across North Africa, especially?
It's very unfortunate, the level of devastation. It's like we kept updating our website every 2 hours. You come the first time, it was 300 persons announced, then 750, 1,200, 2,000. It's almost 2,300, 2,300 persons already dead and several thousands from injuries. It's really unfortunate. And the earthquakes have happened in that part of the country, in that part of Africa, a couple of times. And you recall that Morocco did a beautiful work of representing their country in the World Cup soccer matches just 2 years ago.
Mm.
And a couple of months ago, they also did very well in the women's competition. So they've been coming from championship glory, acclamation to the pains and difficulty of the earthquakes. It's very unfortunate.
Now, the G20 meeting in India, they reacted. Most of the leaders there, they pleaded to help, including Nigeria's own president, Bola Tinubu. What kind of help can Nigeria give to Morocco?
Ordinarily, I'm sure that they can give money. Tinubu believes that money cures all problems and provides all solutions to political and other existential matters. He has a point to an extent, but it's a good move on his part to provide a humanitarian support for those people. Hopefully, he will extend it in an expanded and targeted way to benefit the people in Nigeria who are also suffering all manner of financial earthquake, unemployment earthquake, security earthquake, hostility and ethnocentric bigotry, nepotism earthquakes, in all manner of negative realities. But again, I commend him for reaching out to the people in Morocco.
Okay. Let's look at what is happening at I think they've ended now, and he's actually gone. What happened there? He made a case for Nigeria to be a member of the G20, and what the G20 members did was to include Africa as a permanent AU,
African Union, yes.
African Union as a permanent member. But Tinubu said that Nigeria should be a member of the G20. What do you think?
Nigeria has what it takes to be a member of the G20, but part of my political science studies and training is regarding what is called semiotics. Semiotics are images, symbolisms that are positioned in politics where they have a meaning and value. You either position it yourself or you're positioned in that direction. Unfortunately for Tinubu, I don't know if you saw a picture. You saw the picture where he was kept, or he kept himself outside the main zone of influence, standing alone, isolated, desolate, and looking confused as to what am I doing here? Why am I here? It's part of the dynamics of power. You have to know how to engage. You have to be part of the epicenter of influence so that other people regard you in terms of what happens. There you go. You have the picture.
Yeah. What do you think is going on there? Is it that he was just left alone by everybody, or what do you think?
He's wondering, why is he here? What is it? Why? What am I here? What am I doing here?
It could be just for a moment. It could be, no.
It's so unusual for the president of Nigeria to be left all to himself in such a public place with all the resources and leverage that Nigeria has in terms of economic, financial, diplomatic, regional. It's more. It's the state of things to come.
We saw this picture of Joe Biden with Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and there was a place that Joe Biden was taking a selfie with her. And so, is it that we didn't see any picture of Joe Biden with Tinubu? Is it that they didn't meet, or that the media do? First, yeah, is it that they didn't meet, or that the media didn't get a picture of two of them meeting?
The thing is that the United States controls realistically who and when at what time their president's picture shows up in a situation like this. And then there were issues of litigation in Nigeria going on around the same time, with the famous presidential election tribunal or court deciding on Tinubu's influence or credibility to remain president of Nigeria. The problem is that even if there were anticipations on the part of so many people that Tinubu could remain president, or the issue could flow in another direction, it is equally important that the United States does not have Tinubu as a center of the attendance of such an event, and they control the image and who takes pictures with the president. But interestingly, Tinubu will meet on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly with President Biden for a few minutes, long enough minutes for you to finish one plate of pepper soup. It will move that fast, and it will continue with the business of Nigeria.
Now, I know that you traveled with Bill Clinton when he went to Africa. Can you tell us behind the scene what we don't normally see when a president travels this way? And maybe you can connect it to Tinubu and how a Nigerian president travels. And why is it that we don't see, or why did we see the picture of him standing alone? And why is it that we don't see a picture of him meeting? Is it that he didn't travel with his own photographer, or that they didn't let his own photographer into the venue?
I think it is more the fact that they do not understand semiotics, political symbolisms and images. There has to be someone who should take good pictures of the president at any given time. Is a 24-hour business whenever the president steps into any environment. And the incapacities and inadequacy and incompetence of the communication structure of the presidency of Nigeria is nothing personal. It's evident in the fact that the president of Nigeria was set aside like somebody who came on an errand in that space. I don't want to use the term that I would have loved to use descriptively of his presence being so much pushed aside. There are no counter images, no counter narratives, no counter veiling images. Rather, people are busy threatening roadside traders, threatening Okada riders, threatening geo-ethnic nationalities. You have Dokubo, I think that's his name, threatening persons and groups that he cannot contain if it came to what he's threatening. And all these things get in the mix of the message of the president. You have Dr. Attorney Wike, the former governor of Rivers State, preferring the incendiary destruction and threats every hour of the day. The presidency has a message, and the presidency's message did not go out. The message about the president that was being published and broadcast in the world diminished the capacity and credibility and potency of the presidency of Nigeria. There is no coordination. There is no coordination.
So let me get back to that question. I want you to describe briefly, when you traveled with Clinton to Africa, how the media team behind that trip, or typical trip by an American president, and how it's different from a Nigerian president traveling to any other parts of the world.
Three major things are immediately evident. One of them during the trip is the capacity to make it possible for persons of geographic interest in Africa to be involved in the movements and interviews and visits of the president with a message that is clear. I'll give you an instance. When we went to Robben Island, I was in Robben Island with Walter Isaacson, who at the time was the editor-in-chief of Time magazine, chairman and CEO later of CNN. He's running a different organization right now. But the beautiful part of that trip was that Clinton positioned himself in a manner that you could see the personal relationships he had with Mandela being shown to the world in a very artful, credible manner. When he looked through the window of Nelson Mandela's jail cell, the photographers at the place were positioned to make sure that they get those pictures, and the pictures are permanent in the psyche. It's burnt into my own memory because I saw the live event, the live image. That live image is in my memory, not just the pictures. The second thing is this. There is a level of access that is enhanced when you travel with the President of the United States in terms of events, in terms of movements. The third one that is very significant is that the logistics are almost flawless. The fourth thing that was also very clear is that the security is there, but it's not in your face. You know, the sixth thing that I could say that I found very interesting was that when I asked the question to the President of the United States at the Turnhouse presidential residence of Nelson Mandela, with Air Force One right behind Mandela and Clinton, why at the time was Bill Clinton's presidency, White House supporting that Abacha could remove his military uniforms and run as the president of Nigeria in civilian uniform? Because that was equivalent of what was happening at the time. There is a duality of influence in the power networks in the United States regarding diplomacy and international relations. The open ones are between the State Department and the White House. The State Department is usually where some of these leaders get away with all manner of things. The State Department is where you have people championing interests that are continuation of contracts. After you serve in the State Department, you retire, you make your big deal. You join another major company. The White House had a different pursuit. The State Department sometimes hold their own agenda, and they are very influential. Then there are other private individuals like Jesse Jackson at the time and some other members of the Congressional Black Caucus, including Farah Khan, who is not a member of the caucus, but who is an influential Muslim leader in the United States. They were supporting Sani Abacha. But what happened was that when I asked that question, because I asked pointedly, who is calling the shots in terms of the direction of the policy of the United States? Is it what the president is saying, or is it what the State Department and the other powerful, influential people are saying? Which one is it? And then the other thing is that there is a very interesting mix when you have the privilege of traveling with the President of the United States. You get to ask questions of some of the advisors, and you get to interact with them at an official level, and then at sometimes, when there is a lag time or break from a lot of work, you can ask questions or discuss any number of things that are important, public policy interests.
All right. Thank you for that.
It's part of my book, the Mandela Achebe.
MLK. Yeah. All right, we'll get to that. But let's look at last week we also had the judgment of the Presidential Tribunal, Petition Tribunal, looking at what happened during the election. What do you make of that judgment?
I think it was an advocacy for Tinubu, for Jagaban, rather than a judgment. A judgment would have meant an even-handed, realistic interpretation of arguments and contention. You have the panel or the tribunal or court, as it were, making arguments that didn't hold credible value or meaning. I'll give you an instance. A few miles from where you are, in Chicago, when Tinubu reportedly was involved in being a bagman, meaning collecting funds on behalf of some persons who are alleged to have been doing narcotics. There is no denying the fact that issue exists, but rather what the court, the tribunal, or the panel, as it were, embarrassingly argued was that Tinubu is still traveling to the United States. He comes and goes, so therefore he wouldn't have had, by any stretch of the imagination, of their imagination, any criminal culpability for anything done for what they called private, non-criminal proceedings. I can go to the more ridiculous length of looking at where they were making arguments about BVS, the equipment for the conduct of the elections, while Mr. Okoye, the commissioner, who is also a lawyer, insisted and insists prior to this court project and ridiculous postulations, extrapolations, fictive imposition of their own facts. They create artificial situations and argue against it, make advocacy against it, then rule against it, and then say that is what the people who are taking them to court are saying. No, we're not dummies. Nigerians are not dummies.
Now,
it's so embarrassing. C'est dommage.
What do you think will happen at the Supreme Court now that Atiku and Obi, they are going to the Supreme Court?
Nothing surprises me in Nigeria. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. The thing is that the thinking of the people who control power, the levers of power in Nigeria, is the assumption of certainty of non-removal through the instruments of courts and all that. There are people who have been removed, but at the level of power at which they operate, Tinubu, one thing I respect about Tinubu is that he is assertive and clear in terms of his motion, of his political motion and movement and goals. He said that it is his turn, that it is him that is going to be the next president of Nigeria. And he moves ahead and does it. At least for a change, there is the impunity of imposition of a partisan objective in a manner that we haven't seen in a long time, especially from his own quarters. He wants to be president and he moves ahead and does it. And he said some people to shut up. They shouldn't talk about the case. I saw some video 2 days ago. This is why they were showing his picture like a visitor in a presidential conference. So the level of predictability that the incredible will happen is the proper way to engage the country.
Now, People's Gazette is reporting today that in Chicago, the judge handling the case of Atiku is giving the lawyers to Tuesday to appear in court, that he's going to rule this week whether to demand that Tinubu's documents will be released. What do you think that will do if that should happen?
If the documents are released, it will show it will expose the culpability and the connivance, the corruption, the criminality, the artifice and pretenses of the actions of these people to distort what it means to be qualified to run for president of Nigeria. They have taken it to the maximum stretch. They have taken it to a level where the papers of a man who is governing Nigeria have become like growing up in the East. There is this paper that they used to hawk and wrap granite, kekere. You know granite. They have reduced Tinubu's graduation papers to issue to papers like something they're using to wrap granite. But this is one of the side effects of when something serious is turned into a farcical drama. Sometimes I wonder, how do these folks let these things happen? You look at somebody like Buhari, he is the architect of all these problems because he knew that Tinubu has issues with his documentations and some of Tinubu's actions. But he probably said, okay, you people think that Buhari, was not good enough to be your president. Now let me show you Shege. Now you go and see somebody who you'll be debating about his documents, and then half of the time of the presidency would have been over, would have been done. So it's sad. It's sad.
Now, what do you make of people like Wike and Omahi? They are basically saying to P2B to end it here, not to go ahead and go to the Supreme Court?
The thing is that Umahi, the pursuit of partisan power, the temperance and glory of political power and privilege, the pomp and circumstance that attends and follows when you're a governor. He is more intoxicated and in a needful embrace of that particular range than the higher purposes of saying, this is important. These are values that we can live up to. These are things that any society should be able to do. If you form another political party tomorrow with a different name, and it has the capacity or potentialities of becoming the rulers of this country, Umahi will join that party and say, forget what we did in PDP. Forget that I'm a founding member that he was a founding member of the PDP. Forget that he joined the APC. Forget that he ran for president. And when he was told, enough, you have to stop here, he did. He came to Port Harcourt when they had a meeting with Tinubu, with Wike, masquerading the kabuki dance that they are running for president as Igbo. But once the candlelight of competition, struggle for power, the needs of what it takes to become the president of Nigeria, they were actually seeking to become vice president. And when that was also denied, they said, oh, hallelujah, the man, whoever you bring out as vice president, is the man who will save Nigeria. I've never seen foolishness, lack of self-respect, self-immolation. Do they look themselves I would have said they look themselves in the mirror, but when they look at their bank accounts and look at the number of dispatch riders that take them 3 miles from the government house to the church in the state capital or in Abuja, as it were, they choose the grubby embrace of the luxury of power.
Now, there are people in the Biafra movement who are now looking at people like Peter Obi and people who believe in the Nigerian electoral process, and they are saying, we told you that Nigeria will never work. We told you that Nigeria is irredeemable. What do you think about that? What do you think this election and this says does that basically validate what they are saying, or is there a different message?
If you remember, I wrote a very heavily circulated piece called Biafra, Transactionalists and Messiahs. You know, that there are those who seek to negotiate positions with the name Biafra, with instruments of Biafra, and then there are those who are messiahs or messianic, who insist that their vision and whatever needs to be done has to be Biafra or nothing. Those are two levels of the Igbo and Nigerians who support the agitation. There are non-Igbos who support the agitation for the project as they say it. But the thing is that the Igbo needs to have continued efforts, contemplation of their options, of how they can protect their immediate interest, which is their lives. We've seen the level of destruction and assault and attacks that have occurred, sponsored by the federal government of Nigeria, openly instigated and stated by Dokubo, during an invitation where he was showed to the podium in the villa, the presidency of Nigeria, where he was condemning the soldiers, the police, everybody in the armed forces, that they are this, they are this, they are that, because President Tinubu validated him the way he did. And how he parades and announces he has a private army, he owns the contracts to manage some states. He mentioned several states, 3 or 4 of them in the eastern Igbo areas of Nigeria. And the Igbo are amused. There is a proverb that says that the slave who is laughing when another person that is enslaved is killed with what is called, I have to spell it out to avoid any confusion, HOE.
Okay.
Which is a farming instrument.
Yes.
That the same slave who is laughing should know that his time is coming when he will be killed with the same farming instrument. So okay. Igbos are not slaves anyway. But the point is that there is an absolute lacking in the sense of common sense and of history on the part of these fellows who think that the Igbos can be the political football of Nigeria. You can kick them any way you want. But the thing is that you can't hold them down. You can only hold them down for so long. And Igbos are avoiding a head-on conflict with anybody in the country. Peter Obi's successful, Peter Obi did what so many persons in the history of Nigeria have been unable to do: carry the present structure of society with the support and amplification of the youth of the country, from Zaria to Nembe, from Oshogbo to Maiduguri. You know, he's done something that must be respected and must be commended.
So do you think that Peter Obi accomplished something that Zik was not able to accomplish?
There are two different society situations and societies and epochs in history. It is easier to mobilize with the internet, the social media, and artificial intelligence and other levels of communication. Peter Obi cannot be compared to Zik. The population of the country was also a lot much smaller. Peter Obi has a humility that is disarming. Peter Obi is also realistic in terms of the divisions in the country. But there are times that you wonder if he really understands the full complications that his presidency or quest for presidency holds for Nigeria. But, you know, I'm not I'm a political scientist, a multimedia specialist. I interpret history and the present in a manner that it makes sense or creates even more complications. But I think that Peter Obi has complicated the Nigerian society in a very useful way. That is, if you want to steal a live chicken and put it inside your jacket, your suit jacket, and then run through the stadium, that nobody saw you, nobody will hear you, no. There is only so much you can steal. It's become so embarrassing that the presidential panel, so-called, with judges so constituted,
with swearing of oaths to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, saying things that diminishes their credibility. That is part of the revolutionary movement in the psyche, in the mental analysis and appreciation and assessment of many people. The genie has left the bottle. There is an Igbo proverb that says that when oil spills on the ground, you cannot scoop it back. Peter Obi, Tinubu, Atiku, Allied People's Movement, Professor Tommy, both the people who are on one side and who are on the other have moved Nigeria to a point of clarity. Oh, so is this what has been happening? You didn't know? Now more young folks are involved. More young folks witnessed a situation where the so-called panel of judges refused to televise the court processes so that people will know what is happening, but they have the time, the luxury to give us a monotrack, one-line, single-minded kabuki interpretation of what we didn't see, what we didn't hear, but they still had contradictions in their summary. They have gotten to a point whereby some people will tell you that Kaduna is not in the northern part of Nigeria, that is in the southeast. And they say that, yes, because you didn't say that it's not in the southeast, therefore the judges can say it's in the southeast. So we take it that it's the southeast. It is ridiculous. But we are not fooled.
All right. I know for the audience, we're going to come to you in a few more minutes, maybe 10. Let me just quickly get to some personal things you do and the work you do. Looking at journalism in Nigeria, I know it's been a while that you left Nigeria and you've been operating out of Houston. What do you think about journalism today as practiced in Nigeria?
There are developments that have helped the practice of journalism in Nigeria, in Africa, and in the United States. Technology. It would have required a trip to New York for us to sit down, or for you to come to Houston, and then we hang out and all that. But this time you don't have to do that because you have technology. And then you have the contemporaneous advantage of seeing events as they are happening instantly. And then you have access to archives instantly. That's the post facto advantage. Then in terms of the practice of journalism in Nigeria and Africa, there are crops of new writers, columnists, reporters who are very good. Like there are also some established writers who are institutions in their own rights. People like Chido Nwangwu, who is executive editor of USAfrica, USAfricaOnline.com. He's one of the best analysts in the world. He's one of the best. He's not limited to a local environment. Suya Yodele is one of them. He writes for the Nigerian Tribune. He also writes for USAfrica live.com. And there is a Comparative, Nkeme Comparative, who is also extremely good. There are lots of great writers. And then there are persons like yourself who continue to show a level of versatility, a global scale, where you can take serious issues, you write about them, you dissect it, it makes meaning to everybody. And then there is also the capacity to make comedic sense of what is happening so that every other person can engage and follow with it. I'm looking at, I was reading yesterday your book so that I'll be up to speed. Let's say America Safe, or
This American Life, sir.
This American Life. Beautiful, well done piece. If you're on Amazon.com, This American Life.
Actually, you remember that I wrote that the first This American Life was for your magazine. Yeah, it was
for
for
USAfrica. Exactly. I remember that vividly. And then I told you that you could develop it into a longer series.
Yes. And I've done.
It was beautifully done.
Thank you. Yeah, I remember it was for you that I wrote that.
Yeah.
A lot of people are waiting and they want to join this conversation. I know that your book is coming up. It's coming out this year about MLK, that is Martin Luther King Jr., Mandela, and Chinua Achebe. What is the connection? How did you bring the three together? Did they meet?
It's easily the first time such a mix is being put together. It's power, leadership, identity. There is the centrality of power in their capacities and in their life stories, in the works that they have done in while they lived. Martin Luther King reflected the apex of nonviolent power, but persuasive power, demonstrative power, and morality of power, where you can challenge power with grace, with nobility, and with a higher purpose. Nelson Mandela reflected power clearly in terms of leadership, clearly in terms of a strong will to stand against the forces of evil and darkness, like we noticed in apartheid South Africa. Nelson Mandela reflected the iron will of a determined people to break the shibboleths and the impositions and the devilry of domination and colonialism of a very toxic kind by fighting the apartheid racists in South Africa until they were defeated and they could not continue the ways of their lives. And then, of course, there is my great mentor, our great mentor, the one, the only Chinua Achebe, the man that Nelson Mandela himself referred to his book Things Fall Apart as the author in whose presence and works the prison cells came down. Basically, that his book towered and went beyond the capacity and restraints of the prison. Then there is also the uniting influence of their working differently on their own terms, without speaking to each other like in concert, in a daily, monthly, or quarterly or yearly routine. They did not. But they had the same opposition to white supremacists, or even the supremacy of any person of any other color who insists that it's either his way or nobody will move forward. Mandela was opposed to black domination or white domination, just like Chinua Achebe was opposed to any form of domination. And he showed that the environments of African lives, the environments of African history, the environments and interactions between the colonial powers and the original African societies had consequences and impacts which carry forth to this day, but that we shouldn't let that happen by making sure that we control our own stories. The person who tells the stories, who is more important? Is it the man who fights the war in one war front, or the man who tells a story that captures the totality of the fights? You know, it's an interesting book.
When is it coming out?
It's going to come out the end of November. So it's going to be the one Christmas gift across the world.
Now,
everywhere.
Let me ask you, why is it that African leaders did not follow the Mandela example? Whose fault is it? What happened?
If you look at somebody like the president of the Cameroons, Paul Biya. Paul Biya has been in power as long as I could ever. When I was still a kid, I heard about Paul Biya. We heard about Bongo and Ali Bongo. Ali Bongo succeeded his father. Combined, they have ruled for at least 55 plus years, almost 56 years. There are so many presidents like that, and it is self-serving. Mandela was considered an idealist by Mugabe. Mugabe said he was too tolerant of white people. You have to show them shege, you have to show them pepper. That's what he believes. You have to fight them till they succumb to the power of black nationalism. There are some white colonialists, like what the French people have done in Africa, where they set upon the land and they want to dominate everything. They control the money, they control the phone system, they control the gas energy supplies, they control the minerals, the diamonds, they control the travel infrastructure, they control, just name it, cultural arts, artifacts, dances. There is a monolithic thumb on every life, on every activity in most of French Africa. But the dialectics and the interaction of interests sometimes will lead to a confrontation. And this is what is happening. They are losing out in West Africa, Central Africa, Sahelian Africa, and other parts where they had influence. So these things, the dynamism of history sometimes could be unique and unpredictable.
We have African writers, and it's been 10 years now. I think there is an event at Princeton coming up on the 29th and 30th to mark the 10th anniversary or memorial of the death of Chinua Achebe. What do you think about African writing so far at this point? And is there any sign that there are people who are following the path of Chinua Achebe?
There are persons who are following Achebe. I am one of those. You know, the world will see our hand this November, December, in language that shows authenticity and addresses some of the issues that Achebe, Mandela, Martin Luther, and others have addressed. What we don't have, especially, are persons who are writing in our native language, like Ngugi wa Thiong'o did, and says that it allows you a greater clarity. And one of the items that I mentioned in the book is the fact that there is no Things Fall Apart in his native Igbo language that is selling anywhere in the world. As you know, I was very close to the late Professor Achebe, and then I'm still close to the family. That is an issue that should be brought into serious consideration. But the challenge also is that nobody writes exactly like Achebe. There is an elegant simplicity. There is a clarity that is almost blinding. He makes it so clear, so simple, that you see what he's saying. You just don't hear it. You see it. There is a lucidity that is almost perfection.
Some people have compared his work, compared the work of someone like Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie to his work. What do you think about Adichie?
What is the comparison?
In terms of people say that people have been looking for, if you look at reviews of books, written by African writers. Most of the time, international reviews, New York Times, they try to basically name someone as this is the person that is inheriting the Achebe tradition, the Achebe standard. And they've mentioned people like Adichie, people like Okendibe, people like Adichie Okendibe. There's I forgot his name. Chigozie Obioma. What do you think about them? Yeah?
You mean Chido Nwangwu or Chigozie?
No, I'm not just talking about people who write fiction, people who have published fictional works, you know.
No, I know Obioma. Obioma is very good.
Yeah. So what do you think?
There is only one Chinua Achebe. Take, for instance, Shakespeare. There is only one Shakespeare. We can try to be like or learn the lessons of their work. You know, if you try to be Achebe, you will not exactly turn out to be Achebe. It will be a hybrid. But if you try to be yourself, like Professor Ndibe writes very well, he has his unique style. You know, a certain flourish that is outstanding. Chimamanda also has her own flourish, her own style that is largely her own unique creative energy and reflection. Obioma has great promise. He just stepped into the arena. So to be Achebe is more than just being referenced like Achebe. There is nobody like him. I wrote an article with that caption. There is nobody like Achebe. And that is true because I know him. I've read his work many times. I have spoken to him. I spoke to him several times. But once I call him Mazi, he will say Chido, because that's how my Aro heritage, that's how we refer to our elders. And Chidi, by the way, and Ike, and his wife, his widow, the distinguished Professor Christy Achebe, and the daughter, and the other kids are just doing marvelous work. The Achebe clan doing great work. And there's an event is coming up in Princeton, celebrating 40 years of his small book pamphlet, The Trouble with Nigeria. Most of the things he wrote in that small book are still valid to this day. He's a visionary, he's a prophet. Prophecy is a different level of art form and scholarship. When you can bring prophecy to existential matters in a realistic way, and they turn out to be so, then you're like Achebe. If there is anybody that has made prophetic conclusions and writings and projections like him, let the person call me after this show.
All right. There are a lot of people who are waiting to talk to you. Let me not take too much of the time now. But along the way, I will ask you questions about Soludo, the governor of Anambra State. I know that you know him. And there's also a question that some people want me to ask you about Simon Ekpa, but that will be down the road. But let's take a break. When we come back, we take questions from the audience and then go on. Let me play your interview of Nelson Mandela that happened in New York here some years ago, 1990. Let's play. We'll be right back.
Thanks.
To be a future president.
See the one with that couple?
One of the mistakes which some political analysts make is to think that their enemies should be our enemies. that we can and we will never do. We have our own struggle, which we are conducting. We are grateful to the world for supporting our struggle. But nevertheless, we are an independent organization with its own policy. And the attitude of every country towards, our attitude towards any country is determined by the attitude of that country to our struggle. Yasser Arafat, Colonel Gaddafi, Fidel Castro support our struggle to the hilt. There is no reason whatsoever why we should have any hesitation about hailing their commitment to human rights as they are being demanded in South Africa. Our attitude is based solely on the fact that they fully support the anti-apartheid struggle. They do not support it only in rhetoric. They are placing resources at our disposal for us to win this fight.
All right, welcome back to our conversation with Dr. Chido Nwangwu, who is a veteran journalist and publisher, analyst, everything. So we are going to let our audience in this conversation. Please, when you come in, just ask a question so that we can get to as many people as possible. There are a long list of people who are waiting for an opportunity to ask a question. So just your question, please. I know we like to make long conversations. You can talk to Chido privately later if you want to, but just state your question so we can get to many people. If there's opportunity for second rounds of questions, we will give it to you. All right, let me start with you. Lexi, you're first.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and I count it an honor to be part of this discussion with this great son of soil coming to be our guest speaker today. You are welcome, Chido. You've done great because some of us have been following your work all along. And until today, that you are here for this kind of discussion. I really don't have much of a question, but a kind of wondering in my mind, maybe, sorry, it's raining a lot around here. If you had thunder, all is well. So, the first area of thought for me is this announcement or the conclusion of the Tribunal about the election and the way it was presented. It's so odd.
Let's see. Your line is not. Let's see. Your line is not very clear. We can hear. I don't know if Chido can hear you.
No, it's a little.
Yeah. So what I mean is, can you log out and join again and let's see to that.
It's raining and thundering here, so I'll log out and come back later. Is that okay?
Okay. Mr. James.
It's raining and thundering.
All right. Thank you. Mr. James, you're next.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening from the Gambia, here in West Africa. My question is very short. It's concerning the Igbo, the Biafra question, or more or less the Igbo question. we all know, or let me say, I believe that the country has already collapsed. Nigeria has collapsed compared to what it used to be when I was a young man. Now, this Igbo question, is it possible for the Igbos, there's noise in the background, is it possible for the Igbos to come up with another formula to solve this problem? Because whenever you mention the name Biafra, people are scared. They are associated with bloodshed. And the federal government has successfully demonized the name Biafra. I know there are a lot of intelligent men and women among the Igbos. Is it possible for them to keep this idea of Biafra aside and work out an alternative to tackle this problem headlong? That is the question. Thank you very much.
What is the problem?
The Igbo question, I mean, this Biafra question, people are agitating for the creation of Biafra because they are marginalized. I agree that they are marginalized. See what happened to, what's his name, this recent presidential candidate, Peter Obi. This is a clear case of marginalization. The people have been crying since I was a little boy, since the Civil War ended, of marginalization. They want to go away. If Nigeria don't want them to go away, they should be treated as Nigerian citizens. Since they've agreed that they will not treat them as Nigerian citizens, they just have to go away. This is the crux of the matter. Now, whenever they mention this word Biafra, they find it difficult to gain sympathy from other parts of the country, like the South, the Middle Belt, the West. They find it very difficult to talk them into it so that they'll be integral part of the process. Is it possible to keep that technique aside, come up with another formula with which they will address this problem? I don't know if I made myself clear enough.
I want to know what the problem is.
I've stated it already.
Okay.
The problem
Chido.
is that of or that of
Chido, I think what he was saying, he was talking
is
about.
it that
Go ahead, Chido. Go ahead.
Biafra? What the problem is? It the problem of the terminology of Biafra?
Yeah, I think that's what he's getting at. Can you hear us, Chido? Okay, I think our guess internet is
okay. Yeah. I better sign out. When it comes, you can answer the question.
No, I can hear you now. I had the point. Master James, I get the point now. The issue you're saying is that when you mention Biafra, it creates more complications and anxieties for some people. That's basically the problem. Is that right, sir?
James, can you hear him?
The line is breaking. It's not very.
I said, is the problem in your estimation the position that when you mention Biafra, it unsettles and frightens some people or creates dissonance in terms of their capacity to support even a candidate like Peter Obi? You think that affected Peter Obi's candidacy?
Okay, Mr. Damages, thank you so much. You can move on to the fellow.
All right. All right. Thank you, James. I think there's a connection problem there. Ikolola, you're next.
Hey, good evening, Dr. Nwangwu. It's evening here in the UK, so might be morning or afternoon to you. Okay. My question is this: I think it's in line with what Mr. James is trying to ask, but you've also highlighted it because Peter Obi's candidacy has opened Nigerians' eyes to many things. Some of us are people, when you talk about Biafra, they will tell you it's a no-go. We should just forget it. It's happened, and we should look for ways to integrate. But it looks like the more we really try, the more we are told that we are not needed. It's very clear now, and it's not even before. It was a systematic thing, but now it's been said to your face. Even people you thought you've known for years now come up to tell you that this you are different, and you should be because you are different doesn't make you an equal. In fact, you should be subjected to some humiliation. Now, my question is this: we have all seen this. How, hypothetically speaking, let's imagine you are for Biafra. What is the process that the Igbos have to start putting together in order to achieve, if not Biafra as it is, but a level of equality and respect that culture, that ethnicity, that a people deserve?
I thank you for your question. I think I had the context. That's what I was asking about. What is the problem? Like you made it very clear. I never ignore any questions. Never, no matter what it is you asked. If I don't have an answer to it, I'll tell you later I don't have an answer. But I never ignore any questions. I agree with you that there are issues that have become extensions of the conflicts of 1967 to 1970, the war. There are also those who perpetually see every name or every effort from the southeastern or eastern part of Nigeria to mean here comes the Biafran people again. The Igbos, such as myself, do not think that everything we sit down and we have a conspiracy meeting for every person to say P2B is a Biafran commander. No. Or that Ojikalo, who has more friends in the northern part of Nigeria, although he has friends in the Igbo part of Nigeria too, but somebody like Omahi, whom we mentioned earlier in the program, somebody like the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodimma, somebody like Dr. Ozoka, who was made a minister not too long ago, somebody like what's this guy's name in the River State, Wike, when it suits him, he says he remembers he's an Igbo. When he doesn't, he says he's from a different ethnicity. There are those who are transactionalists in the Igbo questions of Nigeria, and Igbos are not seeking to be restraining or restrain themselves to a particular cocoon or a particular limited unit of power or influence. They want transnational business. They are more economically driven than in position of geopolitical demand of is either we are limited to one unit area or nothing else will happen. No. The Igbo are not seeking power as an ethnic group. P2B left, which I know very well, left ABGA, which is the party that Odumegwu Ojukwu and Chekwaso Okorie established. These are Igbo people. P2B left that party and moved to what? Quote unquote, the Northern Establishment Party at the time, which was the PDP. And then he left the Northern Establishment Party, PDP, and created joined the labor movement, which is largely led and dominated in terms of intellectual power and clarity by persons from the old Bendel states, that is Delta and the Edo states. The governors in the East, if you take somebody like the Abia State governor, Dr.
Alex Otti, you mean current governor, Alex Otti?
No, before Alex Otti.
Oh, okay.
He means, yes.
The former governor, Ibazu. Ibazu's allegiance was more to the PDP. And then he followed Wike to every party, every meeting, every social gathering that Wike says, let's go. It's a matter of how soon am I going to be there? And then you have intellectuals like Alex Otti and the governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Soludo, who are driven by their interpretations and projection of how they see best that will fit the Igbo agenda, in the context of today's Nigeria. So we can have a discussion that can last for the next 1 hour, and I will show that Igbos don't sit down and say, we are going to do this today because we don't want to be part of Nigeria. Igbos have tried to embrace Nigeria and continue to embrace Nigeria. Even when P2B reportedly was judged by the panel, the tribunal, not to have won the elections, or that Atiku did not win the elections, the Igbos did not say, hey, let's go and form Biafra. The man went to the Supreme Court. I have met Odumegwu Ojukwu. I've interviewed Odumegwu. I did interview Odumegwu Ojukwu at least 3 times, one-on-one, for several hours. I worked for Professor Chuba Kadibo before I went to the Daily Times, the former political advisor to the president. I went to Velasca Lodge in Victoria Island, in Ikoyi. That's Odumegwu Ojukwu's private residence. We started an interview with them from 11 o'clock in the night until 5:30 a.m. in the morning. Then I was a lot much younger and stronger. This was 30 years ago.
So thank you, Chido. I wanted to ask you, where are the video, the audio of that interview, or the video of that interview? Is it?
It's in Nigeria. It's in Nigeria. I have to ask for it.
Okay, we need to get it.
On a different platform. I did it for Platform. Remember Platform magazine?
Yeah.
Yes, which was the leading intellectual magazine of news and history at the time.
Okay.
In Lagos.
Yeah. All right, that's good. We need to find archives of those old interviews. Actually, I'm looking for my own too. When I interviewed Ojukwu, I don't have the audio, but it was published and it's online. But I want the audio because.
Okay.
All right, let's move on. I call that. You have another?
Yeah, it's just that you cut him short. He hasn't. He's told me what the Igbos have done and what he has done to integrate into Nigeria by even extending our economic activities. But what do be the core of my question is, what do we then do? Because it's not been appreciated. What do we do to gain respect, to gain equality, and to gain acceptance?
There is an Igbo proverb. I guess that's the Achebe element in me. I've given 3 or 4 proverbs this morning. This one is a little not very simple one. The Igbo say that the youth, the young people, carry their wisdom and their immediate reaction in their fists. That the aged and wise carry their wisdom behind the place where the sun don't shine. I don't want to call the name on a Sunday morning show. So that before they go back and reach for it, and you check the process of pulling it from there, you will think twice before you take any action. I hope I'm as clear can be.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to the next person. Prince Akwachi, you're next.
You do me, Ojoro.
I know, it wasn't me. Let me say this for those who are watching. If you're off your camera, I take you out. So until you turn on your camera, I bring you back on. But I think I will let you speak. I know you have to speak soon. But Akwachi, Prince Akwachi, you're next.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Rudolph, and good morning, Mr. Chido. First, I believe this one is not particularly a question, but I just want to ask: is your books, are they on digital form? Like you could get it on Kindle?
It's going to be on digital form. It's going to be available on all the booksellers in the world globally.
Okay.
Yes, it's going to have
especially Amazon. I think Amazon is much better.
Barnes and Noble.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, my other question is, when people keep talking about P2B's candidacy and linking it to Biafra, that and that, I keep asking myself, this is a candidate that actually came out and said, do not vote for me because I'm from this tribe. Do not vote for me because I am this religion. Do not vote for me, just vote for me for what I will be able to do. So why don't we just take his word and say, okay, this is the man that brought himself out. And for me, I strongly believe that he got votes from everywhere, even in the north. Whatever we're going through right now, I would just suppose it to be corruption, envy, because when I say corruption, I'm talking about that most of our politicians are transactional politicians, and what they do is they just want to get something from the highest bidder. That's what it is. When you talk about envy, sorry that my question is a little long, but I'm getting somewhere.
Yeah, but can we talk about?
Okay, so pretty much when we talk about envy, I talk about Wike. Wike was the reason why P2B actually left PDP, and now he moved to Labour. And he was just asked the other day, whatever he said, pretty much in as much as I don't want to repeat it, that's what it is. But my question is there a future for anybody from the East to become a president?
All right, thank you. Dr. Chido.
Yes. Is there a future for who?
Anybody from the East becoming president of Nigeria.
Like I said earlier this morning, or about an hour ago, anything is possible in Nigeria. But the honest truth is that there are persons who are dedicated and decided on blocking the ascent, the rise of certain candidates or certain persons out of phobia, misunderstanding, miseducation, bigotry, or clear sense of lack of what will move the country forward. The Igbo do not have an exclusive capacity on how to make Nigeria move forward. No. I'm not suggesting in any way that the Yorubas or either have the sole knowledge of how to move the country forward. If you take Buhari, who is Fulani, as an example of the agenda to move Nigeria forward, then the person does not quite know what it means to move a country forward. So there is no ethnic group or association that has an exclusive capacity to move the country forward. Anybody can be the David of tomorrow. Anybody can be the Solomon of tomorrow. But the fact of the matter is that when politicians make alliances, when they settle their problems, the poor people kill themselves. When politicians share money, they don't ask you, are you from Igbo or you're from Ichekiri or Urobo or Birong or whether you speak Fulfulde or French. If you're not part of the network, you ain't getting nothing, as they say in Texas. You dance with those who wrong you. So the level of importance to group allegiance is the reason why Umahi will follow the Sese fly to Sokoto than to stay in Ebonyi State and be a king.
All right, thank you.
Any these problems.
Thank you, Chido. Let's go to Ovie. Ovie, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph, for, after you let us down last week, you dropped your stars. So you have made it up today for bringing another Ubunge guest. Thank you for that, Rudolph. And to Mr. Chido, you're welcome.
Yeah.
You started by touching on what I spent great amounts of time and resources trying to study, which is how the power dynamics works. While you are responding to Rudolph on the question regarding your trip with Bill Clinton to Africa, where he was in South Africa with Nelson Mandela, you alluded to the fact that there's a power of the presidency in terms of America. Now, we'll come to Nigeria. There's a power of the presidency and power of the State Department. So you went ahead to say you were actually asking, I'm quoting you now, not directly, but I'm paraphrasing what you said, that you're asking basically the question regarding their support for Abacha, going from military dictator to a civilian, potential civilian president. They allow him to contest, that the support is not just coming from the presidency alone, or maybe the State Department alone, even member of the Black Caucus, all to the way the Islamic world, they are supporting him. So my question on that particular one is that, which one is more influential regarding international policy? Is it the states, is it the power of the State Department, or that of the presidency? And does that alluded to Nigeria too? Again, you're talking about Tinubu. Where is the support for Tinubu presidency coming from? Is it from the presidency with the White House, or is it from the State Department? And again, you also alluded to the fact that Buhari decided to shake it because we make so much great deal about his own qualification. He said, well, I will show you, but I know you are trying to be witty around them by saying, okay, I will give you Tinubu, whose qualification is also up to par. But you said something that I quite agree with, that this will occupy our discussion pretty much half of his presidency, if not the whole 4 years, which I will simply term as a distraction. Will you agree with me on these three things?
I thank you for your very detailed questions. The first one is that power is not fixed. Power is dynamic. There are issues that you can create and make executive decision, but it has to be implemented in the United States through the bureaucracy. And the agency or the organization that follows through till the last minute is the State Department. That's why they are very, 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 very important. The thing is that you have to appreciate the dynamics of power in a society in order to know how to follow and pursue it. While some people were just think about the presidency, the person that signs or releases authority at the level of operating inside states and areas in Nigeria, they work through the embassies. And the embassies are extensions of the State Department. They are part of the delegates of diplomatic power of the United States. That's why their Secretary of States are very important. They have intelligence services. I don't know if this is a discussion that is meant for how far I can go on it here. But the point of fact is that power is dynamic. There are things where the State Department has a lot of leverage. There are things where the media has a lot of leverage. There are things whereby the media are leaking things from those who are either inside the White House or in the State Department, trying to undermine the other power players. So you have to have an eye and understand what is going on, or you can completely misunderstand, misinterpret, and assign blame to somebody for what he does not know, or is not a part of, or is not a part of the high wire of the power play. Like when the former Chief of Staff to Buhari, Abacha, I write a weekly column in ThisDay. That was one of my first commentaries. And it takes somebody, because I've lived in Nigeria, I've operated around persons who understand power and actually implement power, not verbal, theoretical posturing, but people who understand what it takes to move interests from Nembe to Kaura Namoda, or from Sokoto to Oshobo, that are involved in the kinetic process of making power, imposing an agenda, and facilitating the messages that get around that. But in a progressive way, I have to distill what are these people saying, what are they doing, how does it make sense, how come this doesn't work this way? And then there are outliers. Persons like, I won't mention the names, but some people who are not part of the formal structure of government, but they have influence. So that's just a little bit about that, and I thank you very much.
All right.
Bola Tinubu qualification, is it a distraction at this point, or is it something we're pursuing?
I didn't hear the second
Bola
part.
Tinubu's
The last one was was what you narrated about how Buhari intended to give us shege by bringing Tinubu. So his qualification, is it a distraction at this point, or is still what pursuing?
I think that the obligation to show qualification is the responsibility of the government of the day. It is important that the presidency be taken as a credible agency. If you blame Tinubu for what he didn't do, then it's more negative for the country. If Tinubu sorts out whatever issues he has, it's more positive for the country. But you cannot give what you don't have.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
If Rudolph, who lives in the powerful city of New York, if he has what Tinubu is looking for, or what we're looking for in Tinubu's hands.
That's a good one. Good job. You know, that's an assignment. You report to class by next week with the results.
All right, thank you
very much for your answers.
Thank you so much. Let's move to Ikena San Antonio.
Mr. James is back on. Can you put him on, please?
No. Oh, yeah, we'll get to him. We'll get to him. We'll get to him. But let's get to Ikena San Antonio. You're next.
Dr. Damages, thank you for this morning. Chido, I think I met you in 2007. I did a project with you in San Antonio a long time ago. I didn't even know that you're still in the industry. But it's really, really nice hearing you talk this morning because you're vast in what you're talking about. But for me, initially I had a specific question, but a lot of people have commented on that question, but I wanted to go more of state. I came from Anambra State, where Professor Charles Soludo, when he came out, I really was enthusiastic. Two people that got me enthusiastic in Nigerian politics. I never, even in American politics, even during the time of Obama, I never got involved. But Professor Saludo and Peter Obi got me enthusiastic about politics, even to the level that I apply in his team as an individual. I think I have something to contribute to the youth of Anambra State. But you made a comment that he's your friend, that you know him. In your opinion, what do you?
Who is my friend? You mean
no, Professor Charles Soludo, current governor of Anambra State.
I know him very well.
Yes. So, in your opinion, do you think that he was the right person for Anambra State, and do you think that he's doing the right thing, the right thing by Anambra indigents? Because I think, to me, he made a promises that he have failed on. He's not living up to that promises, but that is my opinion. But that is really the area I want you to explore for us, because he's one of those guys that you mentioned. You mentioned the current governor of Abia State and him as the people that are looking for the interests of the Igbos.
All right, thank you, Ike. So Chido.
In terms of characterization, Ike, I thank you for keeping such great memories since 7 years ago.
Actually, it's 2006 or 2007, around that. Not even 16.
Okay, thank you. It's important to note that in terms of basic standards, the Igbo folks, just like most Nigerian communities, the Yoruba especially, respect qualification and capacity in terms of leadership, while some other folks prefer experience and reliability and dedication to the cause of their communities, of their ethnic groups, or their ethnic nations. So in terms of the choices of the Anambra State people, it is their choice to make. They have made the choice that they want to make. Professor Soludo has been there. Just for factual reference, I have not referred to any one of the people I've mentioned today as being my friend or my enemy. I've not called anybody that. So that my focus is to analyze the issues as I understand them and from my experience or interaction with those persons.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Igbo Basics.
Chido Nwangwu, I would like to welcome you with this urging because you deserve it. I'm a cultural person, that's why on a Sunday morning. So that's what I present to the panel, to Chido and the panel. I just have a couple of questions, make it direct. But I was a little bit thrown off course by the question on by my brother James when he talked about the issue of Biafra in the beginning, which I'm sure that we'll eventually get to having that conversation. Why is it that the mention of the Bight of Benin does not arouse any suspicions or bring about anger, or whatever you may call it? Whereas when you mention the bite of Biafra, also known as the bite of Bonny, everybody's eyes would open and go after that. Just that word, Biafra. It seems to be a serious problem for people who may not know. So my preamble before I just ask my simple question here is this. Nigeria will continue to lose and lose big time until Nigeria decides to utilize its natural embodiments, its natural gifts, be it from Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, whatever you may call it. So it is a loss and continues to be a loss to the Nigerian state that anything from the southeast of Nigeria is frowned upon or is looked upon as, how do I call it, aggressive or whatever you may call it. So that is a statement I made here. And I'm just going to land with back to Chido Nwangwu. How do you call it? I actually went to school with Chido Nwangwu. So it's a great privilege.
He's my senior. He was my senior in school, just to be sure.
Yes. Having said that, I wanted to bring it back to the character of the Chido Nwangwu that I know and the Chido Nwangwu of tomorrow. In looking at the conversations that was being had here, comparison of Chinua Achebe and talking about Chinamanda, talking about the writers, I just wanted to point out that all those people from OK and debate to the rest of it, they are writing in different generation, totally different generation. The generation of Chinua Achebe, there was no internet, but they were visionaries. And whatever Chinua Achebe put down, it was not just imagery, it's something that will live long after us. I happen to have had the privilege of meeting Chinua Achebe. I happen to have had the privilege of being with Bill Clinton. I happen to now have the privilege of being with people like Rudolph Okonkwo and people like Chido Nwangwu. It's really, I'm not trying to flatter because I don't flatter anybody, but I'm saying it is a privilege, and I will soon meet people like Jagon and Pansat. We will eventually have a talk somewhere along the line. We all have a role to play, one way or the other. So my question is this, Chido. Everything you have done, where do I find J.W. Nwangwu in you? Where do I find FOC Heme in you? Where do I find Mr. Taburago, the literature teacher, in you? And where do I find Mr. Feribe, the heavy knock, in you? Have all those, and you're a surgeon through Eziama High School, as we all know, and being an Aba boy. What has that done to bring you where you are today? I won't talk about Okezi Ikpeazu because he was supposed to have passed through our school. But I would, by the word, I won't deny him, but I will say, no. So that is my my question and my contribution this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob Basics. Chido.
I thank you for your very reflective, memory lane-driven guidance. As you know, I grew up in the great city of Aba, and if you know me very well, my disposition reflects that of a hardcore Aba, brought up young man with a vision that is global, that is not limited to Aba. But Aba was a city or a town that prepared us to engage the world and seek higher possibilities. We're not restrained. You can't hold me down. You can physically hold me down. You can spiritually hold me down. Because I believe, like every other person believes, that we can all prosper, engage, educate, elevate, and empower persons around us, that we have to make a difference. That is the core training of Aba. I've written about Aba in poems. I've written tributes to Aba regarding how it helped shape all of us. And we went to a great school. I thank you very much.
Even at that, just to send you off, Chido, during our time, because we're having a conversation here, you talked about Asadedo Kobo and all these state captures and things that are going on. You would attest to the fact that during our time, people like Asadedo Kobo were not there where we work. We are from Aba. And that's a solid statement. You know that to be the truth. So as we are now today, moving forward, can you please enlighten us, because you've had the opportunity of being with Peter Obi one-on-one all the way.
Yeah,
can you please enlighten us a little bit on where we go as far as the younger ones, Ikolala's question is concerned, because they were seeking to see what next.
Okay, Igbo Basic, let's keep that question. Let's continue because I want to make sure we get to people who are yet to ask a question. So, Chido, just keep it in the cooler. Let's get to Pansat first. Pansat, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
You hear me very well? All right, yeah. Welcome, Mr. Chido. I don't know, you say you grew up in Aba. Did you go to Santa Maria?
57 St. Michael's, the epicenter of Aba, the heart of Aba. I was born at General Hospital in Aba. I attended church at the St. Michael's there. And I attended boys' school at St. Michael's, Aba also. I worked at NTA, Aba also. So it's like I'm Aba one. Okay, that's the story for another day.
Did you wear red and white?
No, that's a junior school. That's a junior school. That's a Sahako.
Okay. Anyway, it's a few hours show, so let me just go to the point I want to make.
Sure.
It's not gonna be particular to you. It's gonna be general. I appreciate what you all your submissions. I really don't have any qualms with any of them. But it's the run-of-the-mill intellectual problem that we have in Nigeria that's got us in the situation we're in right now. So I don't have the privilege of talking to P2B one-on-one, but I want you to relay my message to him, which is to say that in that country, Nigeria, there are many models of what we need to do now to take our country back. There are two traditions at work, and that is the Western tradition that we embrace from the South, we Christians, and then the Islamic tradition. The model that fits Nigeria like a glove is Iraq. In the early 2000s, George Bush emerged as the president of the United States. Coincidentally, Saddam Hussein was in Iraq menacing his people, the population there. The Sunni Muslims in Iraq were a minority, but Saddam Hussein used to get sometimes 100% of the vote when the elections took place. You get like 100%. And he's a Sunni minority with a Shia majority population. And he was so emboldened by people such as John Kerry, who was in the Senate at some point here in the United States, but emerged to become presidential candidate. Americans rejected him. Now, I liked Kerry at the time, but Americans are very savvy. They chose George Bush over him. So eventually he became Secretary of State for Obama, right? So I'm giving you a hodgepodge of what the problem is in Nigeria and how we're going to solve it. It has nothing to do with intellectual talk anymore. We have a problem in the country, and we're going to have to bring peace and we're going to bring justice to Nigeria like the Shias did in their case. They successfully. Now, I want to let you know that Nigeria fits Iraq like a glove. All these people that are tormenting us in Nigeria, we could defeat them, but it's not gonna be done by democracy. They have no respect for technology or democracy. That's the northern Muslims. That's what I'm talking about. This is not gonna be politically correct. That's why I took off my hat, everything, so you could see me and hear me talk. The intellectuals like Rudolph there, you, and virtually every guest that he brings here, you're talking. I hear you use the word kinetic a minute ago. Whether kinetic or potential, we have to have a model. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We need to do the legwork here in the United States. That's where all our problems emanate from. We need to do what Mr. Shalabi of Iraq once said. It's indelible in my mind. I memorized it because what he said is quite profound. When George Bush emerged and some terrorists, Islamic terrorists, knocked down the buildings in New York, right? So people were saying, oh, it's Osama bin Laden. George Bush didn't have time to figure out Osama bin Laden from Saddam Hussein. He went after Saddam Hussein. That's what we have to do in Nigeria. We have to go after all these people that are setting us back. If you do elections, they're going to get 100% if they want 100%. So trying to catch them doing something, they do it in your face. They stole the election. INEC chairman could announce himself as the winner. What are you going to do about it? Right? So it's not an intellectual exercise. We have to do the legwork here in the United States by tackling John Kerry, who is now a czar in this administration and environment. But he was the Secretary of State under Obama. And that's when they took a military, former dictator, a thug, to overthrow Jonathan, a civilian, a Democrat, albeit naive, a minority, right? Didn't know his ass from his mouth, didn't know where he was, but he was a Democrat. So they orchestrated, and I believe now, Rudolph, just give me one more minute because I'm all over the map on this. But my thing is that we cannot let this stand. I want Peter Obi to hear me very, very well. He's got a mandate. It doesn't belong to him. He's a gentleman, right? But that's not what we need. We have to retrieve that mandate from these guys. So if you go through some articles, pardon?
How are you going to do that?
How we're going to do that is that we have to go to this White House, this Biden, and say what Chalabi said before. Like I was going to quote. He says this, quote, when America punishes her friends and rewards her enemies, the world makes progress, right? I don't think that Joseph Biden is paying attention to what's happening in Nigeria. He's kind of giving it to John Kerry and all these people who are coming after him, including the president, Secretary of State, and everybody, right? We can't let this happen. We can't. This man is a drug dealer.
I'm not the moderator of the show, but it's important that we stay focused on the parameters of the discussion. I'm not trying to discuss how to topple a government or how to retrieve a mandate. We are focused, like I was told, that we can talk about any issues regarding democracy and the process, politics, journalism, development, and all that. But if you can summarize, because I think we have only 3 minutes left.
Yeah, what the hell do you think I'm talking about? I'm talking about democracy, where people voted in an election. There is a guideline, procedure and guideline, clause 38, which specified how the election is going to be conducted, how the vote's going to be collected. It is said that prior to 2022, that our elections are rigged when the collation takes place. The soldiers pretty much count the votes. So we went through all that exercise to get ourselves an electoral act. that was signed in 2022, December. So now, there's still the election, right? They won't count the votes. The courts are nothing but house. Look, what do you, it's like, let me ask you something. If you go to Israel and you put together a panel of Palestinians to judge an Israeli, what do you think the result is going to be out of that? Right? You have a bunch of Boko Haram judges doing our justice, our appeals. How is that going to, what do you expect? Right? So it's beyond politics. What it is everything. We have to take that mandate back. Okay? So when you go, you talk, I know you want a nice setup, moderation, discussion about, I don't know, highfalutin politics, right? That is not where we are. We have a problem in the country. Chido, right? I'm appealing to you wherever you go. When you come to Rudolph, when you talk to him on the phone, this is not, it's not past. We have to do the legwork here in the United States. We have to take justice to Nigeria like the Iraqis did. The Shiites here did exactly what I'm telling you right now. They went home and then they put Saddam Hussein on trial. And that's what you're going to do here. It's not about going and talking politics and academic stuff. What I'm telling you, you don't even see it as politics. It is politics. Politics 101.
All right, thank you, Pansi.
So when Rudolph assemble all the people here, I come here every weekend, and it's the same thing. It's like a stick. When I talk, it's like a stick. I'm repeating the same thing, right? But watch your ear. Hear me out. Now I could talk to you that way because I'm older than you, sir. Right? I'm trying to tell you. When you write your articles, no milk toast stuff, no academic stuff. We have to concentrate here in the United States by going to this administration and tell them that it's unacceptable, right? And if they don't do anything, we're going to support Trump for this election. Yeah.
Pansat, thank you so much. Chido,
all right, thank you. I will listen from us. I'll take my leave and I'll listen. Okay.
All right.
I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
Chido. You have my respect. I'm upset. I do want you to pay attention and I want to see that spirit of what we need to do in everybody's face. Thank you.
And if you have a minute, go to USAfricalive.com and see my commentary titled, it was written 2 days ago. Tinubu is going to be in New York. It's titled, What will Biden, Pansat?
Yes, go ahead.
What will Biden tell Tinubu in New York this week?
All right, Pansat.
Two things.
Chido, thank you. Pansat, I've told you before, I'm giving you your contacts, and if you want to have further conversation around this, we do that. Let's go to Jagan. I'll skip Mr. James for now. Let me make sure that at least people have opportunity to talk to our guest once before he goes. Jagan, you're next.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. My greetings to all on the panel, and a special welcome to Chido. We are privileged, as said, to have you on board, discussing with us here. I have a little preamble and a hypothetical question for you. My little preamble is, I was delighted with Mr. John's questions because there are things that concern me greatly. They concern me not particularly because I dislike or like the word Biafra. The word Biafra is a contention in Nigeria for the minds of the Nigerians. It's a contention because for me, it's not a word that belongs to anything African. For me, and I've done my research. For me, also, it is an inclusive and exclusive, it's an inclusive and exclusive term. And this inclusiveness and exclusiveness does bring contention. For me, during the time of the Biafran War, it was clear in many terms as to the agitation and the following war. So I understand it in those terms. But after the war and the present insurgence of the Biafran name being recalled, it has a completely malicious, I believe, appreciation of the history of what Biafra was and how it's been changed, how it's just become confusing in anybody.
All right, we lost him. I'm not sure why, but let's go to CM. CM, you're next.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Rudolph. I hope I'm coming out fine before this thing gets. I hope I'm clear. Am I?
Yes, you are. You're very clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Good evening from the UK, Dr. Chido Nwangwu. I've read quite a lot of your articles on USAfrica, but in the past. Now, two things so that I do not waste people's time. Because of, you said you interviewed Ojukwu and you worked for Kadibo.
Bros, can I come back?
The idea
can
of
I complete
Biafra,
my
you must
question?
have discussed it.
After him.
So does it worry you, Mr. Chido Nwangwu? Does it worry you that up till now, there is no memorial anywhere in Nigeria, Biafra memorial, given the fact that the most defining event in the life of Nigeria as a nation is Nigeria-Biafra war. There is no memorial anywhere to commemorate Nigeria-Biafra war. You live in the US, you know about memorials all over Washington. That's one. Then the second one is this. Do you think it is right, given what Nigeria did to Biafra, not during the war, but from 1970, the 20-pound ex gracia, they call it, the dehumanizing Biafran humanity by telling us that at the age of 10 or 11, we must score the highest cutoff mark to enter into unity school. If all of us here, 10 of us, should sit for a common entrance exam, Chido, they expect you to score 139, more than any other person in Nigeria because you are from Imo State. Do you think that is not dehumanizing? I do not want to go into details. So why then should people expect Ndi Igbo to ingratiate themselves to be accepted? When Nigeria is pushing us away, is it right for us, some people are suggesting, what do we do to be accepted? I don't know whether the question makes sense.
Thank you,
quite clear enough. I don't know.
You're very clear.
Dr. Damages.
You're very clear.
Okay, so Chido, your answer, and then we go to Jagun to finish up, and then Sophia.
Jagun was narrating, well, they are both correct. There are persons who see the reality of Biafra in a negative way, and there are those who see it as an empowerment position and also see it as a way forward. If you say you don't want these people to be part of what you do or give them fair opportunity, then let them to do what they feel will be in their own interest. That's, I think, the point CM was making. And the second one is that in terms of memorial, there is a memorial in Anambra State. It's not at the level of, like, you go to the Holocaust Museum or in other places. And then the Igbo governors, it is their obligation to move memorials forward. It's not for, would you had Buhari's response.
Federal government, would it not be federal government, sir? Would it not be federal government to do it as a mark of reconciliation and as a mark of history?
No, I understand. I'm saying it is for the state governments to put forth that expectation or that demand or that position. Just like in Imo State, if you go to the Freedom Square, there are pictures of memorial in honor of M.I. Okpara, in honor of Odumegwu Ojukwu, in honor of several people. The thing is that there are contentions that you can handle in a different way. The fact of the matter is that the chicken or the lamb cannot win a fight that is refereed by lions.
There is also a Biafra War Museum in Umuahia.
Yes, there is one there.
I've been there a few times.
Yes, I've been on the underground facility there too.
Yeah.
But I understand how his concerns go beyond just the symbolism of memorials. You're talking about why do you set positions against a community that diminish their capacity to be fully involved in what is happening in a country that they call their own? If we let Jagun finish his point, I would appreciate it.
All right, let's go to Jagun. Jagun, finish up. So unmute yourself.
Thank you all very much. My salutations. Forgive me, the leave button was too close to my hand. I began by speaking about the contentions of the word Biafra and how we have to look, because in having many discussions with many people of the East as a whole, when I speak to Calabar people, their view on Biafra is completely different from anybody Igbo. When I speak to the people of Ijaw, the way they see Biafra is completely different from anybody Igbo. The word Biafra does not, therefore, encompass any geographical area, to my understanding and knowledge. So, therefore, why can we not just come out as ourselves? Why can't you just be Igbo? And let's understand that you're Igbo, instead of this strange, archaic term that doesn't sell itself well. Excuse me, it's not my question, it's just my preamble. That does not sell itself well to the polity of the whole of Nigeria and indeed the whole of West Africa. I believe that Biafra had a strong point. I believe it had a very strong vision. However, and unfortunately, it died. The resurrection of it is extremely complicated. That's my preamble. My question is, between
Can I speak to your preamble just for 1 minute?
Yes, sir.
So that we don't forget the major substance of what you're trying to say. Please let me just note that the naming of Biafra is not exclusive to one ethnic group. In fact, the suggestion of the term in terms of being the name for the republic was given by Frank Opigo, O-P-I-G-O, who is a Joe.
Yes, sir, I beg you. I know the history. I'm very, very aware of this. Unless you're doing it for the point of everybody else.
No,
I know.
we're having a conversation for everyone.
Fair enough.
So
all right.
Go ahead.
Go ahead with your question now.
Thank you. My question is, and Zeke, and this is possibly before the Biafra terminology was properly coined, between Awolowo and Zeke, hypothetically, them not coming together, which was a missed opportunity.
We're not hearing you well, Jagan. We're not.
Really? I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Is that any better?
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Between the greats of Awolowo and Zeke, it was a missed opportunity, in my understanding, for Nigeria, for them not to have come together, no matter their personal issues between each other, and they had them. But for the country, it was very, very important at that time, largely in stabilizing the balance of power in that country. We knew what the balance of power was at that time and how the West were backing, particularly the North. So we missed an opportunity there. My hypothetical question is, if Awolowo was the first premier of Nigeria, or if Zeke were the first prime minister of that country, what would be the difference in our polity today? This is my hypothetical question.
Okay, thank you.
There are several things that affect the destiny, for lack of a better word, or the direction of a country. It could be personalities, it could be structures, it could be the economic forces around the time, it could be sociological forces, it could be contentious issues regarding the geopolitics of the same area. So any number of things could happen. But one thing you have to give Awolowo is that he's been consistent in pursuing the interests of the people that he has to be within his constituency. So he could have handled things slightly differently than um, uh, both the Prime Minister of Nigeria and also differently than Azikiwe would have handled things. So, but there are suppositions. The canvas of reality sometimes cancels out the projections outside those realities until we get to the water. We'll see if it works. Olo could come there and say he has a new epiphany, that he wants a stronger union of a federal union that delineates even more than the initial propositions he made. Anything can happen.
All right. Thank you, Chido. We have about 10 more minutes. How many? About 20 more minutes, unless he wants to stay longer. So let me go to your social Sue or hair. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Rudolph, and thank you, Chido. Finally, a brilliant, smart Igbo, I can say Igbo, guest appeared in this show. Unlike all the flips that is filling up this show. So finally, we got the right person on this show. Thank you so much, Shida, for coming on board. I've been reading you since 1997.
1997?
Yes, since 1997.
He started late.
I know, I started late. So I've been that time. Somebody mentioned Nigeria and Biafra and the Igbo people. Nigeria actually left Igbo. It's not the Igbo people living in Nigeria. Nigeria left the Igbo. So it's the Nigerian people that driving Igbo out of Nigeria. So it's Nigeria that left the Igbo, not the Igbo, not the other way around. I also support the guy that was talking about, talking about Biafra all over, Biafra. I support the guy that's saying, why not we carve out the Igbo and make it, talk about Igbo as a nation, Allah Igbo Republic, bringing all the Igbo and Benue, the ones in the other Igbo, the other states that carved into other states to reduce the population of Igbo. Why not bring them together and make them one country? We will be about 70 million people. So we're able to form a country. So my question, Chido, I know you are busy, is this the struggle, the killings, the raping of women, the destruction of properties going on in the East, in Alaibo. It's not actually making it to the world media. So what is responsible for that? And that's one question, please. And my second question is Igbo language. At the beginning, you mentioned about something about Igbo language and why things fall apart wasn't translated into Igbo, and the best book in the world is not even in the writer's own language. It's an embarrassing thing. When you said it, I closed my eyes and put paper on my face because I was embarrassed.
I think.
So my question is, what are intellectuals like you, like Dr. Rudolph Congo and the rest of the people who are intellectuals, like Obalo, FC Obalo, who were not, who was I think economics, but he spent so much time developing Igbo language. So what intellectuals like you and the rest of the team are doing to make sure that Igbo language don't go into extinct, Igbo language is developed, I know that Dr. Ejikeze from Boston and the rest of, and some team in Texas are working on this project. Ejikeze, Dr.
I know.
Ejikeze, you know him? Okay. Yeah, I know that they're working on the project, getting Igbo language, making it to have keyboards in Igbo language, dictionaries, so many things they're working on in for Igbo language. So what people like you and the rest of the professionals like Okonkwo, Rudolph Ogongo, and Kendi, and the rest of you guys are doing to support this kind of project that Ejikeze and the rest of the team are doing. So these are just my concerns, my questions, please.
Thank you, Osoga. Chido.
Thank you, Osoga.
Thank you, sir.
Only about 2-3 weeks ago, my alma mater, University of Nigeria and Nsukka, gave me an honor, a lifetime award for protecting and pushing and advocating the Igbo language as a communication tool globally, because they follow some of the work we've tried to do quietly with different people. And then I'm very close to Professor Achebe and Chidi Achebe, his son, and Ike Achebe, and of course the daughter, who are all focused on expanding the legacy of the man, but also of the language. And like, Mandela said something very important a long time ago, that if you speak to a man in another language, he understands it. If you speak to him in his language, it gets to his heart or her heart. So it's always important to speak to somebody's language. And I think it's important that we all begin to write in our native languages. I write the Igbo language almost 70% to what I do in the English language. I can write a whole letter to you in the Igbo language. So it's an important tool of communication. And then you can have conversations in public with your family or your friends or your children without everybody being involved in the discussion. And one of the greatness of the Yoruba culture and heritage is the fact that they are bold and proud to speak their language anywhere, and whether it's in the public bus or in a corporate environment, because you have to accept all cultures. You have to respect whoever respects and projects his own culture. Power does not come in a vacuum. The dominance of our environments, the colonization of our environments, happened first and foremost through the instrumentality of language. Language is power. It was language for which they used to change the names of the cities in South Africa and other parts of the world. It is language that you take to change the orientation of a man's or a woman's worldview. It is language that persuades people who have done great things to summon the resources and intellects of their communities to those assignments. But our people are not yet taking it seriously. France is able to dominate the whole of the West Africa or half of the West Africa sub-region through the capacity of the language. We don't even talk about that. Look at Google. Google controls or dominates and traffics the highest number of information exchange in every language possible, not in the English language, because they know where power lies. But in our own country, if somebody speaks Yoruba, they say, they are speaking too much Yoruba here. They don't want to speak. They play Yoruba music. They say they are playing too much Yoruba music. When you do your own party, play your own people's music. Nobody's stopping you. So it's another level of power and engagement that people are not talking about. I mentioned semiotics as key to power and influence. Semiotics is the politics of images and symbols and messaging. That is where power emanates. That is where power originates. When God, from everything we read in the Bible, said, "Let there be light," That is language. That is communication. That is power. The potency of power and language and communication.
The word.
That is the word. That's the exact phrase, Jagu. So, ladies, gentlemen, why is there no lady on this phone call?
Now, them you could ask.
My first question about the killings going on in the East and the raping and things going on that's not making the world media. What is responsible to that?
I didn't hear what you said, but I'll just tell Rudolph. I'll leave in 3 minutes because I'm doing a teleconference.
Okay, I understand.
On EKG, and we speak in Igbo language there. And it's the culture of our people. Or they think I only go to where we speak grammar.
All right, I understand. But before you go, let's give a righteous man. He's joined us from Nigeria, and give him the chance to ask you a question. Righteous man, please go straight to the point so that he will have a chance to finalize his thoughts and give us a final.
Yeah. Good evening from here.
Thank you.
My greetings. Happy Sunday to every panelist, whether you're a Muslim or a Christian or a traditionalist. The Almighty God bless you. I don't know. I feel so heavy to talk about the Biafran issue because my father had 9 children. I happen to be the last born.
Wow.
But 8 died. Is it 8? No, 6 died during the war. And after the war, my father lived just few years and he died as a result of the abandoned properties in Port Harcourt. My father used to be a timber trader. He owned houses and so many businesses in Rivers State. So the effect of that war brought about his death at a very early stage. I was a little child.
Yeah, right. He has to go in a minute, so please.
Yeah, so the question I want to ask, I didn't follow, I just came in. Okay. The question I want to ask, sir, in your capacity, I grew up to read about the 3 R's: reconstruction, reintegration, and the other R. The Igbo intellectuals, how well have you pursued the 3 R's that the federal government after the war established? Right. Because there is no presence of federal government in the Southeast.
Thank you, Righteous. We have to go, leave it there. Chido, go ahead and conclude.
Let me say that I see the point you're making, but the rehabilitation has to, and reconstruction and reintegration has to be championed also from the East. When you have people, gunmen or gunwomen, or known, whether known or unknown, killing Igbo people for no just cause, you're not reintegrating the people. You're not reconstructing the place. The economies of some parts of the East are collapsing at an exponential speed. That is self-inflicted wound. But I'll give you my contact so we can talk additionally on it. I have enjoyed. Please, the Mazi, Mr. J, he came back? Does he have what he wants to say?
Mr. James, do you have something?
Never mind. You've answered the question directly or indirectly.
Because I didn't hear what you asked me the first time, sir.
No, never mind. Everything's okay.
No, he's good. He's good.
Satisfied that I enjoyed the forum myself.
All right. Thank you so much.
It would be nice to talk to you again.
Yeah. We'll bring him back. He will come back. Thank you so much.
Can I just greet him before he goes?
I'll come with the book.
Yeah, he will come with the book. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm going to buy the book first.
Your contact is necessary.
Can I just greet him before he goes?
Okay, greet him, KJ.
Chindo,
I want to thank you for all the work you've done. I've been listening from the background. I was in church, but I couldn't get in. I just want to thank you. And I pray that people like you will keep the pressure so that the Southeast will be a better place to live. Unfortunately, I can't ask some of the questions that is burning in my heart, but we'll meet again. God bless you for what you have been doing.
I salute you.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. And we are going to take a break.
Who has that London T-shirt? Who is that?
The what? Tony? He just joined us.
I was waiting. No, I came before KJ. I was waiting. I didn't want to interject.
Oh, Tone, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. Tone is one of our regulars. Tone, meet Chido.
Right. Thanks very much, sir. It's been very educative. A lot of things, things I never knew and all that. Most of the history that I read today is what we've read from my history books. I would have liked to ask you some questions and pick your brain on certain things. But since you have to go, maybe some other time, I'll save my questions. Maybe it'll be modified and it'll make more sense.
My direct personal email is Chido247, CHIDO247, like round the clock. Chido247 at Gmail or iCloud.
Okay, Doctor, have you noted that if you can put that on the private chat, that would be very useful.
Chido247. Once you remember 24/7.
Okay.
At gmail.com. Or even better, chido@chidonwangwu.com.
Okay, that's chido@chidonwangwu.com. Okay.
Yes. And I want to thank Rudolph for bringing me on this platform. And to all of you, there is a level of honesty, a moral clarity, a focus on what is important rather than running all over the place and not impacting each other. I really enjoyed this discussion, and much fraternal love to all of you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Well said. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So we'll take a break. When we come back, we review what we had and what happened, and then we continue the conversation. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Dalosa.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Rudy, can you sign me out?
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Stop be respectful to Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
Amari, hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. No. Pansa, no, you don't say. No, this is not good. You see, this what I think I've said. Why do you people want me to be making commentary? Editorial commentary on this. This is your chance to speak, but you guys are making me to make editorial commentary. Why do we think that, hold on, hold on. I'll call you when I'm done. Hold on. Everybody hold on. Why do all of us think that we are that important? Anybody, whoever you are. Why is this? Do you think this election will... I've seen the world. I don't know where you live. I don't know how you study history. I've seen the world. Nothing, this is not the end. This is not the end. We can't allow people to come here and talk this way. It's not good. You can make your point and quietly, and people will get your point. You understand? Nobody. No, not yet. I'm not finished. Maybe I'll start treating this as a classroom. I teach a class. Nobody can speak like this in my class. It's not possible. But I just know that I want to engage. I want people to have conversation. I want to make it free. I don't want to start putting people, banning people, stopping people from talking. I don't like that, you know.
You can imagine Robert Mugabe attacked him for being too nice and too fair, in his words, to white people, white South Africans. Nelson Mandela, when you visit Robben Island, which I have been to, you will see the level of methodical, state-sponsored malice and wickedness that went after him, that went against him. Yet he's able to come out forgiving, he's able to come out inclusive, he's able to come out focused on a multiracial society. The other meaning of his life, which is important, is the fact that amidst all those, all his power, all his popularity, he refused to stay in office as a president for life. He actually, from behind the scenes, put pressure on some of the leaders of various governments in Africa, including Nigeria specifically, for the leaders to retire and leave the office as the Constitution has stipulated.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining and for hanging in here. Let me see. Righteous Man, I'm sorry, I know that you needed more time to rephrase your question. The same thing with KJ and Tone. But we initially agreed that he would stay for 90 minutes, and he said more than that. So we appreciate the time. Hopefully, next time he will come, he will have the book and he will be able to stay longer. Just to announce for those who are interested, next week we have Professor Chidi Odinkalo is coming. Will join us. The next one we have Professor Chika Okeke-Agolo, who will talk on Achebe's memorial that they are having at Princeton. And then on October 1, we have Professor Kendi Bays joining us. And the next one will be Professor Niyo Shundare. So that's the lineup for now. And we keep adding people to the list. Now, let me, CM is gone. I wanted to talk about something that CM brings up all the time, which is about the issue of memorial. And I think he, Dr. Chido, addressed it a little bit, but there's this thing about the federal government should do that quite all right. But the one in Umuahia, I think that one is there as, I think it was handed over to the federal government. The federal government controls that, they manage it. But the point is that every state in Nigeria, or even individuals, can raise money and build a memorial. While you wait for the government in the federal government to do it, people can do that. People can start a foundation that we decide that, you know what, in my hometown we should build a memorial. We should have the list, the names of people that died during Biafra. Nobody will stop you from doing that. So we don't have to wait for the federal government all the time or to do things for us. And then also here was talking about intellectuals and mentioning names like Kendi, Chido, and Rudolph, and whatever. Also here is an intellectual. I don't know who defines that, and they define it and remove themselves. you can do these things. When you talk about the fact that Tinsula Part was not translated into Igbo, that was an old story because it's been done now. 2 people did that. The question is whether they've been published. I don't know. And if they are published, will you buy? How many people buy books now? Who knows? So, but I know it's been translated into Igbo. It's just that it's not, probably it wasn't published, or even if it was published, I have never bought any Igbo book since I left primary school or something. So if I didn't buy it, I don't know about you. I don't know who is going around looking for books to buy, Igbo books to buy. People don't even read the English one, not to talk about Igbo. So the point I'm making is that when people are pushing things on other people, say, Chido, go and do something, why, you can do something. I want us to start thinking, what can I do? You know, whatever the issue is, you can do it. People always talk about the media and how powerful the media is and things like that. People that started big media houses all over the world, they are not media practitioners most of the time. You can start a media house and get it to do things that the current ones are not doing. So I just wanted to point that out because
Brother Rudolph, can I disagree with you, please?
Oh, go ahead.
Where the question of Biafra is, the war that we all witnessed. I was there at the time. I was in Saple at that very time of mayhem. This is for the federal government to recognize, not for rumors and people in one corner to be represented. No. You see, we're filled with rumor mongering in our Nigeria. We have to standardize knowledge. We have to standardize it. And the federal government have to standardize that this thing took place. Millions.
I don't disagree with you. I
understand your sentiment. Don't get me wrong. But the thing is, Nigerians are already self-motivating. We are, as a people. What we want is authority. We want authority in our lives. We want to know where the hell we're going and where the hell we came from. Things have happened. These aren't things to be shilly-shallying about. Biafra War, it needs to be represented in our history. It can't just be looked at as rumor that it's only the Igbos or only these people that have any sentiment about it. We all must have sentiment about the people who suffered and died. This is to be standardized by our government. I mean, this is what we should be calling for. Who in Madaguri, who in Sokoto is going to put up a memorial about Biafra? It has to be standardized. These are things to be joked with. For me, I'm sorry.
Jago, for a moment, I agree with you in what you've said. Do you realize that Jago, somebody seeing you on the street in Nigeria will say that's your Juku's brother? That's the first thing they will say. I don't know if they have not called you a Juku already. Okay, better than mine. And on the other hand, when we're talking about the issue of Biafra Memorial, before we go to the issue of Igbo language, Dr. Moene in New Jersey, Maurice Ene, he started here what we call the Biafra Memorial Lectures. We wrote about it in Igbo Basics when we are publishing physically. What Rudolph just said here is a clear cut. Let's not wait for government. Government is not going to do nothing for you. Mark my word. That's why I asked a question on CM. I said, is there a Nigeria Civil War Memorial in Nigeria? Nigeria has not considered that to do. That's number one. Number two, I pointed out the fact that we have a Biafra Memorial Museum in Omahia. Whenever you get a chance, go there. You will see all the paraphernalia from Obunigwe. You will see it right there live. And if you go into a Juku bunker, you will see the original coat of arms of Biafra and Radio Biafra. You will see all those things in there. It will be an experience that you will live with for the rest of your life. What Rudolph said here is what we really need to do. Why do I say that? There was 9/11 in New York when the Twin Towers came down. After that, what have every county done, including the county where I live in, including the city where I live in? What they did, they went there, they would just cut a little piece of that building in New York. In Union County, New Jersey, there is a 9/11 memorial. In Elizabeth, there is a 9/11 memorial. In which case, what Rudolph has just pointed out here is what should be done across towns, in your town, whichever town you come from as an Igbo man. I personally am going to advocate that in Ibere, where I come from, that we are going to have to mount our own small memorial where we will name people like Ajua, who was an aircraft fighter. Let's start with that. It's not good. Government is not going to do that for you as far as Nigeria, but we will continue to pressure them to recognize that there was a war. There was a war And like I keep saying, at the end of the war, God said, no victor, no vanquish. And I declare here once again that there was victor and there was vanquish, and that is what we are still going through. So we'll leave it at that for now. Let's try on our individual towns. You can take the people that die from your town, make a memorial. You even yourself can mount it. The town will not reject it. And if they reject it, you think twice.
All right, thank you.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think what you, Jagun, and Igbo Basics are alluding to is it still comes from what does that ethnic group needs to do to be accepted, to be respected, and their equality to be not be denied. Because at the end of the day, you saw the man, he was trying to highlight everything the Igbo man has done. Look, it is analogous to a woman in the house who cleans the house every day, and the husband, who's supposed to be the head of the house, comes and rubbishes it. And so all the children think their mother is useless. It will continue to be like that. It doesn't matter if you build a memorial in every part of Igbo land, you will still be trapped, stepped upon. It has no value until the unity government.
Absolutely.
This is where Gowon made the whole mistake. Just saying no vanquish, no, it's rubbish.
Yeah.
The unity government has to come and say, look,
absolutely. Let's wake up.
These people must be respected. They fought valiantly. I mean,
Yes.
most of us have been to this war memorial you're talking about in Abia State. But when you live there, and come to the central, you are a nobody. And this is where some people with what do you call it? Inferiority complex. It doesn't matter that they're in power, but they have this inferiority complex, like Soludo, like Umahi, would pander to anything that the central says in order to look down on their own. It takes a level of character to say, okay, I am going to stand with my own and take my own to the central. Look, whatever we say, we might think about Tinubu sometimes. Give him that credit. He looked at his own people, he stood by them, and he took them to the center, whether albeit, whether criminally, whether corrupt in a level of corruption, he did that. This is what the Igbo man has to have behind his the back of his mind. Look, if and it has to get to a point, you can't keep begging someone to accept you. You cannot keep doing that. It will drain you, it will demoralize you, and at the end of the day, you will become extinct. There must come to a point whereby the Igbos will say, look, if we have done all this, I mean, look at economically. No other tribe tries to venture into the other tribe's village. No, none of them. None of them. And still, they would blame it on you. Oh, why did you come to buy a land in my village? I haven't stopped you from coming to buy a land in my village. It's just that you have not ventured. So, whatever we do to bring that unity about is being frowned upon, is being insulted, and is being punished. Even punished, that's the word. Because what you see.
When you say we, we, do you mean we in terms of the Igbos or we in terms of Nigeria as a whole?
I mean we in terms of the Igbos. Sorry, I cannot deny myself. So when I say we, I mean we in terms of the Igbos. He has to come to, because like I asked him, most of us, in my early years, my father had a book, a real book. It's called the Book of Pictures. If you look at it, I don't know if any of you saw it. It's a book about 800 pages of a photograph journalist of what all the atrocities in Igbo land. I was about 5 to 7. I saw those horrible pictures and tears rolled down my eyes. And somehow you think, okay, it's gone, you've forgotten it. But it is being thrown on your face every day.
Again, can I come back really quickly? Sorry, Rudolph. to ask you, my brother, in what you just said, you spoke about Igbos twice, and you spoke about the pains and the war and what you have seen in that book. If you're aware of the other groups who were fighting under the Biafra banner, none of these have been mentioned by yourself. And this is why I say Biafra is a complete nonsense today. Today it's a nonsense. It doesn't lend understanding to your plight of today and to what an Igbo man has to say. Because an Ijaw man can speak for himself. A Calabar man can speak for themselves. All the rest of them, the middle belt, the Midwest, they're speaking for themselves. The Igbo man needs to speak for himself, so that we who are not, so that we who are not Igbo can join in saying that yes, the Igbo man is right in this understanding. But we're not able to do that because it's such a cloudy, arena.
Can I answer your question? Look, you see, the Easterners, when you're talking about the Easterners, you're bringing it to the Cross Rivers, the Efiks, the Igbos, and the Ijaws. Let me tell you one thing. One thing I've noticed, but I might be totally wrong. We are in self-denial. You see, to the Hausa and to the Westerners, the Yorubas, you are no different. You are no different. Whether you are Ijaw, whether you are Efik, whether you are Igbo, you are all the same thing. You are people that should be trapped upon and walked upon, and you are just a doormat.
Absolutely.
So the problem is we are in self-denial, in vain pride. Put it that way. In vain pride that is leading nowhere. I mean, imagine an Igbo man would say, "Oh, I'm not Igbo." But what makes you better than an Igbo man in the front of the Hausa man? Yesterday, nobody.
All right, hold on, guys. Let's get some other voices involved in this conversation. Chim, go ahead. Chim.
Yeah, good day, everybody. Unfortunately, because of time zone issues, I wasn't able to join the proper, although I did meet a few, but that was, I think, at the question and answer session before the guests left. But coming back to the issue of this memorial thing, I hear you, Dr. Rudolph, and Igbo Basics, and everybody who's advocated for non-institutional efforts towards that memorial thing. But I have a problem with that, and this is where my problem stems from. You see, I lived in Nigeria for a long time. I left Nigeria as an old man already, so I didn't live as a young man. And I remember where I used to go to church back then, and the man, this JFK's "ask not what your country can do for you, but what you is been bastardized. It's been misused. It's been misused, and I think that stems from why Nigerian government doesn't do well, because the responsibilities that should fall into government, individuals now carry on those responsibilities. I even see people saying people should go and tar the roads of their villages, and I ask myself, what's the essence of the tax we pay and all those things? But to stay on the issue of this memorial, you see, the society Nigeria we come from is a society where perpetually is in self-denial. Every society, even when things have gone wrong, people admit this is what happens. There are still Southern Americans who were not born during the American Civil War, but who still feel the South shouldn't have conceded to the larger US and all those slave things. There are still people, they were not born in that era. They don't know anything about it. They didn't experience it, but they've been told this thing. It hasn't stopped the larger America from admitting they fought a bloody civil war, admitting what that civil war means to them, and admitting that they've moved on, and then telling the history accurately the way it should be told, albeit a few changes here and there. Even if you go to India, they will have theirs. If you go to France, they would have theirs. People telling their story, not denying it, and setting up. That's why you see in the US, for instance, you have all those, all those monuments, even monuments on slavery. These things are there. They're not in denial. People are admitting, oh, there was an event called slavery. There was an event called this. But when it comes to Nigeria, we tend to always want to deny it ever happened.
Pretending.
Exactly. So there's no way any individual is going to, especially right now, go and say you're setting up a memorial for Biafra or for people will, the federal government will be the first to go and pull it down. They will see you as another person trying to start something that they can't handle. All because we don't want to admit it. I've told people there's nothing wrong, and I'm happy for those who have said it here. Whether it was said no victor, no vanquished, or it was said there was victor and there was vanquished. The point is, Nigeria does not admit it fought a war. It does not admit that the war was fought based on some principles. And that whether those principles have been corrected or not, that's where we are as a people. And thank you.
Simple things.
Ikolala, is that how to pronounce it? There's something you said, and I've always said it before. You see, I'm not an I'm not an apostle of Tinubu, but at some point I used to agree with him as a person. I will be honest. I said it here yesterday. I voted AD all through 1999 until the last guy who the last governor who did only one term. I still call them AD. I voted because I felt they had a good policy for the state. But you see, when I left Nigeria, my prism changed. I started looking at things from a different perspective. And that's what I expect. I always advocate. Our problem with us Nigerians is that we hold on to certain
myopic.
ground.
We have a myopic psyche.
You understand? I regret I voted Buhari. I regret it. Why? Because looking back now, the guy had nothing to offer. But at the time when he was coming, it looked like the government in power then was doing nothing, was failing with kidnap, with Chibok girls, and with all those things. But my perspective changed. If I was voting in 2019, I wouldn't have voted for Buhari. But to sum up my views, what I'm just simply saying is, as beautiful as this individual self-effort is, the push should be, even if it has to start with the state government. I mean, was it Igbo basics? All those examples you gave about what is it called? The memorial about the 9/11. They are still organizational memorials. What it is, the city council is a government. So even if it's our local government that will start it or the state government, it has to be something institutionalized that the government will come. In Canada recently, in the last 2 years, there was this whole thing about reconciliation with the First Nations, and they started instituting some holidays around it and everything, apologizing and everything. There might be different views on how it has been done, but it's still the government that woke up and started doing, and not just government, the federal government and all the provincial governments have fallen in line with them. So until Nigeria's government, national government says, people of Nigeria, we fought a civil war to keep us as one. Yes, we had a division. Yes, this happened, but it's a reality. We haven't fully kept to the terms of the RRRs. We want to go back and start keeping it until we start doing some of those things. Nigeria may not be making progress. The Igbo man says that Ojimnala Jiomwea. If you keep holding me down because you don't want me to collect the booty, you too won't collect it. And that if it's mango or it will decay. That's what happened in Nigeria, because you hold down one man and say you don't want him to progress. You're holding yourself too. And that's the history and the bottom line of Nigeria. Thanks.
Yep. All right, Prince, before we come to you, let me go to Tone. Tone, go ahead.
Yeah, hello everyone. Fortunately, I couldn't put my question across to our guest today. Right, I just want to make some comments, and this is something I keep hearing. I know people are going to start attacking me from the comment section, from otherwise. Biafra, oh God, Biafra is a concept. It's an ideology. Now, I like the way Peter Obi put it. The issue, when they put the issue of Biafra, and I think they wanted to catch him out. And he said, and why I'm citing this is because I hold the same view. He said, we need to ask what brought about the issue of Biafra. If we can deal with what brought about the issue of Biafra, then we can move forward. Now, the issue of Biafra, when we start talking about Biafra, some people that were even born, some people that were born even in 1980, they will come to because everybody has got access to this social network, they will start shouting, hailing, and saying all sort of jargon and talking, this is what Biafra means. See, we need to be very, very factual. My problem with Biafra, and I'm sure a lot of people have that problem as an Igbo man, is the approach. The approach is wrong. We cannot achieve anything. Now, the next question now is, if the issue is dealt with, will you still be asking for Biafra? There are a lot of issues that we need to talk about. Now, CM and some other people are talking about commemorative day, having a memorial. All those things are irrelevant. They're just semantics. What we should be thinking as Igbo people is how to empower ourselves economically. Look at Aba, the hub of the eastern Nigeria. Let me just address the Igbos as Eastern Nigeria. If Aba had been developed over the years by irresponsible governors that they've had over the years, I know. Do you know the kind of the kind of resources and the kind of trade and commerce that region of the country will be attracting? So why should we be? I mean, talking about some kind of recognition by the federal government is not relevant. Whether they recognize you or not. There's an unwritten code, even from the military school. They tell you that Igbo man can never hold any sensitive position in the army, in Nigeria. It's an unwritten code that I learned from my time there. It's something that is unwritten. And you need to accept that or find a way of dealing with it. So how do we start? If we empower ourselves economically, then militarily and all that, we'll be able to. I mean, when we speak, people will take notice. So all these things we are talking about, whether Biafra is whether we are from Israel or whether it means this or whether it means that and all that, are all semantics. They are all. It doesn't make more sense to me. This is my opinion. No disrespect to anybody, please, my brothers.
So no, we're not taking any disrespect. I just want to ask you a couple of questions. Two very quick questions, I beg you, Rudolph. One, are you the same tone in the comment section?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I don't change my identity. That's who I am. Mm-hmm.
No, cool. You referred to me as being stupid. You may or may not know it was me that was writing. It was me that spoke about Biafra being a word that doesn't mean anything. Now, the concept of Biafra is not my problem. You see, it's what the connotation is. Biafra is the same as Nigeria. Nigeria has no language. There's no language called Nigerian, just as there's no language called Biafra, which is now this word is being used to mean anything and anything. It will jump to mean this and it will jump to mean that at any time. And you want understanding? It doesn't make sense. You know, the words have meanings. It's not just that we say something. The attachment of somebody as young as yourself and the old Biafra have nothing to do with each other. Nothing at all. It's just like when they call Afrobeat in today and then Afrobeats of yesterday. The Afrobeats of Fela is not the rubbish that we're hearing in Afrobeat today. They're completely different. So we have to get to grips with the fact that words have meanings and words have power, for God's sake. What's the matter with you? I don't like this kind of jib jab. We have to make sense of what we are saying. When we lend confusion, we receive confusion.
Wait, before I lose my
I mean, why would you say that I'm stupid because I have a point of view?
No. Go on.
Those are your words.
No. Okay, I do apologize if that has offended you, but that's not what I meant.
To call someone stupid is not offensive. What do you mean? Come on, grow up.
See, go and read back what you wrote.
I know what I wrote. I know exactly what I wrote. As you can see my tone, I know exactly what I wrote because I know why I'm writing these things. I'm not writing them for
Now,
it to be
what we should
palatable
be
to
concerning us,
what you want to swallow.
what we should be concerning ourselves with is value. How do we add value as a
Well, we don't
people?
have value if we are using a word that makes no sense. How is that valuable?
Okay, guys.
You're just talking. You're not making any sense.
Hold on. Let me go to Prince Apache. I promised him that he will come on. KJ, I see you after Apache KJ and then Kalola. Then go ahead, Prince Apache.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph, and then other panelists. First and foremost, without kind of losing my, my chain of thoughts, Jagun, I don't think there is any country that their name actually mean anything. If you think about it, I've tried Switzerland, United States of America, Britain. Is that a language? It's not a language.
Well, English, the country of the most countries in Europe, which when you talk about countries,
can I beg you for one
you're going to flim flam. All that's flim flam. What you're going to say is that most countries, I understand your concept, but I'm afraid you're wrong. If you look deep into history, there are first and second countries in terms of that. There are Italy just became a country the other day, and they speak. Italy is not as old as so many people may think, because there was Rome before Italy. Italy, they speak Italian. The French, they speak French. The English speak English. These are the first countries in terms of the discovery of countries and nationhoods. So please don't flim flam. Please don't come here and flim.
Jagun, I'm not here to dispute. Jagun, I'm not here to do.
I beg your pardon.
I'm not here for a back and forth talk. We're all talking. We're all reasoning. That's why we're here. Okay. Now, I take my word. Most countries, their name doesn't have a meaning. It's a connotation of two particular words. Okay. Like if you look at my name, you will see Prince Akwachi. Akwachi, to you, it might sound Igbo, but I am not Igbo. Okay. Now, I am from Delta State and I am from Asaba. Now, where I am from Asaba, our heritage comes all the way from Igala in Kogi State. So when I say I'm not Igbo, I know some people will say, but your name is Akwachi. How can you not be Igbo? And you're from Asaba. Asaba and Onitsha is just close by. I'm just trying to make a sense. And then when we talk about Biafra and in terms of Biafra, do you know that the war actually was held at Onitsha Asaba Head Bridge? My people were lined up as armed robbers, the way they were, they line up people in a firing squad and killed so many. Even the king in Asaba today escaped narrowly. And the only reason he escaped was one of the military guys that were killing them was his former classmate. It pains me so much when we talk about all these things. Okay, and you see somebody who will tell you, oh yeah, because of your tonation, the way you speak, they say, oh, that's not Igbo. You are not Igbo. I believe that there is something that brings all of us together. There is that thing that brings all of us together. If only we can accept it and know that unity is not only by name. Unity is how we associate with each other and we believe in each other. Onitsha, Anambra State is just a few miles away from my main village. And as a matter of fact, most of the yam that they eat at Onitsha is being supplied from the people from my village. From my village. But what are we? Not Igbos. And we get cussed out, we get laughed at, we get bullied. but we've not taken that to mean anything other than the fact that we still won.
Mr. Akwachi, most Onitsha people do not consider themselves as Igbos. I just want to tell you that. And we're related to you.
Okay.
I'm related to you.
Let's go to
My
Kate.
grandmother is from your place as well.
Okay. Prince Akwachi, I want to say that you probably didn't understand or rather I'm not sorry, I'll take that word back. Maybe we have some miscommunication here. On this program, I've said that the people of Olamaboro local government area, which is part of Igala land, are part of the Igbos. They are the Igbos that were divided when the state creation was going on, and they were added to, some of them were added to Benue State, some of them were added to Kogi State. People who are from Asaba, some of them say who speak Igbo say they're not Igbos. Some say they're Igbos. Now, on the issue of identity, because the world have advanced from where we used to know, some people who are men now say they're women. Some say who are women say they're men. So it is no longer. It is very fluid. I'm serious. It's very fluid. So if I get up today, I say I'm looking at my name, looking at myself, Igbo man from Abia State. I say I'm Hausa. Please accept it. That is what I want to be. That's what the world has become. Okay, that's what the world has become. Okay, you may not see that. That's what I've said. I've identified myself as Hausa, and I'll keep being Hausa. I'll keep saying it until maybe everybody agrees, that I'm Hausa. But however, I want to go back, redial to what was being discussed earlier on. The question is, and something I've asked myself many times: what is it to be a Nigerian? What's the Nigerian question? What makes you a Nigerian? Is there an ideology that situates you in that geographical location called Nigeria? What is the pursuit of the government? What is it we are aiming at? When we have children, what are we grooming them towards? What are we grooming them towards? What then do we tell them? Okay, when you have these attributes, it means that you are furthering the national question of being a Nigerian. You see, that has not been identified, and it will not be identified for two major reasons: ethnicity and region. It will not be identified. Two major reasons: ethnicity and region. The first one is region, because you see, there have been a clever divide. The north claims to be bigger than the south. So region is first what is used to attack the national identity. Then the second one, which is mostly applied to the people of the southeast, is the tribe. Once you say you are an Igbo man, even an organization that you formed or you founded, you are being antagonized at a particular level. Once it gets to a particular level of success, you become a threat. And I say, give an example of myself. When I was, back then, I formed a theater company. When the theater company was formed earlier, it was said that you cannot succeed. I mean, no theater succeed in the north. But it became one of the first successful theaters in the north. I don't want to call the name. Okay? And those who eventually did not see me or see the company as being successful now became the ones who are saying, you don't know that it's Igbo. People are allowing the Igbo man to lead you. Okay? So now this is the situation. As long as a family is building in two directions, there can never be an equilibrium. And that is where the whole problem lies in Nigeria. Look at the rubbish that Wike was saying. Those of you who listen to Wike's interview. Okay? The reason why he took the action he took. What was the reason? Because you know that Peter Obi can never win. Okay? And you see, that in question simply means that, by his region, I know that they will never allow him to take place or come to power. So for us as Igbos, one of the things that is so painful, and I want to go back to say that, I feel a bit concerned when you say that, because you know what? Yours beloved sitting here, I lost more than 10 uncles in the war. More than 10. I never saw them, I was told. In fact, the most beautiful of my relatives died in the war because they said she could not stand the weather. Okay? She passed on. All right? So when you say this thing should be jettisoned is of a spirit or a mind, no. They are talking to people who are living, who the history is still with them. It's still with us here. The last of my uncles who fought the Civil War died like 5 years ago. And you see, if he sits down and tells you how people ate lizards, ate frogs, so much that after the war there was no frogs, there was no lizards, there were not even grasshoppers in the East.
Listen.
You will weep. You will weep.
Listen.
But once I went to the community, my mother
You know
showed
what
me
Biafra is?
a leaf by the roadside that they used to eat.
About
They used
how
to use
dare
to
you?
eat. That was how they survived. My mom is still living. And then you want to tell me that it's just a story? No. So what we are saying here is this, and I agree with one of the speakers who said, even if we decide to do these things on our personal level, that's Jagon saying that. If we decide to say, okay, let each community form a monument, it will become a point of a problem with federal government against the East because they don't want to talk about the Civil War. Once
I
you say
said that.
they
I
will
said
say,
it, actually.
you are now bringing division. They don't want you to talk about it. And if they find that you have a depth knowledge of what happened in the Civil War, you become somebody in a personal non granta. This is the truth.
It's the
This is
truth.
the truth, my brother. So if we want to really have a Nigeria where the Igbo man or the German and Prince Akwachi, I know of the story of the massacre of the that happened in Asaba. It was led by Murtala Mohammed, and that is why I will never call that international airport in Lagos after his name. Because you see, when we have people who can line up civilians, more than almost 800 people, and shoot them, children, women, and men, and then you take his name and put in an airport, your gateway, spiritually, what does that mean? What was that? Why do you think that these things will not go away from us? And every time you will gather and hold a memorial, a Murtala Muhammad lecture. Come on, guys, let's grow up. Let's grow up.
KJ, if I may ask a question, is there anything wrong?
Can I
Jagon,
thank KJ?
hold on for a second.
Can I just thank KJ for that narrative? Because this kind of narrative needs to be given, and it needs to be given by people like KJ and indeed yourself, Igbo Basics, who have the history. Because all these young ones, they haven't got a clue what they're doing. They haven't got a clue, and so it needs to be underlined. Please,
I'm now suggesting and now asking KJ, because Rudolph brought this issue up. Is there anything wrong with you? And in fact, I will talk to him, Umere. In fact, that's the way I go about it. In Uzuakole, if they could put up leprosy colony in Uzuakole, big signboard, and it's there. Is there anything wrong with Uzuakole people putting up homestone, whatever you may call it, a memorial for those who died? I'm just talking about Uzuakole people.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to start that in a minute.
Igbo basics.
Let the government come and pull it down.
Okay, so Igbo basics. Is there a problem if our people claim the place? Because that place is not Uzuakoli. That's another politics altogether. But I get where you're going.
But what I was talking about on the comment section, because I referred to the bite of Benin and bite of Biafra or Bonny, somebody had the guts to say, leave Benin people out of your Biafra.
That's ignorance. He doesn't know that's ignorance. And such comments, don't even bother yourself. Blight of Benin has nothing to do with Benin.
You know why the Ozuakole people will not put up such? Because you see, it is that same apologist that we have in Igbo leaders and the ones who have few nairas. They want to dance to the tune of the powers that be. They will not want to identify. Look, let me tell you something. My uncle, who is still alive, from maternal side, he said the people that they lost you see the railway in Ozuakole. He told us a frightening story. All his battalion except him perished in that place. And so even if he's driving to the village now, each time he gets to that place, he will stop, come down, remove his shoes, and kneel down. And kneel down and pray and cry until his eyes are, swollen. Then he gets back into his car and drive. So this is the kind of memories that we grew up seeing. These are the people we are still living with, we are still eating with. We know them. But you see, he tells you a very frightening story. When he sits with his compatriots and they're talking about these things, they don't want him to talk about it. They tell him, Uche, Ibekwana with your stubbornness.
That is self-denial. That is
What
self-denial. And
you
that has to
exercise
stop.
they are giving us. Leave us, oh, leave us. You go with your wahala.
No, Rudolph kicked off something here, and we're going to pursue it. I would, if need be, in Ibere, mark my word, let the federal government or let the politician or let the whoever come and say, we want to pull it down. You can't deny yourself. You can't run away from your shadow. You talked about lizards and stuff like that. Do you realize that there are so many species of insects, even trees, ukuko? Do you find ukuko tree anywhere around again? Why don't we own up to? Thank you, Rudolph, for what you have started this morning. We will go at it from that angle. And whoever wants to hear, let them hear. And that's about the size of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to give my opinion to what Tone said about us growing economically, and so that we can then become who we want to be. You see, Tone, I had that notion before. I thought if we work and if our governors do the right thing, we would be powerful enough to the point that, you see, there's a point you get to, things will be handed to you because you don't really need to fight for it anymore, because the sign, like the guest said, there are signatures, there are signs, there are symbols. It then demonstrates who you are. You don't have to go and prove to someone I'm intelligent, because he can see it in what you do. But what you have failed to see, Tone, which I failed to see then, is that there's a systemic agenda amongst that entity called Nigeria to put that tribe down. Because if you ask yourself, Tone, why is Port Harcourt port not an international port? Why is the Niger River haven't been dredged? And why is the fact that some of the most corrupt governors that you have in Igbo land somehow have a string at the central? When you start answering these questions, you would see that your move to become economically independent would not be allowed. As such as you growing individually in any of the institutions, whether in the military, whether in the corporate world, would also not be allowed. It comes to a point whereby the question needs to be asked, and seriously asked, what next?
All right, thank you. I just wanted to point out that we didn't do what we traditionally do, which was after a guest leaves, we talk about what happened. Somehow we moved there tangentially. I don't know how we got to where we are. But I'm not saying it's not important, the conversation we're having. It is, but you know, I follow tradition a lot. All right, so maybe
let me say, I want to take my leave, everyone. Sorry for cutting you short, Dr. Rudolph. I just want to say thank you to everyone, and it's been a wonderful conversation, and I hope to see you all next week. Thank you all.
All right,
thank you, my friend.
Sure, Ikolala. Dr. Rudolph, I just wanted to, it's a suggestion, okay? I don't know if the House buys it. Is there a possibility that probably, you know, towards the end of every day's topic or, you know, whatever it is, that we have a kind of step down thing, you know, to cool off everybody, because it seems that sometimes some people live with annoyance and all that kind of a thing. You know, just a story. It could be a story from nowhere. Like I have a story of which an 85-year-old man killed a wife because she refused to give him pekus and all that kind of a thing. You know, those are things that we can use to balance the day, to balance it up. I'm just suggesting. I don't know how every other person feel about it.
Thank you so much. The question is, when do we end?
We're going back to tradition, Rudolph.
You have to know. You have to have a concept of when we're ending before you can. Anyway,
I thought we were going back to tradition.
No, I am, but you just said something that made me push us further away. All right, so let's go back to. I want to hear, for instance, the question that Tone wanted to ask him if he had the chance. And this is also important because sometimes our guests will come back to watch and hear what we had to say when they were not there. Because sometimes some people actually say the truth when the guest is no longer there. They come back they want to hear the review of how they did. So I think that.
Do you want me to?
Yeah,
do you want me to say it?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. I was to ask him what he felt about Biafra, the Biafra movement. Is the Biafra movement going on the right path, or does it think that they need to navigate, they need to follow a slightly different, refined path and approach in achieving that struggle?
Okay.
That was the question I wanted to ask him, and based on how he answers, a B question was going to follow.
Oh. All right, KJ. It doesn't have to be a question you wanted to ask. It could be your impression of things he said. And one of the reasons I brought him was he traveled with Clinton to Africa when Clinton was president, and I wanted to shed light into the difference in how, by him telling us how the experience was for him, and how our own presidents, when they travel, knowing that Tinubu was in India and that he's coming here to New York, and by images that we were seeing out of India, it makes you wonder how did they prepare? What is they have to let us into all these things sometimes, and why is it different from how the American president travels? So that's one reason why I brought him, and I wanted to make sure that it's possible for him to share that experience, and maybe we can learn from him. AJ.
Yeah, what I would have loved to ask him, I would have been taking him away from what you are planning to ask him, because there's always this saying that people who are the eggheads in the East are not taking part in the discussion of the Igbo question. Why is it that there's not enough mobilization? There's something that Tone said earlier on, which I've heard a lot of people say. Those of us who follow Nnamdi Kanu and listen to a lot of his broadcasts, there's always that thing they say that he doesn't, the way he's doing it, he's not doing it properly. He's too this, he's too that. But for 2.5 years now or more, or rather almost getting 2.5 years now, he has been in incarceration. I have not seen anybody who has put up or who have brought forward a better style to do what he's been doing. So my question would have been to him is, why is that they are leaving this? Is it that there's no merit in what Nnamdi Kanu is asking for, or are they satisfied with the development in the southeast? And then, not necessarily, like I said, all my questions would have been about the southeast. And then, is it not possible for the southeasterners to come together and develop a modern city that will have pulling resources from all the 5 eastern states into a location that will have been donated by all the 5 eastern states, like a central place, like creating a new business hub where everybody can fly in. It's a no man's land. It's a free market zone, a free destination for business, where you can fly in, do your business, and you don't even need to live in Nigeria. Live in a hotel, do your business, and go back. Is it possible for the southern easterners, those of them who are in the megaphone positions, to be able to make this possible? That's what I wanted to ask him.
All right, thank you.
I've followed his writing for a while, even though when he came with, was it the first visit to Nigeria he came with Clinton? Because at that time we were still in the university, we were still a small boy that time.
think, yeah, it was. I think I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think it was one of his visits when he went to South Africa.
Yeah, I will have asked that because that at that meeting we were drafted to go and listen to the speech, and Clinton said something that have never left my heart, and I've said it here many times. He said to the Nigerian leaders, "We expect Nigeria." I can still quote almost verbatim, to be the leader of the next millennium. So, if whatever you're going to do right now. But the world expects Nigeria to lead. This is what Clinton said. The next millennium. And you can see how many years it is. We are still here thinking of how to adjust election results. And all that. So it's I want to find out if it was in that meeting, Right.
All right. Anybody else? Chim.
I'm not sure I've asked the question per se, but with the benefit of is it hindsight now? What I would have wanted to know is his views on the election. What's his perspective? Does he believe it was a free and fair election? If yes, why? If no, what are the roles people like him? I don't want to overburden him, but there are people. My view has always been that some of us Nigerians, and this has nothing to do with Igbo Nigerians who don't agree with the last election, who may have a bit of influence into foreign policy, could have easily gotten countries like the United States of America to put some form of subtle pressure to things being done right. But we've lost that opportunity because it looks like the guys in office seem to have penetrated the American government faster to gain recognition. And as a result, the American government is literally going along with them and is not in support of any other thing that happens. So I wouldn't have necessarily asked the question, but given what we have said, I would have wanted to know his take on the last election and how things can progress.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. He actually answered that. I wanted to point out that Pansat, knowing him and who he is and everything, he was pointing at something which I was surprised about that, which was that I think he has this sense that before the election, he was basically boasting about what must happen, must happen. And now after the election, he's thinking about, how do we influence Washington? How do we influence the people who run this country? Which is a surprise. I mean, I thought, but that's also important. And I know that I think someone else asked that question to him about, I think it was, I forgot the person, but about why is it that we can't penetrate the international media? He didn't actually give a very good answer. But on his part, I've seen him several times commenting on CNN, on Sky News and all those other. So people who have access to the international media, they face their own peculiar problems. So they are supposed to go there and give a more nuanced answer to questions that American commentators may not have, in that they know Nigeria. So that question. Yeah, go ahead, KJ.
Okay. Concerning the international media, there was a time I had an opportunity of asking that same question, and what I was told was that, you see, the problem they have with African leaders, especially the Nigerian leaders, is that they have seconds of soundbite, and they now ask you a question. You take 30 seconds to clear your voice. They don't have that time because they're losing their audience. So if they have to give more airtime to our leaders also have to learn to be precise on their answers, and that's why you see majority of the international media will give soundbite to the president of the African Bank, who is just he's just has his answers at his fingertips. So most times our leaders take all their time, which is what they do with the Nigerian media. But these people are pressed for time and for audience, because the more you're playing.
KJ, I was actually talking of a different thing. I was talking about commentators.
Okay.
Nigerian commentators, African commentators who have access, like people who write for the New York Times, who are Nigerians. They write from a perspective of an African compared to when you're reading what Americans or other people are writing about Nigeria. And that's the question that somebody was trying to, because there's a situation that comes up and people will start looking for Nigerians who can write for international media to help explain our position. So, but just like what you are saying, which is important too, about talking to African leaders, that's totally useless in most cases. But you know that the international media, they can talk to you for 6 hours and just show 30 seconds of what you said. But the part that would be more important is when you have time to write an article. But when you try that, I think most people who have done that, they also have that experience that sometimes the editors in Washington or in New York, we want you to write a particular thing, and at the end, it shouldn't be what you initially wanted to write. I don't want to mention names here, but I've talked to so many people who have had that experience,
I agree totally. I agree. And if it doesn't even have anything to do with mentioning, you have to find a way to weave their own American perspective into it for them to be able to sell it. That's even doing the news, the news, you have to find a way to hook it up with something happening in America and all that for you to be able to sell.
Wouldn't that be a case of a template? Because whatever you think you're writing, if it doesn't suit the objective of the government here, just like Pansat was talking about, it's about time we do this, we do this, we do that. That just reminded me, first of all, KJ, on your issue of the hub, there is Akuluno, which is taking place in Igbo land now. Akuluno in Enugu State. By the special grace of God, we hope that will come to stand, whereas Aba is still being rebuilt. So you have that opportunity to make things happen in those areas. But regarding the issue of when we started out with Tinubu standing on a corner on his own, and my response was very simple. All the people, when you see them in an international forum, they don't have time for you. When I mean they don't have time for you, what value is Tinubu bringing to the table? Right now, they are looking at him like a pariah or something, like Onye Benta. They are looking at him like that. If he was somebody who we Nigerians are hailing and stuff like that, they will gravitate towards him. But because they have their hands are all in the cuckoo jar, what came out of our conversation yesterday, and this was the silent genocide next door. Look at the man there. If Nigeria, that man is representing Nigeria. It should have been a matter of even the Indian man, because of everything we have, because of the gold we have, because of the human resources we have. All those people there should have been gravitating towards him and saying, hello, my friend. But they're not.
Hold on. That doesn't mean they didn't say hello to him. They must have said hello. It depends on. Yeah, they must have said hello to him.
But Chido made it clear that our photographers, who should have been looking for the slightest opportunity,
but maybe his photographer was not there. I think that.
I think yeah. So let's to be fair to him. I know because right now, majority of Nigerians don't like him, so people would naturally pick what will suit the narrative that he's a waste. I will try to be fair to him on that. Now, but when I saw this photograph and I was having a private conversation with a friend, albeit also jokingly, I said, you see, pictures speak volume. Number one is all this education we're having, people are here. There are people who you may not know, but by virtue of your exposure, when you find yourself in that position of power, there's a courage you will carry yourself. It's not all about Nigerians is about learning why we must not vote people who just say, I want power. Vote people who can, when they get into those places, can rub shoulders. Obasanjo, for all you care, didn't even have all the formal education we are talking about. It was just military. But you see that even when he was a military head of state or when he became civilian, he could hold his own. He had relationships with people like the old man, the old former Democratic president. What's his name? The old former from Atlanta.
Jimmy
Carter. And he built relationships with other people. So my point is this: I think Tinubu, is starting to find out that it's not just about the Miloko. I will expect him to walk in. I will expect a P2OB or even a Malam Nasser El Rufai will not go there and be timid. You will go in there and reach out to people, start having a conversation. You break into, hold on, KJ, hold on. You break in, even here where I am, coming to the Western world, I know when I go into company sessions, I try to reach out to people, stand somewhere, say hello, and then gradually they start, oh, who are you? And you start telling them, before you know it, conversation starts and all that. The man is struggling. It shows that it's one thing to be the landlord of Bodilon, be a dictator and say, hey, come here, go and do this for me. Versus you've gone into a place where these are supposed to be your peers, political peers, and you start having a conversation and start talking about, look, hey, we would like you to come to Nigeria. This is the opportunity. We know we have a new government. We want to do this. And then people start saying, okay, you know what? Let's set up a meeting with our foreign ministry and all that. The man simply didn't even have it. But like I said, I want to give him the benefit of doubt that it's just those of us who want to caricature him that are putting up those photos. Perhaps there's some serious business. I have seen his minister of technology, the young boy. I saw what he was doing. The guy was reaching out to other people, talking at his own level. So I don't know, but it should be a lesson to us as a people that it is not about just gaining power. What are you gaining it to use it for? That photograph speaks volumes.
He could have like Biden here. He could have been the photographer, volunteer to be the photographer, and let the
exactly. Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Line up and he'll be taking the pictures.
No, but entry behaviors. You enter people.
What I wanted to say, Jim, is that these things are taught. You see, there's the protocol department is supposed to package you both how to respond when you're in such a meeting. You are supposed to be. You see, you don't wake up and it just comes on you. No, you have to package the person and say, at this point, this is what you're supposed to do, and this point is what. If you go back to this conference, you find out that the Indian man had to pull in. The Indian prime minister had to pull him, okay, to come closer because it was like he was far away, stretching his hand to shake him. So the man I saw it. Alone. You see, it's something he would have been taught by his protocol if they choose the right people. Not just going to take anybody and put in your team and say, a Miloko. You are supposed to be told how to respond to these things. How come that everybody, presidents and all that are sucking up to Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala? How come they're sucking up to Dr. Adesina, the one of the APP? How come they are even the one pursuing him to have a discussion with him? It's because of the way. Have you spoken to that guy before? I told him that whenever I want to run for presidency, I will campaign for him free of charge. He is so cerebral that you will be wondering, this.
But you know who his communication man is.
Yes, his communication man was my former boss.
Okay, so you can't be surprised about what he's doing.
So I work with that guy for almost. I won't say it here now. What I'm simply saying is this: these things are taught. Okay, like that guy who's his communication guy, he could have been able to get that guy to brush him up. Oga, when you are coming to the US, it is not the same thing as America. When you are coming to Europe and all that, this is how to comport yourself. This is how to go about. You be the one to reach out. Okay, be the one to reach out. Hello, my name is Bola Tinubu. I represent Nigeria here. Oh, you are the new guy. Congratulations. That's how this things are sparked up. You don't go stand by yourself and be looking at as if you are, one of those people who have come to. And then you see, I want to say something again. You said something about photography. Look, every photographer that is there or a video man that is there has a high security clearance. So they couldn't have entered there just. It must be his own person that comes from Nigerian listing, not other people.
Are you sure it is not somebody
from
the
Indian? No. You can't get in there.
It may be somebody sympathetic to obedience that is busy.
No.
Now I'm just kidding.
KJ and Chim, did you notice that he's actually leaning on that table? He couldn't even stand erect.
Yes, he's leaning there because he doesn't have the honey. No, and if he had the honey, all the bees would have been coming to him.
I'm one of his biggest critics. I won't even read meaning into his leaning. I'll be honest with you. If it's me, I could also have leaned. I don't want to go into all that. But the point I'm saying now, which KJ has pulled out, is you see, there is a complex issue there. His Agbado people can spin it the way they like. There was a clear, complex matter. He couldn't mingle.
Yeah.
He couldn't mingle.
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm saying.
This is the city boy. This is the city boy. The guy that says, I am a city boy.
That is the whole point I wanted to make, that leaning alone, that posture, his body language speaks of inferiority complex.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you see, let me say something again. What most of what
Jamo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
I hope
you.
you're not vexing for me still.
No. One of the things that African look, if I was an African leader and I have all of you here, when I reach London, I go call, hey guys, I want all the Nigerian eggheads here. I want to see them. Okay,
exactly.
you deal with economics here. Yeah, you deal with this. Yes, okay. You give me brief. That is how countries work. They use their. It doesn't. I don't have to be your party. Right? I don't even have to support you. We're talking about Nigeria. Okay, you get to London, you find the sharpest brains there, and you interact with them. They brief you up.
KJ, Tafawa Balewa was just a teacher. But I have seen Tafawa Balewa's outings when he was.
I'm telling you, I'm so proud of the way he carries himself.
The way he carried himself, I was proud of him. I'm saying this for people who think it's all about I'm not an obedient.
Yeah, so
I'm not here to
about tribal. He spoke very well. You could tell that
you need to see Tafawa Balewa's courage, how he carried himself. You'll be proud. You'll say, "Wow!" And this is supposedly the man from the north that we think, not
very powerful.
You know. I'm disappointed when I saw Tinubu, and I'm like, this is the city boy they are selling to us. I am a city boy. So this is what city boy looks like. Oh man, this is crazy.
For I'm not one of those who's Obasanjo lover. I'm not a Obasanjo lover, but Obasanjo bulldoze his way into the international community.
Of course.
You like it, you don't like it. You cannot deal with Africa except you talk to him. You have to talk to Obasanjo. Yeah, this is what's going on.
It became the norm that Obasanjo was synonymous with Africa.
Yes. So look, let me tell you guys. When you see me getting emotional, not because it's not happening in Igbo land, but even these little opportunities we have to be able to make a nation, we don't use it. What are you? Look. Almost every nation you go to, you see Nigerians at the top level of education and economics and commerce. Why not go there and say, assemble our people in Italy? I want to see them. Oh boy, what can we do in this town? What can we get? What is available for us to take? They tell you. They give you, they lay it out for you. Okay? If you like, and let the person be the one who represents you in doing that, but he will give you the legwork. I don't know how we do it, but I rest my case, my brother.
All right. Ovie, what were you getting at with your questioning of
No, I think if there's anything I take away from him, two things, him and what we are discussing about Tinubu's in India, but him first. I think if there's anything so far among all the people you've been bringing up, in general, I think he understands how the system work, maybe because of virtue of his profession and how far he has gone. Because when he was narrating his experience in South Africa with Bill Clinton, you asked me a question, and when he was answering that question, he said something that he asked directly. He asked Clinton directly the question why he was supporting Abacha, but he refused to continue to say this is the response of Bill Clinton, but he decided to divide to say, oh, it's like somebody actually interject or tell the president how to respond. That's where that idea of the State Department and the presidency comes to play. So, and from that moment, I know, say, okay, this man actually know how this man communicate, even though he wants to, wherever side is leaning, but even though he didn't show it there. So I respect his insight, his professionalism, and how far he actually has gone, and what he's actually doing. And most of his response to almost all the question, even the controversial ones, it was very, he approached them in a way that You can't either say, this is who he is or this is where he's headed with his summation. So I like that. Then is a brief lecture on how important how a president should be projected to the rest of the world in terms of pictures, videos, which comes out and which doesn't come out. He said that the Americans media crew around the president are very, very tight. They actually dictate which pictures surface for us to see or not to see. But again, one thing we need to I want us to understand about this Tinubu body posture, the pictures that are coming out. So, I mean, these are propaganda, right? Depends on where it's coming from. Even if it's coming from Tinubu's camp, they'll project a different image and all that. But what I want to understand, I think at this point, 2023, we are about valuing our importance in the Committee of Nations, talking about Nigeria. We are invited, we are not among the G20. So you know that what will be stranger. The president is new.
Obi, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Tinubu said that G20 will not be complete if Nigeria is not included.
What do you expect him to say? Come on, man.
Why say that?
What do you expect him to say? And wow, you guys will have
okay, it's not reading meaning. Okay, you have African Union as a bloc that have a representative, and what is in Nigeria that it's not complete? What is in Nigeria?
It's an insult in the first place. That's an insult.
So
yes, that's an insult. If you understand what G20 is, the whole president as a bloc, that's an insult. But that's the convention for another day. Anyway, let me continue on what I was trying to say about it. With the opportunity to actually go with a contingent or represent Nigeria among other committee of nations, you understand that it's not about your excellence, your oratory, what you know, and all that. It's about what you bring to the table. What is Nigeria giving to the world today as we speak that the world cannot afford to do without even a minute? What do we have that other countries, 1, 2, 3 other countries don't have more than us? We talk about how educated we are in the world and all that. There are about 4 million Indians in America. I don't care how many doctors you produce, you are still below them. Just because they point at some things, and Nigerians are the most educated immigrants in America, all those are boo-boo. Those are political statements to keep you where you are, and that's where we are today. We don't have anything to offer the world. Let's face it.
Obi, hold on. Are you saying that
it was treated according to what he's bringing to the table?
Obi, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So if just imagine that was William Ruto that went there.
Yes.
Do you think it would be a different experience for William Ruto? The country is not.
Yes, it would be a different because it's Kenya, right? See, Rudolph, if I meet you for international engagement, I'll talk to you based on what I'm going to get from you. This is a power network game. What is Nigeria? Forget about Tinubu as a president. Let's say any other president that represents Nigeria. What are we taking there? What do you think are bargain power?
Can I chip in? Can I chip in there?
2023 today, what do we have? Yes, go ahead. Sorry, Chair.
Okay, so Ovie, I disagree with you from a wide perspective. Nigeria came out in 1999 as a far-right state, and this same conversation could be had at what was Nigeria?
A
far-right state. We were a leprosy state.
It's a new market. It's just like a new.
Hold on now, Ovie, hold on. Yeah. We were from 1993 till 1998 into 99. Nigeria went backwards. First June 12, then Abacha came, then all the sanctions, and nobody wanted to do anything with us. We became a problem. That's why I said we were a far-right state. And then Obasanjo came. And then Obasanjo had to do this shuttle diplomacy that we remember to go and talk about what Nigeria was coming to offer the world. And when he was going, let's not forget that it wasn't easy getting all those loan releases and all those things, debt repayment. He began to look for ways. When his personal posture was not longer now enough. He began to look for Nigerians in international spaces like the Okonjo-Iwealas and then the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Olujimi and co, to come and start helping him repair the nation. They started telling the story of Nigeria. What we are saying, nobody is trying to say that Tinubu has to have it all. And I'm one of those, if you listen to me, I said, I gave room to say maybe it is those obedience who don't like him that are trying to paint that picture, even though it's not correct. But I was trying to show you I was giving room for that. So to say that Nigeria has nothing to offer to the world is wrong. It is how do you sell what Nigeria has to offer. It means Tinubu is not selling enough. It means he didn't know how to go there and sell his new government, sell what we could do, sell how we are going to be useful to them in the world. He didn't have it. But I have made an exception because I watched Bosu, his Minister of Technology, right? I've seen that guy, his own photograph, what he was putting out. It's in total, it is at variance with what his boss is putting out right now. That guy, as minister, has a better presentation of what he's posturing, he's outing. Even if he went and talked nonsense, if you see Bosu's photographs, you will say Bosu went there and represented Nigeria very well. Our president is supposed to be going there and saying, oh, even if you're saying Nigeria is in decay, but I can assure you my government is coming here to clean it up. This is how I want to collaborate with you. This is the kind of help I want from you guys. Those pictures didn't depict that is what Tinubu went there to do. Nigeria has a lot to offer the world. What is lacking is we are not selling what we have to offer the world very well.
All right, let me respond to that. You are talking about 1999. Period to 1999, what in Nigeria is a dictatorial country. Nobody wants to come and do business with you or even relate with you. But the atmosphere is not conducive, right? Then, boom, 1999, we get democracy. All of a sudden, we become a bride. We become that fresh babe we just enter market everybody wants, right? And Obasanjo has to be the beneficiary of that. It is a new market that everybody wants to be for. That is what happened in 1999. Obasanjo did not, it is not because of the oratory or the mighty or the skill of Obasanjo that make them forgive Nigerian debt. It is what comes with the idea of forgoing dictatorship that comes with all those forgiveness. That's how the international community works. These guys don't care about how well you speak or how well you dress. What can you offer? You say, well, Nigeria has a lot to offer. You have not convinced me. What do Nigeria have today in 2023 that you cannot point 5 countries that have more or triple than Nigeria, that even Nigeria go off today, the world will not blink in a second. So what is that?
Ovie, you're getting it wrong. Even if there are other countries that have things to offer, countries choose.
Tell me now, it's a direct question. What do we have to offer? You not be pro Nigeria.
I am not the Nigerian government, but Nigeria has a lot to offer.
Nigeria. I'm not sure anybody did say Nigeria reach me, but tell me, as of today, what do Nigeria have to offer the world that we don't have about 5 countries who can better Nigeria more than 10 times, that even Nigeria close today, the world will not blink? Tell me one thing. One, today. Forget say we get time before. 1999 was a projection. Nigeria will be this if they follow this. So the question between 1999 and today, tell me one achievement. Tell me one thing you can brag with among the Committee of Nations. One thing that you can brag with that between 1999 and today, this is what Nigeria is. And without that, this section of the world, not even the whole world, there is too big section of the world. Let's say we deal with West African country that they cannot do without us. One thing.
You know, Ovie, my friend.
It's about what you bring to the table, not you as an individual. Bola Tinubu will be gone. If you become president today, the same thing they will treat you because what are you bringing in? It's business, money.
Ovie, the question that you're asking is valid. However, you still have to look at it holistically. You know, whilst we come from Nigeria, and Nigeria is a wholly corrupted country with loose ends all over the place, a bag of ideas and a bag of lunatics running the nation. Now, you see, what I'm about to put to you may still be inconclusive to answering your question. But you see, Nigeria has the greatest potential, if not in Africa, possibly the world. Now, potential is a strange word and you may laugh at it. But unless we organize our potential, therefore there is nothing. Because to speak about what do we have to offer today, ignores the fact that we have this potential. We have no idea of what lays under our ground because we haven't researched what lays under our ground. The most people that come and find things that are under our ground are not even Nigerians. We have no idea. So, you know, we can't just blast the fact that we have nothing to offer because we are so disappointed in ourselves. We are so disappointed in our history since colonialism has been fallen. We are so demoralized as a people. This does not say that we don't have anything to offer. And this does not say that if we are woken, wait, my brother. If we are, wait, my brother. Yes, you may, but let me just add, if we are awoken as a people, brother, there's no country that can deal with us on the planet, brother. There's not one. Not one. But because we don't really have an understanding that we have this thing, us as Nigerians, we're formidable. How is it that we are, if we escape Nigeria, that we can perform anywhere else in the world? Okay. You don't even know where people are performing. You go to the Philippines, you go to the east of Asia, you go to Japan. I went to Japan. The amount of Nigerians I saw doing things there, things that you wouldn't even imagine. What is being said by Chim is accurate, which is to say that we as a people, and most especially our leaders, have to understand how to engage in this world.
Yeah, but that's not what we are talking about.
It is what we're talking about. How do we go on then? Ask your question.
You talk about, you say potential. That's a political word, right?
No. We understand what it means. We understand what it means in English. Don't let's give it any connotation.
Finish, please. I'm going somewhere, right? So when you say Nigeria have potential in what? And tell me other country that doesn't have potentials.
Well, my brother, you see, you asked the question.
I'm responding to your question, right?
And me too. I'm responding to yours.
Let me land.
We're gonna go. I'm not.
Go ahead. Finish. When you finish, I respond. Go ahead.
I'm not completely in touch with your point of view. I'm in touch with your point of view. I'm saying to you that your point of view castigates our effort as a people, what we do across the world as a people, and what it is that we have to offer as a nation. Now, as a nation, to say that our people, you're almost saying our people are useless. You're almost saying that we as a people have nothing to offer the planet.
That's what I'm saying. You are reducing the conversation to.
Okay. Hold on, guys.
Sorry, Rudolph. Let me put this through. That's not the point. We are talking about, this is international politics, right? How the world relates to how we relate to what. It has to do with what you are talking about. Potential. Potential in what? And show me one country that doesn't have potential. I just give you an example. For the past 4 years, let me finish now. The boo-boos, Nigeria are the most educated in America and all that. I am telling you, India has 4 million Indian Americans here.
Relative to their population. Relative to their population.
Can you just? That's what I'm saying. We are talking.
I'm sorry, Ovie. You're running on in circles. You're not making sense.
When you speak, I was quiet. I'm not stupid.
But I'm telling you, you're not making sense.
That doesn't mean just because you don't understand what I'm saying.
Well, if you're confusing me, then you're not making sense.
Okay. You allow me land with my points.
Okay.
Not an intelligent conversation when you're intelligent. I kept quiet when you are making your point, right?
Okay, Ovie, 1 minute. 1 minute. We have to go to other people.
No, but they were in touch. See, when they talk, everybody see that. Now my problem with that, right? I go just put one word, everybody go attack. Allow me make my point. You have your time to say, okay, you can't have my point.
But you interjected. You also interjected when I was talking.
I kept quiet.
You interjected. That's not correct. You interjected. I had to stand my ground. You interjected.
My words, they trigger you. Says a lot.
Nothing they trigger. Not. You're not making sense. I'm being honest.
I had to say that. Right, so we have to stop Ovie and Chief. Righteous man is in Nigeria.
Another thing that my Bojagon say that we need to come to reality is that if Nigerians go anywhere, they defeat him. Of course. What did they train us for? Are we not here speaking English? Are we not supposed to? We are being bred to fit into the outside world, not within. That's why we are having the problem. That's why I question you. What do we have to offer? We cannot produce anything that is indigenous to us. That is a problem. So what are we bragging about? India send their homemade nuclear power plant. Homemade. Only 5 nations in the world are able to achieve that. India did that. What you want they proud of? Tell me.
Okay, Ovie,
No.
that's okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
let me say this. Because I have to leave. But let me say this. This is my experience, and I hope it means something to someone. I read about the G20 meeting. I don't know, most of you can read it in other places. I read about it before the presidents got there. So what was going on? They were negotiating. Different countries were negotiating. Their ministers and other people negotiating on the language of the statement they are going to issue. Okay, this is days before the real people got there, and they disagreed on things. Even Russia that Putin was not coming. Their ministers were there making sure that the language is what they wanted. And he told me something. These people, they don't just go to a meeting. They just don't enter the plane and go anywhere. So someone like Tinubu and or Nigerian leaders, if they had advanced team and planned these things, they would have made plans. I'm going to talk to this person on this and make an arrangement that for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, I'm going to talk to this person. But I can tell you that most of these things don't happen with Nigeria. The same way we do anyhow about anything. We don't do anything. We don't care. We think by getting there. And the other point I want to make is that, when we say that all these people will debate, should debate, all our politicians who are running, they think they are doing us a favor. We are saying that you should prepare yourself so that when you go outside, you'll be able to operate. But they think it's for us. They are doing me. No, it's not me. When you don't prepare yourself, when you are not capable of having conversations, have you met all these people? Have you met some of these people? When you meet them in private.
Bruno, I'll give one short example. What you talk now. It might be when I did school, we have international week where we do so. Every country will come and produce what's presented, right? I look around, I play into our culture, right? Yoruba culture and all that. When the South Koreans start, they begin tell us how they start Samsung and what that are team. I come out for the place. Nobody know when I come out. I was ashamed because me they project yesterday glory. This is 2023. What moves the world is what matters. What do we have that move the world? What did Tinubu want to go discuss with other people about our oil? What is oil? That other people that they every street now in America. What is? What do you want to discuss?
Okay.
Rudolph. Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah, righteous man.
Before you leave, I want to
say one more story before I leave.
I want to say something to you before you leave.
Okay, go ahead.
You see, your platform is one of the most celebrated platforms in Nigeria. You may not know that. I've said it to you.
Thank you.
But you see, I want you to see how you can turn this platform as a result-oriented platform that will project solutions to Nigerian problems. If you do it, I am telling you, something will turn around Nigeria overnight, because over 3 years I've been listening to you. And my fear is this, that the best brains in this country are outside Nigeria now. The group of people that speaks here, they are class of their own standard, I am telling you. And it's affecting us back home here. It's affecting us. The best of Nigerian brains outside. Because when you sit down here and listen to the class of Nigerians that speak from diaspora, you will know that we're in a serious mess here because the best brains are outside. So if you can channel this platform to be a result-oriented platform that can provide solution to Nigeria problem, I think we're going to achieve a lot. That's just what I want to note before you leave.
All right, thank you.
Wonderful.
Do you have an observation or solution or suggestion on what we can do to achieve?
No, he's just made his suggestion. Don't complicate it. He's made his suggestion and it's valid. Wait, please. Because Ovie, bruv. He's made a clear suggestion. He's inside Nigeria. He's telling us that the way we speak on this platform is energizing him and the people back home.
Okay.
operate a result-driven platform that propagates solutions.
Okay.
What do you need to question him for about again? Don't confuse things.
What did I say? What did I say? You see, you don't even know what I said.
I said what you said, bro. You were going to lead him down one.
Your problem, yeah.
You said
You're listening to argue. Stop arguing. I asked him,
no, this.
What is his make it give us one suggestion? I'm asking, he can say, oh, I don't get. You just jump in. I am not saying he's lying. I'm saying
no.
How do we go about it?
Dr. Rudolph, before you leave, can I say something?
I'm not saying anything contrary to what he said. I just said, okay, that's a good suggestion, but do you have any idea how we can move towards that?
That's not what you said. That's not what you said.
What did I say then?
We don't need to argue, as you said. It's not an argument.
Not be every time we're supposed to listen to argue. That's why we are not getting the needed result. At times,
me, I've withdrawn. I've done withdrawn.
At times, I don't have to agree with your submission, but I'll let
you. Oh my God! You guys are taking my time now.
Hello. This is not about us on the screen. There are millions of people out there who are watching.
There is a need. Hello. There is a need.
Bro, you're very complicated. There is a need. A complicated individual, bro.
There is a need for us to argue, but the result of that argument should project solution.
Absolutely.
Well, how clear can you get the Nigerian problem?
That's clarity.
To argue makes it very interesting, and it brings the best of our brain. But the end of that argument should proffer solution to Nigeria problem.
What's there to disagree with or to complicate? Thank you, my brother. You said it clearly. That's his suggestion. His suggestion.
Nobody disagree with him, though.
Bro, but you're very obvious, bro. You're my brother. Obvious, hold on. Make us speak to Ovie for a second, please. Ovie, your manner is extremely aggressive. And within the aggression that you have, it's very emotive. It conjures an argument. We're not here arguing. Our brother made a suggestion. He made a suggestion. The suggestion was clear to everyone.
No. Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. See, that's why we keep getting argued here, right? You want to speak for everybody.
All right. Okay. Okay. No. Hold on.
You're just gonna. That's complication. Okay. You love complication.
The problem is that when
thank you, guys. Let's hear Prince Apache. Ovie, no. Prince Apache, go.
God, man, I can't shout. Okay. Now, what I wanted to, in relation to what Chim said, let's take a country, for example. Let's take a country, Brazil, for example. When Ovie says Nigeria cannot offer anything, what does Brazil have?
That's not what
anybody?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
What I said.
I beg. Don't let's get into nonsensical arguments because it's not going to work.
I'm here. Why are you misconstruing me? I'm still here.
Okay, Ovie. What I'm saying, I'm not.
What are you going to say on my behalf?
Okay, Ovie, I'm not. Ovie.
That's not what I said.
Sometimes may they calm down, no, may they calm down, may they enter house more.
Prince, I blame you. I gave you the chance to speak, and you called on him. So what?
I know, but he can't. I can't shout over him. That's just the okay. So the whole thing is okay. The whole thing is okay. What I'm saying is, I'm giving Brazil as an example, right? Brazil. What happened yesterday in G20? Do you know that the chairmanship or whatever it is moved from India to Brazil now? And who is the president of Brazil? The president of Brazil is also almost the same thing like Chinua. Okay, when he defeated what do you call it, Bolsonaro, Navarro, or whatever it is, people protested. But what did he do? He stayed back in his country and made sure that he brought unity. He talked to the people. And right now, the image of Brazil is so much repaired than what it used to be. What I'm saying in essence is nobody is saying Tinubu have to market us much or whatever it is. But sometimes we have problems at home. And he said, oh, he's going to go look for investors. Who's going to invest in Nigeria where there are kidnappers? If they don't even kidnap the investor, they might even kidnap his workers. There is no power. Okay? Water resources is not doing anything. Who's going to invest in? Who's going to invest there? If I were him, I would sit back and make sure, if possible, I'll send my vice to represent me in most of these places, and I'll sit and make sure with the ministers that we do things. He should stop looking for illegitimacy or whatever it is. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
All right.
So can I just say one thing?
Hold on, guys. Let's.
I've not spoken. No, I've not spoken.
Who is saying he has not spoken? Who? Say your name.
You, the righteous man. I've not spoken.
All right. So, Mr. James, you are next, please. Forget about righteous man.
I'm sure you can hear me. I'm sure
Go
you
ahead.
can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, James.
Good. What righteous man said is very appropriate. It is very easy to criticize, but to profess solutions is extremely difficult. During the electioneering campaign of my witness, I said there was no need for the election. The country should be well organized. Now, as Obi rightly pointed out, we are not known for anything. And the gentleman, Prince Aziz Akwachi, asked a question. What is Brazil known for? Brazil is known for aerospace. They produce fighter planes, not passenger planes. They produce warships in Brazil and ballistic missiles. Now, industrialized countries, when they do business with each other, they make more money than when they do business with developing countries. If I were to be the Nigerian president, what I will do, I will use the Awolowo style. I will identify particular areas. I will not ignore the others, but I will concentrate more on particular areas. And one good area is engineering. It's the engineers that are moving the world today, this world we live in today. If you want to go to space, the scientists and the engineers, they must collaborate. If you want to produce ballistic missiles, they must collaborate. Now, West Africa, where I live here, they look up to Nigeria for certain basic things like ceiling fan, refrigerators, motorcycles, and all these basic things like furniture and whatever it is. Whatever we produce in Nigeria, there is ready market in the whole of West Africa to consume everything. So they don't have to go to Japan, China, and what have you, or Bosnia and Herzegovina to get what they want. Tinubu and his team, they should concentrate almost 60–70% of their effort on engineering. In about 5–10 years from now, you start seeing the effects. And to do that, they must fix electricity. Then the judges must be called to perfect order. The judges should be seen to be disciplined whenever they are misbehaving. So this is the little I've got to say. Mr. Righteous man, thank you very much for raising that.
Yes. Dr. Rudolph have not been fair to me, and let me just protest. I only made an observation, but I've never made any contribution towards the topic on ground.
Yeah, you see,
if
Bola Tinubu had gone to India to tell them, oh, NASA in the United States, in your space program, we can produce XYZ units at cheaper cost in Nigeria. The Americans will be interested. Russia, this ship, this is what's called submarine warship you are producing, XYZ, just leave it to us at economic rate. State of Israel, please stop producing your Aussie, whatever I call guns. We know you are producing each of them for maybe $100 US. We can give it to you at $20. Leave everything for us, we take care of it. All these are cheap ways of getting money. The brains are there, but the Nigerian government is not organized.
If I could just chip in
Yeah,
briefly
so,
on what Mr. James just said. You see, that's where I was going to when I said that, we have a lot to offer. First and foremost, Kano, Aba, Onitsha, Ibadan. These are centers where we had industrialization before. Maybe this government can go back and start picking whatever pieces of unique selling points are peculiar to those places and begin to, we don't have to go to world. Like he rightly said, West Africa. I used to see Senegalese come to Onitsha to come and buy Singer machine.
Plenty.
What's happening? Can we sustain that trade?
The Gambia.
All the books I used to go to school, my father bought them in Ibadan. Can we go back to those kinds of Odu Shote bookstores and all those kinds of things? Very little things that you can start doing. That is still insignificant, but if you consistently keep doing it, the country will start making a shift.
Mr. Chin, do you know that?
Let me say something, please. Let me say something, Mr. James. Just please.
The textbooks we use in the Gambia secondary schools are written by Nigerians from Nigeria. They go there to buy them and bring them here, sell them here. The pencils, erasers, sharpeners, they are from Nigeria. These are cheap ways of making money.
Let me say something. Ovie made a valid point, a most valid point. You know why? Not as always. Ovie made a valid point. You know why? Nigeria have nothing to leverage on. Absolutely nothing. Our value system, our value system is dead. It's dead. The governmental agencies are corrupt. Nigerian individuals are projected to be fraudulent people.
Righteous man, solution.
No, let him speak. No, don't argue with him. Let him speak, please. People want to hear.
You see, the topic is that the man that went there on behalf of Nigeria is not presenting Nigerians well, and is not projecting the nation as equal competitors in the global community. That's what we're discussing. And Ovie said that he is doing it because he has nothing to leverage on, which I said is true. Because the world is a global village now. There is nothing that happens in Nigeria that the rest of the world are not aware of. So what is Tinubu going to present to them? Is it about the judgment that was written with the letter-headed paper of Tinubu Tribunal legal team? Is that what he's going to present? That is what is flying in Nigeria today. I'm shocked that Rudolph is not discussing it. Is he presenting about the burning of the seminary school in Kaduna on Saturday, and the seminarian was burnt? Is he presenting about the massacre that is going on in Plateau State and in Kaduna State? Is he presenting about, what are you talking about? Look at Naira today. It's 1,000 Naira per dollar. So what is he leveraging on? Absolutely, Ovie was correct. We have nothing. We have to go back. Now, this is the solution.
Are you serious about the dollars? Are you really serious about it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, this is the solution. My profile solution is this. We have to go back to the very beginning. Just like my brother said, the Brazilian man had a problem, an internal problem. He settled it first before he began to showcase Brazil to the world. You can't have a divided home, a divided house, a divided community. And then what are you projecting to the world? Nothing, absolutely nothing. It's not as if we don't have what it takes to be a great nation. We have it. But for now, those things are hidden, and we cannot sell them out because we do not have a settled country.
Okay, so right. I don't agree, Mr.
Tim, before you go, I just want to say thank you to everybody who joined us, joined me, and I will hand it over to our forefathers. Forefathers, thank you so much for being here, and I'll see you guys.
Take care, my brother.
Thank you. Before we carry on, people, let's go and sign on to Iroko Post TV. And no more conversations. We talked about how we are supposed to actually get what they call it. What did the righteous man say? Result oriented. This is result oriented action. Now we want to take. We have 255 people watching. Can we go to this channel and subscribe to the channel so that Rudolph has a backup channel? In case, sometimes people are cursing and all the rest of it. VA, by the time he finish using all his vocabulary, they might ban us on this channel. So you have a backup channel. So people, please go and subscribe. If you get up to this thing, it's now 218. I'm not asking for a lot. Out of 255, if we just get an extra 7, it's going to be 225. So just 7 people, they will carry on with the conversation. It's not a lot.
You're stopping the conversation, You came and stopped the conversation.
They will not move. If you keep talking, they will not do anything.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. I'm out of here. You won't stop the conversation. The conversation was going. You come on board. Your first thing is to break the conversation.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. You see, you are talking about result oriented. It's not my channel.
No. The thing is, my brother. The thing is, what righteous man has put is diligence. This what you're putting is not diligence. It's selling. You're selling the channel. We understand it, but it's not diligence.
Do you see the logo here on the top of the screen?
I see it clearly.
That is the channel I'm selling, and it belongs to Dr. Damages.
Yeah,
so this needs to happen because he wants to start transitioning people over to that channel too.
Which I appreciate. I appreciate that. But so why stop the panel from discussing? What you should do
because people need to go and subscribe there. That's why.
Yeah, but what you're doing, you're doing Abacha. You're doing Abacha tactics in order to push us.
Because our people don't do stuff. Man. If you keep talking, because you are distracting them, they are not going to go and do it.
I'm not distracting them. I'm speaking to you directly about the policy that you come straight.
Not you. I meant if you are talking, if you're having conversations, they will be listening to the people that are talking, so they will not go and subscribe. That is why. But if you stop, then you are giving them a break to actually go and do it. And right now, they are doing it.
My big brother, I don't want to run.
All right. And so, forefather, please, for someone like me, put every day I come here, I like the channel before I even come in, and then I want to be sure that I'm doing the right one. So if you can post it on our private chat, let's have the link. I can go after what I say. What I
want. Oh yeah, I appreciate that. That's good.
Beautiful.
So that I don't forget my thoughts. With respect.
And for me, I usually come through that channel every day. That's the channel. Even if you watch it, that's where I am right now.
Oh, that's nice. That's really good. That's really
brother good. Prince, make you send me that Adidas. So I want that same Adidas, my friend.
No problem. No problem. Okay, brother.
Okay, so can I go on forefathers?
Only 2 people remaining. It's 2:23 now. People, please go now. You see how Jagun is losing it now because I said that people have to be result oriented. We have to be result oriented now. This is how this has to be. If you keep distracting people, they're not going to go and do it.
Losing it. It's just looking for excuse to leave.
Do you know how many times I posted this link? One person, sometimes not even one person goes and saw this thing. They'll just ignore it and keep listening to the people. But now they are moving.
We don't follow him before now. Dr.
I don't follow this place before now.
Yeah, let's see now. Okay, so it's just one remaining now.
I go on now before I lose my trend of thought. Because
let's verify. We have to trust but verify. I don't trust Nigerians. I don't trust Nigerians. I have to see that.
Where were you when they were picking Mahmoud as INEC chairman?
I have to verify. That. I'm checking. It's still 2:24. It's just one remaining. One person. You are the last person. Just go and subscribe so we'll carry on our conversation. We have 200. Now the number has increased actually. 263 watching. So please go and subscribe to Iroko Post TV. It's very, very important for Dr. Damages to have this backup channel because sometimes I do play videos here too. Sometimes he complains that some of the videos I share here could lead them to get a strike and they get banned maybe for 2-3 weeks. Then this is the channel that is going to be supporting it. That's why it's good to always have backups. This is what people do.
My brother, I don't subscribe. What he subscribe? So let's move on to Bongo.
All right, let's move on. You see, Nigerians. You see, now this is result-oriented action.
Your Abacha don't do, my brother.
Righteous man, you must be. You see, this is 2:27. We got more than we needed. Thank you. Let's carry on. Who is next? Who is next?
It is me, please.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so righteous man. Thank you very much. I hear you. See, my point of departure is this. Like Jagun said, you made a very valid input just before that banter between Jagu and Ovie about turning our conversations into actionable things that could help in terms of moving the country forward. And I agree with you. But where I disagree is this thing telling me that because Nigerian government is failing, that Nigeria has nothing to offer the world. That is wrong. That is not correct.
No. That's not what I mean.
Who said that? Let me finish.
No.
If they don't come now, if they don't come now, when I say over the interject, we go say I know they accuse them wrongly.
No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. No.
Hold on. Sorry, you can interject later on and correct me if I'm wrong. But what I'm understanding from this, you've already said our conversations and arguments, that's nice, but how do we turn it into something? And that was the suggestion to Dr. Rudolph, that will become actionable. And I agree with you. But there's a conversation that is saying that Nigeria has nothing to offer the world. Whether it is Nigeria has nothing to offer the world because of the problems we're going through now, or latently that generally Nigeria has nothing to offer the world, whichever the instance, I'm saying I don't agree. What is failing in our system is that, for instance, this meeting we are knocking Tinubu for, what stops him? I am not saying he probably didn't do it. Maybe he did. I don't know. From saying, okay, Madam Iwala, or even Akinwumi Adesina, you have been in the international space for quite a while. I'm coming in now as president. I need your help. We're going to this place. I need you to introduce me to the Indian Prime Minister. This is what I want to offer. Or introduce me to this. Because Akinwumi Adesina and Okonjo Iweala are dealing with these leaders on a daily basis. That's why you can see the relationship. I mean, Washington will probably call her once in a while to talk about trade issues with China, whether it is for them or against. The same thing with Adesina and all those things. So the presidency needs to leverage these international key points that Nigeria already has. We've talked about Onitsha, how Onitsha has Singer machines that people used to come from Senegal. Senegalese come to Nigeria to buy that machine in quantum. I know this for a fact. Has that business route closed? If that business route has closed, why? Is it because of the kidnapping and the insecurity in the East? So these are some of the things that the government of the day can start revitalizing. I've talked about Ibadan. All the books I used to go to school, my father used to go to Ibadan to go and buy them. Ibadan used to be known for many printing presses. How do you start revitalizing those things? So that West Africa will be the first consumption point. And as those businesses begin to have markets to sell, the ingenuity to do the kind of aerospace thing we are wanting to see Nigeria do will begin to come. But if the little daily steps, the small ones cannot be taken, you can't start talking about going to space. Brazil used to produce all the buses that all the Canadian electricals and the youngs used to use in Nigeria. Did we know that Marco Polo buses were all from Brazil? So Brazil didn't just wake up and start doing the space things that we are seeing them doing today. It's from those little buses, those production, those manufacturing, that today now they are getting bigger companies to come and say, you have the things we need to start producing things that take us to space. Those are the little conversations I want to hear us have. And Nigeria has the capacity for those things. Whether the government is doing the right thing to enhance those capacities is a different issue altogether. And that is where we are right now.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, sir.
Good. Now, projection. When you project, I'm going to make 200 million naira in 3 weeks' time, does not mean that you are going to get it. It's a projection. You may end up not getting even half of it. OVA is making a fundamental truth. OVA is saying, OVA did not say that Nigeria does not have the capacity. But as of today, we need to put our house in order because there is nothing the Nigerian government...
Can I interrupt you? Righteous man.
No, wait, let me finish.
Quickly, my brother. Real quick, I do apologize. You see, there is nothing necessarily wrong with what OVA said. It's the way he said it and the connotation it actually suggested to us all. When you now organized what Ovier said. Ovier had no axe to grind, and the rest of the panel also had no axe to grind because you put it in succinct terms that we can all appreciate. Then, so that we move our conversation on and we don't stay stuck. Then Chim now put it in even more beautiful language for us to appreciate that, look, where we are now is where we are now. In order to have some semblance of organization, we know that we have to operate within before we project outside. I think that's where we are. We should have an understanding because we're all quite intellectual in order to move the conversation on. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck talking about Ovier. And Ovier is a shy guy. He doesn't like to be spoken about all the time.
So it was, agree with me that it was a mistake for Tinubu to be in India. He would have sent his vice or somebody else to represent him while he settled the home. The homeland is boiling.
It's not altogether a mistake. It's not altogether a mistake.
I'll tell you why it's a mistake. It's a mistake because he didn't go and meet his counterpart. He went to meet a rogue.
Oh,
how can a statesman go and meet a rogue? That's rubbish. It's rubbish. All that kind of movement is what we call bombastic. When a man is telling you, because I'm president, I can do what I want. Whilst I'm in court, I'm going to F off out of town and go and meet some rogues in India. That's rubbish.
Jago,
how can you clap that? There's nothing to clap.
Jago, let me say something. All what Chim just said, that is the way to go. Chim said very fantastic stuff right now. I agree with him 100%. Yesterday, I was listening to this program. KJ also said similar thing. You see, before we will start producing rockets, missile, whatever we want to produce, we need to start and look at each state, each local government. Trust me, the way Nigeria is set up, every state, they have something to produce. Just like as he was saying, like in Ibadan, they used to have press, pretty press. In Anambra, they have something. In Imo, in Edo, in Delta. Concentrate on this stuff. Apart from we having the bigger stuff like refinery, making sure our refineries are working, that will solve a lot of problem. Focusing on electricity. There are little, if you move around Nigeria, if you know Nigeria very well, you will know that in majority of the local government, they have things to produce. It's just the government to support and focus on this stuff and let the country grow eternally. Let's develop the country. And if it's in the north, agriculture, give them the full support. Look for what each state. That is one thing Peter Obi was talking about. I really admire. He was looking at the production, not going to Abuja every month to share money. The other thing is, I don't think it's wrong for the president to be in India. The president is new, mind you. The president talking to people is different from sending somebody to talk to people. Rudolph says
Can I just ask you, AY, my brother? Sorry, my brother. I just want to put to you that is it conducive for a president of any country for his first outing out of the country to not go and meet his counterpart?
That is what I wanted to comment on. Rudolph said something just now. The problem with our government is lack of planning. Rudolph says something. The president is going to India. It's supposed to have a very strong plan. What do you want to achieve? What are you going there to do? Who are you meeting? Do you want to talk to? The president of America is going to be there. Talk to them. Members from Russia are going to be there. Talk to them. Who do you want to talk to? What do you want to achieve? Get there, follow your plan, not just going there to do photo and come back to Nigeria. So I understand the hunger. UN is a big event. It's not something you will just tell you one of your ministers, go and represent Nigeria. It's not sufficient. America president is there. The only thing is they need to have a strong plan know what you want to achieve. It's just this. My only fear is the way they treating Nigeria. That is the way they will go there and just snap pictures with all the head of government and come back home without achieving nothing. But you have to be intentional about what you want to do. You want to talk to the president of India. You're looking for investor. All fine, but make sure you have a plan. You know your target. You know what you are looking at. That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
Thank you, AY. Yeah, I agree with you that what else can he do? If he sits at home, people will criticize him for not going out, not having any ambition.
Exactly.
And if he goes out, people are going to criticize anyway. So as much as I don't, I'm not his supporter, but as a country, you want your leader to be doing the geopolitical stuff.
You're being fair-minded. You're being fair-minded.
And for me, they don't even do enough geopolitics. The reason why he's going there is because it's G20. If it was the BRICS, he would drag his leg. He didn't even go to BRICS. He sent Shetima. So they don't really do the geopolitics that actually benefits Nigeria significantly. The one he's going to is the one where it is up to them to decide whether they help him or not. And the reason why they are inviting us now, just how many weeks ago, the BRICS expanded. Suddenly, they are now happy for Africa to come and join the African Union, to come and join the G20. Yeah. Suddenly, they are not happy for all that to happen. And it may mean nothing. It's because we're not part of the UN. What good has it done us? Are we not part of the International Criminal Court? It looks like it's only African leader that they keep taking to International Criminal Court all the time. So the devil is in the detail. What does it do for us is the question. And I actually believe that Nigeria has potential for having a strong leverage, because like when I'm here in the UK, what they tend to say is that America uses the UK as a conduit to Europe. But when the UK left the European Union, that became a problem for America. So the same case can be said for Nigeria. Nigeria could be the conduit. Anybody that wants access to Nigeria, they have Africa will have to come through Nigeria. As you see, but Nigeria has to be a strong nation to do that. You have to control your environment to be able to do that. So, but these are our leaders. They are not so keen on.
This is why I would want to ask you, forefather, Nigeria joining BRICS and being accepted into BRICS, or Nigeria having West Africa in their hands. Which would you prefer first? Which would be your preference?
West Africa
in their hands.
Straight. So this is where we're supposed to be really going. We're not ready for BRICS. Just as Ovie said, what do we have to offer? We're not ready for BRICS. We're not ready for any of these things.
Why are we not ready?
I tell you why we're not ready.
Forefather, can I ask you a question?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, what is the difference between the G7 and G20?
The G7 tends to be tightly linked to nations that have, especially in NATO, almost all of them are in NATO. I think apart from just in Japan, if I'm not mistaken. And they
that is
tend to be
the most industrialized nations.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
The several richest industrial countries in the world.
Nations.
Yeah.
No, it controls. It also includes all the other nations too.
The G20
includes America, includes all of them.
Because America wants to control what happens in the affairs of the world.
Of course.
Technically, they are not supposed to be there. Now, the issue with Nigeria, which I think I may not be correct, but it looks as if APC was not prepared to lead Nigeria to that position of envy in the whole world. They were interested in removing PDP from power in 2015. They had no principal agenda. And that is what we are witnessing in this regime now. Because after the man was declared the president, he won the election. The first place he went to was France. And he attended a global conference there. And up to today, We've not seen the impact of that visit, impact of being part of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the president, you see, you guys that are, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. You guys that are outside there, you can't tell exactly what is going on in Nigeria. Look, the country is in a mess. Now, we ended service in the church today, and we're going home. I told my wife, let me be a sweet husband today. Let me go to the market and get the things she need to prepare something for the family. So I branched into a nearby market to pick up some items. Now, there is one popular fish in Lagos called kote. I know some of you that lived in Lagos, you know kote.
Yeah.
Good. Now, we have sizes of kotes. So I was going for the medium size. And that medium size, as at August, I was buying it at 1,800 naira per unit. As I'm talking to you today, I went to the same place I normally get this fish from. One of it is 3,000 naira. 3,000 against 1,800. Now you have salary earners in Nigeria, in Lagos here, that earns 30,000 naira a month, 20,000 naira a month. Security, nurses, and so many other handwork people. They earn very pretty less than what human being can imagine. Now, when you have one single fish costing 3,000 naira, and then you want to prepare a pot of soup that will serve your family for 3 days, if you have paid 30,000 naira, what do you have left? Absolutely nothing. Now, these are the things that the government of Tinubu should have sit down in Nigeria. Look at those loopholes that is causing this hyperinflation in Nigeria.
Righteous man, I'm not taking words from your mouth, but you guys are supposed to be fasting. You guys are supposed to be praying now. I'm fasting. Okay? Just a joke.
So we you know, as an accountant, as we were told he is, I think he's supposed to sit down here. Look at one of the problems we have in Lagos is Agboroism. I came back from Germany. I entered into public transportation. I had 7 buses. This issue of Agboro crushed my business, and I have to auction those buses. Okay? I went into buying of cars. I sold my house before the COVID so that I can go into importation from US. My friend that lives in US came to Nigeria December, spent December, January. By February, he returned to US. I wired money in dollars to his account, only to hear by February 18th that the guy was dead. And that was how my business crumbled completely. The money I realized in selling of my house and the ones I had, which I put a chunk of it, about 95% of the money for importation, got granted. That was how everything went. Now, we are eaten by God's grace. That's what is happening here. Now you are telling me that the man who won, who's supposed to sit down and think about how to make our life better, is voting 70 billion for the House, increasing the payment of the judiciary. Then we, the common people, are dying on daily basis. While I was going to church, a truck man, these people that pushes dustbin, the Agboro stopped him and was asking him to pay for pushing. Oh, come on. Beggars. Beggars have been taxed in Lagos now. If you're a beggar, hold on. If you're a beggar if you're a beggar in Lagos today, they will give you ticket. You will pay. If you're a beggar, have you had such a thing?
Righteous man. To be honest with you, to be fair to the president, these are state government issue, not the president. The president issue.
No. He is the father of Lagos State. He owns Lagos.
Hold on. But still, there is a
and the federal government. It is the policy of the federal government that decide what happened in other states, because it is the federal government that funds states. Yeah, it's the federal government that gives them allocation.
I think that what he's saying is basically trying to air some of the things that's happened to him. That is not good.
Yes.
Somebody passing when his money is at stake like that, and a very, very important strategic funds that he wanted to use for business. This life, this is why you plan. Man proposes, God disposes.
I understand.
So, when you tell him that it doesn't have anything to do with the president, that's not the point. He just wants to hear his this thing.
I wanted us so that we don't. I hear him and righteous man. My sincere empathy towards.
Yeah, I really feel this thing for that, because it's just one of those things in life.
Yeah, yes, I understand that. I cannot. Their story is a common story of most Nigerians who invest, and due to economic situation, the businesses go south, and that's the end of it. Unfortunately, we don't have a responsive society where the government comes to your aid. I empathize with you. But that being said, our original conversation was whether Tinubu going to G20 right now would have made any sense. Now, I'm a critic of that government. I'm a critic of the man. I'm not a supporter of him. I would have loved him not to be there. But the reality on the ground is that he is there right now. Now, we can only begin to analyze his activities and profile our solutions. Hopefully, somehow, some of these things we say here will get to the right places and they can relook it. Tinubu going to G20 does not have it. It doesn't stop Nigeria from trying to change things, rejig things. His VP could have as well sat down. They're a team. He said, Mr. Man, I'm going for G20. You guys, please, while I'm away, can you be talking about this or whatever? However government runs, I don't know. Going to G20 was to go and look for opportunities for Nigeria. That is what it is. He is new. That is one of his first. In fact, France was not his first outing, to be honest with you, because that one was photo ops. I mean, he just got sworn in, and then the next day he's going to France. There was really nothing he was going to offer or say. They were older African heads of state who, in terms of time spent, had more international clout than him at that point. So that's okay. But this G20 was where he was supposed to go and announce himself.
Yes.
Meet new people. Talk to, and remember that other one was just France inviting a select number of countries. G20 is, if not the whole world, let's put it that way. It's almost a mini.
What are the economic policies of this government? What are the economic policies of this government?
I'm coming. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, in a normal situation, if he did have an economic plan, he would have had a goal to say, okay, this G20 should be a place for me to go and leverage, whether it is attract investments or tell people of what we are doing, what my government's plan is. We are just starting. We are 1 month old. These are the kind of things we want to do. And those things we want to do, we find China, we find India, we find whoever it is to be a possible partner in those things. And we show them a roadmap. People are going to be working on the roadmap of this is what we want to do. And they say, okay, you know what? Let's take this conversation forward. Now, remember where we started. His photograph standing aloof. Kneeling. That's what has generated all these things. People are saying that posturing does not help Nigeria. And I agree with it. But I will exonerate him from saying, to say that he shouldn't go to G20. No, I don't agree with that. The point is, we know that he's going to G20. He didn't do well. G20 would have been a place for him to go and start beginning to attract people. Have some conversation that when the people he has those conversations will leave there, they'll go back thinking and say, I had a conversation with this new Nigerian president. Doesn't seem like a bad guy, actually. See what he told me. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Industry, can you set up a meeting with your counterpart? Let's see how we can further these conversations. Maybe he did that. The only person that seemed to had a successful outing based on photo ops was Bosun the guy who runs communication. I mean, I saw his meetings with his counterparts, and I read a few of the other things, and it seemed that the guy seemed to know where he's going. But I am
communications. What is he supposed to be?
Sorry, is it digital communication? Technology. Sorry, it's technology. The guy that's going to go into IT.
Also, is very good. It's a very
I gather that he is very good. But what is this in outcomes we are looking at, and what kind of conversation is he having? What is he trying to bring into the country?
I haven't read all those things very, but I'll take my time.
Don't know yet. I know the president was really looking for investors, but
what I'm saying is, based on what I saw, the guy seemed to be having a good outing. I saw it. He was having meetings with key people in
my problem with Nigeria is that I think, and even some of us we are saying, some of us are even saying he shouldn't even be going there. We are not doing.
Who shouldn't go there?
No, that some people were saying that maybe Tinubu shouldn't have gone. That he should be focusing on Nigeria. So, what my concern is that we are not doing the serious things yet. We keep going on all these petty meetings. I'll come and build a bank here, do this one here. It's not going to get us anywhere. We've been doing this for how many decades? The thing that they need to fix in our country to make our country strong, so we control this in West Africa, maybe even other central part of this Africa, because if Nigeria is very strong, we can control all these countries. Then when you go to them, whatever you ask for, they will give you, because they know you control 400 to 600 million size market. That's what they are going to know, and they will come to you. For me, the biggest economic investment Tinubu can make is in our security and stabilizing our country. You can't have IDP camps and you are going to tell people to come and do business in your country. What kind of country is that? They would be like, the country is at war. Why should I come and invest in your country? Tomorrow, what if the people that created IDP camp overrun your city? The city I put my investment, then all the investment goes to dust. So you have to make your environment stable, stabilize your neighborhood too. Yep. Make sure everything, no trouble is going on around there. Then watch investment start pouring in. Because the market is big.
It's a simple
businesses
logic.
Want to make money.
Simple logic. Absolutely, forefather.
But I agree with you.
I agree with you.
Security.
Forefathers. Hold on. Forefathers. I with all due respect, you keep banging on this security issue. Okay. In fact, a cousin of mine, she watches this program. She was bashing me the way I went about it with you and all that. But how do you think we can achieve this security stability?
It's very simple.
Sorry. Let me understand your question. No. Wait. Let me understand. Sorry, guys. Tone. Let me, if I may, understand your question further, because it seems like you. Can you expand?
I was saying that the security issue that forefathers keep banging on, because I've been thinking about it some few days, and I think I'm having a change of mind, maybe leaning towards him. How do you think we can actually achieve this security?
Okay,
it's
the simplest thing, because we have the people already. Recruit people into the security institutions. And do you know Tinubu actually said that to come into office? Now he came into office, he's not talking about it again. He's supposed to increase the military size to about 1 million. The police is supposed to double it. He's supposed to include the others. Okay, but he's not doing any of them.
Okay, but don't you think that the corrupt ones...
So that you'll be feeding them Agbado, right? So you defend Agbado.
The corrupt ones within the security infrastructure, don't you think they will infect the new intakes?
No, they won't. You see, the larger you tend to your security apparatus is, the more functional they become actually, and it will stabilize the country. Nigeria's GDP right now is being depressed by more than 10%. That is more than $50 billion of this in economic activity Nigeria is losing. Tell me what other investment you can make in Nigeria that is that efficient in terms of providing outcomes. Remember, when you recruit those 2 million people, they need a uniform, they need houses, they need everything. It's going to spill into all the economy. It's going to stimulate growth. And not to mention the fact that the military, they can build. They are civil engineers. They can create, they can dredge. They can build bridges. All those things, you can use them to reconstruct the country. That's the kind of stuff other nations do. But I don't understand it. It's the most efficient way to spend money.
I'm just trying to pick up your brain on that so that we'll constructively, we're not here to argue. If, for instance, I hold a psychology degree right now, I say, okay, I'm deciding to go back to Nigeria to join the police, for instance, and they get to know that this guy, they'll say, go sit down. This boy will just come from London. What do you know? Is the problem the mindset of the people that are already there? You see a DPO that's been there for about 35 years or a SAJ that's been there for 40 years and all that. Those people will frustrate you because you're coming from the diaspora.
They won't
and
be
your
able
colleagues even on the same, they are going to frustrate you. This was happening. This is just a problem. Like, I'll give you an example. When Ojukwu joined the Nigerian army back then, you know, he came from the UK. That was where all the little while, although history will not write it, there was some sort of jealousy amongst the rank and file because he was quite educated. His dad was a millionaire. So I personally, or if you ask me, I personally think that re-education of the ones there now, then will be easing, then recruitment will start and all that. But re-education, I will not support us, you know, or the government rather, firing them. They need to reorient the way they think.
I want to agree with Tone. Tone just made a valid point. See, so security is okay, yes. Maybe focus on security, but not security in terms of recruitment, but security in terms of reorientation, security in terms of trying to refashion the military, the police, to be able to be more effective and efficient in its job.
This kind of talk. Do you understand that we never had enough? What is the point of reorienting when you don't even have enough? Have you ever tried to reorient yourself when you are in a hurricane?
No,
Father, I'm leaning towards you, though. I'm leaning towards you.
Those who are already there.
See, we don't have enough as we speak, so there's no point reorienting you. Exactly, you can do both. But what he's saying is that we have to do that first. We have the human resources. They are looking for jobs. There are people that don't have jobs in Nigeria. They have to bribe to join the military, to join the police. Why do people have to do that when they can offer real good benefit to the economy?
But Papa, there's a problem in that. The problem in that is that when you are recruiting based off the fact that people have no jobs, you tend to get the wrong people. People tend to go into an institution they have no passion for. But when you reorientate an institution, you make it attractive for new people who want to go in there. They begin to see, okay, you know what? I want to be in the army. It becomes an interest. Don't recruit because, see, this recruiting because there is unemployment is what has led the Nigerian police to be.
Because of desperation.
That's not what we say.
Exactly.
It's like you disagree with the idea, so you use every other listing to say it's because of poverty.
No.
People will join people, even the ones in the military right now, they're joining for various reasons. No matter what you do, they are going to join for various. Even in America,
I agree.
But
you reduce the
forefather, you will ask the question: what is the cause of insecurity in Nigeria?
Oh my God! I just read it now. Sorry, it's over $50 billion. That's the actual cost to the GDP. It's over $50 billion every year.
Cost of insecurity.
That is what I'm saying. That's why I just told you. That's why I just answered $50 billion at least
not
each
cost,
year.
Not cost. Cost.
Okay, the cost.
Cause.
The cost.
Okay, the cost of insecurity.
Okay, let me
let me answer that one. If it's the cause of insecurity you're asking, that one too is also easy because you don't have security. That's what it's causing insecurity.
Hold on. Father, I don't know how many years you've spent in the UK. How long have you been in the UK?
I've been in the UK for a while. Let's put it that way.
Okay, for a while.
For quite a while, yeah.
Okay, for quite a while. Okay. Okay, now listen. I spent 40 years in Lagos. And I can count back the years of Jakonde, where you can walk in the streets of Lagos, 1 a.m., nobody harasses you. Where the Jakonde housing estates were not occupied by human beings, by rodents. There's so many people who owns Jakonde housing estate units today did not buy it because it was empty. People just
move in there and start living there. Before you know it, they started doing the papers and it becomes their own. Now, what brought about insecurity in Nigeria is the government policies. Policies of economic marginalization. Policies that it made every Nigerian to think that you can't survive unless you come to Lagos. Yeah. Now, in 1982-83, I was learning trade at Idumota.
Righteous man, you know you've told us a lot of your stories.
Hold on. Let me tell you the policies. Hold on. I'm coming somewhere. See,
you have to give us your whole life story in one section.
Hold on. I'm driving towards somewhere. Now, when I was learning the trade of selling butter, we were going to listen.
Want to know your history.
Listen, we were going to Anambra State. We were going to Onitsha to buy our shoes that we sell at Idumota. There's a kind of vehicle that time they call Awarawa. After we close from markets at Idumota, we enter Awarawa going to Onitsha to buy shoe because the importers then were residing in Onitsha. When the economic policies of the federal government changed, those importers that were residing in Onitsha, building the economy of Anambra State, relocated to Lagos State. How? If you are traveling out of Nigeria and you are from the east, you have to come to Lagos to board international flight. Now, when you calculate what it costs you to board from east to Lagos and from Lagos to Europe or to America to Asia, you now discover that you are making more profit if you relocate down to Lagos here instead of being in Onitsha. You see, so that policy killed the Igbos from being at home and industrialize the Southeast. They have to move where the cost of expenses is cheaper. That was how two of my uncles left Onitsha and relocated to Lagos because they were importers. And then instead of us traveling to Onitsha to buy their goods, we now wait for them when they import and bring to Lagos. We now buy from them and sell. So the insecurity is caused by these economic policies of the federal government that made the Igbos to leave the 5 southern eastern states and relocate down to southwest here, because this is where they can make things cheaper and make gain. So this is the insecurity we are talking about. Had it been there was an economic policy to make every part of Nigeria to be equal, give the Southeast International Airport, try to open Warri Seaport, try to make Calabar Seaport workable, make sure that international flights can fly from anywhere in the world and bet in the east or in the south.
Can I say something about this?
The movement of people will reduce.
See, in Nigeria, you see, this thing that we do where we expect Nigeria to be perfect, most nations are not equal. In the UK, where I see, they have what they call the North and South divide. They have the West Lothian question. Their leaders they come from one university. That's the last 6 leaders. Only one didn't go to that university. So if in America, the same thing. You have the coastal nations, these cities and states controlling most of the resources of the country. It's just when we keep expecting everything to be the same all the time. To be fair, I understand those frustrations, but you are backing at the wrong tree. In the end, the economics is what you need to fix for everybody.
Forefather, I disagree with you, man. I disagree with you. You see, if I may,
equal ever.
No, if I may, you see, I think you find the argument that our good man Nigel was giving you. You see, the East, whether we like it or not, there are a industrious group within the Nigerian enclave. Theirs is to get on with it. People accuse the East of not being good politicians. Who needs to be a good politician when you have a way, where you're going? The East need to be given their rightful heritage place in that stupid country. So when
now you are insulting the nation again. It just shows
I'm
the
insulting
level of
the nation. I can do that. I can, but my brother, no, don't disturb me. My brother, don't disturb me.
You can cause the government or something. When you cause the government,
Wait, my brother. Wait. You see, when I say things, I don't need your permission. I'm saying it. So
yeah, I also don't on your end.
Well, okay. When I call it a stupid country, I've lived that stupidness. I've lived it. The stupidness is not just the geography. It's the people inside that geography that are stupid as well. We are living in a stupid state. We're all how many millions of us are outside of Nigeria who would prefer to be inside Nigeria? What righteous man has just underlined is that, and he spoke specifically of the East, which sometimes any of us can be aggrieved with, but we have to still admit that the ingenuity, the progress-minded people, the make sure that we are okay people, what if the East were given what they needed, the whole of Nigeria would benefit from it. How is it that we can take this away and then start speaking about northwest divide in the UK? Now, once I understand what you're saying, the whole world is not fair. But why would Nigeria cut his nose to spite his face? This is where we are. Let's stop mucking about, singing with language.
If we are fixing the country, from there, please. If I may take off from there. So, forefathers, I agree with you. The world is not a fair place. But what nations do, and there's no perfect nation anywhere in the world, not even this United States we're talking about. But let me speak from other places that I know. There are places where there are almost similar kind of agitations going on in Nigeria. For instance, in Canada, you have the people from Quebec that were agitating to leave the country. But what has been done to keep them together? Now, in Canada, you'll find out that the federal government of Canada, most of their establishments are not all in Ottawa, the capital. For instance, if you're doing anything that has to do with tax in Canada, you'll be going to Manitoba. That is where the CRA's head office literally is. That is where you will send your filing documents to. If you're doing anything shipping, you go to Nova Scotia. They spread all those things across the country to make sure that the federal government touches, as in there are specific things that are federal government, but it's in a particular region only. It's not only just that their head office in in Ottawa. The problem with Nigeria is this, I've said it. You see, I see people even on our comment section making these comments. People say, oh, Southeast, don't blame anybody. Listen, the problem with Nigeria is government policy.
Yes.
Government policy.
That is it. Simple.
Is deciding.
They're getting it all wrong. And how can we defend them?
So
they're getting it wrong.
Instance, how can you say you know that a large chunk of your industrialists and people who are into commerce are from a particular section?
Yes.
And they have a closer seaport to them, but you want everybody to go to Lagos.
I mean, look. Just look at what. If we can just take what righteous man said, that's the first time I've heard it put like that. To be frank,
can I respond to this? You've already had your chance to respond.
You always say that. But you know that everyone that speaks,
you want to speak twice before I speak.
Father, be fair. Be fair, my friend.
Though. You are the one that spoke immediately after he spoke.
No. All it is, my brother. All it is, me. I'm a patient individual. But you see,
you are patient.
Not everything that you have to answer because you're a forefather. You understand? Take a back seat sometimes as somebody who is take the back seat as somebody who is moderating the discussion.
No,
so you let the discussion flow. You let the discussion flow, my friend. Forefather, don't let me and you start antagonizing each other.
Because I'm blocking me. I see. I'm not. Believe me, I don't get flustered by it's just fairness. You have to play fairness. Nobody's above fairness.
You have to play fair. You have to. You see, when I tell you this, forefather, my brother, when Rudolph was doing this, there was a communication going on within everybody. Rudolph allowed the communication to continue before he now interjected. For you, you have to interject at every last sentence. Why?
Do I look like Rudolph?
No, you're not Rudolph, but you are a moderator. You are a moderator. You see, you're playing. You're playing. That's playtime.
I'm not Rudolph.
No, but you're the moderator. You're the moderator. Moderate the discussion.
You are not
Don't
being fair
don't
with me.
control the
We're having a
discussion.
conversation. You have to be fair. If you want in life, one has to be fair. I didn't stop you from talking, and some other people spoke. I want to speak again, and you are telling me I'm being unfair to you.
Okay,
It's not fair on me.
don't take it personal. But there's somebody just posted something. You see, I find it strange that we have a population that is not very well informed. Somebody said that I call importation of bend down. Let me just read it out, and I want to address it.
Chief, don't listen to this.
No, hold on. Hey, wait, hold
to
on.
these people.
Hey, no. So you call importation of bend down.
Hey, why you're part of that too?
Can you hold on? You hold on. You're dragging the issue.
I know they usually piss you off a lot.
No.
Sometimes when
AY, we are trying to educate people. Don't do this, please.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Someone said importation. He's reducing. People are importing bigger things. And he's saying that, do I call importation of bend down, select, and fake phones commerce? This is an uneducated person. We're talking about Nigeria. And this person lives in Nigeria, or wherever he is. No, come on, guys. No, I'm not angry. I'm flustered. I'm flustered.
You know, Jim, if you are going to read the comment section, sometimes
Are you kidding me?
I'm laughing at what I'm reading from the comment section.
You are crazy, man.
Some people in the comment section.
I'm not angry. I'm surprised.
Beats your imagination.
Some people in the comment section, I believe they live in a mental home. Honestly,
They are crazy, man. But that's
comment section, they can
maybe
get
we should go and negotiate for better select. It's ridiculous. See, the point about so see, there's unfairness in the South too. You know, the South with all the resources that comes out of there, they barely have anything to show for it. If you go to Biafra, they have only one flyover. This is still in Nigeria we are talking about. Unfairness is everywhere. I agree with you.
Correct it generally.
But we changed direction because we are actually talking about how we are going to create a stable nation without IDP camps. Farmers can go to their farm without being worried that they're going to get kidnapped. Businesses can open longer. Remember, if you have a safe environment, businesses can work for 24 hours. They don't care. They will just stay open. So economic activity will even pick up beyond what we even expected this year right now. We'll be heading to $1 trillion economy instead of half a $1 trillion this in economy. So this is why this is the most efficient investment any nation can put in. But somehow our leaders are refusing to do that. I need to address a point somebody raised in the chat. He said something about HKG. I'm going to come to you. He said Nigeria is recruiting 80,000. I don't know where he got that information. Jajon. Yeah, he's the one that said it. Please, if you have any evidence for that, please let me know, because I've been searching. I don't have any evidence for Nigeria trying to recruit 80,000. I tell you,
Chief, now they're asking you questions.
Jajon.
He got serious issues. That Jajon guy.
Yesterday, I invited Jajon to come on
He's got
air
serious
and
issues.
say what he's saying, but he won't come. So now here is I want to respond to what forefather have said. You know, if we are truly thinking of developing a nation, so let me put on my hat as a Nigerian for now and speak about that, because you see, I remove my cap as a Nigerian because I got tired of speaking about these things and pursuing it. So you see, you cannot say you don't want to develop your family at the same time I want to develop my own. You say I shouldn't develop it. But let's speak generally as a Nigerian right now. The fundamental place to start is to go back to the days of Jerry Ghana. Jerry Ghana was the only one who was able to articulate what it is and put it down. You know what? If you want to be a minister well. Do what you are put there to do. You are not minister because you are Igbo. You are a minister because you're a minister of Federal Republic of Nigeria. If you're a teacher, preach well. You didn't go there to go and be discussing politics and chopping granite. You went to teach children, teach them well. In other words, what is the fundamental question to be a Nigerian? What is it that our children should have in our mentality to make you know that this is the way our nation is going? What is the value? What is the ethos? That's the right word that a Nigerian should carry. When we come to that point, then we begin to also come to the point of asking ourselves, why do we have different kinds of approach? Do we choose to approach our development in different directions? In other words, if I go to Thief land, I speak the Thief language. I develop a Thief culture. I do it. I don't want to use the Thief people because they are more in number in Benue over the Idoma people or the Igede people or the other smaller group, Itolu or the other people. Each of us, each of the tribes should be given their unique identity, and don't mess with it. So if you go to for instance, the Jukums who are living by the river, and you want to develop a Jukum community, develop it along the place where they're making their money, they're earning their living. Who say you cannot develop the water side for the Jukum people to live? So they come out in the morning, they go do their fish. When they finish doing their fish in the morning, their children can go to school and come back and do their work. But we are not thinking in this direction. We are thinking of owning the big cities. Everybody converge in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Kanu, and the rural areas are left to waste.
Can I ask a quick question of you, KJ? Sorry, can you answer that question? What is it that makes us intrinsically Nigerian? Because it's a great question.
That's the big question. I cannot answer it myself because when I was growing up, I thought being in Nigeria is taking holistic approach, that we indeed are the giants of Africa. But since I realized that we're not giants of Africa, I have set back my wings and walk like a gentleman so that nobody questions me. See, when we were growing up, let me reverse back. When we were growing up in Nigeria, we had the things like the Girls Guide, the Boy Scout, the Boys Brigade, all those in the Red Cross. You go there and they teach you leadership, how to care for your neighbor. There was nothing like tribe. We didn't know what religion was. I had plenty of friends who were Muslims. It didn't matter to us whether Sariki was Muslim or not. We go to Sariki's house, we enter their bashiga, we go eat in their houses. We leave and go. In fact, sometimes they sleep in our house, we sleep in their own. Sariki was one of the only Muslim I knew that was full on to do drama, dance, and all the rest. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. That innocence had been taken away. At that time, we believed we were one. We were developing a one concept. Okay? But over the years, that was destroyed. Listen, let me say, when we were growing up, we could get up in the estate we were living and say, we are Boy Scouts, we are going to do Baba job. We'll come to your house. Okay? You are teaching us to be responsible. We'll come to your house, we'll mow cut your grasses, wash your clothes. At the end, they give us like 5 naira. It's not up to 5 naira, and we take back to the Boy Scout organization to make sure that at the time the holidays are starting, we'll have money to go to camp. Who does that now? There's nobody who's teaching those qualities any longer. So we need to sit down as a people and decide what makes, just like you asked the question. I cannot answer it. I don't know the question, the answer.
I understand you.
Yeah, what makes us a Nigerian? What is the
as you said it there, I was trying to think, what is it really for real that makes us Nigerian? We recognize ourselves. We all recognize it, no matter what part of the world we are going. If we hear Nigerian accent talk, we've turned and we know say that's us. However, who are we, man? As a collective. Because if I may, sir, if I may, just there is something about us. There is, but we can't. It seems that we can't really put our hands on what it is. There's a power that's inside us, but we can't grasp it. We don't really know the identity of what it is. Just like KJ said, in growing up, I was in the UK when I was 6 years old. From Nigeria, born in Nigeria, and then here. Going to school, me and my older brother, every day we had to fight because I want Jamu. They were just cussing hell out of us. and my older brother, who's a lot slimmer and smaller than me, he's extremely aggressive in terms of you can't come in front of him and talk shit. He will just deal with you. So me, I learned from this. Although I can't get beaten up for free of charge. So me, I entered that vein, and it was the same until they respected us as individuals. One day, one Jamuk guy came to me and said, you see them Africans, yeah? You see them Africans? They're bloody clever, mate. They're so clever. And I was thinking, are we? I didn't know. It's not. Within my family, there's all kind of professionals, lawyers, doctors. I took them all for granted. It was until this Jammu person said, "Oh boy, you guys are clever." Oh, it was then I realized, we're clever. So these realize that I don't know what it is that we're missing, but we're missing a big trick in understanding who we are as a collective. It's only when we get this understanding that we're going to be able to form the fist that we need to push forward. Because that's a KJ, oh boy, that's a strong question that you put.
Jagu, we are the creation of the British Empire.
Jagu, the truth.
That's not who we are.
Jagu,
me, I'm not any creation of British Empire.
Righteous man, there's something
unique about us. But you see, as we struggle to be able to define us, other people are very able to define us for us. There are certain intrinsic things about us as Nigerians. And the former minister of the late Akwili tried to accomplish that, even though it wasn't deep.
Yes,
she was coming out with that thing, great people, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
But see, that's what our leadership needs to start sitting down to crystallize who is a Nigerian. One common thing I could say is that we're very dogged people. Yeah. We're very dogged. I mean, in Nigeria will get into a place and say, if you see this place, I will conquer here. He will go to the lowest. This has nothing to do with any ethnic group. We will go and eventually we come back up. Yeah. We were just discussing this yesterday of a lawyer who has been sworn into the Queen's Council as a judge here in Abacha, where I live. They said this guy was coming to Calgary as a visiting professor. And then all of a sudden, he decided to settle in Canada. But unfortunately, his status haven't changed now. They still won't accept him. He was good enough to be a visiting professor, but he wasn't good enough to become a full professor and lecturer. He accepted. He began to do menial jobs and then went back to school, wrote their law bar, and climbed back up. And today he's a judge. That's the story of a Nigerian. Most other Africans don't do this. There are even other ethnicities who are not even Africans who will give up. And I'm not saying there aren't Nigerians who give up, but if you take the statistics, that's who we are. Unfortunately, because we do not have the leadership to harness these intrinsic qualities, that's why our homeland is the way it is. In our homelands, rather than having somebody who will say, you know what, I'm Yoruba, I'm the president, but I can see that these guys in Ijo are very good with this. Let us begin to build and put infrastructure that will help them pull and become notable for that. I can see these guys in the East. They are very good with creativity. Let's do this for them. I can see we have arable land in the North. Is the potential for agriculture. Let's invest in it. What we have is, unfortunately, these people don't even take things back to where they come from. What they do is they steal those resources and put in their pockets. Like I said it before here, last week, I said it two weeks in a row. If the tables were turned and we became the conquerors of the world, will we bring what KJ just said? You go and do Baba job, bring the money and put it into the pool of the Boy Scout because of a bigger picture. He didn't take the money and go and buy ice cream and steal it. He brought it back for the Boy Scout to use for the welfare of Boy Scouts. That is what we are lacking. We've lost those values. Along the line somewhere, we started raising people who everybody is for their pocket. Grab what you can. And that grab what you can is what is destroying Nigeria.
Can I make a contribution? I'm about to leave. Guys, I really thank you all for a wonderful discussion. If I've been overly aggressive for those in the in the comment section, please try and forgive. No. I would like to salute the fashion of the prince who wore Adidas, and forefather. Every blessing your way, my brother. I'm out of here.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you.
Okay, bye, Jago.
Always welcome. Always welcome.
Thank you, bros.
Jago.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
the last speaker said something, and my memory just cast by. Do you remember that when a seed is sown, it takes time for that seed to germinate? And when it germinates and you do not give it direction, it will grow wild. Is it not a shameful thing? Because sometimes when I sit to count back, I say, but Nigeria is not the only country that have fought a civil war. Why is our own becoming as if it's something that have never happened to humanity before? The Americans we know today that most of you are living and celebrating, they fought a civil war. There was a French Revolution. And most recently, the Rwandans fought a civil war. Then after some years, the giant of Africa, their governors, who fought a civil war before Rwanda, about 50-something years ago, could assemble themselves to that tiny land to go and learn leadership. Don't you think there is something fundamentally wrong with us?
Our leaders.
There's nothing wrong with us. I think
what I'm trying to say is the seed. The problem of Nigeria is the negative seed that have been sown. That seed has corrupted every Nigerian. That seed is growing wild, where because it's not your tribal man, you will not appreciate what comes from him. You know, the president of Nigeria, the current president of Nigeria now, is a very sound, intelligent man. We will not take it away from him. But he did that time at his prime age. Right now, that level of intelligence has depreciated. And that's why you see what is happening now whenever he travels abroad, whenever he's making a speech, you can't actually build on the statements he presents. They are not cohesive just because there is a depreciation. And if it is in a good understanding country, he wouldn't have run, not because he's not academically qualified, but because of his age. So that seed of corruption, it must be us. It must be us. It's my own. It's my turn. No, Igbos are not good in leadership. These people are the best. That is the problem of Nigeria. And that is why we're not making progress.
I think, I guess there's this thing. I think Nigeria has an issue with, I don't know how to describe it, a level of vanity, very, very serious one. And I'm not even sure it's only Nigeria because Mansa Musa demonstrated the same level of vanity. There's this other aspect that defines how the judges pass their judgment. I don't exactly know what to call it. Where when we want to kick somebody in Nigeria, we're like, yeah, you are down. Are you down? Nah. Look at me, I'm doing better than you. We like to mock each other when the other side is
competition.
Down. We don't. Yes, this aggressive competition that we have against each other.
Unnecessarily.
Unnecessarily. Yeah. It doesn't have to happen because it makes the other side bitter. That they will not respond. They will not respond logically to you, and you have this chaotic kind of situation. They are willing to do anything to get back at you, and when you treat people like that, they are willing to sell out to hurt your own the country's interest. Okay. Let me just say something quickly. If I'm to be a little bit forgiving about all the mess we are going through, I would the only reason that I would say that Nigeria is not our fault is because of, if I look at it from a macro level, some of the experiences we've had. From what I look at what happened to other countries, it's not enough to push us to a point whereby we decide to create a great nation, like the way like the Chinese or the Indians or even North Korea did, or Japanese. It's not enough. We've not experienced some of the experiences they've had. So it's hard to just overnight start making tough decisions like you're not going to listen to Igbo man anymore. You go ahead and start building and non-stop. It's very, very hard because we still feel like, oh, Igbo man is Igbo man. We have not gotten to a point where we said, you know what, Forget about Igbo man, forget about Hausa man, forget Christian, forget Muslim. We have a big problem here. We need to deal with it and band together. When you get to that point, that's what creates strong nations. All these nations you see emerging, they all had that experience. What did the experience the Chinese had, the experience the Japanese had, we all know, 2 nukes, North Korea completely destroyed, South Korea the same thing. All of them, you can't believe all the countries that lost or won the wars, they are all doing better than us. We didn't even get involved in any major war. We have, how many years were we sanctioned? Only through during the time of Abacha. And yeah, look at our country. So it tells you that something or some of that macro ingredients is missing. And it's not only in our country, it's also in the other African countries. The experience is the same. None of them have been involved in a first world conflict. None of them are involved in a first world brawl. The only countries that have done that is maybe India Amin had to be invaded to be removed from office. He is one of those radical ones that tried to do something against the West. Mugabe, very, very radical. They are punishing him for it. And now the South Africans are pushing back with BRICS and telling the Europeans, you can't do this to us, you can't do whatever you like. And we'll see how it's going to turn out. But there are signs that they are already trying to sabotage South Africa's economy. And you saw that the other day they were accusing South Africa of supplying weapons to Russia. All kinds of stuff will start happening. If he carries on like that, good luck to him. I don't know how he's going to survive, because you have to be very, very aggressive to be able to take these people on. And South Africa is lucky. They have a big white population there. You can consider them a kind of hostages, because if we go and sanction them, they are going to sanction their own people too, isn't it? They will think twice. So, but Nigeria doesn't have that kind of cover. So that's where I will forgive Nigerians a little bit, because it may not, everything you do on the ground may never work until the people decide that, you know what, we are going to put our differences aside because we have a big problem here on our hands. So that's the only place, the only way I will reason it. Then I'll just forgive Nigeria and say, let's just leave it as it is. You see what I mean? So please go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say something, right? See, all this issue of tribe, we think we are there is discrimination, there is this. Honestly, the biggest problem we have in Nigeria is still the corruption. This so corruption, every tribe in Nigeria, their leaders are involved. This is the honest truth. Let me tell you something. In the South, NDDC, Nigeria Data Development Commission, if you go into their record and see the amount of billions they've received from creation of that of NDDC, you will ask yourself, where is the money? Who are the people stealing the money? Are they not the people from the region? They are people from the region. Why can't they develop the place? No, they did not do it. This is my issue.
But it's not accurate. You see, what you are missing is that, from what I gather, just last year, they said most of the money that comes there goes back to the center.
Okay,
because they don't put you in those positions until they know you're going to do that for them.
The other thing is, I understand. Like, I usually say this, right? From 1999 to date, I still see Obasanjo as the only nationalist we have. To be honest, you can accuse Obasanjo of corruption, but when it comes to issue of Obasanjo doesn't care about religion, doesn't care about tribe. He was able to like stabilize the country. But I'm not saying he's perfect, but we still had a lot of issues. But he was trying. Obasanjo doesn't care who is Minister of Finance. He doesn't care who's Minister of War. He was doing this. Like, I really like him for that, to be honest. Then, good luck. He was lazy, man. He didn't want to do anything. Then Buhari came and turned everything upside down again. You know, Tinubu, nobody, I don't know his direction yet, but I will not accuse Tinubu yet of doing that, because now it seems the portfolio, he spread it around the country. But all we are looking for, you know, I feel one thing I look at when we want to do a lecture, I look at, is the person a nationalist? Really, we don't need an Hausa president. We don't need an Igbo president. We don't need a Yoruba president. We need a Nigeria president. For me, as long as the person is coming is not a nationalist, get him out, because he's going to divide the country. He's going to create more problem. You know, if you don't have peace, a country cannot develop. If people are not seeing that, like, you are doing justice to every region, to every tribe, you will have problem. You will run into more trouble. But when you are doing justice, there is a problem somewhere, you can easily tackle that problem and say, hey, guys, that's what Obasanjo was doing.
And if you're not a nationalist,
Yeah.
you miss opportunities that
You
would
miss
have,
a
you would have
lot.
seen, because you are not looking at the nation objectively.
Yes.
You just
Yes.
miss development that you could
I
have
was
achieved.
okay. Look at what Buhari did. When the issue of IPOB was very severe, right? Buhari came into power and he was saying, like, yeah, the Igbo did not vote for him. It's not gonna. You can't make such statement. You can't even do that.
Exactly.
That's not okay. I criticize that point. The moment
I don't know why you see that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's why the judges are behaving the way they behave. That thing where if you're not on my side, you're not in the country. It's like crazy.
So look at it. The moment Buhari said that, the Easterners, IPOB, everybody was like, oh, it's more like they're telling you there is problem in the country. You are putting it on their face. Then they were really like, it got them aggressive. Oh, yeah. But like, why are you are a Nigeria president? Why are you saying that? Every region belongs to you. You can't say that. You can't even do that. People see you discriminating against them because of their tribe. That is so wrong. That is why I still give Obasanjo some credit. And going forward still, I expect anyone that is in that office, you should be a nationalist. Nigeria is too big for one person to come and say, oh, I'm from the north, I will only face the north, or I'm from the southeast, I will only face the south. No, we need to work together. Like, just like what KJ said, right? Look at every region, look at every corner of Nigeria. What can they produce? What are they good at? Pool resources, develop that stuff. You know, develop it. Work with everybody, work with the governor, work with the leader, work with everybody across the country. That is the only way Nigeria can move forward. If you want to discriminate against anybody, I'm not in support of that. That is so wrong. Nigeria, you will have more trouble. You will have more trouble. You can't kill the whole tribe. You're not gonna kill everybody. They're gonna like stand and say, "Oh yeah, if I know you are fighting me, why should I be scared of you?" You know.
And one thing I noticed with our politicians now, if they sense that the whole country is against something, if they sense the build-up that the entire country is against something, they back off. It doesn't take very long for them, and people people keep missing it every time that happens. Like with this palliatives they were talking about. The moment they said that everybody was against it, they pull it back. If the people behave like that in terms of power supply, if the people behave like that in terms of security, you'll be surprised how quickly they move. It's just that we don't talk to each other. And some people are so angry in some region that they don't want to countenance interacting with other people at all. When the power of your argument is also on the other side, but you don't want to reach out to them. If everybody reach out to each other, you'll be surprised how quickly the leaders move, because they are scared of Nigerians.
They are scared of Nigeria. That is why the politicians, they love that division.
Yes.
You see, Nigeria, we have a lot of capacity. We have capacity. Nigeria is we are strong people, just like what Chim said. I can tell you this. We are strong people. Individually, Nigeria as a country, we do it very well. We do it. The problem of Nigeria, that is why they try to always divide us. Election is coming, they will tell you, oh, you are Igbo, oh, you are Yoruba, you are Hausa, you are from here.
And then they use money too on top of it.
Yeah, that's the game they play. It is a game. They tell you, oh, you are a Muslim, you are a Christian, you are this.
You know, when you look at it now, many African countries are very weak. The people can make them do whatever they want, basically. But the people don't realize their power. Many African countries, they are, how many soldiers do they have? How many police do they have? You can make them do whatever you want. But the people will just sit there and because they don't understand their power. And often
No,
they are divided amongst themselves.
Forefather, let me interject. It's not as if Nigerians do not understand the power they have. It's not. If you can remember what happened during the NSAS protests,
Yeah.
the Nigerian youth came out in their thousands, hundreds of thousands, and they wanted a change. And it was happening only in the south. The one that was about to take up in Abuja, they organized the northern youth and then crushed it. And then what was happening?
Sorry,
Yeah.
I need to come in there. You said the right thing, right? Because the president was from the north. This is exactly what I was telling Tone. We were discussing the other
That's
day.
the problem.
Now, I can tell you for sure, if there is a protest today, it will not happen in Lagos, because now you have a president from Yoruba. This is how Nigeria are divided. Even the labor now, the labor group, they wanted to go to strike the other day. They were divided. Some states said, no, we are not going. This is what happened, is the politics.
Then how do we make progress as a nation?
Guys, hold it there. See, I don't like sensationalism. When we talk, let's talk with facts. I mean, Russia's man just said they organized the northern youth. It's not everybody in the north are that bad. Let's not forget, there's some still good people.
Okay. Yeah.
So by let's just be careful in making blacker statements.
That's what create that kind of division, even.
So when they hear this sort of thing, we cannot go forward.
Let me refrain from that. Let me refrain from that word. Let me refrain from that word. Then I was addressing the panel. What I'm trying to say is this. When the NSAS protest started, it started from Warri, moved to Edo, moved to Onitsha, to Enugu, to Aba, to Port Harcourt, to Ibadan, to Lagos.
Yes.
Lagos became the center of it. Now, it started in Abuja, not in Kaduna, not in Kano, not in Maiduguri, but the Federal Capital Territory. Some group of individuals were arranged to crush that movement. And then it now looked as if it is a southern affair. And how did it end? Somebody made a call and the military came in and got people massacred, which they still deny today. And so when you're saying that Nigerians are not ready, Nigerians are ready, but look, who is ready there to put his life on the line? And when you are killed,
let me say something
you may be the breadwinner of your family. The moment you are murdered, the entire family go on extinction. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think the SARS police were mostly southern based, so you can see why it wasn't like affecting the northerners as much, because their society is slightly differently structured, and nobody will convince me that the NSAS process was not a success. It was a resounding success. I've never seen a situation where somebody goes and protests, and by the time they finish protest, the government has said everything you asked for, we are going to give it to you. That is ridiculous. You're not going to see that in the UK here, where you go and protest, the government and say they will give you everything you ask for. So that is a resounding success. But people always remember, this is the problem. We remember only the casualties. We don't remember that we actually moved the government from a position. They dissolved a unit in the police within a couple of weeks. They dissolved it. That's what those people accomplished, but they missed
They
that
gave
point.
it a baptismal name. It's swag.
You see the thing.
It's still functioning.
No, so what do you want them to do? Burn the human beings. After they disband SARS, then they take the officers, burn them, and throw them to heaven. And hopefully,
no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. You said they dismantled SARS, they dissolved it, but it's still the same personnel that were wearing the name SARS. That they just changed.
Righteous man, that is why I was saying earlier that what do we do with the existing corrupt personnel? Then we can't just sack all of them. We can't just they need to be reoriented. See, most of the thing that is happening in Nigeria is mindset. Or my uncle told me, or my father told me. It's all mindset.
But at the core of it, at the core of it is that the SARS police that was dismantled, individually they are corrupt. But remember, the mandate of the SARS is what gives them the menacing, that allows the menacing activity that they were carrying out. They were going on the street, harassing people on the street. But the moment you disbanded it, you don't get that kind of behavior anymore. Even if the officers remain the same, but you don't get that kind of activity going on, which is what is the evidence. That's what the evidence
No,
is right now.
it reduced, but it's still ongoing. It reduced, but it's still ongoing.
Exactly, it has reduced. So my point is, see, you have to take a win when you get one. Sometimes, if you don't recognize it, then you are basically saying those blood that was lost was for nothing, because they actually accomplished something. And secondly, if you want something to work nationwide, you have to communicate to the other parts of the nation, reach out, know what their own discontent is, so that when you are coming out, you know the language you're going to use to relate to them. They too will join. They will know that you are in this with them.
So let me ask you a question, forefather. What happened? What do you say about the Oputa panel? What was the aim of Oputa panel? Because I agree with AY, right? Obasanjo still remain my best president in this democratic dispensation.
I would choose
Obasanjo is a nationalist. Obasanjo he loved Nigeria. I have not seen anyone that have ruled this country that loved Nigeria more than Obasanjo. I am telling you, he wants Nigeria to move forward. The things he established today, let me name them. He brought the digital communication we have today, which is this MTN, Econet. He brought it. He was the one who brought Soludo to recapitalize banks in Nigeria. If not, before, what we hear is that they have gone bankruptcy and your money will just go like that. He brought the issue of EFCC. He brought ICPC. He brought National Open University. Okay? He brought a lot of things to make sure that we take to a new direction. But look at after he left till now, there is no new thing that any government has put in place after Obasanjo left power.
I think it's not entirely fair to say that the other government didn't do anything. In terms of trade lines,
mention what they did that affect the entire nation.
Yeah, train lines, Second Niger Bridge, more train lines.
Can I tell you the story of Second Niger? Can I tell you the story of Second Niger Bridge? Can I tell you the story?
Tell us.
Okay. I thought we've had enough story already for today.
You hold on. You know the Third Mainland Bridge is not taxed.
Yes.
It's still free. And the money used in building the Third Mainland Bridge is federal government money. The Second Niger Bridge is joint partnership and is toll. Now, if you're going to the east, there are two toll gates in that short bridge. Two. And none of the toll gates collect less than 500 naira. So if you pass...
Sorry, when you say toll gate, is it like the soldiers are stationed there, or it's just like a wall?
You have to pay officially.
Why? How you pay?
Toll gate, just like when you are going to Murtala Mohammed International Airport. There is a toll gate there that you pay a fee before they can allow you to pass. So that bridge is tolled. While other bridges constructed in Nigeria, no one is with a toll cost, except that Second Niger Bridge. So you discover that at the end of the day, those who uses that bridge are the ones that are paying. But other bridges constructed in Nigeria, Nigerians are using it without payment. And at the same time that that bridge was constructed, other bridges in Nigeria were constructed, but they were not tolled.
But they were not the same size bridge.
Do you think installing toll fee on a bridge is a wrong thing?
It's not.
I don't think it's
it is not, but it should be a national
occurrence. I'm not against the
personally,
fee.
I don't subscribe to that because it makes transportation inefficient.
I don't really think so.
But because you are stopping people every time they have to pay for toll, I don't think it's efficient. But if the people are the ones funding it, because people have to fund these bridges to be built, private sector, and if they want their money back, fair enough. As long as there is fair amount, they are not charging people exorbitant fees.
Forefather, this is my point. I'm not against the toll fee. I'm not against the levy. The thing is this: if you are building the Nigerian nation, that everybody is equal partner, what happened in region A should be the same thing that will happen in region B.
No, you see,
you are not sure there's nothing like that in the north. There must be something.
There is nothing like that.
Okay.
Put it on Google. There is nothing like that.
Hold on. Let me just say this, Tone. Do you know that in the north, from what I gather, that their petrol prices is more expensive than in the south?
In some area, the deep state.
Yeah, in some area, it's more expensive in the north than in the south. What do you say to that?
In Imo State, a liter of fuel is 800 naira. In Imo State, which is an oil-producing state and very close to refineries, a liter of fuel is 800 naira.
I don't
which
know
is the same thing with Medugri.
Yeah, but from what I gather, that is more expensive in the north than the south.
It's not government problem. It's market. Those are marketers causing it.
Yeah, that's what I gather, because it costs more to take it to the north.
Are the problem, not the government.
So it looks like Righteous Man is struggling to understand the concept that maybe the north sometimes they get to pay more for stuff.
I like.
No. Forefather, you are the one that do not understand what I'm trying to say.
I understand what you say. Let me say this. Yesterday, I was listening to some discussion they were having here. Tune was actually coming against them. You know, some people, this idea of anything that happen, you think, some people are against you, right? It's just like racism, right? I will tell you my experience with racism. Usually, when people talk to me about racism, I said, I'm the wrong person to ask about racism, because I'm not saying it's not happening, right? So when I used to work in Canada, right? So I was working with all my colleagues were white, right? One day I was not having this. We were having discussion. They were discussing how they are going to the US. They are stopped at the border, search for 5 hours. Oh, I'm like, one of them even said, he's not going to the US again. It's too much trouble. Then me, a black man, then I used to use Nigeria passport, right? I never had problem at the border. I was like, ordinarily, if they were blacks, they would think because they are blacks. But here is the truth. US border, the moment you lie to them, they discover that lie, or they will put you on a red list, red flag for you. So anytime you are coming, they double check you, they will delay you, all kind of stuff. Then if you are black, you not think, because I'm a black man. Sometimes I think we just overreact to this stuff. It's just like, I understand what Righteous Man is saying. Like sometimes because something happened to you, I would say, because I'm an Igbo man, because I'm a Yoruba man, that's why they treat. No. You see these SARS they're talking about. If I tell you what SARS did to me in Benin in 2019, we were coming from Lagos. They stopped us. I'm like, these guys were from Edo. One was even speaking my local language. I was like, guys, they're like, you got to open your phone. They need to say, I'm like, search my phone? How? I said, for what? But with their behavior, I'm not going to say, all of them were from my state. I don't think maybe one person was. But the thing is, the struggle Nigeria are passing through, we need to understand is everybody. Here is my whole belief. It's just a matter of these corrupt leaders and the ordinary people. The ordinary man, they just pass through. Even in the north we're talking about. If
class
they
war.
tell you,
I tell people it's a class war, but they
yeah,
don't
it
seem
is.
to realize that.
It is a
It's
class.
just a class war.
Tune.
if I
But,
tell
but
you,
don't you think that the South is even more stubborn in terms of engaging with the North than the North engaging with the South? I don't know because I've never seen the North resisting engaging with the South. But I see Southerners that a lot of them don't want to engage with the North in any way. They all like see them as foreign
No,
entities.
what do you say about our value system?
I don't know
it's not
I don't
value
what is value
system.
system. Don't they want to be alive? Don't they want to eat? That's our value system.
We just have to respect everybody. We are kind of different. I've listened to Tune because I don't know if because he grew up in Lagos, right? How he take the country. I literally respect that about him. When he is speaking, he will tell you, "Oh, I had Muslim friend, I have a Yoruba friend, I have."
Who?
You need to look at it as
who
a human being. I don't like for me. I don't look at where you come from. I don't care. I look at you, person. Yeah.
He's asking you who. He says who.
Who is asking who?
He's asking you.
You were making reference to somebody. I said, who is the person you were referring to?
Tone.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
See, don't mind me.
So
listen.
sometimes we need to liberalize our mind and not see others as threats.
Oh, sorry, my brother. I thank God I spent some of my life in Lagos. I went to secondary school in Lagos anyway. And I see things differently from what an average Igbo man will see things.
Obviously.
You know, there are some people it was from their village they went to the US. From their village they went to United Kingdom. That bias is still ingrained in them. You know, so I understand Yoruba man. I can understand where the Igbo man is coming from. And I made a statement before even forefathers came. Let me just clarify that when Dr. Rudolph was here, I said my people do not see themselves as Igbo people. In fact, they call other Igbo people Ndi Igbo. That is how racist my people are. I laugh at that, but it's not funny. I laugh now. I know better, but I don't subscribe to that. My people are one of the most arrogant people. I know that. I'm from Onitsha. Okay.
Onitsha. Oh, seriously? So you are from Onitsha. Your own Onitsha Igbo people are saying the other people are in Igbo.
No, I'm telling you. Go and ask them. And
God.
if you encounter any Onitsha person, just confirm what I've just told you.
Very
arrogant people.
You are 100% correct. 100%.
But I'm not like that. I'm not like that at all. I don't subscribe to that nonsense.
But why are they calling other people Igbo? Are they not Igbo themselves, Onisha?
No, let me tell you this.
Sorry, I want to understand this new dimension.
No, it's not a new dimension. It's not a new dimension. It has been there from the beginning. You know, the Onitsha's migrated from history from Benin. You know, there is a lot of history about Benin Empire that the Nigerian history have not allowed us.
My grandfather used to be the Obi of Onitsha. Okay, so we have a history. My maternal grandmother too is a princess. So we believe we migrated, and that's account why we have all these small town on the Chaibo, Guashioku. They will not just form there. I thank God. I'm happy that righteous man understands this. Very few people understand this history. And then finally, Asaba. We all have relatives across the river in Asaba. You know, we are just the same people. Then it was Onitsha. They finally settled. So even the way we do things, like our traditional thing and all that, the people from Imo states over the years have started copying and all that, which is fine. But the thing is, the problem. That's why I say to you that the problem of Nigeria is so deep. Even this Biafra thing that we're talking about, if we even ever achieve it, there's going to be still problems.
Wow, the way this guy is sounding, there's likely to be. So no, I'm really curious about this one. This guy is giving me something that I don't understand fully yet. Because I would have thought Onitsha was the headquarters of Igbo people. Really.
I have a friend from Ebonyi State, right? They will tell them oh, Eboye Nori Igbo. I'm like, then if you have Biafra, how are you gonna treat these people?
Can I answer? Let me answer you. Let me answer you. You see, there is a lot of issues that are hidden in the history of Nigeria. And those who manage the affairs of this country deliberately destroyed or removed or deleted history in our curriculum so that we cannot understand who we are. And that's why there is confusions everywhere. Okay? If in Anambra State, they have a section of Igala people in Anambra State. Anambra State is not made of 100% Igbo speaking. They have Igalas as indigenes of Anambra State. Just like in River State, you have Igbo speaking in River State. You see? So it is a history that had it been they harmonized this thing and allowed everybody to read it, we won't have this confusion. It is because it's hidden and people now trying to search out, okay, so I am not from here, I'm not this. Then it creates a lot of dichotomy. And it shouldn't be so. Nigeria is the best country in the world to live. But those who manage the affairs of this country has made it a bad country.
And that I think always that's what I always say people should focus on, because to me the problem is simple. If you have a problem, focus on that problem. Personally, what I've found is that Nigeria is bleeding. We are losing a lot of our resources, and we are not generating anything. So we have to plug the hole. How do you plug the hole? How do you stop money going overseas? You have to stop your leaders from keep trying to take all your resources overseas and giving foreign, these informal colonizers the better deal to come and take our crude oil, refine it and sell it back to us. All those things, you just have to close those gaps. And if you find that they are refusing because they see you as a weak country, you fix your security to make sure that doesn't happen. For me, it's very, see, if you want to fix this country, 3-6 months, you can see the country completely transform. It's not
That is when there is a good political leadership installed. I was telling somebody sometimes ago, I said the only solution to Nigerian problem is political revolution. You know,
they are refusing to do it because some of these useless people are they are too used to Western ways. They are too used to traveling overseas. When the people tell them that we are going to give you visa ban, oh my God, their whole world is about to end. It's like they are cutting them off from heaven because they've left their own country to look like hell. So if you remove those type of mindset, if it doesn't change, then they have to be removed from the political class.
Father, let me ask you a question. Can you come back to Nigeria to lead a political revolution?
If I'm in Nigeria, I will. If I'm,
no,
I don't know what I will
you are
lead
in Nigeria. No. Not if you are in Nigeria. Can you come back?
I intend to come back to Nigeria. I'm not going.
Not you intend. We need somebody. You know, Maigu General. He came back and when he saw the fire, the baptism of fire, Nigerian this thing, Maigu went back.
Yeah, because he wasn't ready now. He wasn't ready. See, for me, it's very simple. I'm going to pass anyway. So what is the point of hearing it? Once I take care of my affairs here, there's no reason why I'm not going to be in Nigeria. I'm not there to just go and start chopping people's heads off. I'm going to be contributing as much as I am right now. I would even rather remain under in the background, because if people forget that I remain in the background.
Thank God you are in England. When John Fashion returned back to Nigeria in order to give a facelift to Nigerian football, how did it end? John Fashion,
what happened?
Yes, he came back to Nigeria. He wanted to make a contribution to change our football based on his experiences in England. He played football. He lived there. He has westernized his thinking.
Precious man, aside even from John Fashion, that's about 15, 20 years now. Even the ones that have played in England and are retired now in the last 10 years can contribute. But they will never ever give them the opportunity. Because
that's what I'm saying.
Because when you're coming from over there, they see you even as an enemy, you know,
as a threat.
As a threat. You know, when my dad said that during his own time, they studied here, and when you finish the day you finish writing your exam, maximum you'll be here will be about a month. they all gotten jobs and all that. They went back. My dad didn't bother to be, although I was born here and all that. We went back. We went back. And that was when people were proud to be Nigerians, you know. So Nigeria is not for, if you come with a different idea and all that, they feel threatened and they will fight everything. During the Civil War, my dad was locked up by Gowon. He's lucky he wasn't killed, because they saw him as he was accused, because he's an engineer. They accused him that he was working for Juku and all that company, but he was in house arrest throughout that period, you know. So the thing is that Nigerian problem, nobody today
It's
is
not
that.
hard. It's not hard to fix. I think let me say this. I think what people fall for all the time is they will see a problem and they fall for the complexities and start talking about the minutia that doesn't get you anywhere. And I understand, because even I fall for that. But that's why when I talk all the time, I go back to that one point, because I've seen all these conversations when I was growing up. We've been having them until you make all the decisions other people have done to fix your country. The rest is going to be details. You're just going to. Sometimes I enjoy talking about all the other things, like, oh, Jagaban did this, and this leader is going to be better for this. In the end, and you can create an economic policy all you want. If all the money is going out, you have to plug it. If you don't plug it, whatever you're going to do, you still have to plug that hole. If you don't plug it, nothing's going to work. And that's why, if someone like me, if I was advising somebody, I'll say, don't bother with anything. Just plug that gap. If you plug the gap, you're going to see improvements start happening very, very quickly.
Forefather, do you know that Lagos is overpopulated? Are you aware?
Yeah, it depends on how you look at it.
23 million people. Yeah. 23 million people without no good road network, no good transport network. There is no clean water. There is no industrial layouts. People are building as they wish. Okay. Now, what stops the government to develop another city? Since the inception of Nigeria, it's only Abuja is the new city that the government have created. Since the inception of Nigeria.
But the River State, see, when you say government should develop, with what money? They are spending 97% of their income on debt servicing. With what money? When 97% of what Nigeria earns is going to service debt, you are done.
Those money that were collected, what did they use it for?
To pay for debt.
Come
That's
on.
what I just
the
told
money
you.
They borrowed, the money they borrowed, the money they are paying.
Now they are borrowing again. When they borrow, the reason why when they borrow, they go and build a bridge like River Niger to be able to claw the money back. And righteous man, you are not very happy with it. So this is the problem. you're not very happy with it. So by the time they start saying train station, everything you want to drink water, you have to pay for everything. You are not going to be very happy with it. And this is why things are slow. We can get more money. The problem is that they are not doing all the things that are going to give us more money. That is the problem. And all Tinubu is doing now is trying to paper over the cracks, saying bring business, you bring money coming, and he talks about security, say synergy. That synergy talk, if I hear it one more time, I'm going to throw a fit. And then when he talks about the economy, that the people suffering, you go and give them rice. We are going to create buses. You know what? The cars, let's change it to CNG. All this stuff it's like you are trying to fix the refineries, and you are encouraging people to shift to gas. So what does that tell you? It's telling you that they don't plan to get the refineries fixed. What is that?
If you listen to Obasanjo a few days ago, he said it that Nigerian refineries can never work. You heard him say it.
And if he says that, it's because leaders are not doing. Chai! I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. A lot of people are going to hate me. It's someone like me. If I was the one advising a leader, or I'm the one, somebody make mistake and put me in office. Hey God, they will be shocked, man. When I give you something to go and do, and you come back to me and give me an excuse, hey, the result is not going to end well, though. The next person, is going to be shaking. It's not going to, because the way I look at it is that you are killing people. So your own life should be forfeit. When people are suffering, they are dying. That's how I look at it. People are going to
dismantle
suffering all the time, and you're just using your incompetence to kill people. So you have to do
forefather,
your job.
To dismantle this system, like Obi described it, you know what Obi suffered in the hand of like Anambarians. It was not ruling the whole Nigeria. It was not managing the affairs of the Yoruba nation or the Ijaw or the Hausas or the Fulanis. He was managing just about 8 million people that lives in Anambra State. And because he refused to do what they had been doing, they impeached him. They impeached him.
That's Peter Obi, you mean?
Yes, Obi during the time he was governor. They brought a bill of renovating the office of the governor, 800 and something million. Then he said, this is too much. Then he called carpenters that will do the job, and they charged him less than 84 million. And the House went and impeached him.
They will impeach him now. They will impeach him because they are all papering over the cracks. They know what to do. They are not doing what they are supposed to do. Nigeria needs. See, I've said it before. If
dismantle the corruption, it requires a revolution.
Forefathers, I don't know whether you follow football here in the UK. You know what's happening.
Nigerians will attack you with voodoo. Yeah, good luck with that one.
You know, you can see what is happening in Saudi Arabia League. Have you thought why they're investing heavily on football right now?
Why?
Because they know that their fuel is going to depreciate in the next 10 to 15 years. And the price of fuel, the demand for fuel will go down. So hence,
diversification.
EVs. So diversification into just pretty much like what Dubai is doing right now. You know, it's a destination for tourism. And okay, look at Dubai, for instance. Do you know till now Nigerians, anybody carrying Nigerian passport, regardless of where you live, you can't go to Dubai. These are the sort of thing that Tinubu should be sorting out. You know, getting a very powerful delegation and go to the core of this thing and sort them out.
Yeah,
it's sad. It's sad because
it's really a sad affair.
So it's not just enough about grabbing the government. Now you got the government. What are you doing about it?
You see, I was online. You know, just earlier on today. Was it yesterday? You know, yesterday in the morning we were on a long session. I don't know whether you were here when I Can Fire was here. We were talking about religion and all kinds of stuff. So recently I just looked at this subject. They call it phylogenetics, which is a study of how things interact. So this guy was using it to check how religions came about and all the rest of it. It turns out that most of all this religion you hear about in the world, most of the core this thing stuff came from Africa, and that's his conclusion, that the core stuff this thing came from Africa. And then because the conversation we were having then was that, you know, some of the stuff they were, you know, some Africans believe that they were Jews or we were the ones in the Middle East and all that stuff. Then when we were having that conversation, I said, but you forgot, we have been here longer than they have. Maybe they copied it from us, not the other way around. Pardon?
IPOB ideology.
Yeah, exactly. I said, maybe these people copied it from us, not the other way around. And when I said that, I was surprised. Two of them, the people that were on the panel, because they were the ones arguing the opposite. I was like, but why did you not think that? Because you already know the history that we have been here for over 100,000 years before we even left the continent. So it should mean that most of the stuff came from us, not the other way around. And then I went and gone and saw this guy. He's a white guy doing this analysis based on this stuff. He said the core of almost all the beliefs around the world came from Africa, from their own studies. It came from Africa. So, and I don't know that this is why our people need to understand their importance. Our age should tell us that we should be confident that whatever belongs to us is ours. Don't go and copy other people's religion and use it to kill your own brothers. What kind of juju is that one? You know, the people are talking about voodoo. These guys say they're going to do people in Nigeria. That's what they've done to the whole country, where Hausa man will kill his own fellow Nigerian man, or kill his own fellow. Sometimes they even kill a fellow Muslim because he says the wrong thing. Why? Because of words. You go and kill your own fellow Muslim. You kill an Igbo young lady because he said the wrong thing for because of religion. Personally, those type of people, if you try that nonsense, if I was the one advising someone like Tinubu or advising someone like Peter B, Jesus Christ, you have to be strict, man. If you want to, because where we are right now is so bad, and it's not only us, it's not only Nigerians, it's affecting the whole West Africa. It's affecting Cameroon. It's affecting. So if we take care of things in Nigeria, you'll be surprised. The kind of power Nigeria will wield, we're going to be like America in Africa. We are going to be getting all the market. Nigerian rich men will be even richer. If you are a rich man in Nigeria, because you have such a big market, your resources will become more. Dangote will even be richer. Everybody will become richer. So I don't understand. When you look at it from that point of view, it tells you that these are our leaders, the way they are behaving, they know that they will make more money if they do these things that I'm telling you, but yeah, they don't do it. So it tells you that something else is in control of them, preventing them from doing that, and they are scared. So, but that is a totally different story anyway.
I think somebody wants to join us. If you can share the link.
Let me see. We have to be bold about the way we do things, and we shouldn't have to be apologizing to anybody because if you apologize, they don't care anyway. What is that? If you play dead, they don't care. If you say I'm going to do everything you want, they won't spare you when it's time. When it's time, they don't need you anymore. They'll do away with you. Just like slavery. When they didn't need slaves anymore, what happened? They banned slavery. They banned slavery, and then they moved on from that. They were even fighting our own forefathers. Some of our forefathers wanted to carry on slavery. They've got their machines. They don't need human beings anymore. And some of our people were still fighting for slavery. It's crazy stuff. We refuse to grow. So it's our own fault. This is why I said if Tinubu fixes if he does what he says he's going to do for security, I'll forgive him for everything else his messes. If he doesn't fix the refinery, if he doesn't fix power supply, if he doesn't fix the economy, if he doesn't do anything, but if he fixes security, I'll forgive him for everything else.
But is there any signs that he will fix the security issues? That's not. I can't see.
He's not said one word since he got into office. See, when he was at Chatham House, it was El-Rufai that argued for the security posture. But El-Rufai went on to do the stuff he did with Buhari when he challenged Buhari for currency. Then he went on to make that racially sensitive statements. So I don't know whether because of those things he said is why he's not in office right now, or it's because of his security posture. That some people said, you know what, don't bring that guy in, because if you try that nonsense with that security posture, it's not going to favor us. So make sure that guy doesn't make it into office. Maybe that's why El-Rufai is not there. There's a chance that could be the single reason why it's not there, because there are some crazy leaders we have in Nigeria that are also very divisive. They all get put into office. Why is it that El-Rufai suddenly is a different guy that cannot make it into office? So, God, that's just a conspiracy theory on my side anyway. I have to admit that one. Maska, welcome. What do you think about what you're hearing so far? Your mic, no KJ here today. So there's no KJ here today. Something else is off then. Yeah, they're telling you welcome. We can't hear you, Maska. It's not coming on at all. Let's see. Your connection seems solid. I think it's his device. His microphone is playing up sometimes. So, Maska, get this thing right so that we can be hearing from you. Your voice is very, very important. You are one of the few northerners that come in here to talk, and you have to represent. It's very try to get your mic sorted out. I think it's the device, because it can't be the internet. The internet looks fine to me.
Is it connecting from Nigeria?
Yeah, it's connected from Nigeria. The internet looks solid. It's just his hand device. So yeah, I found that very interesting when I saw the video today about the guy going through all the religions, and before he even said it, I knew it. I knew where he was going to end up. That is always going to be Africa. Well, what do you expect when Africans have been here for almost 100,000 years? What do you think they are doing? Just running around chasing the monkeys everywhere. They are there evolving and building stuff. Then when they build enough, they decided to venture out of Africa and start even conquering the whole world. So in the end, it still ended up in Africa. See, the world has tried their best to say most of things didn't start in Africa, but they can't find anywhere else. It's always been here. And how did we become so lost that we don't even know that? Most of our people just think they think everything comes from the outside. Most of the stuff they know, they copied it from us. Then they start selling it back to us. Like they sell our, oh, I see now. That's why they sell petrol back to us. We give them crude oil. They sell our own petrol back to us. That's basically what is happening. So yeah, that's just that anyway. Let me see the main bits of this topic. I think the guest that came, he was talking. What did he say about Mandela that was quite this thing? Mandela, I don't know. The only thing I like about Mandela is that he did maintain a little bit of distance from the West. He's not like Nigerian leaders that just like hook, line, and sinker follow the West. Hey, welcome. Hello. Man, your name, I don't know whether I can pronounce it at all. Tim. I will top at Tim. I can't venture beyond Tim. Where are you calling from, Tim?
I'm calling from Nigeria.
Nigeria. What
Delta
state?
State.
Delta State. Oh,
Delta
nice one,
State.
nice
I'm
one.
calling from
Yeah, what do you think about what have you got to say?
There's a lot of topics from the head topic, so I know
Yeah, just pick
where
anyone you
actually to
like.
start from.
Pick anyone you like or say whatever you want, regarding, because this is a free session. It's not very strict.
Okay. What I want to say is signing the judiciary in the
Okay.
election. When I watched the video, when I heard Peter Obi, who said he would be going to the Supreme Court because he was unable to get favor on the tribunal during the declaration of the issues that was already in the courts. So I just have some few words to say concerning these issues, because I think it is advisable that Labour Party should really concentrate on what they have now, those offices they are holding on to, concerning the governor, the House of Rep, the senators. Those are what is more important now than to engage yourself in so many court cases. And the more these court cases are going, they might end up cutting most of these Senate and House of Rep. It might affect their offices. So I just want Peter Obi to work towards, to think of how to stand Labour Party and think forward to the next election, not spending money and wasting time, because the truth is Tinubu and his gang, and those old men association, those men look very serious and they look very ready to go extra mile for anything. So I would just want Peter Obi to think of how possible they can work towards the next election, that to concentrate on this judiciary issue. Because
Okay.
we know that when he was governor, it took time before he won, before the court declared him as the governor. But you cannot use that to compare now. There is really wide difference from then and now. So for me, I would think Labour Party should hold on to the positions they have now, being an opposition, and think of how to improve, to concentrate on this coming election happening in Imo, Bayelsa, and other Kogi, and they focus on the next elections as time progresses rather than wasting money and
So
making the
when you say
fiscal
focus on the next election, what would you recommend that they do? Do you have any like any ideas of what they should be doing to prepare for the next election?
it should also be prepared to contest for the presidency, because that is what his vision is all about. Is
Well, you know that there's one candidate that has been doing that from one presidential election, then he starts preparing for the next presidential election, and it doesn't do so well. You saw that is the same plan Showore has tried. So don't you think that there's something else you need to add to the mix? Because you don't just want to prepare for the next election alone.
you cannot compare
Yeah.
you cannot compare Sowore to
Yeah, to Peter Obi. I get that. I guess you can't because Peter Obi actually has a powerful base. However, you need to build on top of that because the base is not enough to win the country. And I agree with you that Peter Obi and the Labour Party needs to start preparing for the next election. But to stand a chance of winning that next election, or even become the president in waiting, you need to govern with what you have. You have to show people example. This is one of the things people criticize Showore for. He hasn't shown anything that he can do in office. Peter Obi has been granted that opportunity to show what he can do when he's in when he gets into office. One of the ways he can do that is to show what his his party's elected officials can do for the country. If you brand them very well, and in National House of Assembly they perform, and they perform as governors, they perform at state level, yeah, they will go into the next election. Peter Obi doesn't need to talk too much. They already know what they stand for, and I really wish they are doing a lot more of that now, because the longer time you have to do it, the more time it has to sink into Nigerians, the psyche of the Nigerians, that okay, this is what you stand for, from north to south. But we'll see whether they actually decide to do that. Who's next?
So, Forefather, coming to what Labour Party is doing right now, I think the only governor which they have now, which is Abia State, I think the guy is doing well. He has commissioned some good number of roads, That's the only governor that is in Labour Party, Abia State. The guy,
sorry, righteous man.
Why are you laughing?
Righteous man, you just hear what they said now. What did I say now? I'm a double agent already. These people, I'm a double agent. I'm arguing for labor, and I'm a double agent too again. People, come on, man. These people,
No, I'm trying to. I am buttressing the fact of what you have presented. You understand?
Yeah.
That they need to do more, and I am just collaborating your statement, and I'm saying that the only governor they have now is performing. I think on record now is the second governor that have commissioned within the 100 days in office. He has done commissioning of some projects which his government executed. Yeah, that's Governor Uche of Abia State. So
that's good.
And Peter Obi said something. He said, "You won't know a man until he's in charge of money."
Exactly.
Man, I'm sorry, sir. Can we, before Masker goes off, let's hear him since he's calling from Nigeria.
No, he's a honorable member now, from the ground, and especially
Master, can you hear us?
From the north. He's very, very special.
Yeah, I can hear you guys very well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Loud and clear.
Okay. I would say good evening, all.
Evening.
I'd been listening a while back, but I had to leave where I was. So the current conversations, I don't have a hang of it, but I was there when forefather became the moderator. I was there when Jagun was trying to drag with him and all the issues. You know, my position is a bit constant. I always try to at least address my Igbo brothers, particularly people like KJ, and I could see Righteous Man is also begin to take the same position where, or the position I call this victim position. The Igbo brothers, they keep talking about being, they keep taking a victim position, like it's only Igbo people that are suffering in Nigeria. I think that is part of the problem we have as a country. Because when you only isolate yourself and start talking about your own problem, then inadvertently, it's almost telling every other person that, look, you care only about yourself. They should go and worry about their own problems. And the fundamental idea of a country is the fact that we as human beings, we are social animals. No man can really survive on his own. Yeah, you can survive, but really, it's not how God configured us to live. So we need one another. Technically speaking, if you are three, you are better off. And as a country, I think that is the starting point for us to begin to talk less about us as either tribes or as individuals, but rather as a collective. So that's one. And I like the fact that Righteous Man also spoke about the fact that the platform needs to be a bit more solution oriented. So I'm saying that one of the solutions to the issues of Nigeria is that little bit of shift in our perspectives. It's true that the Igbo people are marginalized. I mean, you can't argue about that. These are people that the whole country fought to a standstill. So there's no saying that, oh, look, this is a particular tribe that was, we fought the Igbo people. I mean, Nigeria fought the Igbo people. So that's fact, that's history. Nothing can change that. That's reality.
Not the Igbo people, the Biafrans. It was Biafrans, not the Igbo people.
Okay, all right. So it's neither here nor there if you ask me, because I don't know the exact difference between Biafra and Igbo people. Maybe you can educate me. I like being educated, and that's why I like forefathers session more than the normal initial sessions, because there tend to be emphasis on pushback, on evidence, on knowledge. Like, oh, you're saying something, somebody can pull you back and say, no, this is what is there. And most times forefathers would quickly check and see whether what you're saying is correct. So educate me, what's the difference between Igbo and Biafra?
Okay, my brother. Sanunkade, I understand that you are from the north.
But that doesn't mean that I'm Hausa. That's another problem we have in the country. It's not everybody in the north that is Hausa. So don't speak Hausa to me.
No. I want to greet you in the language that I understand. I learned in the north when I was in the military. Sanunkade.
Dalu.
Max, they say why your light there red though, whether you there someplace.
I know.
You get red light.
We're not seeing you now. Open up. We're not seeing you.
Oh, don't worry. You see, I am in the issue. If you understand where I am, I'm in my farm.
Okay.
It's a bush. So you see how light is over here in the bush, almost 160 kilometers away from the metropolitan capital. So I am in my farm. I'm in my ranch. So that's where I'm talking from. You see, the reason why I said that it is not Igbo, you see, this is some of the things that we isolate a group of people or a tribe, and make our comment about them. And that is exactly what happened in the January 1966 coup. Till today, they call it Igbo coup. It wasn't an Igbo coup. If Nigerians cannot call the subsequent coups that happened in Nigeria Fulani coup, Hausa coup, Benue coup, and the rest of them, I don't see the reason why anybody will call the 1966 coup Igbo coup. If you look at what happened to the Igbos, you said that the Igbos, the whole Nigeria fought the Igbo people to a standstill. If you remember, there was nothing like Igbo that time. It was Eastern region. And when an agreement was reached, can you hear me?
But you're breaking. I don't know if it's only me that is getting the break in your transmission.
Okay, I think it was rebooting. So when they signed an agreement in my country here, Ghana, in Eburi, eastern region of Ghana, it was the eastern region. It wasn't Igbo. It was eastern region. And the proclamation.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand the difference.
There is, you see, you said Igbos. I'm telling you that it is not only the Igbos that are found in the eastern region. And when that Biafra was declared, it wasn't the Igbos alone that declared the Biafra. It includes the south region of Nigeria as it is today.
Okay, so effectively they were also in support of the war that they wanted to break up. Or my understanding,
they were in support. They were in support of Biafra as at that time because the eastern region.
I think this is a good education for me because my understanding was that they were not fully in support, but I mean it's history for me. There's no need arguing about.
If they were not, if you look at Nigeria, itself, immediately when that war started, go on. I think it's an Angas man from Plateau State.
Yes.
They are the minority in the north, yes.
Correct.
But they put him there to do whatever. When you come to Biafra, Ifyong from Akwa Ibom, present-day Akwa Ibom, was the second in command of Ojukwu. So it was the assembly of the eastern region as at that time that said that they want Biafra. It wasn't the Igbo. That is the
Okay, so very good education, Maxi, and I think I like that's like I said, I like this kind of interchange because knowledge is the foundation of progress. If you are going to progress, you have to understand.
If you allow me, I would like to greet my Tony. Tony is my senior officer, retired, I think. I say good evening to you, brother Tony.
Good evening, Mr. Max.
Yeah, in the spirit of esprit de corps, I say good evening, sir. Although I cannot salute you now. I retired a warrant officer second class, and you, I think you retired as an officer from the officer cadre. Yeah, I will now sit up for you. I sit up for you. I will not salute you simply because the flag, as usual, is down. So I can only sit up for you, sir.
Relax.
Are you serious that Tone fought in the Biafran army?
No, I think it was in Liberia or something.
I was in Liberia.
Okay, all right, great.
Liberia started 3 months after I was commissioned.
Yeah.
Oh, so you were in ECOMOG.
That was 1989/90. Yeah.
1969.
Oh, so sir, you were the
Wow.
first set that went to Nibat 1, Nibat 2. Were you in Nibat 1?
2.
Oh, Nibat 2. I was Nibat 20.
Okay. So you are
Yeah,
one of the
I
last
was
people that went to the war.
Yeah, I was Nibat 20, and before that time, before I went there, I think you people have left
So
before.
let me ask you a follow-up question, Maxi. Has the Biafran concept changed from then and now?
It hasn't changed. It is even garnering more strength.
No. What I mean, so that let me clarify, so that we can make proper progress. What I'm saying is, it's South now. It's Akwa Ibom, conceptually part of the current day Biafran agitation.
You see, the foundation is this. The way I will answer you is this. The reason why you see them the way they are today, probably they are not supporting, majority of them are not supporting, is because of the split that was done. When you look at Berlin Conference of is it 1845? The reason why Africa is where it is today, it was the sharing and the splitting of African continent. So if you bring it back to Nigeria, the reason why you see them, the way they are today is the creation of state. If not for that creation of states, they will still be where they are before this time. That's how I'll answer you.
Okay, so thank you for the education. So I can go back and then make my point. In actual fact, the issue of fighting either Igbo people or Biafra was just a by the way. For me, the point is that, yes, if Igbo people or Southeasterners say that, look, the country, they have an issue with Nigeria, or they are not being treated fairly, I will understand, and I would think, I truly believe it's justified. Why? Because, like I said, this is even a whole region where the country ganged up and fought them. A war was fought. So it's without, there's no gain saying that, okay, there is some sort of gang up against the Southeast, or there's some sort of ill treatment that has been meted against the Southeast. That is taken for granted where I stand. But the point I'm trying to make is that I think we need to move on. And when I say we need to move on, I mean that it is now in the interest of every Nigerian, every tribe in Nigeria, to really begin to look at things from a collective perspective. Yes, the Igbo people, the Southeast, there is some injustice meted to the Southeast. If you ask me, the North has not been treated fairly. And I can give you a couple of examples. The surprising examples I will give you would be, some of the maltreatment actually is by some of the people that are the leaders that were actually originally from the North. But the North has not been treated.
My brother, I would like you to, in buttressing your point, I would like you to include the treatment the Southern Kaduna people are getting from the Nigerian government. Because, do you know the reason why I resigned from the Nigerian Army 2004? Is because of the Southern Kaduna people. They are not my language. They are not my language. I resigned because of what the system wanted to use me to do against the Southern Kaduna, indigenous Southern Kaduna people, the Tayep people, the Gwari, the Kataf people, where my former general, late general, what is his name, Zamani Lekot, came from. That was the reason. Yeah, that was the reason. Very fine officer.
So you see,
that wanted to defend his own people from aliens that came in. I hope you know about the Laduga in Zango Kataf, Southern Kaduna. These are indigenous lands, over 70,000 hectares that was taken from them to form what is called Ruga. And surreptitiously, as we speak today, that 70,000 is no longer 70,000. It's well over 120,000 done by these indigenous people in Southern Kaduna, by the aliens, the strangers that have taken over that place. That was the reason why I left.
You're actually buttressing my point, Maxi, which is my point, that if all of us individually as tribes return back to our own corners and begin to only look at our own problems, things will only get worse. The reality is that the Nigerian state is actually not in the interest of any single tribe. People will tell you before today, people will tell you that it's the Hausa Fulani. But I just watched the video of the people around Tinubu when he was jubilating after the election tribunal. I couldn't see any Hausa man there. So the truth is that today, the affairs of the country are no longer in the hands of Fulani or Hausa people. And we all can agree.
Sorry to interject you, Rankadede. If you listen
No, don't worry. Feel free. I like the give and take as long as we will be civil.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You see, if you look at the video of a Nigerian comrade, that video is on social media. It would tell you when Tinubu was encouraged by the West, France, UK, US, to invade, to send boots. My brother, my senior comrade here, Tony, will tell you when we say sending boots on the ground in Niger, a man came out and said something. He said the Nigerians voted Tinubu tremendously. The video is all over there for us to see. So if you say that they did not reject, they voted tremendously.
No, you are not getting me. No, you're not getting the point I'm making. I know that it is the northern governors that decided APC as a party should actually put its weight behind a southern candidate. So it's true, the North supported Tinubu to be in power, clearly. But I am saying that when people that surround the president are celebrating, and you look around these people, you can't find the house. I'm saying that that's the actual corridor of power today in the country. I could not locate a single house.
You are very correct. Very, very correct. You're 100% correct.
So I'm saying that if we all keep talking about tribes, before you say that, okay, it is Hausa Fulani. Today, it is not certainly Hausa Fulani that are ruling the country. But we can all see that the state's trajectory is still the same. Hausa Fulani, they are no longer the people in power. The problem in Zango Kataf is there. The problem in Plateau State is still there, isn't it?
Let us not forget about the Shiites, the way they've been treated.
Exactly. So, and people don't seem to understand that during Buhari's regime, if there's any region that really has suffered, particularly from insecurity, is the North. I'm from Kano. I live in Abuja. During Jonathan Goodluck's time, I drive from Abuja to Kano to see my mom very regularly. The only complaint we have is that there were many checkpoints. So a drive of 5 hours will take you 8 hours. For the last 4 years, I can't even contemplate driving by road because of bandits. People kidnap you and you stay in the bush for 6 months. As we speak, there's so much kidnapping still going on, so much banditry still going in the north. So it's not only the southeast that has problem, even the north has problem. So my point, to summarize, is that each and every tribe in Nigeria has received an unfair treatment by the state. Now, the solution is for us to realize individually as tribes or as regions or as small groups, we are receiving the same unfair treatment. And the idea is not for me to say, okay, because I'm an Igbo man, I'll speak only about Igbo problems. Or because I'm Zangon Kataf person, I will speak and rise up only about Kataf problems. Or because I'm a Hausa person, I will rise and speak only about Hausa-related problems. This is not going to take the Nigerian masses anywhere. Not only the masses, even the intellectuals that think that they are better off. We are not. I mean, the bulk of the people that keep talking on this platform, they're all outside the country. I've lived outside the country, and I can tell you for free that it's not the best. If your country is fine, half of the people that are talking on this panel will be back here in Nigeria happily. So even the elites, we are getting an unfair treatment by the state. So it's important that all of us realize that it's not about our tribes. It's not about individual problems. We need to collectively realize that the state as is configured is not in the interest of any of these tribes.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Righteous Man.
Yeah, thank you. Just seeing you for the first time, maybe occasion permits that to happen. You know, it's not as if my suggestions have been basically on Igbo sentiment. No. I'm trying to do a comparison of what is visibly seen in our nation. If you ask me, I would want to be a Nigerian rather than a Biafran. If what makes me a Nigerian, the rights of being a Nigerian, is accorded to me at any given time, irrespective of any state or any location where I find myself. But if that right is denied from me because I am from a certain place, then I have a question to ask. Why?
Okay.
If we are treated as equal partners in the affairs of our nation, then I will have that sense of belonging. Let me give you an instance. I've lived in the Southwest here for 40 years. All my life I've been here, apart from the one I spent a little in abroad. Now, I'm more like a Lagosian. I'm more like a Yoruba person because I spent almost 70% of my life or 80% of it here. Now, if I want to rent a house, for example, and the owner is an indigenous Yoruba person, and he say, Omo Igbo, because you're Igbo, not that I'm a criminal, not that I do not have the money to pay, not that I insulted or assaulted him, but just because I am Igbo, I will not give you that house. And then you want to seek for justice. Maybe you go to report
Mr. Righteous, Mr. Righteous, Righteous man.
Let me finish.
Okay. All right.
Let me just finish. I agree with you. I agree with you that the problem is a holistic problem. It's not a tribal problem. I agree with you. But why it looks as if Igbos are the one pushing out this thing is that when we go out to seek for justice for maltreatment, we don't get justice. That is just it. It's not as if I prefer being Igbo to being a Nigerian. No, That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, why I'm a Nigerian, don't treat me as an Igbo man, treat me as a Nigerian, just as other people are treated as Nigerians. That's just my case.
Okay, are you, you've landed?
Yeah.
Okay, why I wanted to interject is because there are two issues that I wanted to clarify to you. The first one is, yes, you're right. It will look as if you're treated or you're maltreated because of where you come from. It may look like that, but I can tell you, I have lived in Lagos also for a substantial part of my life. So I understand the dynamics. And I'll be very blunt with you. The reality is that in Nigeria, all tribes in Nigeria have their peculiarities. I can tell you for free that people believe that the Yoruba people are dirty. So somebody may not give a Yoruba man a house because he doesn't want the house to be dirty. It has nothing to do with the Yoruba people. Wait, don't shake your head. Let's have an open mind. Because if you're already shaking your head, that means you're not agreeing already. So then I can stop.
No, continue.
Fine. Now, the Igbo people in Lagos, if somebody says he's not going to give his house to an Igbo man, I will be blunt with you. There are two reasons why a person will not give his house to an Igbo man. The first reason, and it's an open secret, unless we want to deceive ourselves. The first reason is that chances are that people will think, okay, the Igbo man, you have issues with him paying you rent. So the point I'm trying to drive at is that as a people, as Nigerians, we need to also acknowledge that we are a different set of people. And it's not far-fetched why we are different. I have people who are Yoruba people that were born and bred in Kano among us. You will never know that they are Yoruba people until somebody tell you. Their mannerisms, their attitude is a Hausa man's attitude. Because we as human beings also, we tend to copy the people around you. If today I'm speaking with a Hausa accent, it's simply because I grew up within Hausa people. If I grew up in the South, there are Hausa people who, when they speak Hausa or they speak English, their accent is a Southern Nigeria accent. So I'm saying that I'm not putting down any tribe, or I'm not saying that there's a problem with any tribe, but I'm saying that as a group of people, we have characteristics that are different. Everybody knows that it's an open secret that an Igbo man likes money. If you say that an Igbo man likes money, it doesn't mean that he's a good man, he's a bad man. This is just a perception that people have. You can't help it. You behave the way you want to behave, and you cannot say people cannot have the perception that they have about you. People say Hausa man, they'll say Mala. Some people will go to the extra point of saying Malu, referring to the fact that the Hausa man is almost like a cow. And I tell my friends, look, yes, we can be angry, people refer to us like that, but partly it's because of the way we behave, the way we present ourselves. Things that we see that are not okay, sometimes we keep quiet, probably because of our upbringing. You are not brought up to be very vocal and be very antagonistic.
Can I
Go ahead. Sure.
Back then in Kaduna, when I was in Kaduna for 2.5 years training, a lot of people did not understand what path of the North I was, because my name does not bear, it's not something that is not a very common Nigerian name. So a lot of people thought I was Fulani, right? Because I was tall, I was slim. All right.
You're handsome also.
Oh no. Let's leave that for another day.
No, you're handsome. That's true.
I'm an Igbo man. I don't think like an Igbo man. I'm not smart like an Igbo man until now in my 40s, late 40s. I've started to develop the attribute to make money. Now, so that's part of the problem we have in Nigeria, profiling and wrong profiling, if I dare say that, wrong profiling, very, very wrong profiling. So if we begin to deal with those sort of things, and people like you that have lived outside the country and you've interacted with people.
Sorry, I take offense to all this handsome talk. What is all this handsome talk they are talking? I really take offense. He's a righteous man, not handsome. It's because he has a, some of us people.
Ask him now. Ask righteous man. You can see, forefathers. There's no point. You can ask all of us. Do you think you're handsome or not? Yeah, our response.
I think
Senior Comrade Tony. Senior Comrade Tony.
Is it what they like? It because he's got European pictures. They were like, oh, he's handsome. Yeah.
To Niger, please. To Niger, please. My senior comrade and my brother from Kano. I served in 3 Brigade, Bukavu Barracks in Kano.
Yes.
Who in Nigeria? Tell me, is there anybody in this world that doesn't like money? Anybody?
Okay, so very good, very Maxi. Okay, so Tom, let me respond to you. Okay.
Even the richest man, the richest black man, as we know today in the world, is a Fulani man.
Yes. The Hausa people, we like money also.
Wait, is Dangote Hausa or Fulani?
Profile the Igbo people who struggle
on Hausa or Fulani?
To make. Okay.
No, Maxi, let's allow Tom to land. Let's allow Tom to land so that we can make.
So what I'm trying to say is that back then in the academy, there was nothing like Hausa or Igbo or Yoruba. It was we all saw ourselves as brothers. Even Matthew can tell you. Even Matthew, I wasn't very good with my Hausa, but back then I could understand. I could understand pretty much and all that. But again, it's something, in language, if you don't speak it and all that, you lose it and all that. And one of my best big brother, I could regard him as my big brother and friend, is a proper Hausa man and all that, So this thing, the core, I believe that the core problem we have in Nigeria is tribal. It is tribal.
Yes.
As long as we can deal with tribe and religion, those two things, and if you can tribalize yourself and remove yourself from the hold of religion, we'll start making progress as a nation. That's my take,
Okay, so let me make a couple of clarifications, Tone. Yes, you're right. It's all about profiling. Okay. And we do it, everybody does it, and it's not right, it's not okay. But I'm a realist. Okay. You have to agree whether you are asleep or you are awake. Okay, whether it's a dream or it's for real, before you can make any step. If you are in a problem and you suddenly realize it's a dream, you just, all you have to do is go back to your sleep. But the point I'm making, yes, this profiling, whether we like it or not, is for real. And it's not just about Igbo people liking money. We in the North believe that the typical Hausa Fulani person can leave his wife behind and take care of his cows. I'm sure somebody like KJ or John Abba will tell you that. People know that. That the average Fulani man, not the city Fulani man, the one that we call Bororo, people that will be moving from one place with their cows. I've seen it where the whole people will stop because 2 or 3 cows are about to deliver. And I've seen a Fulani woman. See, the point is that we all behave differently. What I would want Nigerians, I'm proud to be a Hausa man. I like our culture. I would want us all to be very cultural, to be proud of our culture, to own who we are, and understand that we are different from each other. But the thing is that when there is a collective problem, we should agree that this is a problem that cuts across, that the Igbo people today are having issues does not mean that the Hausa man is not having an issue. Does not mean that, for instance, I give you a typical example now. People in Benue State, for instance, they are having issues, security issues. Is it not the same security issues we had in Borno State, for instance? Okay, but people would want to paint it that no, it's Fulani people that want to take over the land in Benue State, because that is the narrative that the state is okay with. That is the narrative that all of us are more comfortable with, so that we don't take ownership. Okay, Boko Haram, when Boko Haram was rife, every time I go to Kano to sit with my mom, he will tell me that it's probably because it's Goodluck Jonathan that is organizing this thing. I try to make her understand that it's impossible, even if it is Jonathan that is organizing it. Is it Igbo people that he carried to Borno State that are fighting? Is it not the same Borno people that are fighting each other? The narrative of, sorry, KJ, I will get back, but let me just land. I will come back to you. Is that okay? All right, go ahead, KJ. I see many hands up. KJ, go ahead.
Oh, okay. You were saying something.
Just don't take my mic. Just don't take my mic.
We had all the damages.
You have been here. You've been talking. That one. You've been talking for so long.
You mentioned that last
He's a PhD holder. He lives in
America.
Okay, now here's what I'm saying. You were saying all the right things until you mentioned the last part. The last part is that the narrative that many people will like to give. No, totally, I don't agree with that. The people killing people in Benue or people doing the destruction there are Fulani herdsmen. If you want me, you can give me your email.
They are criminals. They are not Fulani herdsmen.
Excuse me. If you can give your private email address, I will send you documentaries short on it. So I'm not here to try to to maybe persuade you or something. That is already made up. We know that some of those places have been renamed to have Fulani names right now. So let's not go there. Because when you say that you actually abuse
KJ, I see. Okay, you've made your point. Can I do a rebuttal on that point?
Go ahead, and I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Because, like I said, if you want now,
have you ever been to lately? Have you been to Zamfara State lately?
Listen. When you say that, listen. The people of Benue, I'm talking right now for. I'm not saying that people who are causing problem there are not other people. We are talking about the one happening in a locality where we know Nguma local government, in Konshisha local government, in Igumale, after Otupo. Those ones we are talking about the one happening in Nguma. We are talking about the one happening in Konshisha, in what is Guna's village name now? Okay, they were talking about those ones. We know them. We see them. The people see them. So when the people come out of
so let me ask you a question, KJ. What in your interpretation, what do you see happen? What do you see happening there? I'm very conversant with Benue State also. I lived substantial part of my life in Otupo. We still have a house in Otupo. So I know the area from Aledi, Taraku, Otupo, everywhere I know it also. So let's talk about it. What do you see happening?
You see, this, what we're even talking about is, I don't know what you want me to tell you. There are eyewitnesses.
No, I mean, let's have a conversation.
There are eyewitnesses
I know
who see these things, who know these things.
I'm not sorry to interject. This is personal to me as a Benue guy. And of course, I have a respect for my brother Maska, especially say he lived in Utukpo for a while, which means it's also part of the society, and anything that happened there should be what touches him. I grew up mostly in Borno State, so there's no part of Borno State I don't know. But then I want to ask you a question. When you compare the insecurity or what is happening or what has happened in Borno State or still happening, whether you call it Boko Haram, you summarize it, you say that it's insecurity. So, and then you say that there's no evidence that it's a Fulani enhancement, rather it's a criminal
No,
activity.
no, no. I did not say that. I did not say that. What I said, what I said, it is not Fulani headsmen.
But
it is criminal.
And it's criminal. Okay, well, that's what I said.
Yes.
Exactly what I said. Okay.
Okay.
So my question to you is that when you say it's a criminal, we have what is going on in Borno State being carried out by the group which named themselves Boko Haram, right? That is the name of those people carrying that. Okay. In Benue, who is carrying out that criminality? That you know. If you don't know, it's okay.
What I'm saying, John Abba, so that we can all be clear with each other.
Okay.
Look, if they are armed robbers simply because they are Igbo people, you can't say it is Igbo people. You have to call them out. They are armed robbers. These are bandits. The same thing they are doing in Benue State. This is exactly what's happening in Zamfara. There are places where people have relocated. They are not in their villages. And these are the same Fulani people, yes. They are Fulani people, but the issue is not...
A chunk of people, okay, if you are in Kano right now, and Kanuri man, all the criminal they caught as criminal that carry out that criminality are Fulani people, then of course you're going to say it's criminal activity, is whatever. So what's wrong if that kind of criminality is carried on over and over by Kanuri man? Is there anything wrong to say, okay, it's a criminal activity, it's criminal activity, but we have been carrying on by this kind of set of people all over and over? What's wrong in saying
absolutely wrong? There's everything wrong with it. For instance, let me give you another simple. The same Boko Haram, we can safely say that it's mostly Kanuri people. Have you ever anybody mixed Kanuri inside Boko Haram? Have you ever heard people linking Kanuri with Boko Haram?
Even
it's okay.
One single tribe.
Let me finish without trying. You see, Maska, I respect your views, but on this instance, like I said, I can post you. There's even a video that I did before I was able to leave the land.
Okay, I'm not cutting off, I'm not interjecting. He do not disagree. The only thing is that he's trying to modernize it and using a classical
model.
Even though it's carried on by these people, it's wrong for you to say this is the tribe of people.
Right, this is the tribe. Yes, you can't say this is the tribe.
Yeah, but true to speak.
How many Fulani people are alive? How many of them are involved in that?
Master, who are the Sunam? Who are the Sunam people? Who are the Sunam?
That's an interview that
what Master is saying. Yeah? What Master is saying.
Is it okay? Everybody listen now. See, this thing we're talking, we're just wasting saliva on it. The truth is that almost every...
Niger, please moderate this so that everybody will speak.
If you allow me to talk.
By 10.
Yeah,
I guess. Maska has spent so much time here, so let everybody speak them by 10.
Because Maska has been coming for weeks and he barely has time to speak for 5 minutes before his phone throws him out. So this is one of the few times he's spoken.
And told Nigerians that these are Fulani people. Like he have gone to the bush to meet them, to negotiate with them, to pay them so that they will stop killing people in Kaduna State. These people we have had interviews with. Remember, there's a BBC reporter who did an interview, in-depth interview with one of the leaders. And he gave all his reason for what you are doing. And he said where they are coming from. We know where they're coming from. Nigerian government know where they're coming from. They know the leaders, they know the sponsors. And they are all Fulanis. They be Fulanis out of Nigeria, but they are Fulanis. So don't come and tell us that we shouldn't call them Fulanis. Why is it that you don't want to call them Fulanis, but other people you can call them IPOB, you can call them Biafra, but you will not call them Fulanis? Why?
But would you say, okay, KJ, will you say that IPOB is Igbo people?
You call yourself a name. You called
Yes.
yourself in names. They
Yes.
called you the names.
Yes.
No, hold on. See,
Indigenous
no,
of Biafra.
no. Yeah, no. KJ, you're wrong. So listen.
No, I'm not wrong. Don't tell
You
me I'm
called
wrong.
yourself. Hold on now. See, you gave yourself.
Every
No,
Igbo
hold on.
person and the
Listen
person.
now. Wait. You gave yourself the name by yourself, right? Then somebody called you, so you have no right to be angry. You understand? Let me tell you, the truth is simple, right? Like, look, if you tag a whole tribe because of the few, you can't tell me the people who are committing this crime are more than the innocent people who are the good people
Yes.
of the tribe. It's not possible. So you can't,
We like
because
narratives. We like conspiracy theory.
This is the same argument
listen, just
time in Nigeria.
listen. Hold
When
on.
it has to do with something that's going on
Listen
in
now. Look.
if it's other people who
Wait
find a
now,
better
KJ, just listen. Look,
KJ,
it was like
KJ,
what
KJ.
it was like what Max was saying just now. Mark, what did Max say? He was talking about 1966 school. Why did they call it an Igbo coup? You understand? Why you, because of the few Igbos that were there, you are now saying it's Igbo coup? It's the same thing now. So because of the few Fulani headsmen that's committing crime, you are saying it's a whole Fulani. You understand? Sometimes look, see, in order to go forward, if this tribe of a thing, people are not sensitive, high sensibility about it. Look, you better stop it if it's causing issue. I just give an instance. The word wait, hold on, let me finish now.
We are all understand how to frame this thing. Loco, this is personal to people. No. Listen.
I will think that yes. Even if it's personal to you, doesn't mean you approach it the wrong way.
He can tell you everything about Benue. John Abba is a Benue man. He can tell you anything about it.
You're still not getting the point.
Viewers are not going to hear what you're saying one at a time.
Local, you can say whether it's right or wrong when is a Fulani man carry atrocity.
No. See, get the argument. See, hold on, listen.
Can I land?
Let me get. Let me give you the argument, so you can continue to give you the argument.
No. You are saying that the setting. I've heard you.
Let me give you the argument first, so that you can continue.
No. You say okay. If
you can't give me the argument, then whatever you're talking doesn't make sense.
What are you talking about? Loco, you just wake up? This is personal to me. Don't tell me when people come out and have agenda and they have the agenda map out and they are taking cities and they are relocating themselves. Are you going to come here and tell me that it should not be saying after if Igbo people go to Onusha or it just happened in Lagos right now, right? When there was a comment that Lagos does not belong to anybody, that it's a no man's land, whether it's on political ground or not. What happened in Lagos? So don't say when people come out in the
what was wrong? Then correct. Say the truth out. Correct the narrative.
Exactly.
Correct the narrative. Don't say
sorry, Loco. Okay. So we have run three sides. Sorry, John Abba. All right. So we've come 360 now. Sorry. Can I just say something? Loco, can I say something now? We've run 360 because this has brought us back to the same issue that the panel keep talking about, that it was wrong for Lagos people to say that Igbo people are taking over Lagos. Isn't it? Have we not been arguing about it? That's what people have been saying. It's absolutely wrong for a Lagos man to say Igbo people are coming to take over Lagos. It's exactly the same thing. If they are criminals,
it's not exactly the same. It is not exactly the same because there is no.
My ground
it's not exactly the same.
Why are you angry? Why are you angry that this school is called an Igbo coup? Why are you angry?
I'm not angry. You know why?
No, not you, KJ. Righteous Maxi. Maxi was angry.
No, my KJ denied.
Why should you be angry over what?
I was not, Maska, I was not angry. I was not angry that it is,
No,
You're saying that it's wrong to call it an Igbo
Hold
coup.
on, hold on,
It
hold on, hold on,
was
hold
wrong.
on.
Not that you are angry per se. It was wrong.
These were Nigerian military officers that carried out a coup. These were
No problem.
Nigerian military officers
Yes,
that carried
we know.
out a coup.
And I'm saying
So
these are
the reason why I'm
Nigerian
saying
criminals
supposed
that
to
are
be
doing
of
atrocities.
Christian and Igbo coup. If you
Why?
Christian that January 1966 Igbo coup, why can't you Christian Babangida's coup the same? Why can't you Christian Buhari coup the same? Why can't you Christian Oka coup the same? Why can't you Christian Dinka coup the same? That is my argument. I did not say, look, hold on. I did not say what is good for the goose is also good for the ganders.
Yes, of course. Now, nobody's angry about that.
There are elements of the Fulani people that are carrying out, parading themselves with AK-47, going around, dealing with people, especially where Alba comes from. They have come out, and they, hold on. They have come out to say that they orchestrated the assassination attempt on Autumn. They came out to say it.
Hold on.
You see,
so is the Fulani tribe? Wait now. So to you, is the Fulani tribe that came to say they wanted to kill Autumn?
I did not say that.
Exactly.
What I say, listen now. You see, I did not say it is the whole Fulani people that did that. What I'm telling you is that there is Sunam. Sunam came out and confessed and tell the world that they did that. And they did not do it once.
Okay.
They did it twice.
Maxi, let me my submission, and I think it's okay that we don't agree. We can't agree on everything, which is okay. I can live with that. But the point I'm trying to make is that the same Fulani people that are killing people in Benue State are the same Fulani people that are killing people in Zamfara State. Okay? My point is that, okay, KJ, I don't want us to go back and forth. I'm okay if you think that it's okay for you to say that it's a Fulani thing. I'm not okay with that because I know how many people.
I will give you my reasons. You see,
but Tunaja, I told you, I said that let's just do this in 10 by 10. Let's everybody now express their opinion. Let's go on because this is becoming boring. Now our listeners will not even understand what is going on.
It doesn't matter. Let us deal with it. You see,
KJ, hold on.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Please hold on. You are the one talking. KJ, come on now. Try to understand where Van Maxwell is coming from. KJ, hold on now. See, Van Maxwell hasn't said anything, but he's not used to interjecting. And so after he speaks now, Van Maxwell will speak, and eccentric cast will speak. And then we'll go normally, because normally I allow the conversation to flow. So I prefer that, but Van Maxwell doesn't like, he doesn't like to interject. Please, Van Maxwell, feel free to interject when you want to interject, because sometimes, when they are talking about a point, because when they are talking about a point, it's important that they get to the bottom of that point, and it's beneficial for the viewers too. That's why I allow it to flow. You see what I mean? So, go ahead, Van Maxwell, so that then the conversation can start flowing towards eccentric cars.
Going ahead now. Which one now, bro?
He's got cows there with him. He has to be able to talk so that he can return to work.
KJ, what I will do, do you have a pen there? KJ, do you have a pen? You can take my number so that we can take it offline and discuss.
Yeah,
plus 234.
Hold on. Put it in the backstage, please. Your privacy now.
Put it on the chat. Put it on the listen. I would like to have a conversation. I would like to have a conversation with my brother Maska from Kano State, because I stayed in Kano State very well for almost 5 years.
You see,
Moved
Mark,
to
see now is
Yobe State.
interjecting of forefathers. This is interjection,
Yes,
classic
man.
interjection.
Yeah,
No,
that's what we
he
want.
gave me the right to speak. That is why I'm
KJ,
speaking now, Brother Masker.
can you take the number +234?
Hey, don't
Okay.
do that. Put it in
You don't
private
do
chat.
it here. Put
In
it on
private
the
chat. Your
chat.
privacy,
Then I'll
you have
get
to
it.
put it in privacy. In your private chat, please. Private
Yeah.
chat. If you will see a private chat, this in symbol there where you are interacting.
Okay, KJ, send me your number if you know how to do it, or you can send to forefathers. If you have forefathers, you have KJ's number.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
fine.
Send it.
Okay.
Private, send it to the private chat, and
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Can I go on? Can I go on now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, to Niger. You see, Coups. I personally, I like my senior comrade there, Comrade Tony. I will prefer a coup all around Africa that is going to manifest the dignity of the people of Africa, just like the Singaporean military officer did when he took over Singapore. That is what I want to see. Because if you look at these civilian presidents, I call them civilian dictators, right across Africa, they have destroyed Africa democratically than the military. I understand. Yes, we in the military, when we stage a coup and take over, a government, we operate with dictatorship. I'm hearing myself. We take over and we rule with decree, and that is not democratic. But that man in Singapore is a living experience, let me just say, evidence of what the military would do if actually they want to free their people. Singapore, today as we speak, is a member of the G20 or G7 or something like that. Singapore Singapore today
the number you are calling is not assigned to a customer. Please check the number and dial again.
Is an industrial nation. Singapore today is an industrial nation. That is what I want to see in the whole of the African continent. Okay, so when you talk of for people that want to change Nigeria, my brother, my senior comrade Tony will tell you, he's aware of what I'm going to tell you today. The Constitution, I always say here, there is no time I come into this platform that I will not speak about the Constitution of Nigeria. The Constitution of Nigeria is the foundation of the country. 1999, when Obasanjo was pulled out of prison in Kotangora prison to be the president of Nigeria, election was conducted and he became the president of Nigeria. He refused. I was in Aso Rock at that time as a member of Strike Force. He refused to work with the 1999 Constitution. But Abu Salami said, go ahead. We don't have time to waste. The world is against us. Everybody is against us. Go ahead. When you get in there, you can now, tinker with the 1999 Constitution. The people will now, the House of Representatives, the National Assembly will now decide on what to do. But that was bad. That 1999 Constitution is a military decree form constitution that has made Nigeria what it is today. Nigeria don't supposed to be there, where a child is crying, pointing finger. The mother, if the mother is not there, the father is there. The reason why your vote cannot count today is because of the enormous power the president willed when voted as a president. He appoints the judiciary, the judges, name them. He appoints the police chiefs, name them. He appoints virtually everything that has to do with those functions that controls the democracy. He has the power of hire and fire. You cannot make progress in such a system. That is my own issue. I was among of the people that brought the mayhem Nigerians are going through today as a member of the Nigerian army. As at that time, I am involved. Although I didn't have the power to make changes or contribute unless the senior officers, I cannot even speak when, as another rank, when my senior comrade, Tony, is speaking, because they give the commands and the other rank carries the orders. So we could not do anything. The problem Nigeria is having today is that 1999 constitution that willed so much powers to the president. If you remember when they asked Obasanjo, I think a BBC journalist asked Obasanjo, why do he say it is the constitution that, gave him that power? Why will you have such system and expect
so
that
what's the
system
solution?
to work
What's
for
the
you?
solution?
The solution is this. The solution is this. Nigerians are fighting, what I call a different war. Instead of Nigerians to fight or go and get your PVC, knowing fully well that your votes don't count. Tell me a time in Nigeria that your votes counted, even at this particular one that happens today. What I would like you to do is this: campaign on the abolition of that 1999 constitution. Let the people come, North and the South, come together and now deliberate, decide on the way forward and the system of democracy that is going to suit you. If the people are not called upon and someone imposes a rule that disenfranchise most of you, just like the election that just passed, you will not get it right. People with money will buy it. It is evidently proven today that the man with the biggest pocket will buy everything when it comes to election in Nigeria. Campaign on how to destroy that 1999 constitution. Let the people
the Nigerian people in diaspora, what is their agenda towards rebuilding Nigeria? What's the contribution of the Nigerian people in diaspora?
You see, you cannot rebuild, you cannot build on a fraudulent foundation. You can't build on a fraudulent foundation. The reason why all of us are benefiting, enjoying in all the places in diaspora where we live today is because of the sound system they have there. If you have a sound system, even if you bring in a criminal, the sound system, the structures will whip that person into line. That is the solution to Nigerian problem. But as long as Nigeria operates with this fraudulent foundation, Nigeria will continue to retrogress instead of going forward. Thank you.
Let me hold on.
Pastor, don't jump the queue now.
No, let me just interject.
You are jumping the queue.
No, hold on. I only have one. I want to interject on what he just said. Okay, I make that little correction. Then I'm gonna
30 seconds or 1 minute. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Let me say
thank you.
Hello again to everybody on the panel and those listening to us. Now, I think that was Mr. Maxwell that just spoke, right?
They the pansat. They the pansat. It's me. Good evening. They was
Now,
other man namoche.
Good. Now, you just said that the person with the biggest deep pocket, the biggest money, buy the election in Nigeria. That I don't even know when that is the case. That is not the problem we have in the country. It's not a deep pocket wouldn't have bought this election. What happened in this election is the northern Muslims trying to determine who is the president of Nigeria at all costs. They don't want to go to school. They don't want to have any patents, any inventions. They want to pick who is the president of Nigeria, and they were boxing. Hold on, please let me land. Hold on. It's if you don't know it, it's not Tinubu's genius that made him president. It's Buhari. Okay, you have to understand that what we have in Nigeria, we're at an intersection of two traditions. You have the Western tradition and you have the Islamic tradition, right? So what's been going on, and it's quite funny because the people that they're against, the West, these people in the North, Boko Haram, they don't like Western education. But interestingly, they love and respect those people, and those people use them to colonize us. If you don't know it, no matter how much anybody had, if this election was just plain old election without the Nigerian intelligence, the soldiers, former military dictator Buhari being on the side of Tinubu, he wouldn't have won. This election would have been easy because Tinubu didn't even win a single state. Now, let me say one thing, and to Nigeria, I want you to listen to me. It's not how long somebody talks here. It's what they're saying.
You're going over your time, but just make the point.
Yeah, here's the point. It's quite funny that you have an election, the rules were set before the election. And these people, in a funny way, turned off the presidential election collation, turned it off, and let the other one go through. It's so funny. And we're here talking and debating, they're not hiding it. They turned off the IREV, turned off the Beavers machines for the presidential election. That's it. So, what we use, all of you sit here. If Northern Muslims drive a cattle through a city, hundreds of cattle, maybe one or two people, I don't know how they quite do it, and there's nothing we can do about that. You're gonna turn off that IREV machine, and then you're gonna be here talking.
Uncle Pansat, I've got to interject here with all due respect, sir. You know I respect you.
I know that 24 brothers for sure.
I agree. Pansat, come. You go ahead. Eccentric.
Let him interject.
No, I think it's his turn to speak.
Can I come in now? Pascal, you made your point.
Yeah, no,
all right, thank you.
No.
Wait, if he's gonna interject, fine. I'll ask you a question.
Let eccentric class. No, you are not landing, please. Eccentric class, please go ahead. Why are we doing this now? We want order, but we don't want to follow order. Come on, eccentric class, please go ahead, because his time is also valuable.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
it's not as valuable as mine.
Maxi, you just came in.
This guy just a pain in the ass, man. This guy just too selfish and pain in the ass, man. Come on, man. Stop.
We have an
opportunity.
Yo, Maxi made great points, man. Maxi made valuable points. I like Maxi's contribution. The problem we have, of course, he tied it to the Constitution, and I agree with that, right? Our system of government is, it's a Western system of government. Like, Pascal say something about, Boko Haram hating Western education. I agree with that, right? But if you do the history, it was when Libya was toppled by NATO. That was when the arms went to Boko Haram, all these groups like the Tuaregs that are, fighting in Mali. All the arms that came to these groups came from when Libya was toppled. When Gaddafi was toppled, that's when all the arms went to these guys, this group, these Iskrans, causing problem in the West, in our continent, right? The Western world benefits from this problem because if there's a problem, hold on, if there's a problem in Africa, in Western Africa, where there are all the resources, they will send their military. They will send you, right? If I sell caskets, right? The only way I can sell casket is if there's a problem in the community. You know what I'm saying? I would like it when people die because I'll sell my casket. So the West, they want to build their military bases, but we know that they're taking all the resources, from Niger. France is getting kicked out. The reason why we have problem we have in West Africa is because of NATO, the problem they created in Libya. Go read about that. Read on that.
Hold on, please, because that is
the work has been done on that. I can understand that Boko Haram, they hate Western education. That's a roots. Those things are roots. The whole thing is about. It's about Western hegemony bringing their military.
Let me finish now.
The queue now.
I'm tired. Well, I see that guy there.
Anyway, so that's my my correction.
I'll see you later. Bye bye.
Pascal,
who's next? I think
sometimes for you. You're blessed person addressing you. You the fear. Answer me stop. Come on.
I'm just have you had your say?
Me too, I can just exit.
I haven't. Come, KJ, listen. Come, KJ, let me tell you guys something, right? Everybody they craze for head. Everybody can internet anybody. You get my point? Don't be used to that. You just like as if most of us don't have work. We just come here and want to talk and just want to exercise our mouth. What will it kill you just to shut up for 5 minutes and let somebody else talk? Will it kill you? If I told you want to interject, but if I told you see that the place is becoming rowdy, sometimes why not just
Loco, in fairness, KJ is one of the people that is always patient on this platform. So please, let's be fair to him so that we can encourage people like him that are obedient and quiet.
I'm not taking a shot at anybody.
KJ does not interject. KJ does not interject.
Yes. Oh, fuck, man. Listen, guys, listen. I'm not taking a shot at anybody. I don't know why you're calling KJ's name. I'm not taking a shot at anybody. I'm just asking somebody. I'm just talking to everybody here. You understand? Sometimes we might want to be rowdy here sometimes, but if you see that the place is chaotic, just try and be the bigger boy and just, take a chill pill sometimes. You mustn't just make your point like you say now, your points you want to make. Everybody want to make points sometimes now.
Thank you. Listen. So who is next? AY hasn't said anything.
Niger, you are behaving like the tribunal. You are behaving like the tribunal. You are not.
Stop people. How can you compare me to the tribunal? I've never started calling people ridiculous, misadventure. Your statement is a misadventure, mister. How dare you?
Mute people. If they are not talking, mute them. When they open their mic, mute them. Let the person that is talking talk, and this thing will be orderly. This rowdy session here with people with high education and so on doesn't make it. People that are listening to us around the world will look at us as people that are just it is infantile. Thank you.
Thank you. AY, please go ahead. I think Loco, if you want to say something, Loco, you can say, but I think you just said something.
I said let's essentially finish.
I thought you had finished. I thought he said he was finished. Okay, go ahead then.
Yeah, like I said, I agree with Maxi, right? Our system of government, the presidential system, is very expensive and it's expensive system, right? And it's a system that's that's easy to be manipulated by anyone with money. Anyone with money can buy, the politicians. And if you look at the government, the people that's running the show are the elites of every region. It doesn't matter if they're Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. These guys are all working together, right? If you look at Tinubu's cabinet, it's filled with all the elites in the Yoruba land and the north and east, wherever they come from. You know what I'm saying? So we need to change the system. Like he said, we need to change the constitution. We need a constitution where everybody will come together. Like You can't run a country when there is no consensual agreement on how to run the country. And there should be a unifying history for all the parties in Nigeria. There has to be a unifying history, like in the United States of America, right? It's not a homogenous society, but there's a unifying history. The history that unifies America is that they kicked out the British, all the allied companies, all the regions like the French that control the Virginia and all that, they got unified and they wrote a constitution. And we need to do that. We need to rewrite a constitution and have like concrete laws, concrete rules, like the freedom of speech that can be impeded by the government. And also we need to separate, have like a separation of power where there's no reason why a single person would,
I've got a question for you, sir.
Go on.
Are you Nigerian?
I'm not. Look at my.
Okay, cool. So how long have you lived in Nigeria?
How long? In the 80s and the 90s.
Altogether, how many years have you lived in Nigeria? From birth. I don't know where you were born. I'm not interested. Yeah. How long? 5 years? 10? 20? 10. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I lived in a military regime, right? The military regime.
Yeah, that's fine. That's cool. Go on. Sorry.
And also, by the way, I know a lot about Igbo culture. If you want to talk about that, we can talk about that. A lot of people don't know about a lot of things that I know about Igbo culture. For instance, people that practice, Christian religion, Christianity is not our tradition. And also, let me say,
Father, what are you Igbo? Are you Igbo?
Let me say, Christianity,
are you Igbo?
These are soft power. It's all Trojan horse stuff from the West. It's all soft power stuff, right? We need to bring back our own tradition.
Is it any time?
No, it's not any time. I think we probably need to be putting time. See, like people so that it goes around like before. Okay, but let's. I think it's almost done. I think once he speaks now, I think everybody has spoken. Then the conversation can just flow.
Look at P. Yeah, your turn. You can go on. Keep going. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, look, bro, listen. What I wanted to say is this, right? The issue of blaming a tribe. Words I was trying to make what's the guy understand? Jonava. If a people they are not coming out now to say they are offended why you are using this word against them, I think it's just for peace to reign, or for peace to reign. Is like, yeah, okay, we don't want that. Even for the Igbos, like I was saying something like, many people are angry or saying it's wrong, which is almost the same thing. Why you are tagging Nes's coup to be Igbo coup? You understand? As if there are no other tribe there. Because even if majority of the people who did that coup are Igbos, doesn't mean the whole 100% of them are Igbos. And you can't tag because of 15 of them, maybe maximum more than half of 15 of them are Igbos. You can't tag 7 of them or 8 of them, to say the entirety, the millions or billions of Igbos around the world, that those few persons represent them, and you call of them there. So if it is wrong, you understand? And if somebody is saying yes, yeah, Fulani has me, yeah, the name look, very sweet in the mouth, very comfortable, very, easy to condemn. You understand? But that does not mean. What about that one Fulani who's just a righteous person, who is a saint? Don't you think you're offending that single righteous one Fulani person? Don't you think
righteous man?
You're tagging him, putting a robe on him that it doesn't fit him. You understand? Probably he's trying his best to. It may just help an Igbo man yesterday here. You understand? Because his mentality is different. But yet, because he's a Fulani man, you're just tagging him. I just look at them. And that Fulani man who is infuriated, who is angry, or who some other Fulani men have offended, they might just mob this Fulani man, kill him for nothing. Yes, and they might just mob him and kill him for nothing, which is wrong. So we should be careful the way we say things, because we feel comfortable saying it. You understand? Just the way, like what's it called? Righteous man said the right time, that this thing, Yoruba man, landlord don't want to rent house to Igbo man. I think that narration is also wrong. You understand? Because you can't tell me for a fact that you know that all 100% of Yoruba landlord has never rented or is not renting their house to a Yoruba person. You don't have that fact to even say it, because that Yoruba landlord elsewhere who is not, who doesn't go with this way, who has a set on top of his shoulders, who thinks very well, that rents his house to a person, it's like you are still taking a swipe at him for even doing the right thing. But because it's a Yoruba man, and you say all Yoruba lands are not giving house to Igbo people, he feels offended too. So we should be careful about this, general stigmatization. Just put the stigma on the people.
Yeah.
You get it, but look, if it's causing insecurity, if it's dangerous, don't tread on it anymore. Don't continue because you feel it's comfortable for you, because you are offended. What about if you are the receiving end? What about if you are your other side? Put yourself in that shoe. Will you be happy? So at least we should be careful sometimes, because you feel comfortable about saying it. It's sweet for your mouth. It's the raving thing. Other people are even happy with it or saying the same thing. Then you feel it's good. You understand? Sometimes we should stop reporting only negative news. If we see that European landlord that also gives his house to an Igbo man, spread this too, so that people will know that, oh, it's not only this negative side that's happening, this positive side is also still trending, so that people will balance. Because the more you are putting it on one side, people shape their mind with what they see and what they hear. You get my point? So by the time you say it all the time, you said people joining you for just nonsense, foolishly joining you, supporting you for what they don't even know, because they hear people say it over and over and over and over again. So that they believe it's the truth, not knowing that there are other people out there who are just doing opposite of what these so-called people are doing. But nobody's telling that story. Just like you say, Nigerians are criminals. Yeah, we are criminals, we are 419. Everybody are 419 for Nigeria. If somebody's even angry that Nigerian passports, if you take the passports to embassy, they wouldn't treat them because as if they're criminals. They were other criminals.
Sorry, local. You see my face now.
See, there are other criminals that pass that airport.
I think his time is up.
Yeah, please.
Okay, let me round up with this, right? There are other people, Nigerian criminals, who have used their passports to pass that embassy, maybe like Indonesia or Malaysia or whatever. You understand? Who they've caught, they're like criminals. But if I go there tomorrow and I pass and they treat me there, I will feel offended. You understand? Why do I feel offended? Because of you are stigmatizing me for the sins of other people that they did. None of us will be happy. So calling people generally, just put a name on them because they know it's not for me. It's a no for me, right? That's just what I want to say.
Okay, please let me respond to.
No, wait, Mr. Rashasman, wait. Yeah, some of the things he said, you've already dealt with it, and we've gone past that.
No. He made a reference of my statement.
Yeah, we've already dealt with it earlier.
I want to clarify that statement.
Mr. Rashasman, wait. It's going to cause confusion now. Let Maska speak, please. Yeah, Maska, please.
No, but it's not supposed to be you, Tone. You're not supposed to be the next person to speak. It's not your turn.
No, Maska. I said Maska.
Hey, well, it's not even Maska's turn, man. Why you guys throwing me up and down? Eh?
Okay. KJ, let KJ go, because to be fair, KJ was about to say something more than two. And Righteous Man has been quiet for quite a while too. And I just wanted you to start this thing. Since you all prefer turn by turn, we'll go turn by turn.
All I'm trying to say is that I will not go back to that Fulani story, because I don't think we're getting anywhere with it. If you're saying that those guys should not be called Fulani herdsmen now, and for more than 60 years now, for more than 50 years, they've referred to us as Biafrans and people who killed, Igbos who killed, and now you don't want Fulani herdsmen to be referred to as Fulani herdsmen, but yet you have used that term for the past 50 years to address Igbos, even when you know that the actual person who killed the Sardana of Sokoto, if you refer to it in that order, as you have divided Nigeria and are not even in Igbo land, and may probably say he's not an Igbo man. So let me leave that aside. I don't want to go there because we're not going to exhaust it today. What I want to raise to our attention is, I don't know if any other person have read the story, but it's on SaharaReporters, that the CTC, the certified true copies of the judgment, came on the letter heading of Tinubu's legal team. And the question we are asking is, how come the certified true copies are coming on the legal team of Tinubu? Does it truly mean that, as they have always alleged, that these guys were
I believe it's a rumor.
It's not a rumor. It's here online. Which one you believe is a
No,
rumor?
hold on. You know what I'm saying so
Do
because
you have a link for it?
exactly. See, labor lawyers are not daft. Labor lawyers are not daft not to see that thing and keep quiet, not to say this about
It's
it.
not Labour lawyer that are talking about it. It is Atiku's lawyers that are asking the question now to
Okay,
clarify.
like I said, all the legal people, all the let's leave the okay, all the people against Tinubu, whether it's I think there are three parties. Yeah, I think Labour, PDP, and one other party. The three of them lawyers must have come out by now and be holding press conference concerning that thing. That's why I said I believe
Please,
it's
can
rumor.
you check for Sahara Reporters and check if there's any press release on that? Because
Exactly.
yeah, you should check. So when you want to say those things that you are believing, it's better you just run a quick background check to be sure that.
I saw it. I saw it today. I saw it. I saw the same thing. I saw it.
Not what you is saying I'm talking about, not the report of Sahara Reporters. Like if what Sahara Reporters is reporting, if it's true, that's what I'm saying. Not I don't mean KJ is lying. KJ might see it there now. You understand? It's normal. Everybody can see it there. But what if what Sahara Reporter is saying, if it's true? I'm just thinking out loud because for me, if I'm a lawyer, if I see that, I mean, I'll shout now. I'll cry out now. You understand? So that's what I'm saying. If the lawyers of Tinubu, Atiku, Obi and the other party, if they give them the copy, I think yesterday somebody said yesterday, I think it was this Tom say yesterday by now the copy was they've handed over the copy to them, whatever. So if that is being stated there, I think by now before Sahara Reporter is shouting, all the three lawyers, the party lawyers must have been holding press conference here and there, TV interviews and all that stuff. They would have even by themselves even published it, not even Sahara Reporters. That's what I'm saying. I'm
You
just
see,
thinking
that again may not totally be correct because if I was a legal team in the legal team of Atiku, I will not bring my files to the. You see, the press and all that cannot give me judgment. Where judgment comes is from the law court. So I will not bring the facts that I've discovered that is going to help me win my case to come and talk to you in the press. I will not do that. Okay, because you give your opponent ammunitions to use to fight you. Why would you want to do that? Nobody's going to award you the whatever you're looking for from the press. So
but the information is out now. But now the information is out now.
yeah, so the
Exactly.
information came out because those who have a certified true copy are saying that look, this is what we discovered. It wasn't because it came out, it just came out that way. It must have been a slip somewhere and it came out.
Time will tell anyway. Time will tell.
Okay. So yeah, who is next? I think Masca. Please go
I've
ahead.
been raising my hand now.
Yeah, please go ahead. Sorry about that. It took a
Okay.
while.
I raised my hand because Loco took us to a point where I felt it's a good point for me to continue my trend of points. I started by saying that I liked what Righteous Man said, that most of the discussions should be tailored towards solutions. My training has been that for you to talk about solution, you need to understand the problem first. And I would say I'd spent a while thinking about Nigeria as a country, which was why I said one of the problem I see is the fact that most of us, when we talk, we tend to talk about our own individual tribal problems. So Local P was saying that it's not okay for people to say Fulani. My point really is not even
Your audio has there's an issue with the audio again.
You are losing him. We've lost him, Edwin.
Yeah, it's playing up again. Righteous Man hasn't said anything for a while he sorts his stuff out. Righteous Man, please go ahead. As you can see, that the way he talked about that solution-oriented stuff seems to be quite a powerful this is submission. So I personally, to do that, you need vehicles to do it. And I've been talking about, I talked about it some time ago about the kind of people we need to do some of all these things. We need lawyers, we need accountants, We need people that are good in technology, especially software development, to come together and put some systems together to allow this to happen, especially from the point of view of the diaspora, to be able to do something on the continent. So sooner or later, we're going to start, when we start putting heads together with Dr. Dameji, maybe something will start happening. Masca is not here. Righteous Man, please go ahead.
Yeah, going forward, we want a better nation. And like I have always been saying in this panel, I wish that Nigerians in diaspora should come together, because you guys are the bedrock. You guys. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
We can hear you, sir.
I say you guys, and somebody was re-echoing it. Okay, you men, since there is no woman there.
All right, can you hear me now?
You know that the guests we had earlier at the earlier hour of this program today.
Righteous man, please hold on. Masca is back, and I think he wants to.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe I have to speak a little bit faster, which is out of my character. But anyway, so I'm saying that the problem with the tribal narrative, if we ascribe our problems to tribal connotations, it complicates the problem. One, the Fulani people you will be referring to are not going to be too inclined to see the problem the way it is, because you are now painting them with a brush. And the authority that will deal with the problem, you are making it look like it's a bigger problem, where it's just a criminal issue. Some few criminals are creating a problem. And if we paint it as a criminal issue, it's easier for a government to be under pressure to say, deal with these criminals. But if you now concoct a, what do you call this thing now? How do you call it now? This, when something is, when you concoct a conspiracy theory, there is some Fulani somewhere.
Agenda?
Yeah, when you start making small problems look like they are grand agendas, even the government
ethnic profiling.
Even the government will begin to be scared about dealing with the issues. But let's be calling a spade a spade. That's one thing. But the major point I'm making about tribe is that the moment we start looking at our issues from a tribal perspective, then everybody would have to deal with these issues, and then we can't deal with the issues individually. That's the truth. That's one. The second issue I see that is a major problem in Nigeria is the fact that we don't seem to understand that there is a major institutional failure across board in the country. And if you ask me where this institutional failure is coming from, I can say it's probably because of the discovery of oil. Because before the discovery of oil, there is enough evidence that most of our institutions are working. But once we discovered oil and it permeated our way of life, almost everybody had abandoned whatever it is that is supposed to be doing. Everybody is looking for free money, easy money. If you look at, for instance, say a good example is when I was young, there were all this groundnut pyramid. People don't understand that. Maxi, I think when I finish, you can get a piece of paper, write your points. When I'm done, I'm not going to take more than 3 minutes. So when I'm done, that's what I've done exactly. I wrote them down and I allow other people to talk so that I can pick up from where I stopped. If that's okay with you, Mr. Maxi. Get a piece of paper, write whatever it is you want to say, which is fine, and in 2-3 minutes you can raise it. Sorry. So I'm saying that there are these commodity boards, for instance, where if you produce excess, people go. There are a lot of institutions that were working. But once we discovered oil, everybody tends to leave whatever he was doing. And I can see that today, there's almost no single institution that properly really works in Nigeria. And every day we bring up a new institution. If you take, for instance, when Obasanjo came, he did EFCC, he did ICPC, he did like 4 institutions, but none of them is working today. The head of EFCC itself is is under custody, for instance. So we need to begin to see these problems as they are. It's an institutional failure. If you look at INEC as an institution, it's an institutional failure. You look at the legislature, it's an institutional failure. So it's not any individual you carry and put there, most likely is going to have almost, write this thing down, Mr. Maxi. Write it down, Mr. Righteous Man. Write things down. We black people need to learn to write things down, please.
I have written my own. I have written down.
Okay,
since.
so if you write it, put your hand down.
Master,
I'm almost landing.
I am not interjecting you. I'm just raising my hand. I'm not interjecting now.
But you've been speaking since. You've been...
okay. You don't want to hear my voice. I rest my case. If
no,
the
not
problem
you, not
the idea
not
is for
you.
me
I
not
mean
to speak.
Maximum. No, I don't know. The guy in Ghana,
okay,
he has been talking all this while.
So you see now all this while now I've not said even anything. And so anyway, I'm saying that there is institutional failure across the board. Okay. I'm also of the opinion that when we speak on this panel, we tend to lose sight of the fact that there is a superimposing world order that within which Nigeria operates. I have worked in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Kinshasa. If you go there, you can see that the truth is that the white man really does not hold black Africa for anything. People have their own small planes, airstrips. People are raping the country left, right, and center. And this is what, if they can get away with, should happen to Nigeria. I know that there is a lot of resources under our soil, even here in Nigeria. What is saving us is that we refuse to start fighting like Congo Democratic Republic people were fighting. Once we start that will be the end of it. So I'm saying that when we talk, let's also understand that within the World Economic Order, the world is not going to want to see us progress. So the responsibility should be on us, whether we like ourselves or not, to sit down with each other and decide how we can solve some of these problems, which will take me to the fundamental issue of election. Because no matter what you do today, unless if you are going to start fighting each other with guns, which the white people would like, the only way we can solve the problem is to have a credible election. And I will go back to what forefather had said once on this platform.
Credible election is not feasible. It's not feasible to have credible election. It's not feasible to have a credible election.
It's possible, very possible. It's very, very possible. Very possible. Well, it's a matter of opinion. It's not a scientific fact. It's not a mathematical theorem that you can prove.
We have evidence.
Or I can prove. All we are left with is our perspective.
We have case studies already. We have plenty of them.
All right. So what's your solution then? Let's stop here. And if
the solution is revolution. Revolution. We need to get the elites and get them.
So where has a revolution happened?
Huh?
Where is the evidence that revolution works?
It works. It works. Look at what's going on in Nigeria now. Look at Nigeria. They're kicking out the French.
That's a coup.
It's a coup. What do you mean a coup? The people are behind it. It's not a coup. That's what they call it in the West. It's not a coup. It's the people taking back their own country. They kicked out the president who's the stooge of the West, and now they're kicking out France.
If that's what you're saying, this Nigeria has had several revolutions.
No, we haven't had any successful revolution. No.
All right, so it's okay. That's fine. Maybe your own position is to have a coup in Nigeria. That's what you're suggesting.
Master, I think when people say revolution, I think what they probably mean is that when any regime, whether democratic, military, or anything, comes in and try to take over the country, that's what they call a revolution. Like, I don't think anybody will call the Gabon one revolution because it's just a military coup. It's not the same as the type you are seeing in Niger or Burkina Faso or Mali. Maybe that's, if I'm not mistaken, that's what
the reality. Even forefathers, the reality, even if you look at Africa, for instance, there are a lot of people who have fought. They are revolutionaries. They started out like revolutionaries. Take Yoweri Museveni, for instance. Take Robert Mugabe, for instance. Yeah. Most of these people, they started off as revolutionaries, but we've seen how they have ended. So my position is that election today is the only option that we have that is a low-hanging fruit. And you have said it, if all of us on election day as civilians, we can take responsibility, I think it is not a fact that things will be different, but I have seen it. And I've gave example on this platform. People forget that Buhari contested almost 4 or 5 times. On every occasion, he lost. The only two things that he did differently,
Go ahead.
Too many people are raising their hand. Maybe they should talk. And
yeah, they all want to. I think. Hey, how am I supposed to choose that? Righteous man is. Maxi wants to go and go and rest. He's from Ghana. You both are Righteous man is
Ghana
in
and Nigeria is the same. Ghana and Nigeria is the same.
Yeah.
Just 45 minutes.
Yeah, but
travel.
okay, Maxi, try to keep it brief so that Righteous man can say something. He hasn't had a chance.
To Nigeria, I will. You see, I want to respond to my rank Kadede and my.
No, don't do that. Don't do that, please. You've been speaking since, please.
Oh, uncle, please. Uncle, please.
Yeah,
he gave me the right.
Not uncle.
No,
you've been talking. You've been talking.
Righteous man. It is good for us to be listening to each other. Let's develop the passion to listen to each other.
Okay, let me hold on. Let me.
You see, I wouldn't have spoke. I wouldn't have spoke if Nigeria didn't ask me to speak, because my system is running down. I send it on the private chat, and that is why he asked me to speak, sir.
Okay, good.
Thank you. God bless you, sir. You see, Maska, Danwana, there is no way. You don't have a government that will fight insecurity in that country. You don't have. Tell me, why didn't the Boko Haram, ISWAP, come up when Babangida was there? When I was enlisted in the Nigerian army, why didn't they come up? Why didn't these same people this group come up when Abacha was there? Why didn't they come up when Abu Salam was there? Why didn't they come out when Obasanjo was there? These are you don't have. From Muhammadu Buhari, Nigeria failed to tackle insecurity. Let me give you one instance here in Ghana. The same thing they are doing in Nigeria, I don't want to mention names. The same thing they did in Nigeria, they continuously do in Nigeria, is what they wanted to do in Ghana here, in Ashanti region, a place they call Agogo. Agogo in Ashanti region. You can Google it. They came here, they wanted to replicate what they were doing in Nigeria. But if there is nothing my president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, did for doing what he did that time in what they call Operation Cow Boot, I love that president, irrespective of how poor we are in Ghana. He made sure from the House of Parliament that those people would not commit the atrocious deed they were committing in Nigeria. They came here in a place they call Agogo in Ashanti region. He chased them away. So you don't have a government under Muhammad Buhari that can fight insecurity in Nigeria. I stand tall. I hit my chest to tell you that the president of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, did a great job in order to curtail the excesses of these armed herdsmen in Ghana. In Nigeria, you don't have a government that have the political will to do that. Thank you, and may God continue to bless all of you.
Thank you.
Bless
Thank
you
you.
too.
Before you go, was it Maxi or Maska that retired from the Nigerian military in 2004?
It's Maxi.
It's Maxi.
It's Maxi.
Okay, Maxi, why I was asking that is that you were speaking earlier on, and you said the reason why you got out was the Southern Kaduna situation, correct? All right. Because of that, I'm not sure if any of us was aware. Our guest earlier on did not make it to the program yesterday because he was preparing to come for this program that he showed up on 90 Minutes Africa today. And also he was going to go for the EKG program, the Arrow People. The program yesterday, which I had sent to Dr. Damages, and I didn't have enough time to speak about it today, is about Nigeria's, by the Nigerian Voters Watch, in collaboration with NADECO USA. Yesterday, they had a Nigerian Democratic Movement, the Middle Belt Forum, the Afanifere Worldwide country, and the Country First Movement, Yell Out Nigeria, and National Lawyers Voters for the Voters Foundation. They had an international conference yesterday, and this was on Benue Plateau and Southern Kaduna genocide by the Nigerian government and the securities agencies. This event took place yesterday. The title was Silent Genocide on My Neighbors Next Door. That was the title of that program from yesterday. And out of it came a couple of things that I wanted to point out because there's been some
not at the moment, because I don't know whether Righteous Man will give into that, because Righteous Man wanted to say something. And there has been a lot of problems with order, and we want to try to restore some order to the this thing. So please, this in Igbo Basics. Please
I'll hold back for a moment.
Yeah.
I just posted the result of it on the private chat for whoever wishes to, because there's been some very serious development, which if you hang around, you could be able to hear what has developed and what is just happening from the UN angle. And I'm in idea. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you so much, Niger Watch, for having me. Let me go back to the house and see if I can just reconnect, charge this phone to join you later. Thank you so much. Righteous Man, thank you so much. My elder master. Now good. Alabaka Sadama. Now good, bro.
Now good.
Yeah. My brother from Kano, you made valid points. Very, very valid. I am against ethnic profiling of any kind because it does not pay and it does not rebuild the country. Rather, it divides us the more. So the issue of ethnic profiling, in fact, became the problem of Nigeria, and it brought us to where we are now. When an individual commits a crime, instead of addressing that individual, they address the crime by ethnic profiling. And it is a big problem. So I allude to what the statements you made. But where I disagree with you is the issue of election. Until we do away with 1999 Constitution, there will never be a free and fair and credible election in Nigeria. And until we have a Nigerian leader as president, not an ethnic leader as president, until we have a Nigerian as Nigeria president, we're not going to make headway. And that Nigerian president must have the political will to confront the cabals and those who think without them, Nigeria cannot function. If we don't have a president with political will to confront those who says whatever they declare, whatever they want is what will happen, Nigeria can never make any progress. So our brother in the United States there made a valid point. I agree with him. Every leader that have led Nigeria either under military regime or political dispensation, is like a Western stooge. Because the problem we're having in West Africa today is caused by the removing of Gaddafi. And the Western world was looking onto Nigeria and South Africa. The moment Nigeria and South Africa yielded to the pressure of the Western world, then the NATO struck Libya, and there was armed proliferation that have destabilized the entire West Africa and going beyond. So any leader that is going to repair Nigeria or change Nigeria must have that political will and never to be a stooge to the Western world, which I doubt if the present government will meet up that expectation, because the way and the means that brought this present government is questionable. And he needs the backing of the Western countries in order to function. Had it been that the majority of the Nigerian people stood by him and voted for him, then you can say he's the Nigerian president because he has the massive support of Nigerians. He just won an election with 8 million. A country of 230 million people, you could only score 8 million to become president. And your two opposition parties scored almost above 16 million. And you look at it, that means the majority of Nigerian people never wanted him. So the political will is lacking. That is why I believe, and I said, that saying that we can change this nation through democratic means, or I mean through our election, is not possible until we go back to the Nigerian Constitution of 1999 and do away with it, have the people's constitution that will be subjected to a referendum. Then the people will vote and said, this is what we want. This is how Nigeria should be governed. I raise my case.
Exactly.
Thank you. I think Igbo Basic may want to. I think regarding some of the events going on in Benue, in Southern Kaduna, and Plateau, isn't it? I was just going through the document as indicated. I think maybe the way the analysis that was done was that it had something to do with the pressures due to climate change and the friction between them. I'm not sure why people think that there is no truth to it, because Fulanis have been coming through Nigeria for decades now, and it didn't lead to fights, but somehow now it's leading to fights. I've seen it before. I've said we're having these conversations similar yesterday to where somebody was saying that we are part of the Israelites or all kinds of stuff. Like, what, you are not looking at what is going on the ground, that people are from the desert area, because of desertification, they are moving further and further south. This is an event that started more than 5,000 years ago. It's not something that is new. And the pressures that are happening now is just that our leaders are not handling well. I don't even understand in a country where people are going to be killing each other and leaders are not handling these things properly. I can't. These are our leaders. I don't understand them at all. It's just awful stuff to be happening, and you just leave it to be festering on. And I understand the anger of both sides. It's just leadership that is failing the people, because if any responsible leadership was, even local ones, governors were in charge of any state, something like this happen, you bring all the top people together and say, okay, how do we sort this? And if they don't sort it out once and for all, nobody leaves that place. That's how leadership works. Because you can't keep having people just killing each other over farmlands. If there's cattle eat somebody's farm, if you want to allow cattle to come up through the land, if they eat somebody's farm, you compensate them. Don't leave them to get angry and start attacking farmers, attacking shepherds or cattle herders. You can't allow them to do that. Or if you don't want them to be going through the street, then you stop them from going through the bushes and eating other people's crops, and stop the conflict. And if conflict arises, you stop it once and for all. This stuff is not hard. These our leaders are just wicked set of people. I've never seen anything like that before. This political class we have right now, how can you allow your country to be like this? See, Masker, I can play a video of the former NSA official telling you us that he cannot secure the country. How can NSA head is telling us he cannot secure the Nigerian borders? Why? You have 200 million people. What are you doing with them? Even if you send NYSC people to just stay around the border, is that not enough? But you know, they won't to. They will leave it. He said the people should have to call him. They have to call a number. And if they call, he said the people have to find a way to call them. Then he said, we cannot be everywhere at the same time. That is all we can. That's all we can do. Like, that is all we can do. But why do you say we? Because you know this is unusual around the world. You can't have a situation whereby you can't protect your people. You can't and you refuse to protect your people, and that's why people are dying all over the place. IDP camps inside Nigeria. How is that even happening? Why are our people not? In short, Masker, you tell me what is going on in the north there? Why are they allowing these things to happen? Because most of these IDP camps are in the north. Why are they allowing their people to be displaced from their homes and go to IDP camps? Can you?
No, they are not forefathers. They are not allowing their people to be displaced. Rather, there is something that is systematically been going on. And as you see, that I'm glad you read that article briefly and very quickly. That is just a tip on the iceberg. What is happening there is before El Rufai left office, he actually made a move that how do I describe it? It's not even abandoned property. He instituted a situation where the land that you are living on is no longer yours. Besides, they are renaming villages. They are importing whoever they're importing from, who are not Nigerians, from the surrounding countries. So the people that have been displaced, and on top of it, they are being abducted. On top of it, they are being killed. So this group, the Nigerian Voters Watch, did an in-depth work before they made their presentation yesterday. And at the end of it, whereby they said a civil society group called the Nigerian Voters Watch and Diplomacy accused Deputy Secretary of the United Nations, Ambassador Amina Mohammed, of presenting false narratives on what they believe are acts of genocide and ethnic cleansing happening in Plateau, Southern Kaduna, and Benue. Because I participated in that program fully, and the people that were lined up, I'm talking about witnesses, I'm talking about victims, they were lined up in Southern Kaduna yesterday in a particular room, and those people were giving testimonies as what has happened to them, including somebody whose husband was killed. They gave those testimonies. It's recorded fully. In that process, there was a particular story that touched the nerve to me, and I can associate with that story. There were people who were abducted. And what happens is that by the time the military or the Nigerian security officials get there, the bandits have already gone. By the time they leave, the bandits come back. So it led the people to believe that there will be some kind of communication that was going on in between to say, oh, come on down and take care of business. In one of such instances, a group of persons were abducted and taken down to a cave. And in that cave where they were put, and somebody who was narrating was one of those who was put inside the cave, they were tied up by the abductors. And it turns out to be that was a cave dwelled with snakes. So these abductors left them and later on came back. And when they came back, they saw that snakes had surrounded these people and they were face to face with the snake. But they kept cool, they kept calm. The abductors tried to fight with the snakes. Listen to this. It might sound like a fairy tale. The people who have been abducted, the people who have been abducted, we are now pleading with the abductors. Can you please talk to the snakes? Can you please appeal to the snakes? Can you please stay calm? Because you are coming aggressive and nobody's going to win if you so do. In that case, the abductors now calm down. And eventually the snake didn't bite these people. And they got out. Why did I say I can associate with that? And I came back to say that yesterday, it's on video. I came back to say, yes, I can associate with that because in my Biafran experience in Afia attack, as I wrote, that first, it was 1969, 1970, as the war just ended. And I was being chased by the Nigerian soldiers, the same Nigerian soldiers. I ran into an anthill. And inside that anthill was a cobra, snake. I didn't have a choice, but I come in peace. I was looking at the snake and the snake was looking at me. And the snake, after some time, determined that I am not an enemy, I have not come to kill him or anything like that, he actually left that anthill. My mind beating hard. The Nigerian soldiers could not find me. I'm not telling you I was told. I'm saying what I went through as the war just ended. I stayed there as if it was eternity. And I saw them through the peephole of the anthill. I don't know if you've ever seen an anthill. As they walked by, nyamre kom, nyamre kom, nyamre kom. What made me to avert the situation was that it was an area that I knew very well. We used to go hunting rabbit in those places. So I knew what was there. And there was a log of wood that fell across the street. When I got there with my cigarettes and salt, which was what we were trading on, I threw the cigarette above, pushed the salt underneath, and went under and diverted into the bush. Immediately I got into the bush because I know the anthill was there. I hid in the anthill. And then they walked by. Nyamle kom, nyamle kom, nyamle. They didn't see me. I stayed there for maybe 30 minutes or more than almost an hour before I could gather myself after the snake left. Instead of continuing the journey, I crossed the track road and went back to Item. The war had just ended, and that was when they came and burnt down the Item. AJ will know where Item is. They came, they started at Alai, and the war had ended, and they burnt these villages, and the people were shouting, "Oh, come make a gun Nigeria." They were being forced to shout one Nigeria. So I could associate myself with the story of that snake. Somebody can say it's a fairy tale or a movie made in, but this is what people went through in Southern Kaduna. Having said that, so far, they've been trying to suppress this story, but the story is already out. And one thing that came out of the conference yesterday was the Dr. Okwa, the Nadeko guy from here. He said that there are two dances going on. The drum is being beat in Washington. You can associate with this. The dancers are in Nigeria because we are trying to prefer solutions. He's telling you that whatever is being decided in Washington, that's the play that they are acting out in Nigeria. All these things was happening yesterday. And other people gave testimonies and made different kind of speeches. That is yet to show up. And that article that you saw, that you just read briefly, more of it is coming out. In other words, when a group have made their solid investigation, I'm talking about with journalists who are on the ground, who were not only witnesses. One of them said in his own village, 40 people were killed, and he was reporting about that. And somebody was doubting what he was saying. So in essence, we are at a crossroads. It comes back again. All we want is a better Nigeria. But with what is happening, where you come into a village where the villagers are defending themselves with their local guns, maybe with their hunting rifles, whatever they use in hunting, and you come in and you disarm them instead of going after the bandits and getting at them. Now you leave the villagers vulnerable. So this is happening in Benue. This is happening in, you just know about the priest that was killed. Now,
Okay, can I just say something? I noticed that they isolate specific states where they have Christians there, or people that you consider non-Fulani or Hausa. And I find that a little bit concerning because I just checked just now. There are also IDP camps in Zamfara state, and
Exactly.
when we make this thing, and this poison that we always inject into our national discourse is killing us. The problem is everywhere, and I was asking Maska, what is going on in the north that the leaders cannot shut these things down? Why are people living in IDP camps?
See, where I will start, forefathers.
Maska, you have an idea of the story that I've just painted, right?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, why
he's
can you
hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right. So there are more like 3 issues all intertwined into one. Okay. But where I will start with is to say that even in Abuja here, there's an IDP camp.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So this is the point I was making earlier on. If a Southeasterner is saying that Nigeria didn't treat him well, equally a Northerner is not getting a fair deal from the government. It started from Borno State. Most of the people in the ID camps here in Abuja, they are from Borno State. You can call anybody, he can go and verify for you. And these are Kanuri people, these are Muslims. Okay, so it has nothing to do with a religious issue. The second issue also that people don't understand, but they jump into the river midway and start talking about things, is the fact that during during Ahmadu Bello's time in the north, there is no issue of this is your tribe, this is my tribe. As long as you are a northerner, you are a northerner. If you know Sunday Awoni, do you know Sunday Awoni?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Certainly he's not a Hausa man, but he was very prominent during that regime. The Sadana of Sokoto makes sure that there is no issue of tribalism. But unfortunately for us, especially this is something that started from the South. Southerners started making people believe that, oh no, why is they not being hegemonic? Look, these people are not your people, they are not giving you a fair. So the same poison was sent into people. If you go to Plateau State today, what I can tell you, and I can tell Igbo basics, this same thing that he's talking about, that there's ethnic cleansing. Go and ask anybody. KJ maybe will know. KJ, do you know Haipang in Plateau State?
Very well.
Where the airport is?
Very well.
You know Haipang very well.
Sorry,
Very well.
KJ, is there nowhere you have not been in Nigeria?
I was working.
Eh?
I was working.
Everywhere, he knows everywhere.
I've been to Haipang many times. In fact, I've been
All right, so let me make this point, forefathers. Let me quickly make this point, because these are some of the fundamental things that we as Nigerians need to understand how serious the issues are and how poisonous these religious and tribal issues can be. KJ, you know Haipang. Do you know that today in Haipang there's no single Hausa or a Muslim? There was a day all the Muslims and Hausa people in Hausa, they were all killed. Yes.
Which year?
Why?
Which year?
Because, hello?
Which year?
This should be, when was this now?
Yeah, because I want to call my friend Hypam to find out.
Yeah, please call. There is no single Hausa man in Hypang today. This should be.
Which year?
I'm trying to recollect. I'm trying to recollect because it's quite some time now. Let me see. Where was I?
Before
Maybe
the
that's
Civil
the
War,
best way.
after the Civil War.
No. This is even within the political. It was during after pre-1999. It's after 1999.
Okay.
It's
So
after
during
1999.
democracy.
It's during democracy. It was during democracy. After Haipang, there is a place where you call Kuru. Maybe KJ will know Kuru also. You know Kuru. If you go to Kuru, there's no single Hausa man or a Muslim in Kuru today. If you start going back, you go to Kasa. There's no single Hausa man. All of them were. These are towns that were initially created by Hausa people in Plateau State. So this is a fundamental, long-standing issue. Now, where it became complicated is because people don't understand that there's a fundamental difference between a Hausa man and a Fulani man. For an average person, the Hausa and the Fulani, they are one and the same. Yeah. But the thing is that the attitude of a Hausa man is different from the attitude of a Fulani man. There's a joke. We among ourselves, Hausa people and some what we call Kwasi Fulani, we joke that we say that the Fulani person is such venomous that he saw his father falling into a well. He didn't say that. If he didn't tell the father, he's just shouting that something is about to happen, something is about to happen. Until when the father fell into the well, they say, it don't happen. It's a joke, but what I'm saying is that the Fulani man is a warrior. You cannot go, sincerely speaking, and begin to fiddle. If you go to all these places, the truth that we don't tell ourselves, even in Zamfara, I will send you forefathers the video of the Fulani man, the bandit, who was saying that, look, they are bandits, they are killing people, but they are killing people because their people have been killed and the government did not do anything. So this is why I said this is simply a case of criminality that we've colored into religious issues, tribal issues. And then it's just like the case of between Israelis and Palestine. Once you allow this thing to be tribal or religious, it has no ending. People in Plateau State will tell you that. It's a long-standing battle. The local people will kill Fulani people. Fulani people in the night will come back and take revenge. Fulani
But the
people will wipe out
problem
the whole
is
village.
that why are the leaders not taking charge and stopping this once and for all? Because in the southern region,
okay. So let me give you. Let me tell you. So let me answer that question. You take the Plateau State instance, Plateau case, for instance. Okay. Clearly, the governor then, I think his name was Darie. Now I can remember. If you can check when Darie was the governor, this was when it really started getting into a head. Because most of these political people, they don't have value. It's not like on themselves. They are quality people that can present. The only basis they will use is tribalism. Even the man looking for a local government chairman will tell you that you should vote him because he's the indigene. Okay, so this is part of the problem. So as far as they are concerned, people in Plateau State can kill Hausa people. That is okay, because you can't say no, don't kill these people. Stay with them. We are together. We've been together for a long while. You lose your votes. The one person that has done something different is Kwankwaso in Kano. And any Igbo man in Kano will tell you that during Kwankwaso's time, he was very clear. You touch any Igbo man under my regime, you will pay for it dearly. So the answer to your question is because our political leaders really do not have any other interest but to just maintain power. So even if they are, for instance, people talk about El-Rufai and all that, what do you expect? People are only looking for votes, sincerely speaking.
So, why are the northern Talakawas and the people that are feeling some of all this? Why are they not questioning their leaders and said, "What is this? The whole place is full of IDP camps. Why are they not questioning their leaders about these things?"
No, this thing you're saying that the whole place is filled with IDP camps is not true. It's not that every village you
It's
go
what
there.
if it's in Abuja? If it's in Abuja, it's in Plateau, it's in every. If even one is a lot, but it's in so many different states.
All right. So, what I will tell you, forefathers, what you may not understand also is that, sincerely speaking, the life between the person in the IDP camp and an average northerner is not different. There's so much poverty in the north. I had to set up a foundation 2010 because why? When I was working outside the country, I came back home to see my mom. 3 people were waiting for me since like 4 a.m. because they heard I was around. And when I came out to do my early morning prayer, how much were they asking for? 200 naira, 300 naira. I was so moved that I had to set up a foundation as far back as 2010. Today, things are worse. Almost the level of poverty, people don't understand.
But that's why I keep... But that's my point. Because when you say just now,
very much. Thank you for echoing it. Because when I say it, they say I'm presenting my problem.
Let me just say something here, because what you said just now about the life in IDP camps, yes, it may be qualitatively similar to what every other poor person is going through in the north. However, they've been displaced from their homes. That shouldn't be happening to Nigerians at a time of peace. We are not under any sanction. What? How did we get to this point? And how is it that they are allowing these people to get it? Because when you are displaced from your home, you are leaving your ancestors that you buried. You are being displaced completely and going to somewhere else. This is not right. And people are not questioning leaders that are allowing this nonsense to happen within the country. And I feel like somewhere in the north.
See, you are missing the point, forefathers. Sorry, essentially, just a minute. Let me respond to forefathers so that I can clarify this issue.
I have a question. You said something about a foundation.
No, don't worry. See, let me answer forefathers first so that we should be a bit organized. I beg, please. Okay. See, forefathers, the fundamental issue really, so that you can really understand what is happening, it is cut across the whole of Nigeria. The government has failed. Nigeria, technically speaking, is a failed state. I tell people, a failed state is like a tree. A tree will die, it will still be standing. It will stand there. Don't expect that because the tree is there, it will fall down on the ground. It will stand there. It will be standing with all its branches. But you see that it's dry. I live in my own house here in Abuja. One has to provide water for his house. I had to spend so much money to put solar because the electricity is epileptic.
My question is that why are the people not reacting? They are not reacting. I've never seen them protest and say, enough. We are not going to have this. I've never seen it in the north. Why?
Even in the south, people protested on what? People protested on what do you call it? The police.
Yeah,
the south is not different from the north.
And it did work. They got something done. It did work.
No, I agree with you. But see what I'm saying. My point is that yes, the Nigerian populace, they are docile. In as much as you're perplexed, not right from the time I was in the university, I was an activist. It's not just that the Nigerian people are docile, but I think it's a function of education. And what I mean by education, I don't mean just the Western education. Is the fact that as a people, we lack an encoded code of either morality, ethics, or expectations or standards. In Nigeria,
yes. When someone that's in an area where there's poverty, right? Morality and all the things that you mentioned doesn't really matter. So I want to make a point. So in the United States, right, when there was poverty in the United States, there were, a lot of racial problems, right? There was a lot of, racial riots because of the poverty. If you go back in the, I think in the 60s and the 40s, there were a lot of racial riots between the whites and the black people. Those things happen mostly when there are when there's poverty in the land, right? So there's a connection between poverty and what's going on in the north. If the only way the government can address that is to address the issue of poverty. Okay, it's like a class problem. If they address the class issue, this will solve the problem.
Right, you guys keep talking, but there's no government. Sincerely, there's no government. Okay.
Then
So
why
to
are the
say
people
why
not
are
making
leaders?
noise that well, my concern is that even if there are no government, the people are not complaining that we don't have government. You don't see them really coming out and say enough of this. This stuff ahead is too much. We need this to
No,
stop. So you know, it's almost as
forefather,
if they are quietly accepting it for some reason. I
This
don't
thing you're
understand.
saying,
forefather,
forefather, it requires
forefather,
organization. And what I
forefather.
can tell
Yes.
you, the challenge the northern person has had, and a lot of southerners don't understand, don't appreciate the hopelessness that today an average northerner is going through. This Buhari that had ruled for 8 years, he was the single hope of the poor person in the north. Almost everybody in the north believed that Buhari will solve the problem. That was why they were voting him consistently. So it's not like, well, some people would come out on the street, but some people would decide, okay, we'll vote these people out. And they did voted the other people they thought were the problem and voted in Buhari. But like I was saying in my earlier submissions, the problem with Nigeria is institutional failure. If they put you forefathers today as president, you will not deliver. Go and write it down.
No, you
You
can
will
write it
not
down.
deliver.
You know what? I'm going to tell you that I'm wrong. You are wrong.
Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry,
I'm going to
sorry,
tell you are
sorry,
wrong.
sorry, Master.
You don't know. You don't know who you are talking to.
Forefathers, because I have to.
I may not last 2 months. So I may not last 2 months in office. But you are wrong.
Forefathers, sorry, because I have to do something very quick. Masker,
Okay. Yes.
Masker, does your
Yes.
number end in 1944? Hold on for a second. In short, are you Mohammed Masker?
Well, I'm Masker. Yeah, my number ends with 944, but it's only for WhatsApp. You call me, I don't take it. I don't take calls on that line.
I know that. I know that. Yeah, because it's a very small world.
Yes.
I was just about to leave, and I kept on saying Masker, Masker, Masker.
No issues. We can talk.
You know, Dr. Sally Okogu had tried to put me and you together during
Yes.
the electionary times. And I think I spoke to you one time. It was on Foundation Democracy Initiative, which, by the way, is online.
Yes.
I just realized that you are the Masker that somebody tried to introduce me to during the electionary time. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm talking to the same person. It's a very small world. I'm
Well, the world is small.
I'm sure you know Sally Okogu in Lagos.
I'm not too sure, but you are right on one thing, especially in Nigeria. The cycle is very, very small.
All right. Yeah,
Yes.
your name and your number was given to me, and I believe I spoke to you one time. I just realized that. That's why I had.
Okay. But
we'll
all right,
talk.
thank you, Igbo Bezi. But see, forefathers, the reality is that the institutional failure is so huge that, and this is, okay, so let me put it this way, forefathers.
It's eccentric. This in cars talking.
Yeah.
You're muted. Okay, yeah, I can hear you now.
No, he's not muted. He's not muted. Let me put it this way, forefathers. What we need to turn Nigeria around is more fundamental than the way we talk on this panel. There are a couple of good governors here and there, but if you take most of the governors, all the 36 governors, how many of them can you get 10 good governors? And that is where really things start from. Even the election, you need to look at what is the process. When they come to the primaries, the system that we operate today in Nigeria, it is the governor of a state that will determine what they call delegates. And it is this governor that will tell these delegates to go to Abuja and determine who will be the presidential candidate of a party. So it's a fundamental problem. It's not at the level. You are looking at things from a peripheral level. Why government can't do this? Why government can't do that? But the reality is that government operates on levers. If you are today the president, all you can do is tell the chief of army staff, go to so place. When the army have not, okay, let's leave even the army. I don't know much about the army, but let's take police. I'm very conversant with the realities of Nigerian police. If the police are the people who have to buy their uniform, buy their boots, and they are gone, there's no bullet inside. I mean, when you tell them to go and quell some issues, well, what do you expect them to go and do? Yeah, they will take your instructions, but they're not going to. Is it not? You don't know that in Nigeria before, when armed robbers are shooting, police will come, but at least like 5-10 minutes after they have confirmed that the armed robbers have left. You don't know about that?
See, if you come back and you didn't do your job, you're like, see, because I consider that you are killing people too.
Okay, so
if you don't
when
do the
you say
job, if
we
your
are
job is to
talking,
save lives of Nigerians and you're not doing your job, you are killing people. So that's what people have to understand.
How long have you been out of Nigeria, forefathers? How long have you been out of Nigeria?
See, even if I've been out of Nigeria since I was born, I don't care. What I care about is people doing the right thing by their country, and what is going on is not right at all. We are not under sanction. We are not under anything. And men just say they have failed. And then my real question is, why are the people not acting? Why are they not reacting to these leaders? And they all march to them and see them as their leaders when they are not delivering. I'm not sure the Southerners will take some of the things the Northerners are taking, actually.
Even the Southerners are taking the same issue. If you go to the Southeast, for instance, it's the same story. How many of the governors are performing?
No, but they don't have IDP camps. What I'm talking about is IDP camps. That is a new level of displacement. You have been displaced from where you buried your forefathers were there. Where you buried your ancestors. You have been displaced from your ancestral lands. That is not normal. That is not normal.
Nothing is normal. Anyway, I hear your anger.
I'm sorry. I came back because of I have a guest, but not that alone. Is the issue that I was talking with Moscow, how his own view, what to be called a criminal, how to call them a criminal and not by the certain tribe or ethnic group of people. On this platform, I've tried to work on the fine line. If you have watched this Dr. Damage's show for over the years, that I do not go that route of using the word, whether it's Fulani, henchman, or is Igbo, or is Hausa. Because when certain group of people committed a crime over and over with agenda, it's difficult not to mention that set of people, in as much as we believe that it's not all of them. There's adage that says that when one of your finger touch oil, the rest will not deny it. And I'm not saying whether here or elsewhere that all Fulanis or Fulani henchmen are bad. I even made a comment on this platform that some of the people think that somehow I don't stand out for my people. That is not true. We are one Nigeria and in a broader perspective, but sometimes we have to localize our pain. We have to localize issues. And we don't say that to create divisiveness in the society or in the community, but somehow we want Nigerian to work for all of us, and we should have open mind to say things, call it the way it is sometimes, and understand the political ramification of it sometimes, and how to be political correct. And sometimes working on that fine line is very difficult. I'm not even saying that what you say is wrong, but you cannot tell people when they are going through some certain pain, I want to be political correct. I don't want you to use the word Fulani henchman committing this crime. I just want you to use the word criminal, because it's a criminal element and they are criminal. But the criminal come from a certain group of people, and then that ongoing become a way of life, up to the extent of turning some village displaced, just like forefather was saying about where you bury your forefathers, or yourself even plan to be buried, you've been displaced from that place. I want us to have empathy sometime for people, even though we may not have anything to do. But there is nothing wrong in have empathy, whether it's Hausa, whether it's Yoruba, whether it's Igbo, whether it's Idoma, whether it's Igala. We are all human beings. There is a world become a global square in a village right now. There are some certain things you used to do to hide. You can't hide again. And that is the very crucial thing that people like Righteous Man, I may not believe in some of his things, but I respect the fact that he's in Nigeria and right now he's here and he's want his voice to be heard. And I believe that we all continue to channel a proper course, how to address Nigeria issue, have a suggestion on solution, and not to cry, and let all of us get involved. Some of the issues earlier on that I wanted to talk about, when he mentions that when you go to places, I'm talking about Righteous Man, they say it's Omo Igbo, it's all of that. I think Masca addressed it some ways, and several others. It's a common sentiment. We say we endorse it or it's a right thing, but those things will not go away cheaply like that. There are things that are associated with all, even individual, and some villages, as we all come, even from the same state or speaking the same tribe, we still have such sentiment. We are not saying it's the right thing, and this is where we are in 21st century, trying to use social media as a tools also to speak truth and to engage and to also bring attention to what is going on in our community. We can show light on it, put those people on notice by measuring their name. If anybody did anything wrong, if it is any politician, the governor of the state house of rep, so that there will be more accountability and more responsibility in the community, and so people can deliver. It's a choose. You don't want your face to be out there. Even people that went to rob are robbing right now. They don't want to be identified as a robber because they want to hide. And some of them even wear masks to go and do those commit that crime. Why? Because they don't want to be known for what they do. But we, the public, we have the responsibility, the media have the responsibility to show light on them. And I understand also that we are fighting these people that were also going to fight you. If you do not if you are not aware or if you don't know that, then I think you don't have enough knowledge or you are naive in some ways. You cannot fight a corrupt person and you don't think the corrupt person will just run away. Some of them are very patient. They're going to fight you back. But we cannot live by fear. If you live by fear, there are many reasons. You can give yourself 1,000+ excuses to stay in your bed, and that does not stop whatever is going to happen. So let us have empathy for those that are going through changes, whether it's a certain community, whether it's an act of crime, whether it's a natural disaster, whether it's a poverty, whatever it is. Let's use social media like this platform to speak to it, and hopefully we will begin to push back on those criminals among us, whether a politician and even ordinary Nigeria. We call this thing, but I believe that change starts from each and every one of us. When we can look at the mirror and say, okay, what can I do today to put a smile on somebody's face? What can I do today? I'm a little more privileged than the other, can be a good neighbor to someone else. What can I do in my little way? And those things can be little as you can. If every individual in the society think that way, we can make a significant progress in our dealing with each other. But we cannot just turn blind eyes on those things and then trying to be political correct or find a way to justify it. A criminal or no criminal, the notion that if it's a criminal and it's from your own village or close to you, a guy defined it yesterday here. Say if you have a politician friend corrupt, you don't call it corruption, you call it connection. And that is the truth. We all have, because sometimes human nature is when you are benefiting from something, then you decided to take that, which is the selfish approach, which has been the biggest problem we have in Africa. We do not fight together as a brother to eradicate poverty, disease, and all of those things that is tearing down our community. And I hope we use this place and we continue to do so in order to change the narrative. And I believe that is what some of us and many of us are, but sometimes we get passionate and get overwhelmed with issue, and we don't we don't construct or conduct ourselves well. So that's my submission for now. Thank you for the time, man.
Thank you.
I want to go. Please, I want to go.
Yeah, yes. Please go ahead, righteous man.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to appeal to every one of us. Particularly, I'm appealing to Nigerians that are in diaspora. Please, we are looking onto you. Just like my brother that is in Kano, what he said, most of the things he said this evening, I said it yesterday and previously, that the way you guys are seeing what is happening in Nigeria, you see it from theoretical point of view. But we that are on ground here is telling you the reality of things that are happening. Yesterday, even somebody in the panel said, I don't know whether it's yesterday or today, that you want to tell us your story again. My brother in Kano started his own story.
Sorry, I'm not in Kano. I'm from Kano, but I'm not in Kano. Just make sure so that we get everything right.
Okay. I'm sorry. But you're in Nigeria,
it's okay,
right?
It's fine. I'm just saying I'm from Kano, but I'm not in Kano.
Okay. So he alluded to those stories I was telling, because if you are coming from the Western world or outside the African continent, or you are in Africa but not in Nigeria, and then you try to come in to make a change and discover that whatever you have put down crumbles. I mean, you will tell that story, just like what he was trying to tell us, how he started a foundation because of the poverty level he saw. And then somebody will now begin to challenge him. Why are you telling us your story? It is the story that we tell that will give us the picture of accuracy of what is on ground here. Because the poverty level in Nigeria, in fact, it's nowhere else you can find it in the world. I'm telling you, things are real bad here. And those in that spiral, you have everything it takes to bring this change. You have the connection, you have the financial capacity, you have the liberty from there to pioneer the change that we are looking for. But those of us that are in,
man, on a lighter note, you are looking for hope. Where these are people, these are runaway Nigerians.
That's not true. Masca, don't use that word, because, and I wanted to even tell righteous man, we are very close home. I think sometimes you make your statement like
but you ran away. You ran away not too far.
No,
you are close home, but you ran away from home.
Look, you are close home. What you do is to send dollars or pounds when they cry. You are not
when I say we are close home, we come home often, and some of us, we try, the Nigerian make us a victim, doesn't mean, and we are not talking about even the government, even those ones that are very close to you, your family, you have to know
from your accent, we know you come home, but where's eccentric and Jagun? Let them tell me that they come home regularly, and I'll tell them no.
So what I'm trying to say is this. we are in a captured state. Nigeria is a captured state by a few group of people. And to dispose them is not going to be one day affair. It's not going to be 2 days, not even a year, not 4 years. The foundation of this change must be led by people from outside Nigeria, Nigerians that are outside this country. Just like how Israelites got back to their land in 1945 or thereabout, it was the Jews that were outside the Palestinian state that came in to fight the war and then restored the state of Israel back. So Nigerians that are outside this country, you are at liberty, you have freedom. There is limited things we can do here. You will be picked up by the police. Just make a statement and you are not part of the cabal. You are gone. So we're taking much risk here than you guys, Nigerians in diaspora think. We're not relaxing here. We're doing the little we know we can do. So we need your moral support. We need this platform to be a campaign platform to bring a change, not a platform for us to criticize ourselves. No, there is nowhere that we have perfection in the world. But then some certain people have paid the prices in their countries and communities to bring things to a normal way human beings should live. We're not living a normal life here. Let me tell you now, as I'm talking to you, there is no light. My generator, the fuel just got burned. It just finished. I'm using my second phone now to give me light so that I can, talk to you. Is that normal life? It's not normal. That is the terrible situation we are facing in this country. So we need a change, and this change must come from people from outside this country that are not living here right now. So that's my submission, and I want to go.
I think let Mazi talk. Thank you so very much for being here all the time, righteous man. Looking forward to see you coming weekend. If there's no breaking news while we come by KJ. Thank you.
Let all of us respond to you first before you go, righteous man, please. Let us respond to you first before you go.
Uncle Abba. Anya
one.
Anya show.
Anya
Paniboji. My brother Maska is from Kano State, but I think he resides in Abuja.
Yeah.
I lived in the northern part of Nigeria for 18 years during my military service, active military service. I've never gone to any other part of that country for 18 years of my service in that country. You see, the system that is practiced in the northern part of Nigeria is a feudal system. The top speaks and the lower cadre accept whether it is good or bad. That is the fact. Maska knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're right, Maxi, but it's half part of the story. Hold on. Do you know Malam Aminu Kano?
Sure.
Okay, what is the drive behind Malam Aminu Kano? What was the drive behind Nepo?
He was also killed by the Nigerian system when he was also speaking out. You see,
what I'm telling you, if you answer the question
Kano
about what Aminu Kano stands for, because he was pushing against this hegemony of the elites, and I think he was one championing the Talakawas as a
yes. If you come to see Maxi, in the whole of Nigeria, if you come to Kano, that is the headquarters of political enlightenment. Whether the people are winning or are losing is another story. What I also want to educate you.
Can I just make my point? You see,
okay, go ahead. Sorry, Maxi.
Yeah, Kano is not the political
headquarters of the North is Kaduna. Kaduna is the political headquarters of the North.
No, not political headquarters as in designation. I'm saying enlightenment, political enlightenment. Kano is the headquarters of political enlightenment.
Okay, whichever way, I will not argue with you. But what I'm trying to tell you is this. What this North is structured in such a way that once the elite speaks, then the lower cadre agrees to what the elite say, whether good or bad. You can see it happen in NSAS. When the southern youths were saying that these people are killing us, police brutality, what did the northern elite say? They say, bring the police, the SARS, to the north to curtail insecurity in the north. They didn't support you. They didn't support the south. So in Nigeria,
Maxi, you are in Ghana. Me, I'm in Nigeria during NSAS. I'm in the north. So
my brother,
I can enlighten you if you are really interested. But if you
when I finished, you told me before to take a paper and write. Take a paper and write.
Correct. You are right. I will write. We are making progress. I will write.
Yes, you see, if you don't know where the rain start beating you,
they give you a taste of your own medicine.
Which is good.
If you don't know, if you don't know where the rain start beating, you will not know where it ends. Look, what is happening in Nigeria is that the elite has succeeded. That 2, 3, 4, 5, 10% of the elite, be it the Igbo-speaking Nigerians, I call them the Wazobias. Any other one are the minority ethnic groups. The Wazobias, their elite has succeeded in coercing the rest of the people to toe a different line, which is anti-democracy. This is one thing we should understand. The terrorism that is happening. Do you know why Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB was labeled a terrorist group? Was the governors that started the campaign of labeling them terrorist group. And the world, as we speak today, has never recognized IPOB and Mazen Nnamdi Kanu as a terrorist group, irrespective of how Nigeria, with their political instrument, has pushed for the world to label them terrorists. But when you go to the north, Boko Haram started. Where did Boko Haram had their headquarters? Who were they mingling with? What was the atrocities that these people were committing in the northern part of Nigeria? Did the north entirely supported them? Who brought them into Nigeria? Who brought them? I heard the former governor of Kaduna State telling Nigerians that they know where these people come from. They have traced them to where they come from, and they have paid them with Nigerian people's tax monies. Up to now, they are still committing the atrocities in Nigeria. Have you ever asked El Rufai where those people come from that are destabilizing Nigeria? Is Nigeria not, I don't know the adjective I will use, is Nigeria not a failed state to have allowed foreigners to migrate from different places, come to Nigeria and create IDPs that you have in Nigeria today that we are complaining about? What happened to Nigerians themselves? How do you want to tell me that someone will come from outside, enter into your own sovereign territory, create IDPs, the people that come from there, like the Benue? You see, I have a lot of friends from Idoma land. I have one
that is now a staff officer, a colonel, that was working with me when I was a quarter guard sergeant. I allowed him to go to Elori to do his NCE, Elori, and today he's a colonel. We speak at length. We talk. I have so many of them from Otrupo in Idoma land. If I would mention, I don't want to mention his name here. You understand? These are people that are on their ancestral land. They have committed no crime whatsoever. Why will foreigners to Niger be allowed to come into their land and begin to displace them? You are not fighting a war. There is no war in Nigeria. These are terrorists that are equipped, that has an agenda that comes to destabilize and de-immobilize the indigenous people in that space. Have you forgotten when a particular group from the diaspora wrote a petition to the National House of Representatives that their land has been taken over? And as they speak today in Benue State, it is aliens or strangers that are occupying their land. Was their petition heard in the House of Representatives? Was it heard? You see, until you begin to tell yourself the story, the bitter truth, Nigeria will never have any headway. Because Nigeria is full of lies. We come out here, we embellish terrorism, we embellish crimes, call them for what they are. Call them for what they are. When Boko Haram was attacking,
Van Maxwell, UK he recognizes IPOB as a terrorist group. That's what I'm gathering. That's what I'm gathering from some Nigerian.
That's not true. That's not true.
Is it fake news then? Because it's in Nigerian papers.
Look, let me tell you, UK once in a time called the IPOBs to ask them willingly to go and apply for asylum in the United Kingdom. That is real. UK,
it's on SaharaReporters and different this thing. I don't understand.
I don't think
it's right there.
It is not
different websites.
No, it is not true.
How can it not be true? How can I believe you when all of them are telling me?
KJ,
are you better than all these channels?
Since KJ like to quote the reporters, KJ must be true.
SaharaReporters is there. This thing, the cable is there. There are multiple sources. Yeah.
Come on,
if I may continue.
Maxim, I'm not cutting you off. I just want to deal with this issue because I know when that publication was done, and I did a lot of research to find out what was the truth. And we found out that was when the Nigerian government was pushing for the IPOB to be declared as a terrorist organization. And so they were taking every single thing they can put and throwing into it was never true. In fact, the UK government, if I check my documents now, I'll find out the letter that the UK government wrote through the Nigerian office, the Nigerian embassy. They never made that statement. So
they said.
Okay, so KJ, according to you now, according to you, SaharaReporters lied.
The same. SaharaReporters lied. All of them lied.
KJ, according to you, SaharaReporters lied.
Listen, let me say this. I don't. Sorry, Maxwell. I don't want to take on SaharaReporters because you know what I don't want to take on
You see you now.
There are so many things. Listen. There are so many things that they've written which is not correct. But I do not want to come and take, because if I take them, most of those things were written against people from the southeast. So I don't want to look tribal. So I just leave it.
What I try to say here,
not all reports from SaharaReporters are correct.
Look, hold on. You see,
Continue,
what
sorry,
I'm trying.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
You see, when I see your bed, I remember Wolo Soyinka.
No, he's coming back to come and attack KJ before going back to his bed.
You see, my brothers. You see, what I'm trying to say here is this. You see, when it was the locals, let me say the Southeast governors that, orchestrated the proscription of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB as a terrorist group. But when it got to the north, the truth must be told, and it would be bitter for anybody that would like to hear it. What did Muhammadu Buhari said, who eventually became the president of Nigeria? That any attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the north. Was that a statement that's supposed to come from someone who wants that terrorism in that region, geographical region, to stop? How did that guy, Yusuf, killed? How did he kill? You see, my brother Tony will tell you, if you want to cover, if we want to cover tracks, if you want to cover truths, we'll clean, facilitate, clean, and you will not see any tracks. How was he killed? He was arrested in the government house, handed over to the police, and he was killed. Why did they kill him? It's just like the way they arrest oil tankers in the Niger Delta, siphoning oil worth over $400 million a day, and they sink the ship. So when you destroy the evidence, how do you now prosecute those people? That was what happened to Yusuf in the government house under Shetima as at that time.
Try to keep it brief.
For Nigerians to see.
Before you give us 9 o'clock news.
You see, when you begin to hide,
Maxi, that I'm writing things down doesn't mean that I should sleep off. Oh.
His own note is going to be full by the time you are done. What are you? You are reading the whole encyclopedia.
Maska, Dog Alador Anebe. Kabrani, Abid in the chance. Very Magana, don't let down.
No, you should wrap up.
Okay. You see, the fact is this. If Nigerians want Nigeria to work, to be among the developing or developed countries around the world, you need to do only just one thing. As we speak, like I said, where a child is crying and pointing fingers, if the mother is not there, the father is there. Fight that right fight. Give yourself, instead of fighting for PVCs, Nigerians, the youth, they went, Operation Go and get your PVC. At the end, what happened? What happened? You voted, INEC selected, the judges, the court has validated it. And there is nothing. The Supreme Court will not do any other thing apart from what they did in Imo State. I said it before. To Nigeria will bear me witness. I've been saying this thing before even the elections. You know your country. You know Nigeria. Your votes don't count. Why will you now suggest to me to go and form a political party when I know that it will not work? Just like what happened right now. Maska, you want a Nigeria that will work. Look, in Ghana, we are poor.
Wrap up, Maxi. Submit, make a conclusion so that we can all move forward.
Look, we cannot even pay our debt. IMF is with us here. But what I will assure you is that we have rule of law in this country that tame anybody that wants to misbehave. If Nigerians come into Ghana here,
they obey traffic laws. Why won't they obey traffic laws in Nigeria? If we go to vote here, we vote, I go home. And whatever that is being said there is being published online. On the TVs, we watch them as provisional results.
Van Maxwell, do you even care for Mascot, or he's literally begging you? His note is full. What do you want him? Where are you going to finish?
No, I'm not interested in him finishing, but I want him to make a point. Let him. I need to understand where he's landing.
Master, what I'm trying to tell you
but
is
the tone is there too. The other people are there waiting for him.
You cannot.
You've been going on for about 15 minutes, so.
Hey, 15 minutes?
Yes. Oh, you didn't know?
Okay, let me just round up. Because there were so many interjections. Loco interjected me, so many people interjected me.
It's okay.
What I'm trying to tell you is this. There is no way you will have a country that will serve the interests of the people without the rule of law. Not just that. And the earlier people begin to know the war that you are going to fight, the better for you. Fight against that foundation. The foundation is the problem of Nigeria. If you cannot fight that foundation and correct it, whatever the political elites give you, take it. You cannot even protest. You protest, they will come after you. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxwell. I think is either Tone or Masca can respond, then Jonaba can go. Tone, you want to have something to say? You're muted.
Masca can go on. I'm listening.
No, Tone, you can go on. You see, look, my interest really, primarily, is to listen to hear people speak. Even though sometimes you want to make corrections.
Most of the things I wanted to say anyway. There's no need to repeating ourselves, like a broken record.
Okay. All right. That's fair enough. But, I have a new respect for you, knowing that you're an officer. And I know that Nigerian military officers are really well-trained people, So, but anyway, Maxi, I can't argue with your submission that until there is rule of law, whatever it is that the political elite give, people must take. If that is your conclusion, there's no argument anybody can have about that. But I can go back into some of the things you said, which has no bearing, if you ask me, to the final point you make. For instance, you were talking about during answers, people in the north, the elders told them, don't do it. Right? Max, you are frozen.
Is it?
He's frozen.
He's frozen. He's frozen. He will be back. So you can go
but
ahead.
Anyway, just the point I wanted to make to him is that, well, Nigeria is not Ghana by any stretch of imagination. Number one, Nigeria is much, much more complex, given the difference even in terms of the nature of the people. I have been in Lagos. I worked in Lagos also. When my office was in Ikeja, even me, when you're driving at my level as a senior person, even then, way back then, police will stop me and say they want to go through my phone because they believe in Lagos, there are a lot of Yahoo boys. If they see any transfer of $1,000 or any discussion of $1,000 between you and anybody, it's a big issue. This doesn't happen in Kano, sincerely speaking. No police in Kano will stop you and say, let me go through your phone. So if the people in Lagos are angry with the police because of answers, the level of anger is not the same in Kano. So people should understand why people in Kano does not even understand what people are talking about with answers. The problems in Kano are fundamentally different from the problems in Lagos.
Sorry, Masca, and that was what forefathers highlighted it earlier. That's
so
most of the problem even in the north, the southerners will not understand it because they've not experienced it,
So Nigeria is a bit more of a complex place, and In that complexity, we lose even some of the small values, some of the small steps the country is taking. I would refer back to Maxi also. He's talking about people in the north saying, oh, whatever it is that people say, people take it. If you look at Kano today, Kano is ruled by a party called NNPP. It's not APC or PDP. So you cannot make the assumption that in the whole of the north, once people say, no, it doesn't work like that. There are some pockets where people are so enlightened that they know what they want. It's true, that can happen in Sokoto, maybe Katsina or some other, but in Kano, the people will choose who they want to choose. So, and my suggestion also is that if we focus less on the center for now, even in terms of election, the solution should be to make sure all of us in our respective states, we elect correct people. For instance, Kano State, we know that it is not the typical Nigerian political elite that are in charge in Kano. Where Chukuma Soludo is, what's the state now?
Anambra.
So we know that in Anambra State also, it's not the typical conventional Nigerian political elite that is there. If we all focus on these small things, it takes a long time to build a nation. And a nation cannot be built overnight. And a nation cannot be built with one stroke line action. It has to be incremental, systematic, and strategic. This is my belief that even the political thing that we are making a lot of progress. People are saying that Tinubu was elected by a small margin. The truth is that he's not elected by a small margin. It's the other people that previously have been elected. It's not the true Nigerians that were going to elect them. They were just purportedly putting up figures. But because of this thing that they verify the voters now, so people cannot concoct figures like they used to concoct before. So I'm sure we are making a little bit of progress, but it will require a lot more, how do I put it now? It will require a little bit more of coordination and strategic intent. If we can focus more on the state elections, rather than, because at the end of the day, as it is Nigeria today, if you're going to do a presidential election, a lot of other issues will come in. Tribalism will come in, religion will come in, this party nominate, things will come in. But if we put up the states and make sure at the state level, in our states, in Kano, how are you going to talk about tribalism, for God's sake?
I think maybe you'll be surprised what can come up in this.
No, you can't be surprised. There's nothing like tribalism, not in Kano, not in Katsina, not in Bauchi. Okay, maybe in Bauchi, yes, maybe in Bauchi. But I'm saying that the reality is that we should disaggregate some of this problem. We tend to want to solve all the problems at the same time. But anyway, I think it's been nice talking to you guys.
Masca, let me just add one more thing before if you are looking to sign off.
Yes, this is 2:00 Nigerian time.
Yeah, because of the answers, I take the point you made about answer because it's different for the North. They're not going to, have common experience that is similar to what is happening in the South. But do you think that it would be a good idea for Nigerians to find, especially the ones that want change, the masses, to find something that relates, that they have in common between the North, South, East, West, and push it? Because if I believe that if they have something that they have in common, that they push together, they are more likely to succeed. As a matter of fact, the push will be a lot less, because if only the South were able to push the NSAS agenda through, you can imagine something that the North and the South have in common that they can push together and have use it to solve problems in the country. So what do you think? Do you think it's worth exploring problems that we have in common, and do you think it's a good idea for us to have a common agenda?
Okay, what I would say, and don't be offended, forefathers, unfortunately there's a streak of being, how do I put it now? I'm a bit more blunt. You see, most of the time you speak, forefathers, you speak, I would say you speak in the air. When you say it's worth exploring, who are you referring to that will explore these things?
No, because so that when we're having a conversation, we can come back here and say, you know what are the problems the people in the South are having? What are the problems that is present in the North? How can we put it as a common agenda between the North and the South? Because I believe that if both sides have similar concerns and similar challenges, they can address it and it's more likely to succeed, especially.
That's true. That's true, forefathers. But there's this book, maybe you should read it, by Jim Collins, From Good to Great. Okay, it's a concept there. He said, first who, then what. Okay, whatever it is that will be done, you have to find the person to do it before you start talking about what to do. So when we say it's what, are you saying that me and you now, should we explore? I will be open to that. But I will tell you also that me and you, we can finish our exploration. We lack the capacity for implementation.
Yeah, but that's why I'm talking about having a conversation here.
I think
and the idea is a thought experiment that you say, that's exploring the idea that if we have something in common, is it not more likely to succeed if we all push for it together?
Of course, the answer is yes. And there are many things that are in common. The first thing that is in common across board, as far as I'm concerned, is the fact that it is a small amount of people that have held us captive. And this small amount of people are the least among us in terms of intellect, in terms of goodness, in terms of integrity, in terms of even understanding of how the world works. Okay,
so if I ask you, but you said it now, but that kind of stuff, can you sell it to the masses and say, oh, these people are oppressing you and we need to do something about them? The people in the South, I believe they will buy into that. And I also think that the Talakawas in the North will buy into that. But what is the language you're going to use to sell it to them? Because you can't just tell them this.
Good point. Okay, so I will go back to Buhari again. The people in the North were tired of bad leadership. We're tired of listening to people like IBB and every other person. Okay, so they saw somebody like Buhari as a good candidate who can emancipate them. People in the North, people don't talk. We were brought up not to talk too much. We are brought up not to be too much in people's faces. We are brought up to make up in our mind what you want to do and just go and do it, not to go and be talking and be talking. The people in the North, I can tell you for free, they are very much politically enlightened. Every Hausa man will have a radio. My mother understands every single thing politically that is happening. She may be, brainwashed on one or two things, but she understands everything that is going on. She understands that these people are lying. She understands that, look, these people will promise and not deliver. So these basic things about politicians, she at least understands that. Okay?
Okay.
So the point I'm making is that in the North, it's easy to sell to people this issue of these are bad people, these are good people. But today, there are two challenges, both North and South. The North has already had their blow by Buhari. You have the hope. The man is there. You finally do all you can do to put the man there, and you could see that he doesn't deliver. Now it's exactly the turn of the South. They are struggling to put Peter Obi. And I am telling people they are not listening. Even if you put Peter Obi as president today, he will fail. Why? Because there are institutional failures. And Peter Obi cannot be everywhere individually. So the answer to your question is to sell to Nigerians first the crime and the danger of corruption as a single ill in the society. I've said it before on this platform. It is one thing that's across the board. NSAS is nothing but corruption. This banditry that people in Benue State are suffering is nothing more than corruption. Because the people that are supposed to go and do the correcting are not doing it. People who will collect the contract to go and buy arms and ammunition will work the money. Even soldiers will be only interested in collecting bribe here and there. Police will be interested in collecting. Almost every aspect of our life is corrupted. So the system does not work. If we begin to understand individually and collectively that this corruption is killing us completely, and everybody across the board can begin to buy it. Now, then the challenge is who is going to be the singular candidate that we all line up behind. So that's where the problem is. In my mind, I don't think we should aspire for, people in the South can aspire for competency. But somebody has said it here. In the North, I know that people are not going to go first for competency. People are going to go first for who am I comfortable with? Who is more of integrity? Who is a bit reliable? Competency will come second. So I think that is where we, the elite, should come in and try and put together some sort of coalition that is not really about an individual. That way it's easier to sell to everybody across the board. But if it's an individual, a section of this country will have a problem with that individual.
I think, I don't know, I think there are a lot of people that are here that want to have this. I think, let Jonaba say something first. You're going to carry on Masca. I think Jonaba has been here for a while. Sorry,
before
Alaba,
Masca leaves, I came in because of. Can you all hear me?
Did Masca
before
say
Masca, I know it's 2:00 in Nigeria.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, it should be. But you need to ask Jonaba first. If Jonaba allows that, then because this is not me now. This is Jonaba's time.
Jonaba, give me permission to quickly address Masca so Masca can leave. I beg. I find his contribution.
After you talk, I'll let you talk. But after you talk, I would like Masca to be around for a second. I'm not going. I don't talk long.
Okay. In that case, Jonaba, can I be allowed to quickly take a leak? You guys can talk. I'll be back in 1 minute.
All right.
Yeah, I actually came in because I even made a comment in the comment page while hearing him talk, and it's very refreshing to have a perspective of someone from the North when we discuss. That's always what I find missing each time we have an intellectual dialogue regarding the Nigerian issue. You know, my first reaction to his comments where you know me was a fight back. Okay, here goes another pushback, particularly when he altered the statement that, oh, Nigeria is not Ghana. Nigeria has more complexity. That was why I jumped in. I wanted to come and strongly disagree with that. Like, wait a minute, here we go with the excuses again, you know. But hearing the man talk, he comes up with a lot of reasonable things. But he still has to address a few questions. When he comes back, I'm going to get that. But you see, he's making a lot of points and a lot of sense. But I disagree. Nigeria is not Ghana. He has hit the nails on the head. You understand? The rule of law issue. He hit it on the head. I don't know where he stands on that. How to convince Nigeria. He hit the nail on the head. He's right on one thing. The allegiance of the northern people, it differs from the allegiance of the southern people in terms of political affiliation. The point he just made, don't undermine it, what he just made about the North would join first with somebody they feel comfortable with than with an ideology. I think that's what I'm paraphrasing it. If I'm wrong,
he did also say something about competence and
that's what he meant when he says competence, because everybody behind Obi now is behind Obi based on competence, while he's saying the North will join first with the people they are comfortable with than before they join with an individual. These are valid political points he's making.
I think his approach. I think his approach is based on taking part in politics, not necessarily.
No, he's right. He knows his environment. Yeah. Let me continue. He's back now. So, Masca, I was praising the fact that I jumped in because there was one statement you made that I was totally against, which is Nigeria is not Ghana. Nigeria has more complexity. I see that as one of the intellectual pushback by the elite, the educated people, which I consider those of you here as also. Nigeria has, and you hit the nail on the head. You talk about rule of law. You talk about what attracts the northern people to political philosophy or ideology, which are very valid points you're making. Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions before you leave, and you should come more on this show because you have a perspective which is majorly missing from the discussions that come on here. You need to come on more. You have this
intellectual northern perspective, which is grounded in experience. But however, I want to tackle you on what made me jump in first, that Nigeria is not Ghana. I strongly disagree with you. These are part of our intellectual pushback. You understand? You hit the nail on the head. We have a rule of law problem. We have a law problem. As you address the issue of NSAS, you were right on that. They didn't have the NSAS problem in the North, so the North is not expected to join in that demonstration, but they have it in the South. But however, we all have a commonality of problems, a commonality of issues, which is that a few minority have hijacked the instrument of the state. Now, my question to you, as you ponder, you don't have to answer it now, but ponder it now. What would you highlight as three major Nigerian problems from your northern perspective? And how do you convince Nigerians of the northern enclave that these are issues that we need to fight? I totally agree with you on your submission on corruption. You know, we kill corruption or it's going to kill us. I agree with you, but I have always been an advocate that, you know, our problem also is that all of us, we pacify this system. This system is a rotten system. I personally compare it to apartheid. I compare it to segregation, and I think it's far much more dangerous than those two. You understand? How do we tackle this issue? Because every elite, and I'm a fan of Fela. Fela has been singing about Nigerians' problem. They killed his mother. Nobody ever was held accountable for that. They did all those things to that man. Nobody was ever held. Nigeria has never been a nation of law, but it's a nation of the big man, the rich man, the guy in power. You understand? This one has this, so he is right. Every other person is wrong. And the government we practice is government that benefits those that are powerful. Everyone else is either a slave or a resource for them to use to achieve their own benefit. So I don't know if you got my three question, and how do we address this problem from the northern perspective? I like the fact that you said even your mother has a transition radio and she's tuning. She's tuning, but being tuning, is that enough? How do we change? If people are tuning, how come we are not making progress? You know this thing is harming you. How come we are still supporting it? These are key questions we got to answer as intellectuals.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, Master, go ahead. We can't hear you, Master. You're muted.
He's muted. You're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay, Mr. Alaba Ferreira. Okay.
Yes, Alaba
all right.
Ferreira.
So, okay. Thank you for, and I admire your trajectory. You are one of those. You are one of us that just join and listen, and at the end of the day go home and sleep. But I am happy that at least I've gingered you, as Nigerians will say, into coming to show your face. All right. So my sense is that even though you didn't put it as a question, but I feel you feel strongly about this. Ghana is not Nigeria, or Nigeria is not Ghana. You didn't put it as a question, but I would like to.
I feel strongly. Yeah, I think.
Yes, I have that feeling that you feel strongly about it. Now, yes, you might think that is an excuse.
Yeah.
But I'm a student of history. I try to understand the history of a lot of countries. I'm lucky also. I've moved around a lot of countries, but continentally and within the continent. In Africa, I've gone to a lot of countries. I've worked even in some of these countries. So I have a fair understanding. So before you know how complex something is, it's like, okay, let me give you an example. I have a car that I don't want anybody to drive, because just turning one button in the car, you might complicate issues for me. Okay? But there's a car that is purely manual, is normal. I mean, anybody can drive it. Now, in Nigeria, if you look at our history, you look at our reality, if you do a lot of in-depth study of nation building or nation history, there's a fundamental and unique issue with Nigeria. Some people will call it the cost of resources. Okay? Nigeria is the largest oil producer in Africa. We are the 10th largest producer of oil in the world. That fact may not hit you, but the reality is that the amount of money Nigeria gets, if you do the numbers, you'll be shocked. And therefore, anybody who is in the position of authority in Nigeria, it's going to be, they say power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. But to have the power and to have the money is something else. The president of Ghana knows what I'm talking about. He knows how much he's dealing with. And the president of Nigeria knows how much he's dealing with, apart from just the monetary and nominal issue. But the thing is that a country that has oil, that has discovered oil, you go and look at Venezuela, for instance. It's a classic example. You will see what I'm saying. The complexity of our psychic. A Nigerian, look at Nigeria, we import everything. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. I know all these things, but is it insurmountable?
Okay, so but
where I disagree is
no,
that is it
okay, so see what I'm okay. So maybe now you've helped me where I think I can answer your issue. What I'm saying is not that the problem is insurmountable, okay? But I'm saying that the solution needs to be carefully worked out. It's not to bring out one man and say, elect this person, and that one man will solve the problem. Not in the current day Nigeria. The psychic of an average Nigerian has become a consumption psychic simply because of oil. Go on, when he was head of state, he said our problem is not money, it's how to spend it. People forget that. Maybe some people are not old enough.
Yeah,
this is a Nigeria that we did Odoji.
There were more discipline within the military folds than we have now. There were more, not just military, in the government folks than we have now.
You know, see, okay, let me tell you, okay, see, Mr. Alaba,
but yeah.
What I'm saying is that the genesis, the history, the root of a Nigerian problem is deeper than that of a Ghanaian problem. The oil, the oil resources or discovery of oil, it has destroyed all our industries, for instance.
I agree. Me and you agree, but I don't want.
So you cannot. So therefore, I'm just saying that you cannot compare.
Settling in that premise that okay, because we have this problem, we can't. No.
Okay, so,
if you have power,
no, Mr. Alaba, okay. So just give me 1 minute. After 1 minute, you can push back. The point I'm making, Mr. Alaba, is that the problems are surmountable. They are not an improbable problem. They are not intractable. Okay? If Rwanda today is what it is, then we can solve our problems. Okay? But I'm saying that our problems are more complex than Ghanaian problem. Ghana doesn't even have a problem to start with, if you ask me, if you compare it to Nigeria. Okay, what Ghana needs is somebody who can work out good economic theories. There's a bit of a rule of law. The people in Ghana are relatively sensible. They are not as senseless as we Nigerians, where you can see the things that is going to harm you and they are the things you will continue to do. Just to obey traffic light here in Nigeria is a problem. So to deal with the issues in Nigeria would require a bit more fundamental operation. Okay? If to solve the problem in Ghana is plastic surgery, in Nigeria here, you have to do a transplant. This is what I'm saying. But transplants happen, okay? People do transplant. I'm not saying that it's not impossible. That's what I'm saying on the Ghana issue. The second question you asked, in terms of the three problems, I think the first problem today is corruption. because it has destroyed the system completely. I tell people, the issue about corruption even is not just the money that people steal. People talk about people stealing money. It is not the cost. People like you are the true cost of corruption in Nigeria. The system is no longer working. The good people are going out, for instance. The second big problem with corruption is that the system itself will not work. All this thing that forefather is saying, why can't this person do this? Why can't that do this? Why can't the simple answer is corruption? Okay. Why can't votes count? The answer is the rect officers who collect money. Okay. If you go to court, most likely, why do you think the judges are going to give a judgment that is not palatable? Why? What is the reason? Because the system is corrupt. Either you're going to give money or you're going to intimidate the people, or they are just simply even just trying to hang to their own positions. Okay, so corruption is number one big problem. Max, just give me 2 minutes. I'll wrap up. So the first problem today is corruption. The second problem is institutional decay. All the institutions, even if you stop corruption today, the institutions need to be overhauled. We have to rejig our institutions. They are no longer working. Some of them are even archaic. Okay? And the third big problem for me, I think, is the national psychic, which is what I was telling people, that we are now, everybody is back to his tent. An Igbo man is an Igbo man today. He's no longer a Nigerian. Okay? A Hausa man is looking at people and saying, okay, well, I've tried, it's not working. Let me just sit down and see what other people will do. A Yoruba man is saying that he wants an Odua republic. People in Kaduna State are saying that we're indigenous in this area, nobody is going to come. People in Plateau State are saying the same thing. Okay? So these three, if you take them, will still take you back to what I was saying. If a combination of these three things is quite complex, when you put also on top the fact that there's still a lot of money still in the country, whether we like it or not, Nigeria on a daily basis is getting a lot of money. And this money is not getting into everybody's hand, but the hand of the few, which is making them stronger day in, day out to perpetrate whatever they are doing. Okay? So the last one that I would wanted to add is because people don't seem to understand apathy. You know the meaning of apathy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. When I was in secondary school, it's one of the first things they teach us in political science. Then they call it government in secondary school. They talk to you about apathy. If you check the trajectory of Nigeria, it is not surprising that an average Nigerian citizen is 100% in an apathetical mode. When I was born during the military regime, and we were hoping things would change. When I was about to finish secondary school, that was this guy, Shagali, during Shagali's regime. We were hoping things would be good. Things went again astray. Buhari came. So every day, I mean, like, hopes are dashed. Even when Obasanjo came, a lot of people were hopeful. That was when I came back to Nigeria, believing that, oh, finally, my country is on track. Do you get what I'm saying? So every day so look at what has happened in terms of disobedient movement. Do you think the people are now encouraged? 50% of the people that came out to vote in 2023 will not come out in 2025. Why? Because they have lost hope. So it's not too far-fetched to see why Nigerians have tried almost a lot of things. The Northerners really believe that Buhari will solve the problem, but he didn't. So I think apathy is a fundamental issue. I rest my case here.
Van Maxwell, I will let you say something. Alaba, hold on. See, this thing, coincidence is not the same thing as correlation. Just because we got crude oil doesn't mean it's the reason why our nation was failing. the nation was always failing. There is a reason why Ghana that you describe as a good country is also a failing country. Sierra Leone, almost all black countries compared to others, we are failing. It has nothing to do with whatever you discover in the nation. That's why it's almost uniform in all the Niger Congo countries. So the issue within our nations is not corruption. If the corruption was the issue, let's say the rich people have the money and they spend it inside the country, what are they going to do with the money? They will spend inside the country. Let me speak now. Alaba, if you carry on with this our attitude, I will send you backstage. So you always acting rascal.
How can you talk like that?
No, I know him now. I know him. He's very, very disruptive.
Rule of law. See, how can you talk like that?
He likes to. He just had his say for how many minutes? You had your say for how many minutes? I started talking that he just started disrupting me. It's very rude now, isn't it? So my point is that when even if the leaders are corrupt and they spend all the money in the economy will still function, and most of the low level or what they call horizontal corruption will reduce, because when more people have money in their pocket, they are less likely to be corrupt. That is the general that's how economies work. That is why the corruption you see in the West doesn't lead to them having that what they call horizontal corruption, where everybody is just corrupt. It doesn't lead to that. Our nation, the real problem is that our nation is bleeding resources. Every time we make money, it ends up in overseas accounts. And all our policies is designed to build. Why do you think all our resources doesn't build our country? Look at Singapore. They don't have oil. Look at how they are shining. Singapore owes 1.something trillion. And it's a country of about barely 5.something million. Nigeria, if we owe 100 billion, we are shaking. Like we're about to die. We are 270 million. It tells you that something more fundamental is wrong.
And to Nigeria, it was the military head of state that built it all.
Yeah. A dictator. They were calling him a dictator at that time when he was doing all those things. And Lin Kuan Yew. And that's a country of about 5.something million people that did all this. That should tell you that something different is happening in Nigeria. And my concern with where Maska is coming from is that he's not highlighting clearly the reasons why in the north you don't see a lot of upswell of opposition to all these things that are going on in the country. I must say in the south you don't see a lot of it, but you see more of it, and this is concerning. And the reason why the main question I asked him was that, is it not a good idea for all of us to come together and find one common agenda? Let's say power supply. Everybody wants good power supply. We all come together and say, you know what? We are going to push these politicians and say, this is what we want. And I believe if we do the top of this, we're going to get it.
Sorry, I don't interject, but let me just make this point quickly. The only reason why I come onto this platform is because I want us to all come together. That's why if you listen to me, when KJ speaks, I tell him, no, my brother, this is not it. The whole idea is for us to come together. That's why I come to this platform. Not that I have ample time, but simply because I believe in what you're saying. Let's all come together. It starts from us. And we are not all going to agree on everything, but let's be talking to each other so that at the end of the day, we can iron out our differences. And I think at this point, I love your session. I love your section of the program because it's a bit more intellectual. As much as I love it, and as much as I love that KJ hasn't seized my audio today, I beg to take my leave, everybody. It was nice having a discussion with all of you.
Yeah,
I mean, nice KJ, I have your number now, so let's talk maybe tomorrow. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Good night.
Master.
This rascal Alaba comes here and start doing me as if we are in Alaba market. Don't start with me, Alaba. Don't start with me.
You didn't let me educate him before he leaves, but I hope he's still listening. I still have a counter to what he highlighted.
Okay. Jonaba hasn't said anything. No, Jonaba hasn't said anything, and KJ hasn't said anything. But Maxwell, you said something. You read for 15 minutes. Let's John.
Let me talk. I have to go and talk. And I'm not going to talk long. And I respect Masca's view. He's very knowledgeable of the North and the North politics, and all over from the beginning when we started getting involved in political talk on this platform. I don't believe, Mazi, that the election, I don't know how the discrepancy to some extent. I believe a lot of progress was made in this election. However, we cannot just stop because some are just get involved in the election one time, and if it doesn't go the way they want, and there is no other way, that is not how you build a nation or even our personal life. There are many things that bring challenge to us, but consistency will help us to go through it, and we improve on the system. Masker said it, and I said that in the many times on this platform. I grew up in the north. I understand. I also understand the east, and I understand the west. So there is no part of Nigeria that you cannot tell me, especially when it comes to politics and the way of life of all those things. The Northerners are well involved in politics more than the west and the east. Whether you think they're educated or they are not educated, and their people know how to reach them to get involved. Even when there is election in the north, they will leave Lagos and go back to their place, even to enter what we call 9/11, whatever you call it, they will go because they know. Are they voting whether for the right people or not? But at least they engage themselves. And that's where the change starts from. And whether here you believe it or not, let's keep the fire burning. I am not to be supporter. I've said it, I don't know how many times I will say it, but I give him credit for what he has started. Give Nigeria that is not two political party that will continue to say anything. And personally, the idea that is a party determining the change of Nigeria, I don't believe in it. I believe it's an individual thing. A person with a clear vision can change the nation. And I believe that as we all continue to use everything we have within us to pursue for justice and fairness, we eventually get there. But we cannot just fold our hand now that we have tried, and now the Supreme Court. And I think I'm not trying to dash anyone's hope, but anyone that hopes that they will come back and say this otherwise, I don't see it. But then let's continue to build on this thing. And I personally believe that Nigeria is a very complex place, but it's a vision for the nation and who can bring us together. Sometimes the reason why Buhari came to power was people think he's going to stop corruption. I don't believe that anybody that know him very well know that he's going to create a massive job or he's very, very knowledgeable about those things. They just believe based on his record with when he was a president with war against indiscipline, and then they think that he's going to bring that kind of discipline and go after the corrupt people and change Nigeria from that perspective. Unfortunately, it didn't deliver. And the Northerners understand that. And where we are right now in Nigeria, is the way forward is continue to build on where we have stopped. And that is what I'll encourage everybody. The perseverance is another way. Let's keep going. I don't know in the next 4 years what's going to be outcome of Tinubu. But Tinubu, if he chooses to change Nigeria, he have more opportunity to change Nigeria than Buhari and any other. The reason is this: there are two types of leaders. One that is a stooge to those that pick him, and one, whether you like it, whether he's pick himself, but he have a vision. It can change anything. Because by the time you cross the bridge of trying to deliver to those that put you there, It takes so many years. But when you know the vision for your country and you come, and the people voted you for that change, you are more likely to do more than just being a puppet to somebody or some few people. Some people that can argue that, oh no, he's selected, he's not elected. Well, I'm not going that direction with anybody. All I know for now, personally, I believe that everybody ring in the areas of endeavor where they could, but they may not be massive like other. But we cannot continue this way. We have to continue the other side that, okay, what is this dream? How do we work it? I know all politics is local. And when we talk about local, is that every state have influence to change the dynamic of the nation. Because end of the day, it is all about sharing money. And I've not had any LP or PDP elected official that refuse to take money. So they are all there for their own, and I've not seen any flag that, so you know what, this party that sent me from my constituency, I'm not here to do this, to do that. I'm here for a change. I've not had it from any of them, none of them yet. They are all going to, it's a long walk to freedom, but I think the energy where we can all continue to speak to it, expose those people, like I said earlier, we can go a long way. But anyone that think the Northerners are not well informed about politics, then you don't know the dynamic or the demography of Nigerian politics. They are well involved. And like I said, no single majority tribe in Nigeria, whether you are Igbo, that you can win election based on all your people vote for you, or you are Hausa, you can win Nigerian president because only Hausa people voted for you, or you are Yoruba. No, nobody will win an election in Nigeria like that. So if we say we have not made a progress, then we are being honest, because the Northern, most of them voted for Peter Obi, more than ever before. When it comes to the way, the only thing I believe is that there are many Igbos elite that they may not win their state election, but they can win national election because they are called Igbo Hausa, which means it's like Mazi right now. If it's like he believes he's an Igbo, but the father he have lived there and he have relationship with them and know their way of life, and he communicate with them, even if he do not win local government chairman in his own place, he can win national election if they choose to. And that is another thing, that there are many, few Igbos that have such relationship that can do better in the next 4 years if they really want to say, okay, let's try that part of the take the fear. And another thing is that, to be honest, the Northerners sometimes it's lack of trust. It's not because they don't think these people can deliver. They have their own fear, which I'm not ready to speak to that now for because of time and every other thing. So there are people that cannot win state, even the governor, but if they come out to campaign and they not trust, and they get few of the Igbos, get of the West, they can win national election. But people like Obi, for now, you're going to go, why not this and that? Yeah, the Northern will not trust him to that, because the competency of he is going to deliver is none of their business that much. That is not how they look at politics. Thank you.
Thank you. By Maxwell, please keep it brief this time, eh? Really keep it brief, because the last time was 15 minutes in a row. I think KJ hasn't said anything. I know you are you due to leave or something?
Yes, I just want to leave, and it's 1:47 a.m. here in Ghana.
Okay, please just keep it brief so that KJ can say something.
Yeah, you see, my brother, I call him Damwana Maska. I'm from Kano. said something. Look, corruption is not a stand-alone factor. Corruption, as we say in the military terms, is not a lone ranger. There is a special purpose vehicle that propels corruption. And that special purpose vehicle is the foundation of that country. If you don't tackle that special purpose vehicle that propels corruption, you are fighting a loose battle. That is it. Whether you like it or not. For me, like two Nigeria here, he knows me. I am a pro-Biafran. Because since 1958, oil was discovered in Nigeria. Nigeria has never made any meaningful impact in the lives of the people. No meaningful impact in the lives of the people. Nigerians don't supposed to even pay tax because of the resources God has given to them. But Nigerians are made to suffer. I was in Agadez when I was doing my counterterrorism course in Libya. I saw Nigerians, even Ghanaians, Eritreans, passing through Agadez, that hot desert. And when they survive that hot desert Agadez, they are not going to face the Mediterranean Sea. Why are they running away? They are running away because of the inactions and the actions, corrupt, attitudes of the political leaders in Africa. That is why everybody is running away. Before, let's say, early 60s, do Nigerians fancy going to abroad to live there and work? When pounds was 1 naira equivalent, when dollar, I know of when dollar was 78 kobo. Who would like to go to America to go and work? You only go there to study, then you come back, there is work for you to do. You prefer to stay in your homeland. But when the corruption enters in due to the special purpose vehicle that I mentioned, the foundation, the system, then everything scatter. Everything scatter. Nigeria scatter. Even my own country here, Ghana, scatter. And as for Ghana, politicians, corrupt politicians paid the ultimate price in Ghana here when J.J. Rawlings took over this country. That is why today politicians are afraid to embezzle money in this country. I'm not telling you that there are no corruption that is going on here, but we have a system that is dealing with them. J.J. Rawlings made corrupt politicians in Ghana early before 1992, in the 80s, to pay the ultimate price. Can you do that in Nigeria? Babangida is there. Because he's not dead, that is why we've never seen how much he looted from Nigeria. Abu Salam is there, living in a 10 mansion in Mina. Obasanjo is there. Somebody will cut grass and collect over 600 billion naira. Pythons will carry money. Monkeys will cut away with Nigerian money. Dasuki Gate, name them. Nobody has paid the ultimate price. In other climes, when you commit, look, let me tell you, for every $100, every 1,000 naira a politician stole in Nigeria costs a life in my mother's ancestral village. Which other slavery is more than that? There is fundamental issue in Nigeria. And if you don't solve that fundamental issues, Nigeria will never make any headway. Tell me, is there any government that comes that will be better than the previous government? None. Goodluck Jonathan was better than Buhari. And Buhari will also be better than Tinubu. Watch and see.
No, we don't pray for that. We don't.
It's a reality that is going to happen. You can't change
It's a fact. It's a fact.
As long as there is
we don't pray for that one. We don't wish our people like that.
Uncle Abba, with all due respect, if that system should have been changed, your vote should have been counted in this past election. Have you asked yourself, why did the beavers work in legislative assembly elections, the National Assembly election, and it did not work in the presidential election? That is the corruption that we are talking about. If you don't get it well, the highest bidder will always have his or her way in Nigeria when it comes to development and corruption. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll see you on next week. Thank you.
Okay, John.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Can I speak now, Mr. Forefather? Hello. I just wanted to. I'll be leaving.
Hold on, no. Let me talk now. I don't wait time. Jago is back.
Thank you. KJ won't talk. I'll be make I wait.
Yes, I just wait, sir. I beg no verse.
Okay.
Now, I wanted to move this conversation a bit further, and when I went off, I want to go research the accusation that the certified true copies were on the letterheading of Tinubu's lawyers, and I posted on the back chat Dr. Haruna, who was here once, discussing the same issue on his platform. So it is no longer a rumor, but it's a reality that that certified true copy was on the letterheading of Tinubu's lawyers. So you see how we go around, merry-go round, in Nigeria. When you think that people who are coming are going to come in to change the situation, just like the last speaker said, you don't know the person who is coming to take over is dialing you backwards, and at the end of the day, nothing is achieved. Another year passes, and some of us got white hair, not because we were supposed to get it by now, but because of the suffering and thinking how you can survive in Nigeria, so that you can keep your hands clean, So it's behoves me to say that even at a time where every other person thinks that the nation is a very critical situation, people can still be playing hanky-panky with the situation that we're in. It is bad, and it's very sad, very saddening. So let's see how it goes from here. Let's see how it goes from here. That's just what I want to add.
I can go on now. Yeah. So when Maski was talking about to list 3 Nigerian problems, and he highlighted corruption, then some other things. If I were asked that question, I would never say corruption is our number one problem. Like Maxi just said, for corruption to exist, there has to be a vehicle that fuels it. In Nigeria, there's a system in place from day one, 1960, that was further fueled in 1966, that we continue to fuel in 1979, that we now fueled we tried to slow down a little bit in 83, then further, then we stopped cutting years. So there's a system that fuels it. Our number one problem, 1, 2, 3 problem is not corruption. Corruption is the result of our number one problem itself. Our number one problem is the lack of the fact that there is impunity. What causes impunity? Impunity is caused by a system that favors. We have laws, don't get me wrong. Our laws might be, some people might think our laws are bad, but we have no order. The laws, there should be law and order. You're talking corruption. There's corruption here in America. What are you guys talking about? Come and see corruption here in America, but there's law and order. I'm telling you, there's corruption here in America. All those conferences people go to, everyday construction company breaking the road, constructing road on the Dan Ryan that is not damaged. There's corruption, but there's law and order. They're not saying don't do. You cannot stop human beings from doing what they want, but you have to have something in place for them to have consequences. In Nigeria, we have selective consequence because some people have captured power, changed the system, arrogated to themselves the process. They call it structure. You see, they have laws that applies to other people but doesn't apply to them. You understand? This is our issue. These are the primary
Alaba, I want to share something so that some people see some of all this, because sometimes when I say things, people don't necessarily get where I'm coming from. So let me, I know, because you are also one of the proponent of our corruption is at the core of our problem. Let me just share some of this information so we can get a perspective from somebody that is lecturing on this. So let's just hear what he's going to say.
Because it's all a failure, we know it's a failure, we now have a new generation of economists saying, it's only a failure because you're all corrupt in your countries. We call that new institutional economics. You've all probably learned it all, but you didn't know why they invented it. It was invented to tell you the same thing. You should keep producing raw materials. Now, don't be as corrupt as you were before. Nobody ever told you that aid was designed to actually start the corruption process in the first place. Okay, and we need corruption to make sure you're doing all these things. But now we blame the victim. You're poor because it's your fault, basically. And you're poor, stupid, and corrupt, basically. This is the message that we're giving people. We also have many theoretical justice.
So that is one part of it. I don't want it to go too long, because the guy talked about how I think some of you must have seen the video of this guy where the whole lecture, he talked about how they kept Africa where it is. And for the life of me, some of us will see this stuff and we still keep falling for the jargon we talk about in Nigeria all the time. It's as if we are just conditioned to think like this. And this is why I don't subscribe to some of the positions Masca was putting forward, saying corruption is our issue. No, you are missing the way economy works.
Corruption. Corruption is not the issue. You say because we have oil. Those are excuses.
It's not at the heart of the problem. We are
our issue. Our issue is that we have failed. We've been slave. We have failed to recognize that we are free to determine our own future, and our future should be good. But we don't want that because we are selfish and greedy. We want to put our own brothers down. We want to think we are better than our own brother. Our own brother, same skin, same color, same thing. While we are doing that, we are parleying with the white man and giving him half of our resources while we are keeping the other half, only to put our own black brother down.
That is why I was talking to him. Because what I find in Nigeria is that everybody is talking in silos. Everybody is talking. The South is talking here. The Southwest is talking here. That's why I was asking him, how do we get everybody together and say, okay, this is what agenda we want to push for? Because I know the Nigerian government, they move when the people move. And because we have to find a way to reach everybody. Like him, he is coming here now. We want to talk to more Northerners so that they can come in and we all come together and find, because there are some of them in diaspora too. We find an agenda where we can say, okay, this is what we want to go with. Everybody's on the same page in the country. And you can make change on those type of lines. Because this idea that everybody's this one is talking their own, Igbo is talking their own, Yoruba is talking their own, it's not going to work. And it's not working till now.
He said, the Northerners would only follow something of their choice. So that means their own self-interest supersede their national interest.
How long will you hear
the key point I picked up from that. Their self-interest supersede national interest. So there is no collective interest. There's no national interest.
I don't buy stereotypes.
And all these things, they get away with it because
Alaba, let it be
impunity.
2 ways. Let it be 2 ways. I don't know whether you're hearing me. Let it be 2 ways. See,
Oh.
I don't subscribe to the idea that human beings are that different. Everybody wants to have power supply. Everybody wants to have a relatively good life. So there are people there, not only him, because he's like an elite technical.
But human needs are insatiable, insatisfiable. If they taught us that in economics, that's the first thing they teach us when we were trying to do economics. Human needs are insatisfiable. So it is only not the point, law and order that will put that nonsense in check.
But see, I understand that, but I'm talking about when you are not in office. How do you pressure the government? How do you get the government to do what they say they're going to do? Like ensure they give you power supply.
No, you recognize the type of government you have. If you've seen that the type of government you have is the one that suits selective justice, selective you have to find a way to change or destroy that type of government until it's equal. I told you there's corruption here in America. There's corruption
before you destroy that government. Let's say Tinubu, you have to be practical. Let's say Tinubu is in office for the next 4 years now. Before you destroy that government,
and let me tell you, I'm not a strong supporter. I'm not so much of a supporter of Obi. Let me tell you why Obi is important in the history of this country. It's not about Obi. It's not whether he's a good candidate or not. It's the fact that Obi, for the first time since independence, will make Nigerian votes count, make Nigerian think their votes count. And do you know how long that is going to go in changing that country when people have the knowledge that, oh, I can change that bad guy who stole all my money? Do you know how powerful that is in the wheel of change? Unless we want to do it violently.
The gain is not going to still be that much.
And these people refuse to let that happen.
You see, what Mosca said earlier on is exactly the position that Atiku and El-Rufai had said earlier on before the election even started. Atiku made it clear. In fact, Atiku's own was certain that the North will not vote for an Igbo man. El-Rufai said it. The North is not comfortable with an Igbo man. So what we're saying here that he just told you in a nice package way that the North will always go for their interest. See, that has always been the problem. But we from the South, if we say we want Jagu right now, if we will present Jagu, it's okay. Let us have Jagu. After all, Jagu, we don't have that problem. But not to tell you, they can only vote for who they feel they are comfortable.
Hi, this thing that we do, we always go back to this again.
System to
what the kind of about?
This is the reality. You always sell the same thing. Division. This will everybody. This one is divided. This one. See, I don't subscribe to that. Human beings are the same everywhere. Anybody that comes and tells me
the names of politicians, you can Google it and find out.
I hear what you are saying. I hear what you are saying there. But those people are just as captives in the North, just as they are captives in the South. They are, yes, I agree. There are different structures of controls in the North, but those same structures of controls also allow some ways of expressing or outlets to pressure their leaders to do the right thing. So,
was somebody controlling Master before he said this thing now? Was anybody controlling him before he said this?
Hold on. See, P2B from nowhere shows up in 8 months. One Nasarawa, one Abuja, if I'm not mistaken, one Jos. Come on. That is not a country that is bigoted. Don't even go there. Because Tinubu has been around for a long time. Everybody knows Tinubu. He has name recognition. To say it's impossible, like, I don't subscribe to that at all.
It's not the first time that a Southern...
Can you imagine? Hold on.
It's not the first time a Southern politician is winning the North and giving. It's not the first time. Remember that the Plateau State you're talking about, if you go back to history, Plateau State has always been with the South.
Then why you said you will never vote for the South again? You just said it.
Plateau State has always been with the South. Plateau State has always been with Nnamdi Azikiwe. That was when Solomon Lar was member of an MPP. Okay? But the question is, There's a difference between voting for somebody and then at the end the person being declared winner. You can vote for anybody you like. The result that comes out.
We are back here again. You can't just be saying this about things.
You left that place before.
See, if you look at votes, even let's say it's in a neutral country, if you look at the dynamics of the votes this election, you can technically argue that the result is how it should be. Let's say it's in the UK. There's a new candidate that pops out between Labour Party and this in the Conservative Party. That party that pops out of Conservative Party splits the Conservative Party vote. What do you think is going to happen? Labour will win. That is exactly what happened in Nigeria.
No, that's not what happened in Nigeria. In Nigeria,
let me help you. Let me help you.
PDP split.
No. Listen, the people who registered, the young people who registered were much more than those who have been there before. That's how the young people were able to inflate the number to where it were. So people who registered, who came into and hold on, sir. People who came into the voting system were ordinarily not in that data before. So there's no way you can say this is not
where does normally the southeastern vote go? Was it not to PDP?
Normally, eastern votes go to PDP, yes.
And now they went to Peter Obi. That's what I mean. Peter Obi took the vote from PDP. They split the votes, and that is what you should see on the ground.
You are making the same mistake that Asarita making noise all over the he's saying. It's not the Igbos are coming. It's not the Igbos. You see, don't make that mistake. Peter Obi's vote come from the Igbos. It's not Igbos, so don't make that mistake. And Peter Obi made it clear that it's not.
No, I'm not saying that it's only Igbos. I'm talking about where the votes came from. The votes that was meant to go to PDP went to Peter Obi, and because of that, they split those votes. So, and as a matter of fact, they split the vote and still took vote from APC.
No,
that's why APC got 37%.
You are
vote from APC.
Again, you are narrating this. This APC.
That's what you should expect to see. What do you think about it? Remove yourself from Nigeria, put yourself in the UK. That's what you should expect to see.
Hold on, sir. Let us go one by one.
Hold on. Forefather, how come you never address the issue of people's votes not counting? That's not important to you. You don't see how that impacts the future of the country.
But you have to prove it. You have to prove it. That's the problem.
You always deviate.
What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say when everybody knows River State was rigged and the court, they couldn't even prove it in court? What do you want me to say? You think I'm not angry? You think I'm not angry with those people?
Now you're pushing their talking point. They couldn't prove it because the judges were corrupt. Jesus Christ.
See, you can't just say that. You can't just say that because the judges gave their reason. See, my problem is that nobody should see. Alaba, you can't just say stop. Alaba, let me say something. You can't just expect me to believe stuff just out of faith alone. You need to give me information to work with. You need to give me information. Nobody's telling us, okay, look at this. Election ends where we have labor representatives in all the polling units. None of them came out and said, you know what, this is the vote we got. This is what they are telling us that we got. No, that information wasn't given to us. The evidence that you provide, hold on.
That information was given to you. It was given to you.
They didn't give us the information. What information? What did they tell us that Labour Party got?
Me, I have to go.
You have the figures. I don't have the figures.
That are going nowhere.
I don't have the figures. Is it top secret? If you have the figures, tell me because none of us know it. I don't know it.
Listen.
Yeah, Lama, thank you.
Listen, Father. Listen. The same thing you are saying is something that the APC have been saying. You said something. Okay, let us. I agree with that. This thing that the Eastern votes all was supposed to go to PDP, and now it was split. And if you split Eastern vote, did PDP win any Eastern state? Question is no. Every other one was won.
No, it didn't just split in the Eastern vote. It took everything. It didn't just split it.
That's what I'm saying. If he didn't split it, hold on. If he didn't split it, and the electoral register said there were about 8 million new voters that are young people, and we know where the young people's votes belong. Are we now saying that that's also young people who came in now all went to APC?
No. See, what I'm telling you that most of the votes was still split between PDP and Labour Party, because remember they got about 60 to 62% of the vote. That is a lot of vote they got. Normally they should be getting about 50-something%. So it means Labour expanded the vote and took from PDP and created its own and took from APC too. But it wasn't enough to surmount the APC because most of the votes was taken from PDP.
No. And I refuse to agree to that. But you see, however, in Nigeria, we don't like things to be straightforward. And even now that they are saying that at the end of the day, it was like it is Tinubu's lawyers that wrote the judgment. Nobody is going to talk about. They will find one thing or the other to say it is the reason why that happened that way. Remember, it was also on this platform we say that.
KJ, look at this logically. If you have two parties in the UK now, Conservative Labour Party, then Conservative Party split in two. Then one of the party, even if they get extra vote from youth, one of the party goes on, both of them go and score 62% of the vote. But remember, the other party that his vote is not that split still has 37%. Because that one has 37%, goes on to win the vote. What did you expect to see? Because
assuming you are speaking, assuming that let us assume that before the split of PDP, APC and PDP were the ones leading. The split from the Obis moving out of PDP did not take people from PDP.
How can you say that he completely swept the Southeast away from PDP?
Wait, now I mean taking members. Hey, listen to me now. Members are not
it's voters. It's voters. I don't care about members.
So now, but the electoral register says that we have more than 8 million new voters that have not voted before, who came in because of the introduction of beavers, who came in because of the movement of LP. Now, where are those people's votes? But you see, even talking about it this way, it makes it look a bit, cumbersome. What we are simply saying is this: why do you not follow the regular process so that we avoid all this argument right now? If you had followed the regular process, or when the beavers fell for the presidential
you know why they didn't follow the regular process now? Because they want to cheat and to ensure that they win. What does he want?
So since we know that the essence is to cheat, then why are we giving ourselves the headache to argue about it?
No, the reason why I'm arguing about it is because the job of proving it was not done, and the dynamics. You see, just because there was cheating doesn't mean the vote didn't go the right way it was meant to go to.
The same person you have to understand. Who wanted to cheat you is not the same person who telling that you are not able to prove your case, and you want to agree with that.
See, if somebody says you are not able to prove your case, and they just say, "Oh, everything you presented was completely rubbish," and there's no precedence for it, that's a different thing. The judge at pains explained why, one by one, every single thing. That's why it took 10 hours. One by one, explaining one single thing.
You hosted the program. You hosted the program after that presentation, and I said to you here that day that my only pain is that I hear Festus Keyamo, the argument of Festus Keyamo coming from those judges. That's what I told you the very first day. I said my only pain is that I hear the argument being canvassed by Festus Keyamo on those people's lips, word for word, and that makes me to be afraid. Even before we got to know that it is now on the letter heading of the Festus Keyamo and his gang. Okay, so the thing is that look, I'm telling you, you submitted something to me, and I'm the same person telling you that it wasn't done well. Why would it not be done well?
Yeah, but the reason why, KJ, this is not. I like to be logical about these things. They've been to court with a delicate case in Osun, and when that case came out, I think sometime 4 or 5 months ago, maybe even late last year, I said, "Oh, this is what they require to prove. I hope Labour Party gives them this stuff, because if you know what the court wants, if they reject it when you present it, then you're going to say, hey, why did you do that? Because that's exactly what you demanded for in that other case." So, but that is not what happened. And for me, that is killing me here. Because one, there is also the one that Osibanjo and Tinubu did. They even went as far as assembling the largest collection of fingerprint experts to overturn an election. So all that there's the delegate case.
This Tinubu's election was many years ago. The constitution has the procedure has changed since that time. It has changed.
I agree with you.
Okay, and
but the delegate one is recent.
Second, yes, judging by that delegate's own, which is on the premise at which they did their presentation, you are not supposed to bring you must not bring the people the returning, what they call them, the polling agents. You can submit certified true copy. Certified true copies, they brought them in loads into the courtroom, which we all saw with our eyes. They brought people, reporters, who were on scene, who explained some of the process. They said, and I'll quote again, the judges say these people are here, they are biased because they are speaking for Labour Party. And therefore,
we shouldn't use words. We should look at the documents that they presented. Why is Labour not sharing anything with us? Why are they not sharing what they are sharing with, whether they are submitting in court? I don't know what is submitted in court.
I still told you what the Labour lawyer said. This is the thing they are arming themselves to go to the Supreme Court. They don't want to put it out there in the public. You don't want to.
What do you want me to do now? I don't have any evidence of what they are doing. All the evidence we have is for Tinubu. What kind of situation is this? The Labour one is in cloak, and then the Tinubu one, everybody knows about the Tinubu one. How is that fair?
Listen, I'm coming. Okay, let me ask something. The one that PDP put forward in the public, what has it helped PDP now? The two results that they got from the university in Chicago, in America here. What has it helped to do in the case? Was it not thrown off?
I think it was thrown out. I think for whatever this reason that they threw
saying that this is a pre-election matter. How? When that same case just stopped Dire from Bayelsa from becoming governor, the same kind of case, he was stopped from becoming a governor. His election was nullified because he said he had forged certificate. But today, it's no longer law. It's not. It cannot be because it's election. These things. Come on, guys.
They just made a mockery, a total mockery of our judiciary. It's just a total mockery. The judiciary cannot be trusted. You can't put your hope on the judiciary. It's just about whatever you get, just take it.
The conduct of the judges were abysmal. It was terrible conduct, and they are clearly biased. That's for sure. But even when people are biased, there is a level they can be able to twist your case without looking completely crazy.
No, and you see, forefather, it is you and I who are in the West, who you say before they do this kind of thing, they will look for how to choke it. They don't care. What are you going to do?
But how many? So you are saying all this now. How many lawyers are coming to dispute point per point? How many lawyers do you see?
There are plenty now. There are plenty of lawyers who have said.
I'm not seeing them.
Can I ask you, forefather? Can I ask you? Do you not believe that this whole thing has been bought?
I don't believe it. I don't necessarily.
You can't. I don't think you do believe that. Because if you had an inkling. Wait. If you had if you had an appreciation of the mire that Nigeria is in across the board, then I think you would understand that where you're arguing from is kind of unpalatable. We understand that things aren't being shown to our faces, but we have to also understand why. And then we're speaking the time when we were reviewing the court case, I was the first to come on with yourself, and you spoke about the tone of the judges, and I agreed. But the tone of the judges just told me that they were bought out, whereas for you, it was an indignation at how dare they do this. That indignation tells me that you believe Nigeria is a straightforward country, and it is not. Whatever you're thinking, Nigeria is the most upside down nation on the planet. You understand?
Okay, I
And in
think
as much,
my reasoning comes from the fact that it's not only about them. Just like we complain about Europeans all the time, it's not only about Europeans, it's also about us. That's what I mean by it's also about Labour Party, what they can present. If you present something that is so hard, right now the country will be on fire.
Labour Party presented, I understand what you're saying. I really, really do. However, I think you're still missing the point. Labour Party, with most especially with the entrance of Peter Obi into that party, backed with Dati. This in itself formed a capital difference in the whole Nigerian politics. The APC were particularly afraid of this new introduction of Labour Party, the new impetus that Labour Party had. From that point, planning came in. We are going to rig the hell out of this election, and we still have money to buy whatever happens afterwards. Within the time when it was announced that APC had won the election, within that time, we had already witnessed INEC telling every complaint, everybody who was wanting to complain about one issue or the other, that let's go to court instead of dealing with the thing there and then. That in itself is a ploy. People had to somehow respect that thing. It moved on to the court case, which was a Labour court case, yet the fastest court case of its time. It was still very stretched and laboured. Within that time, it was all over. It was all over. They're bought.
No, I agree that they are bought. See, I think I've watched several movies in lives where even when somebody get bought, but the whole operation still fails because of the insurmountable odds that is facing them. If you put it like, I'm sure the people that Tinubu and Osibajo went to DC with, they were bought because they lost the elections. They had to now try to overturn several state elections. So those people were bought, but because of what Tinubu and the others went and did, they were able to overturn it. They worked hard to do that. And this is what I'm talking about. Why is it that Tinubu seems to be the most hardworking guy in some of all these things? Why is it that he's the one that is able to go to London and bring assemble the largest amount of forensic fingerprint experts to overturn an election? That is the kind of stuff I expect to see. One of the things that they said in court that I expect either a Labour, they say they cannot talk, to come out and tell me is that the evidence in terms of a River State that they didn't bring forward. I don't know how that one escaped. Somebody should come and explain it to us.
If you want, I can read out some of the takeaways from you so that you can itemize it. One, if you have two certificates from say university with different names, emblems, insignias, or logos, it does not qualify. It does not disqualify you in an election. Is that true? That is the first force. Okay. Secondly, you have double nomination, contrary to the electoral guidelines and laws. It's no longer an offense. In other words,
no, but you are not saying their reasoning. What is the reasoning of the court in all these things you are saying?
No. There's no reason. This is law. You don't know what they say. The law says that if you have double nomination, you are automatically disqualified. It is not a reasoning.
No, that one I heard about that one. I heard when the judge was saying something about that. He says intention also matters. That even
No. Why would you now give intention for this one? But you said
Ijoma guidance.
I'm coming. You say Ijoma or someone who was a weakness. Her weakness is you won't take it because she said. Then you now read intention to somebody who did double nomination. Is that how it goes?
Because it's like saying somebody's lying.
There's more. If you are fined for narcotic, or drug-related offense, it's no longer an offense. In other words, once you are found liable, you can. It doesn't matter to in Nigeria any longer.
See, the reason why they did that, you see, they gave one other example that Tinubu can fly to America and come back. Normally, if you have drug conviction, you won't be able to do that. These are the kind of things that we need to.
Forefather, has Tinubu really flown to America and come back? When?
To be fair, when they said that, I was thinking about it. I don't remember. But he's going to go next week. He's going to be there next week. This guy is saying it now.
He's going to New York.
That is America now.
No, that's the UN house he's going to. If he leaves the UN house and goes somewhere else, he will not come back.
And he's gonna go to.
I'm telling you.
He's gonna go to see Nigerian students. That's what Dr. Damage was talking about.
Yes, he's going to go and see Nigerian students, but he's going. Listen, he's now running on a diplomatic passport. Okay, he's going now on a diplomatic passport. The truth of the matter is, that these people know the truth. Let me tell you something. Of course, you and I know how it works here. They are saying that they
So are you saying that in the last 10 years, Tinubu has not been to the US?
Which part?
It hasn't.
Which part?
It has not. He's
Even
been.
are we sure about that?
Let me tell you how.
Well, he hasn't in terms of any public viewing.
Yeah.
At that time, at the time of prior to this election.
Yes.
And Tinubu winning Western approval in all the shenanigans prior. This is now opening the door for Tinubu to be an international, as a president that hasn't done anything wrong as yet, as a president, as far as the West is concerned. This is now a leeway. The West is in a panic, but they don't show you their panic because they're using the stooges that they've placed, or they're using stooges in order to show their face well. So if Tinubu goes to even the UN, and I do understand what you're saying, KJ, about the UN status, but even if he goes to America and he comes back, you just understand that he has bought Western approval lock, stock, and barrel.
Yes.
I think normally they should even ban him from entering the country. But that said, I take it that I don't think they are talking about from when he's a diplomatic decision. I think the judges were talking about even before now that he has no restriction to go into the US or not. If it's a lie, that is what the labor lawyers can capitalize on. But we don't hear any of those.
This is the argument. If you write to the embassy and say, please, does Tinubu have any legal case? Any legal case in America? They will respond to you and say no. Because that's the truth. If you ask them, okay, can they find any record? They should give you records of his, they will give you, because now they will go to other agencies and look for that information you're looking for. When David Hendai asked for the record, didn't they release the record to him? Did he not get it? It's not the same government. But they didn't apply. They were very choosy in their words, and the embassy knew what they were doing and gave them back exactly what they were looking for.
But the judges, if the judges say there's no official restriction on Tinubu's movement into the US, it means that they didn't deem whatever he did a criminal offense, especially drug one. They didn't deem it as that.
But you are sitting on the laptop there. You are sitting on a laptop. Find out if forfeiture for narcotics is not a crime. It's not a crime. Find out.
No, it's not a crime. Civil forfeiture is not a crime. It's criminal forfeiture that's a crime.
Forfeiture. It's not civil forfeiture.
No, it was a civil forfeiture. Actually, I saw the document.
Why don't you look for it now?
No, they showed us the document online now. I said that document is fake. It was a civil forfeiture. This is a document that I saw.
So you believe now that what was charged was the account and not the man?
It was the account. I saw the document. It was the account that was charged. It wasn't him.
Please stop this, Father. You are too educated for that.
I saw the document. It's online. You want me to show you now?
Can I just quick? No, we can do that. However, Forefather, again, please. Many times you speak of conspiracy theory. That conspiracy theory is to be left over there. Do you recognize that the majority of the palatable, let me put it that way kindly for yourself, the majority of the palatable conspiracy theories that me and you know of have actually been proven that they're correct, that they're true.
All of them are true.
I appreciated that. Now, given this position, therefore, do we know? You see, Tinubu was apparently a bag man for many mafia deals that were going on at the time. He is the singular person who was able to pay the CIA back the money that he was bagging and leave without being prosecuted. Singular. Everyone else is a bagman and they get caught. They're finished. You understand? They're part of a crime. He paid the money back and was set free. This in itself is a conspiracy. The conspiracy for you and I, bruh, there's a lot hidden that we don't see. So therefore, we have to make add up the dots and understand what the picture is when we stand back. You see, the thing about conspiracies, I've been following them since I was about 15. And bro, the world is a lie. And it's being controlled by the best liars in the planet. And
but the problem is that in court, you only have something that you can prove. You can't just take the court, you follow conspiracy records.
I understand this. We, however, do not know, given that we appreciate that most conspiracy theories that are palatable have been born as truths. And it's those who
I agree with you on that.
You know, so therefore, if a man,
maybe even low percentages of conspiracies actually are proven to be true.
Okay, if a man is the only person to have paid back money that was used in drug deals, and he's set free, I'm suggesting to your better mentality that this is the beginning of a conspiracy. How do we know? Because the Americans are long planning. How do we know that there wasn't an agreement in the CIA, born possibly by Tinubu saying that, look, this is what I can possibly do, as well as handing back the money. This is what's going to happen. Because he's flown back to Nigeria. He was the governor of Lagos State, and he met a lot of presidential people through his governorship in Lagos. He met a lot of them. You understand? Bill Gates came to Lagos now to speak about the Eco-Atlantic. You understand? These things have happened. How do we know that they weren't in mind that this guy can possibly become the president of Nigeria, and we can use him in a certain way? How do you know?
We don't know. We don't know. Exactly. That is the problem. There's no evidence of anything.
No, exactly. Because these persons work.
Well, how do you know
in cloak and dagger?
Angel. How do you know it's not an angel sent from heaven?
No, bro. We don't have to. We don't have to.
Conspiracies. We can't. If you can't prove anything is possible. Hence, why it's important to have evidence for whatever we are saying. That is why the court is.
Just tell us that you're trying to play the devil's advocate here.
No, I'm not. I'm also.
He's not even trying to play. He's actually.
I'm not playing the devil's advocate. I'm not there to support him. My argument is, why did we not do better than this? Because what I was thinking before this case is that no matter what happens, if the Labour makes a strong case, it will be difficult for the judges to write it off. And if they did, the country will be like the outrage will be out of control. But that is not what I'm seeing, because even a professional lawyer would think this was a shabby case. They didn't put it together very well.
We agree on that level. We agree on that level. The only thing is, do we understand the level of cloak and dagger that is going on? We have to have that as an appreciation.
I agree with that. That's
even if we can't prove anything. You see, 9/11 happened. The Twin Towers came down. They blamed Al-Qaeda or Osama bin Laden. However, when you look at the greater picture, if you understand that there's not a stone's evidence that really brings it down to him. There's no evidence. All the evidence actually points to an inside job. All of the evidence.
That's true.
All of it. And the whole world has been taken in where 9/11 and Iraq was palatable. The whole world was taking him. Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11, but they were blamed.
Go and attack damages. This is what they do.
At the end of the day, what we are seeing in Nigeria is a script. And someone said on the Oga, whatever the person's name is, he said that Tinubu was at Obama's inauguration. I've gone to check through the internet. I'm not able to find it. So if you have a link, post it to us. Let's see where he was. And I've checked through the pictures of all the dignitaries. I can't find it. So what am I trying to say here?
It's a bit unusual. If Tinubu didn't travel to the US often, it's a bit unusual because he's always in London and this thing,
France.
Paris.
He's in France more. Yeah.
London and France. That's he goes there. Saudi Arabia and all that. But you see, be it as it may, what all we're saying is that we know that it will come to this point, because if you have been following me on this panel, I've never said Obi was going to win. I said for whatever be the case, it's going to turn out a lot of.
I thought he was going to win, actually.
No, I never said.
I was going by the polls. That the polls is indicating that PDP has collapsed. PDP holding up is also a bad thing that's what part of the problem. PDP didn't have any right to get the votes that they got.
They rigged it well.
The problem. Yeah, I didn't expect, because PDP was divided.
No,
they
were
divided.
I listen to what the northern elders are saying. I'm not following these things. I listen to what the northern elders are saying, and I said it on this platform. But they take it that I'm Igbo and speak on behalf. The northern elders said they will not allow Obi to be president, or any Igbo man for that matter.
But my mother said if Obi wins, they will just kill him. That's what they said.
So
yeah, they always say that. That's what they say.
No. It's not that they always say that. All it's that we have to, we can't be flippant in our understanding of these things. We've seen it in Nigeria before. We've seen it.
If Obi was taken out, I don't think it's going to be because he was Igbo. It's going to be because he was trying to do the right thing by the country.
Well, I agree with that. I do agree with that. However, you see, the fact that we can utter the fact that a well-thinking individual would be taken out, it shows us the impunity of what Nigeria is. And that in itself...
And it also reveals that we are quite silly about our security. This is why when he's carrying 100 cars, I don't blame him.
Forefather, don't go far.
I didn't understand that connection.
There was a man called Oshibanjo who had just about 3 months or so to do the business. What did he do? He did very well. And what happened after that? What happened? Did he ever have the opportunity to do anything again till the regime came to an end? That's the system we're running. So you don't even need to not allow the man. You can put the man there and frustrate him and just make sure nothing comes to him. At the end of the day, he was a vice president that was going to commission toilets. That's what you're going to commission as a vice president. So this is the system we're running. The people put it that way. And if you want to assure them and show that you know how to make the country work, they take you and make you rubbish you and dump you. And I've said it many times here, he will not be the first person. They have done it to many other people. The only reason why we're still celebrating Wole Soyinka today is because he ran away. If he didn't run away by now, we would have forgotten him the annals of history, because they would have messed him up big time.
I don't know, man. I don't know whether all of them, all those people, whether they represent our greatest hopes. It's very, very hard to find people that I don't know, because Wole Soyinka was funded by the Rockefellers. All these people, our leaders that we used to consider our hopes, they were already in the pocket of the people our leaders are serving. So I'm a little bit apprehensive about praising any former DC, because look at where we are, man, as a nation. All these great people going to the West, we are not even under sanction. Look at our country, And one other thing that concerned me was when I was addressing the point of IDP camps. A northerner sitting right here, if it was an Igbo man would be like, "Hey, our land, though, this is," and all they will complain about it. But a northerner was like, "Oh, IDP camps. Oh, their lifestyle is not as bad as." Come on, seriously? Are you serious? People are being taken away from their ancestral homes and they are living in IDP camps, and you're not alarmed by it. What is that? I don't get it. So that, for me, that kind of way of looking at things, it needs to change. Our people, have to have a better this thing. They have to set a higher standard to for their leaders. If he's a citizen, he doesn't have that kind of high standard for his leaders. You wonder why the situation is like that.
And you see,
set a higher standard.
What we are going to face next year in Nigeria is going to be even worse than what we are facing now. Remember, we used to get a lot of yams from Thieves land, from all the the middle belt and all the rest. Okay, they've not gone to farm because the Fulanis have chased them away from the farms. Okay, so nobody's going to farms. So how are you going to get those things?
You have to farm it. You have to farm it yourself. I can tell you. I can tell you this right now.
They've been chased off their farms, chased off their land. Okay, occupied by cows. So how are they going to farm? How I have a video here where they even chase them away and then cut the rest of the yam and let the cows eat it.
See, KJ, let me tell you something that may surprise you a little bit. Do you know that Fulanis are more related to you than Hausa? I didn't know that.
No, I understand what you mean. You mean in terms of their language. Their language
and genes.
Their language is more
and genes, both.
No, not genes. Language.
No, genes. I can show
My
you.
My brother, let me explain Fulani to you. Fulani, they are supposed to be from Futa Jalon, which is Guinea. Yeah? Futa Jalon. Futa Jalon, during the slave trade, the Fulanis, they came down from the Sahara Desert into that territory in order to sell slaves to the West. This is where their language comes from, because they've stayed there for over 400 years, and the Fulbe language is largely a Guinean language, which is an Africoid language, not Afro-Asiatic, as the language of the Hausa people are.
You
The language of the
Niger Congo. Congo language.
Yes,
that's what it's called.
that language of the Hausa is Afro-Asiatic. Yeah. This is the difference
let me show it to you so you see, and you are correct about the Afro-Asiatic language. It does show up on this chart.
Now, however, the ethnicity of the Fulani is closer to the Asiatic, the Arab, than it is to African in terms of their DNA. In terms of their DNA, you understand?
There are different types of Fulanis. Let me show you on this
indeed
chart.
There are.
What I mean.
Indeed
For me, I didn't think it was close. I think I used to think that the Hausas should just be downright, one of us. I didn't think it should be that close, because if you look at the way they look, you think Hausas look more like us than the Fulanis, but it turns out that from the data anyway. So as you can see, this Afro-Asiatic language, they do have quite a lot of them. This is the genetic marker for us, E1B1A.
Correct.
Make no mistake, that is us.
That's us.
E1B1A. And then this one is generally the one that the Hausas tend to have. If you look at the map that is showing up there, you see how the northern part of Nigeria is colored with that R1B, and look at that pink, is all over Europe too. And but if you look at this one, you're not going to see it in Europe. Oh, there's no map, but you're going to see what I mean. If you had looked at this one and they put it on the map, it's going to be all in Africa. So
what does that read? Can you tell me what that reads? If you don't mind.
E1. Let me zoom in again. Maybe to help. E1B1A. E1B1A. That's our genetic this is marker.
I understand, but there was a little, instead of a map, there was a little
pop-up.
Yes.
Oh yeah, this one. That's for R1. R1.
That's the map there,
this
which we can easily see and understand.
Yes, but this is the chart here. If you look at this Bamileke people and they are R1, look at that, 100%, because they are like the epitomial, this is black people. They have 100%. That 100 of it, I don't know what that's even percentage they're referring to. So let's go down, and you probably see the full base. They are often referred to as the band. There's the what they call them, the Fulanis. So
yes,
full bay. You see that?
Yeah.
Burkina Faso full bay. If you look at this number here is 40 something of this E1B1
haplogroup. Okay,
yeah. And that's quite high. And their R1 B gene is around 8 here. 8, not that high. But there are some of them where you see higher ones. Like this one now, you have the Guinea Fube. This is Guinea. They have relatively low count of hours. So they have different type of Fulanis. And this one doesn't even have any European kind of genetic lineage at all. And then you go down here, this one has some of them. This is some European gene there. And here, this is big one. And this is in Sudan. They have more of that R1B gene in Sudan. And they even have the E1B1B, yeah, which is the Tuareg kind of, this is Fulbe. But compare that to the Hausas, the Hausa one, that is the one that threw me off. Hausa one is heavy in R1B and low in E1B1A. Of us.
Yes. Now check the either Yoruba or Igbo or somebody connected to our side.
Igbo, they are like what else you expect now? Yeah, Igbos are black
Just
people
compare.
now. Look at Igbo by 89. And
Exactly.
versus, 89. Yorubas are even higher. Yorubas are
Yes,
one of
we're
the
higher. We're near 100%. We're on a
very, very high. Yorubas are very high in the black, 93%.
You see?
And let me even go to the top so I can align it to the most aligned black groups. Bamileke number 1, Nande 2, Benin, which are technically Yorubas to fun, 95%, Cameroon, 93 Yorubas. So if you keep going down, Ghana, and then you see the Igbo people, the Cross River, and all the rest of it, you will even see Fulani before you see Hausa on that list. That is some crazy stuff. I didn't see that one coming at all.
No.
And then if you go to the language too, just to show you, let's keep going down. You are going to see Fulani first before you see Hausa. Let's just keep going down. You see, and when you go down, that surprised me to no end, because I used to think Fulani. Look at this, is Fulani here now. He showed the where is Hausa. Hausa, look at Hausa is down here. Why Fulani is right here. So they show up on the chart as showing that they are more black than that's more Niger Congo than the Hausas. Then the language. Look at the language. It says the Fulani one, NC, stands for Niger Congo language. While the Hausa one, Afro-Asiatic. So the language family that the Igbo man speaks, the Yoruba man speaks, is the one the Fulani man speaks. The genetic lineage.
What I'm putting to you is that difference, the range of differences within what we call Fulani. Because when they came during the slave trade and were doing their nonsense there, they were mixing with those who were African, so to speak. And in that mixture, they were now able to cover themselves. It's just the same way that they have come into the Nigerian space and have joined, 9% have joined with the 20-odd% of the populace of Nigeria called Fulanis and imbibed into their language. They've taken up their language and they've taken up the authority, if you like, of the Hausa people. So within that style of being an African, they're wanderers. So they wander all over the place. And within that wandering,
that's why they have different types. Yeah,
that's correct. They have to find succor within the people that they come across in order to even emerge as a stronger people, because they have this mindset of exactly who they are. They know who they are. They are direct slave traders.
Oh my God, they are up here. Look at that. There's Fube here. Maybe they are not even like this is Fube here, Niger Congo, and then you have to go down how many countries, how many distinct people before you get to Hausa. That is some crazy stuff. I didn't.
No, man, it's a reality. It's a reality.
That is crazy. You won't see that coming at all. And most people, because in Nigeria, whenever we talk about these things, we just assume that the Fulanis are the ones that are just alien to us.
They are alien. No, let's not be, because this information, the information that you're bringing up tells you exactly what I'm saying. They have become a complex a complex tribe, if you like,
Yeah,
amongst the
but the
Africans.
Hausas are not complex. They are just downright not. They are like R1B. Not even the same, like their genetic lineage is not tied to ours as strongly at all. They are like, they're
No,
not even the same bracket.
no, they're not, because they have a different uh, uh, what's it called? A different
Haplogroup, completely different haplogroup they belong to. Look, at least this is the paternal line. If it was on the maternal line, we all belong in the same group, which is crazy. On the maternal line, we are all L1 and L2. All of us. It's like our women don't go anywhere. The men just keep traveling all over the place. This R1 group that the most Hausas belong to, I don't know whether it's most even, but a big chunk of them belong to. This is where look at the spread of where they are. They are all the way here in what they call it.
They're strongest there.
Yeah, they are strong here. They are strong here. They are all in Europe. They have lineages all over Europe. But if you go back and let's check E1B1A, our own group of people.
Tell me,
they give us a
forefather, have you heard the Hausa language being spoken?
Yes, I've heard it's being spoken, yes.
This in itself lets us know the difference between them and us. It just lets you know that it sounds like an Arabic tone. You see, when the learned Hausa man speaks English, the tonation of their English is better than those of the South. I don't know if you understand this or if you've witnessed
it.
Think
so. The tonation is better than that of the South. I'm not
it's
so
better.
sure. You know.
It's because it's closer to them.
Are you sure? I don't know.
Right? It's not. Am I sure? That's what this data is telling us.
See, okay, but there's also this the statement that they said the Hausas, they are actually the people that are in Nigeria, that they went to East Africa and acquired that language and came back. That their original language that they used to speak here was Niger Congo too. So even if they are of the same genetic lineage, they were not necessarily speaking the same language. They were all speaking the Niger Congo language, but they lost it when they went to East Africa and migrated back again. So because there was a lot of movement. And let me see if I can find another chart to point to some of all these. Let's see.
Okay.
Tuareg is a good comparison. Tuareg is the closest comparison in real ethnic terms to the Fulani.
As you can see, look at the map now. The E1B1A, all the way from here, they are the dominant group on the continent.
Yes.
All the way from here to the south.
Yes.
And the E1B1B takes off. Then the R1B of the Hausas and a few others show up here, and they show up in Europe too. So as you can see, it's very, very clear. But if I show you the maternal line, that's where we are all united. The maternal line, all of us tend to group in the same group. So which means our mothers. So from that point of view, we are still
show us the maternal line, please.
Okay, let's see if I can find that. Let me pull that up. Let's see. Haplo group. L0. Let's start from. That's maybe harsh. I should have just started from. This one is L0. Maternal Haplo group. Maternal. Let me just put maternal line. Let's see what these people decide to go for it here. Let's see. Yeah, that's the L1, L0, this thing. Those are the three groups. Let's see whether there's a map for it. Normally there should be. Yep, that's it there. As you can see, so this is basically the proverbial Eve. L0 is the proverbial Eve here. And then guess what happened? Then they spread north. L1 evolved. If you look at the colors, it tells you. I think this one tells you the age. The color of the lines tells you the age. So we are one of the oldest groups. Let's see what the age says. This brown line it means that you have been around for over 200,000 years. This brown line at the top here. Let me see if I can just go to the image alone. Yeah, this brown line, over 200,000 years. and this pink one 130 to 90,000 years. So let's look for brown lines and pink lines. Those are some of the oldest groups. So if you look at this brown line, it shows you that is the oldest one, this one here. Then the pink line, and around 130,000 years ago, boom, we popped up here. This is L1 and L2. It dominates this entire area. That's what dominates this entire area. There's also L3, but the L3 is the only one that left the continent. All the people you see outside the continent belongs to the maternal group L3. That's where they split from. Only one branch. This is the first time in history that is indicating that L1 and L2 left. Yeah, go ahead.
Somebody in the comment section said that you're disseminating, suggesting that you're disseminating the wrong information. That I should call your attention to it. I think it's
which one is that?
Was it one of those comments that just said something?
I hope
Did he just say something without actually putting the narrative? It's just, you know, I really dislike people that comment like that. Where they just something and they have no backing. You know,
God just says that kind of stuff. It's like
just rubbish, man. Just forget that.
Like that. Don't mind
forget
him.
that. It's not.
I wish he was saying something reasonable.
The information is there now. It's on the internet. It's not that forefather is just speaking. He's bringing.
I'm showing you evidence. I don't talk without evidence.
I didn't Google it myself. I found it on myself.
Exactly.
While forefather is talking.
Let that guy go and sit down, Joe. Continue talking rubbish in the chat section, brother.
and talking about the comment section, the guy who keeps Oga, who keeps saying that who visited the US. I can play you the video on the interview that he had with Channels TV. At that interview, he was being accused that he didn't go to the US, and that was why he was angry. I was asking, he does not have he's not here to answer anybody's accusation. Who are they to tell him, to question him wherever? So I don't know what I say. He was not there. I've looked for him on the picture file. He's not there. I didn't see his picture. If you have it, post it for us.
Yes.
It's just a talkative, man.
So we look, the L3 this in the maternal line is the one that went on to propagate all over the world, and the slave trade is the first time this group left the continent. This L1 and L2 and L0, they are still present today. Some of them, like if you go to Somalia in the Khoisan groups, you see the L0. These are like the proverbial Eve of the human race, the oldest line that they can find. So and this is yes,
not Somalians, not the Somalians.
No. They are, what are you going to do now? Look at them here now. Look at it there. That's it there.
No. It's not the Somali. You see, when you're looking at this thing, they are speaking of ancients. They're not speaking of today. The ancients, definitely, as far as our history that we have, along with the scientific backing, they suggest that life began in between Ethiopia and Kenya. There are even older bones or as old bones being found recently as the last 10 to 20 years in Southern Africa. These are very old bones, and it gave them a lot of questioning about where the origins really are. But what we can be sure of in today's day is that it seems very likely that life began, humanity began in Africa, according to the bones and skeletons that they have found. So within time, there's been a whole lot of movement. So when we can see by the look of people how old they are. If you look at the people from Papua New Guinea, and I've met these people from Papua New Guinea, they look prehistoric. They look so prehistoric. You can see in their face. You can see that they left Africa a long time ago, and they've made an enclave in that they're Papua New Guinea, and
they look like cavemen.
Maintain themselves in a certain way. You understand?
Them in Australia, because they say also in Australia, they look like cavemen. Papua New Guinea and Australia.
You know, interestingly, Jagun, I don't know whether anybody have seen that. A part of their feature resembles some part of Igbo race. I don't know.
Which people are you talking about?
Papua New Guinea.
Jesus Christ.
I don't think those ones are related to us at all. They said they reacquired these features because over time we evolve, we change. So some of them reacquired the kind of features you consider African. So it's not that they are related to us directly. They are still the group that left the continent. At least genetically. I'm not a genetic expert.
What do you mean they're not related to us? I don't understand that.
So like when this group, let me go back to this chart. Let me go back.
By the way, forefathers, if you could share the link for all these people that argue, let them argue with the internet.
They can it's true actually, so that they can check for themselves. Where did I go and put it? Where this chart searching all over the place. Where did I go and put it? This one is the paternal lineage. Map. Oh, let me just put upload group. Oh, seriously?
Not to tap, Okay.
So no, that's not it. That's the wrong link. I have to go to this one, mitochondrial DNA. Okay, that's it. That should be it. And that's the chart there. So they can always check it out here. L1. See, what it's indicating is that it's where they settle, these groups. So this L3 line, when you go out here, so look at all this one, they are changing over time. If you look at the age, 90,000 years, most of the people you see around the world, they are relatively very, very young. And this is why this image is important. So you understand how old we have been before they even started. And that's why the conversation we were having yesterday about whether we are copying their culture. I said, but we have been here longer. Maybe they copied us. You should be thinking about it. You flip it around on its head.
Absolutely.
So we see from 200,000 years to 130,000 years. So that's quite a long time ago. We were still on the continent. By the time they left the continent, the first time was around 70,000 years ago to 55,000 years ago. So this is a line here when they left, and they started changing. And if you look at the colors, it's changing and all the rest. So that's why you get different types of people like Papua New Guinea and all the rest of it, not necessarily from any of these groups. These groups remained on the continent and they dominated the continent till date. They are the dominant group on the continent. The only time they left to America was because of the slave trade. In large numbers, they ended up in America, and that's why you see them present in America right now. And this L0 that you are seeing here, some of them, you still have some populations in Somalia that still have that genes, even in
better to say Ethiopia rather than Somalia. Somalia is a mixed nation.
Oh no, they are mixed. All right, it's like you see these numbers you are seeing. It doesn't mean that it's the whole population that has it. It's just saying where they are occurring, mostly where they went and settled. So like this one now, you see that amongst us, L1, L2, we just remain there, and all the people you see there. The male one, I think the male one is here. This one is the paternal this gene haplogroup A, and if you look at where they settled now, most of them are in the Nilotic groups. Most of their population and the Khoisan groups. Before, I used to think that the Khoisan group make up the largest one because they talk about those South Africans. They are some of the oldest people on the face of the earth, the oldest tribe and all that. But it turns out that the Nilotic people, these very black and very, very tall people, that's where they are. Look at the concentration that they have there. It doesn't mean that they are not here. This gene is also present in most parts of Africa. If you check other parts of the world, it's not there. This oldest man genetic lineage is mostly present in Africa. You can't see it anywhere else.
Yeah.
So that's something that
those Khoisan, the Khoisan, they actually came from the original Nilotic group that you underlined there. That's where they came from there into the southern part of Africa. Yeah. So that says their age and the way they are one of the best survival technicians on the planet. All the old systems, that's what they've been using. You understand?
And these Fulbe people here, I think this is Fulani again. See, there's something in Cameroon that was found out recently. It turns out that the oldest group, I think from of the paternal Afro group, the oldest one they found, it turns out that it was in Cameroon. And you know, I like to think that it's Nigerians, but it's all right. There's some Nigerians that drifted into Cameroon, maybe a few Igbo men and stuff like that. They found them there. So it turns out that it was in Cameroon. I've forgotten where it was, a full bay. If you search Cameroon, let me just search Cameroon on this page, whether it pops up information we need to see. Yeah, somebody reported recently that they found out that is where the oldest occurrence of the paternal haplogroup A. That's it here. That's it. I think that's it here. That's it here. Oh yeah, you see that? Look at that. It says further research in 2015, which is relatively recent for this type of stuff, indicates that the modern population with the highest concentration of A00 is Bangwa Nwe, a Yemba-speaking group of Cameroon, the oldest of them all.
In West Africa.
Next door to Nigeria.
Yeah, Cameroon. I'm saying they're the oldest in kind of that West African area.
No, in the world.
Really?
The oldest genetic lineage, A00, is like the Adam of modern humans. Look at that. Let me zoom that in so that people really get what I'm talking about here. Look at that, A00. Anything else you are going to see is A01 or something. This is A00. Nothing else is attached to it. And it is found in Western Cameroon here. And out of a population of about 6% or so. So this is the oldest one. And these other ones that come after it are younger. A0 is old, but it's A00B, not A00. So they have their own ways of numbering these things. So that is what they found. And this is something, it's more recent that they reported it, because I didn't know that. I just thought, is the Nilotics and all the rest of it. And when they tell you that the first human beings were found in East Africa, now, not so true. The first man was actually found in Cameroon. People should know that. So that is that anyway.
The first man was found in Cameroon.
Yep.
What is that? I don't understand that. I do follow these things. Okay. I'm not expert by any.
Let me explain it. When they say the first modern human,
the
DNA, our DNA, to recognize us as human beings, the oldest, like if they want to go back in time, the oldest genetic lineage they found, when they checked the ground and they tested it, they found that this was the oldest one that they found. All the other ones are a bit younger. So when you see, like in that other chart that I had that was showing a maternal this thing, haplogroup, this is what they say 200,000 to 130,000. That one, that A00, is the 200,000 or further back. That's the oldest one you can find. Like this one now is the oldest for the maternal line. L0 is the oldest one. But while that A00 is the oldest for the paternal line that you can find. And it was found in Cameroon, right next door to Nigeria. So that's something we have to keep in mind. And I remember, when we're checking the linguistics chart too, it also shows that in Nigeria, the Ijoid group, that the people that speak the Ijo language, they are some of the oldest language in Africa.
Definitely in Nigeria.
Definitely in Nigeria. Definitely in Nigeria. One of the oldest in the world. So this is some of the stuff that because when you understand these things, it helps you understand. It helps you start reshaping the way you perceive the world. So that when somebody tells you that you copied from people, then you can tell them, "Are you sure you didn't copy from us? We've been here a lot longer than you." Yeah.
Fathers, do you know? I just found out about a year ago now that the Bible, the good book, tells us that Adam and Eve were the first people that got created.
Yeah. In the Bible.
Yeah, Bible tells us that Adam and Eve. That's what we've always known. Do you know that is not true?
He didn't say that in the Bible.
No, that's what the Bible tells us, the normal Bible. But there was a pre-Adamic time. God created. There were some beings that God created before the flood and all that.
Yeah. That comes with because the way they use the term replenish the earth and all the other stuff. There's a lot of fantastical stories out there, and it even goes.
No,
I think I mentioned it. Yeah, go ahead.
It's been proven though. There was some kind of being, but they weren't the being as we know them today. Because what the Bible have always made us to understand is Adam and Eve was the first man, but it's not true.
Of course, see, we have to be careful because it's the
Is
Bible.
it as simple as that?
There's no physical evidence to these things. Nobody even has any definition of who Adam is, and for all we know, they claim that it's from Middle East, where we clearly know that.
But how about the giants? How about the bones? They deny that there were no giants. That was it was a fairy tale. But they've started discovering bones and skulls and all that.
From a long time. It's not that they started discovering them all. They've been discovering them from a long time.
There is no real evidence of a giant bone. Let's not be careful of.
No, stop that, bro. Bros,
let's not go to conspiracy theories.
No. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, my friend.
What do you mean don't be afraid? We have to keep up
the thing is, you have to understand what your age is first. When you understand what your age is, then you know that behind you there's a whole lot. We are within our 30s, 40s, 50s. We know nothing about 1 billion years ago. And if they will tell you that the world started 1 billion years ago, you haven't got a clue of really what they're speaking about. So when the Bible comes in, and scholars have looked at the timeline and underlined 6,000 years. That therefore a lot of Christian beliefs and a lot of Abrahamic philosophy would tell us that the world is 6,000 years old, according to what the Bible says, according to what the good books say. So within that, we can squeeze ourselves into 6,000 years, but then science comes. And when science comes, they say, look, by our calculation, the whole world is X billion years old. And man has existed for about 200,000 years or thereabout. Now, given these kinds of discrepancies, we now have to understand that there's a truth and there's a lie amongst this thing. It's not just for us to be looking at science and saying that science is capital, because science is not capital. It's not capital. What is capital is truth. When they speak about science, it's as though the scientists are the one putting the thing there. The scientists didn't put anything anywhere. They were there. You understand?
Yeah, they were already there.
They were there.
They are just discovering and interpreting whatever they've seen.
Absolutely.
Based on evidence and repeatability.
Well, it could even be based on a conspiracy of lies.
That's the thing, and this is why I believe that this type of information is valuable. People should be taking it seriously. And I also, when I found out about religion, and somebody did they call it phylogenetics, which is, I've never heard that term before. They were trying to find out which was the oldest creation mythology, and guess what? Again, Africa again is where it came down to. And this is, I say these things because all our people that keep looking down on who we are, they need to be asking themselves serious questions. We are responsible for the world that exists today. Those people, I was telling the white guy the other day, you owe me copyright, royalties, because that gene you're carrying, we gave it to you, so you're supposed to be paid for it. He was like, come and get it. So the point is that, they're supposed to be paying us royalties, and when they ask us our greatest invention, like, we invented you. Guess what? We invented you. All the stuff you are doing, who do you think gave all that to you? We gave you all those things.
I had the same discussion with a Portuguese guy in Portugal, and we just finished the meal and we came outside for a little smoke and whatever, and the guy was discussing many things with me, and he then went on to say that we Portuguese are the founder of the newest of new people in this world. I said, what do you mean? He said, look at all the mixed race people of the Caribbean or South America and the Americas. We created that. I said, don't be silly. The creation, the initial creation of mixed race people was through us, and they're called Arabs. The guy shut up. He had to shut up. You get me?
Yeah,
Because that's
sometimes you just remind them that you are our children. Don't
yeah,
bother.
simple. What are you talking about, you asshole?
When did you come around? And it's a bit weird because when you look at this chart, it indicates that we are here for over 100,000 years before they even smelt outside
Before they were
before they
even
were even
here,
created.
they weren't
It's
even
crazy.
here.
It's some crazy stuff. This is why everything that happens in the world seems to go back to Africa. It always seems to go back. They've tried everything. Believe in me, if they could put it in Europe, they would have put it in Europe. But it just didn't work out. Everything has to still come back to the continent. And our people need to stop copying from people too much. Where they will be fighting each other from quotation from the Bible, from Quran. Look at where those people are. They are just outside the continent. We are the ones that this is where we are. And it's a sad tale because that video that I played earlier on about the guy telling that guy, if you watch that video, I think it's an economist that was presenting that video. He talked about a lot of devastating stuff of where Africa is. And I worry that I don't want to sound negative. I worry that it's so difficult to break out of it, and people don't understand how hard it's gonna be. They think it's just gonna be easy. You're just gonna have economic planning. They are getting too much from us. Why would they surrender all that nonsense? They will not surrender it. And Africa is not just only important to them as a natural resource stuff. It's also the homeland of humanity and the genetic reserve. Genetic base of humanity is right there.
Culture in itself is African. Full stop. Culture in itself.
When they say genetic base, because the diversity on the continent is more than any other part of the world. By far.
No. Not any other part of the world. There are more genetic differences in Africa than there is in the whole world combined. That's
what I mean. That's why I call it the genetic base of humanity itself.
It is. Of course it is.
And they can't how do you think they will let us get away with it if we don't get our act together? They won't let us get away with all this nonsense. They will want to come and inspect and take charge of whatever. This is a great inheritance that we've got. And some of our people, this is why I sometimes argue with people cursing the country, cursing, because why are you cursing yourself? Look at this map. What can you tell me God has not given you? If there was a creator God, the people here should be complaining. Look at the tiny land they gave the UK, man. Look at the tiny land they gave them. And this place is hostile, cold.
Well,
harsh.
this is where we have to appreciate that we have fallen. And this is where, to me, when you look at Bible stories, you can be flippant with it if you want. You can say the white man brought us this religion. You can say all you want to say about why you prefer science against faith. But you see, you always have to come down to where the most truth has come from. And what it is about the way we study the Bible and the way we study books is quite different, because we study the Bible as though it's full of fables. We don't look at it as history per se. However, they keep finding things that underline the truth of the Bible. They keep finding them, that what the Bible has told them is true. They keep finding them. Science, there are so many scientists, if you look at scientific journals, there are so many scientists who are Christian. And they are Christian because they have a humility in their knowledge. They don't boast about the knowledge that they're acquiring. Then there are those scientists who believe that they're a law unto themselves, that they're God. So you get people like Dawkins, who would tell you that he will start writing books about the God delusion. He doesn't understand that maybe it's he that is deluded.
And let me just remind some of our Igbo brothers that think that they are from the Middle East. I'm sorry to break it to those ones. You see that E1B1A genes?
Yes.
You got it, 89% of it right there. 89.
No.
You are one of the blackest people on earth. Like, how many is blacker than you? Babileke.
Ross, I have to come back at you again. Firstly, the place called the Middle East is of no significance in any geographical term. So you have to understand again, using the English people who created that term and who wanted power over that region, they have given this term for complexity reasons. Now, E1B1, you know, there are groups that went outside. Do you know where the Indus Valley is? The Indus Valley. Do you know of that?
Yeah.
Now, the Indus Valley, believe it or not, is an African civilization. But just because it's in Pakistan and India, we are telling ourselves it doesn't belong to us. It's ours.
We have to be careful of saying that. See,
why? Tell me why. Tell me why I have to be careful.
Because just like
have you studied it? Me, I've studied this thing. Or it's not that I'm not just talking. I've studied the civilization of the Indus. You understand?
Hold on. See, it doesn't. I see. Maybe a black person went there and did what they did, but the population that was present there. Remember, when we talk about civilization, we are referring to the stuff that happened maybe 2,000-3,000 years ago. But while people moved there 30,000-40,000 years ago, so the population that is there are probably those people that have changed genetically to an extent that are there. A black man from Africa that is more advanced because we've been here longer may travel down there and civilize the place, and then you have the Hindu civilization. Now you call it a black civilization. You can do that, but in reality, you will not see any footprint of black people there because.
Okay, I only mentioned that to give you an understanding of the expanse of our expansion as black and African people. Now, the Indus Valley is one. Let's take Egypt, which is possibly older, more or less the same age. If we look at Egypt, the Egypt that we know today is not the Egypt of yesteryear. It's just not. If you look at the language, if you look at Yoruba language, and you look at old, ancient Egyptian languages, language, there are too many similarities between Yoruba and Egypt. Well, explain it? Explain what that is.
No, see, I will try to explain it if I have the evidence for it. I've not seen it. So if you find it and we have links
I can give you the evidence, not right now, but you know, please, if you can put your email down, I will send you so many things, or your WhatsApp or whatever. I will send you so many things that to glean because they're there.
So yeah, the evidence, if it is there, obviously is going to be significant. But I'm just tired of seeing too many evidence of our age and the things that we've done and all the rest of it.
But my query is why when you said Igbos, why when they present a new understanding of their history and their lineage, and it points them to the Middle East, so-called, why do you reject it out of hand? The only reason why you reject it out of hand is because Arabs are there. Now,
the reason why I reject it out of hand is because I'm not saying that there are people that didn't come from the Middle East that they may have similar culture as what they have in the Middle East now. See, we have to understand when a migration happens, somebody comes from some other place and comes to an area where people are already settled. Chances are that the people that are in that area that have been settled there for longer are not going to turn to the people that arrived. The people that arrive will turn to the people that are settled there because those people that are settled there will have higher population. So it's like us now moving, like let's say 100 of us move to Europe. In maybe 10,000 years, 3,000 years, you're not going to see us. Our descendants will be white. We will disappear. And that's what I think happened when